Trial Marriage Husband, Need to Work Hard Chapter 177 to Chapter 265. After asking this question, the host froze for a moment. She felt this question was within the scope of breaking the news. It was like she was trying to force Tonming into a corner. But this was completely dependent on the guest's intelligence and EQ. The 100-plus fans in the live broadcast room looked at Tonming. The viewers in front of their televisions looked at Tonming. Even Mo Ting, who was waiting in his car, couldn't help but smile when he heard the broadcast. He had previously asked Tonming how she would answer this question during the interview. At that time, Tonming simply smiled mysteriously. But now, she couldn't hide anymore. Mo Ting's heart was filled with anticipation, but of course, he was also worried for Tonming. But, in the end, he still decided to trust her. Why are all the other guests so gentle with their questions, yet when it comes to me, they're asking about my ex and whether I'm married? Tonming looked helpless. But, everyone could tell that she wasn't actually impatient. She was simply trying to liven up the atmosphere. Don't try to hide and don't beat around the bush. Hurry up and answer, the host did not buy her act. Actually, from the moment Tonming appeared on the show, the host had already let out a sigh of relief. Tonming was an extremely mature interviewee. She knew what to do, knew how to liven up the atmosphere, knew how to interact with people, and most importantly, she was extremely approachable. On the surface, she looked like a girl next door. I'm married. Tonming replied straightforwardly. Everyone's eyes grew wide as they pretended to be surprised. They never expected her to directly admit it like this. Mo Ting's heart skipped a beat as he listened to the live broadcast. But, a moment later, he smiled helplessly and dotingly. He really couldn't do anything about this cunning girl. Under normal circumstances, when an artist really had a problem, they would think of a way to resolve it instead of directly admitting it like Tonming did. So, on a show like this, those that directly admitted it were usually fake. Above all, Tonming's tone sounded like someone had just asked her if she had eaten. It was extremely casual and normal, making it hard to believe, even though she was telling the truth. You're married? The host pretended to be surprised as she smiled and asked, in that case, who are you married to? The most powerful person in the entertainment industry, Tonming once again told the truth. But, after hearing this, the host deliberately played around with her hair. Isn't that me? The livestream room burst into laughter. It turned out, his dear wife not only knew how to be a good model, she also knew how to create an effect that was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Sometimes, if you exaggerated things, even if they were the truth, no one would believe you. Afterwards, the host noticed the ring on Tonming's finger. Hey, you're wearing a ring? You look so real. Come, hold it up for everyone to see. Tonming did not hesitate at all as she held up her right hand with the wedding ring on it. Everyone could clearly see what the ring looked like. Actually, it really was a wedding ring. Mo Ting, who was sitting in the car, couldn't help but touch the ring on his left ring finger. The two of them seemed to understand each other. And Xianxia, who was watching the live broadcast, was terrified as he broke out in a cold sweat. How could she be so brave? Most importantly, everything she said was the truth, but she was treated as a joke by everyone. Just now, we asked a relatively easy question, but Tonming easily dealt with it. So, from now on, we are going to ask a few questions that may offend people. Think carefully before you answer. The host suddenly hid his smile and became a lot more serious. Although Feng Kai's questions were sharp, the host knew how to respect the guests and kindly reminded them. Please go ahead. Actually, we have also heard some bad rumors. For example, after signing with Xianxia, the agency did not have high hopes for you. In fact, there were rumors that the resources that were already in your hands were taken over by someone else. So, what is the truth? Can you explain it to us? With the mention of Xianxia, the ones that should be nervous were Lan Shi and Luo Hao. According to Tonming's EQ, it was easy for her to deal with a question like this. However, through the TV screen, Lan Shi noticed that Tonming's gentle gaze had suddenly turned cold. In fact, she even sneered. Tonming knew it was finally time for her to ask for Mo Ting. Of course, not only Lan Shi, even Xianxia had no idea how Tonming was going to ask Lan Shi for Mo Ting. In fact, he couldn't believe it. How was this possible? how could she make Lan Shi hand over Long Jie's grandfather just by sitting in the studio? Actually, the fact that I am sitting here is the best answer, Tongning said with a smile. President Lan is a very understanding person and a very good boss. That's why we haven't completely fallen out with each other like the rumors say. It's just that there is competition within the agency, this is normal. As the CEO, President Lan needs to look at the big picture, I can understand that. Speaking of which, I also want to mention something very heartwarming. Tongning suddenly faced the camera and gave an example. My assistant, Long Jia, has a grandfather at home. For the past 2 days, she has been unable to contact him. My assistant was so anxious that she looked everywhere for him. She even went to the police. Tongning emphasized the word police. The police have already filed a case. Just as they were about to launch an investigation. However, we found out from President Lan that in order to give Long Jia a surprise, she brought my assistant's grandfather to Beijing to take care of him. We almost had a misunderstanding. Look, President Lan is such a considerate and warm-hearted person. But, in order not to make President Lan feel troubled, I will get my assistant to take my grandfather home in a moment. Thank you, President Lan, for the surprise. We appreciate your kindness and I will always remember it, Tongning said in seriousness as she expressed her gratitude towards Lan Shi. However, in her words, there was a hidden meaning that only the few of them could understand. After watching this, Lan Shi was tempted to smash the TV. Tongning was threatening Lan Shi to hand over Mo Ting by calling the police. It was just like how she had threatened Long Jia to betray Tongning. Tongning was giving her an eye for an eye. Not long after, Tongning mentioned that Long Jia's grandfather was at her place. It was obvious, she wanted everyone to keep an eye on her. After all, Tongning had openly asked for Long Jia's grandfather on TV. If anything happened to him, she would be held responsible. So, she didn't dare to do anything to him. In the end, Tongning said she would come to pick him up immediately. If she didn't hand him over, the public would continue to speculate. A response like this created a phenomenon in the industry. The sensitive paparazzi would never let her off the hook. What an A-grade model. What an intelligent Tongning. She never expected Tongning would do something that she couldn't resist. She had no choice but to hand over Long Jia's grandfather. Of course, there were those that hated Tongning and those that admired her. And Zihao never expected Tongning to be so smart as to solve the problem of finding Long Jia's grandfather. What was she looking for? She wanted Lan Shi to hand him over on her own. In fact, she wanted Lan Shi to come out unscathed. She wanted Lan Shi to suffer a double loss. If there was a problem with Long Jia's grandfather, then there was a problem with her. After hearing Tongning's words, the host could sense something was amiss. Why would the CEO of a company give a surprise to an artist's assistant? Why did she kidnap someone's family for no reason? She even caused someone to call the police. It was obvious, this was a dirty trick used by the entertainment industry to control Tongning. The host had been in the industry for many years, so he had seen through a lot of things. Especially after hearing Tongning's example, he knew deep down that Tongning was directly asking Lan Shi for someone. This smart woman used the most gentle method to do something that no one could resist. Since this is all a scandal and you've already clarified it, let's move on to the next question. Tongning, you need to keep up with me. After a serious question, let's move on to an easy one. As long as it's easy, it's not easy, Tongning played along with the joke. The host laughed as he picked up the whiteboard and flipped it to the other side. It was a photo of Tongning and Mo Ting from the LM commercial. Regarding this backview dream man, isn't it time you gave us an answer? The beauties on set have been waiting for a long time. Tongning covered her mouth shyly as she acted like she was in a difficult position. Ah. Do you think you can run away? Quick, tell us who this is so everyone can see his face, the host teased mischievously. His cooperation with Tongning was flawless. Tongning felt her head hurt as she asked her fans in a quiet voice, what should I do? Do you guys really want to know? Her fans nodded their heads continuously. Okay. Tongning was finally ready to give in. However, her okay was only one word, yet it made Zihao's heart almost stop. Mo Ting's attention was also drawn to the screen. I don't think it's appropriate for me to say his name directly. How about this, I'll give him a phone call on set and ask if I can say his name. What do you guys think? If he says no, then you guys can stop making things difficult for me. Tongming smiled as she pulled out her phone and waved it in front of everyone. Okay, the fans replied in unison. So, you really want to connect to him on set? The host had obviously never seen a model as direct as Tongming. She was extremely cooperative with his questions and did not evade his questions at all. Really? Otherwise, even in my dreams, I would dream that fans would chase after me. I'm a little scared. After speaking, she found the name she had changed in advance and made a phone call in front of everyone. On the other end of the phone, Mo Ting was sitting in his car listening to the live broadcast. As soon as he saw Tongming's phone call, he lowered his voice and tried his best to make his voice sound different from the one he had used on High E. Hello. This voice was deeper and more mellow, so it sounded more magnetic and tasteful. At that moment, a terrifying scream erupted from the scene. Tongming made a shushing gesture and asked, "My name is Tongming." It's like this, after the commercial we filmed, the entire nation wants to know who you are. Are you willing to reveal your true identity? On the other side of the phone, Mo Ting was silent for 2 seconds before asking, "Do you want others to find out my identity?" The moment this question was asked, screams rang out again. This kind of conversation sounded extremely ambiguous. "I want to avoid being chased after by your fans," Tongming replied honestly. In reality, Tongming had purposely not told Mo Ting that she would do this. She wanted to leave the decision in Mo Ting's hands. If Mo Ting admitted to it, she would not run away. You really want to? You too, don't make this kind of ambiguous conversation. Hurry up and get back to the topic at hand. Should we announce this identity or not? Hurry up and make a decision. The host quickly stopped the two. Wasn't this a blatant display of affection? Tongming thought Mo Ting was more willing to reveal his identity. But, she never expected. I won't reveal it, Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. I'm sorry, I don't want my private life to be exposed too much. Although he wanted to tell everyone that he was Tongming's husband and the CEO of Hai Rui. If he actually had the chance to do so, he would feel heartache for all the sacrifices Tongming had made. After all, this wasn't what Tongming truly wanted. She wanted equality, she wanted to shine brightly. Hearing this response, not only did the fans not feel disappointed, they even started to fantasize about this mysterious man. Tongming and I simply collaborated on a simple commercial. I'm already married, so I hope everyone doesn't make things difficult for Tongming. Since the man had already given such an official response, the host couldn't continue to pressure him. So, he simply made a few small requests. Can you tell us what kind of person Tongming is in your heart? Does she have any little tricks or hobbies that no one knows about? Tongming had a smile on her face the entire time as she listened nervously to the host's questions. She is very honest. As for her hobbies, I can't let you guys know about them. Otherwise, I might get beaten up in private. The audience burst into laughter, suddenly alleviating the awkwardness caused by Mo Ting saying he didn't want to reveal his identity. Finally, after Tongming hung up the phone, the host asked, describe your relationship with the Backview Dream Man in one word or one sentence. A lifelong, inseparable, confidant. Tongming revealed one of her relationships with Mo Ting. In this world, there wouldn't be another person that understood and loved her more than Mo Ting. Okay then, even though we didn't find out the true identity of the Backview Dream Man today. At least everyone heard his breathtaking voice. I hope everyone can respect his choice. I also have a piece of good news for everyone. LM's full commercial will be released on Monday next week. Everyone can once again lick the screen at his back. The entire interview lasted for 40 minutes. Apart from the sharp questions, there were also questions about life and ideals. Of course, Tongming had always done a good job in this area, so she managed to leave a good impression in front of the audience. By the time the interview ended, it was almost 10 p.m. Just as Tongming was about to leave within Ziheo's protection, the host held her back and said, I've seen plenty of assistants' family members accidentally taken away, but I've never seen anyone act like you. How dare you challenge them in public and force them to return to you? Although you managed to get him, your path will only get more difficult. I know, Tongming was well aware of what was going on. It's rare to see someone as calm as you. After speaking, the host pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Tongning. Right now, what you need is an international stage. I know a few international masters. If you want to go on an international show, give me a call. Tongning was well aware that no matter if it was hitting Li Danny or bringing up Mo Ting, even though she had tried to salvage the situation in time, it would definitely be used by Lan Shi to create a huge wave. But, since she dared to challenge Lan Shi, there was nothing to be afraid of. Not long after, Tongning left the television station. However, just as she boarded Mo Ting's car, she was pulled into a strong embrace and kissed. After getting used to it for a while, she felt the familiar warmth and smell of his body. So, she began to open up and cater to Mo Ting's kiss. It wasn't until both of them had lost all the air in their chests that Mo Ting finally stopped. He placed his nose against Tongning's as he whispered in a sexy and raspy voice, "This is the last time. If there is a next time, I will definitely tell the world. You are my, Mo Ting's, woman." In the dark, Tongning held on to Mo Ting's handsome face and smiled, "Whether I say it or not, I will always be your woman, from head to toe, completely intact." Mo Ting reluctantly let go of her and started driving. Tomorrow, Hai Rui will release a statement explaining what happened at Hai Center tonight. You don't need to worry. Of course I'm not worried. But, I don't think Lan Shi will easily believe the relationship between Lu Che and Long Jie. After all, when Long Jie's grandfather was kidnapped, Long Jie did not make use of Lu Che's background. Also, tonight, I took the risk of connecting with you live and giving you a chance to admit that you are my family. If you didn't take advantage of it, others might have realized that the voice you heard at Hai Center was extremely similar to the voice you heard in Feng Kai. Are you blaming me? Mo Ting couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I am. You know, I was already mentally prepared to admit to the world that he was my husband. You weren't mentally prepared because you trusted me and didn't want to say it out loud. Mo Ting glanced at Tongning and exposed her thoughts. But, I am still very happy. My wife, who seems to have nothing to do with the world, finally has the pride to show off to others that she is my husband. Sorry Mrs. Mo, I didn't let you become famous overnight. Tongning couldn't help but let out a gentle laugh as she leaned her head against Mo Ting's body. I'm going to treat you like an audience. Do you know what I want to say to the audience the most right now? Mo Ting is mine. I will dote on him, love him, take care of him and understand him for the rest of his life. None of you should even think about it. Mo Ting tilted his head slightly as he paid attention to the road. At the same time, he looked into Tongning's eyes. Her amber eyes seemed to glow under the dim lights. Because, in this relationship, she had never treated herself as the weaker party. She never felt that it was normal for her to be doted on and pampered. She simply loved Mo Ting as much as he loved her. Even if he had to exhaust all of his strength, he wouldn't hesitate. In the past 32 years, this was the first time Mo Ting had experienced what it meant to be doted on. I saw it, Tongning is going around flirting with people. Previously, she had one at home and now she's involved with a married man. Luo Hao and Lan Shi watched Feng Kai's live broadcast multiple times. But, she has never admitted to a relationship with a man. Lan Shi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. There was a sinister look on her face, but, we don't have any concrete evidence. She is, after all, an artist of Qingtian. It's easier for us to follow her than the paparazzi. As long as she has a guilty conscience, it's only a matter of time before she gets caught. So, right now, we have two things to follow. Firstly, we need to find out if Long Jie and Lu Che's relationship is real and if Tongning has anything to do with Hai Rui. Secondly, we need to find out who Tongning's man is and expose her relationship. She has never admitted to having a boyfriend before, but it turns out, her private life is so messy. Luo Hao, let Tongning attend JK's opening show at London Fashion Week. Only by lowering her guard will we have a chance to take advantage of it. If nothing had happened to Danny, this show would have been Danny's, Luo Hao said regretfully. Tomorrow, I will find some time to visit Danny. Lan Shi's lips twitched. Originally, she wanted to say something, but Nziheo suddenly gave her a phone call. Lan Shi picked up the phone. Nziheo simply said, President Lan, we are here to take Long Jie's grandfather home. You don't need to take care of him. Lan Shi sneered as she hung up the phone. She then instructed Luo Hao, go release him. Go release him. These three simple words displayed Lan Shi's endless disdain and anger. But Tang Ning has already gone this far. How can I not release him? She was the almighty CEO of Qingtian, yet she was being forced by a mere model to take a step back and suffer at every turn. Luo Hao glared at Lan Shi before turning around and leaving the office. He then drove Long Jia's grandfather out of his villa. However, before returning the old man to Long Jia, Luo Hao said to him, for the sake of fame and fortune, your granddaughter is willing to be a kept woman and be a mistress. Old man, you need to be careful and stop her. The old man was so angry that his face turned green. Afterwards, Luo Hao drove the old man to Qingtian Entertainment. Tang Ning and Zihao and Long Jia were all waiting in the waiting room. As their eyes met, Luo Hao's voice was extremely cold. I've already sent him back unharmed. Is President Lan in a good mood? Tang Ning asked Luo Hao with a deeper meaning. What do you think? Don't step on my bottom line again, Tang Ning simply told Luo Hao. Although Luo Hao's expression was gloomy, he did not say anything sarcastic. He simply told Tang Ning, get ready to go to London for JK's opening show. You have been lacking international resources. Now that you've gotten rid of Li Danny, the best resources will naturally belong to you and Hua Yuan. After hearing Luo Hao's words, Tang Ning felt a little sarcastic. How could Lan Shi still think of giving her resources? I will follow up with the progress, and Zihao immediately said to Luo Hao. Luo Hao scoffed as he turned around and boarded his car. Tang Ning watched as Luo Hao disappeared into the distance and suddenly said to Zihao, although I can anger Lan Shi, I can't shake her foundation. But, you destroyed Li Danny. At least, Qingtian will be set back a few years. It's not easy for Lan Shi to train a model, and Zihao replied. In that case, why is Lan Shi being so generous and allowing me to appear on the international runway? It's not for you to get what you want, and Zihao had completely forgotten about the fact that Lan Shi was once his friend. Tang Ning turned her head and glanced at Zihao without saying another word. Meanwhile, Long Jia immediately ran over to hug her only relative, grandfather. Are you okay? Grandfather Long was stunned for a moment before pushing Long Jia away. His expression was complicated and sad. Xiao man, grandfather wants to talk to you in private. Let's go, I'll take you home, and Zihao opened the door of the nanny van and allowed the three of them to board. As the nanny van passed by Hyatt Regency first, Tang Ning was allowed to step out first. And Zihao escorted the two to the front door of the apartment. At this time, he happened to bump into Lu Che appearing outside Long Jia's apartment in the middle of the night. It seemed, he was deliberately waiting for Long Jia to return. As soon as grandfather Long looked at Lu Che, he was reminded of Luo Hao's words. He looked unhappy as he questioned Lu Che impolitely, young man, don't you think it's inconvenient for you to be waiting outside my granddaughter's building in the middle of the night? Lu Che didn't understand why grandfather Long was hostile towards him, so he immediately explained, I heard that Long Jia was going to pick you up, so I came over to see if you needed any help. No need, please go home. Long Jia smiled awkwardly at Lu Che. She didn't know what was wrong with her grandfather. Of course, Lu Che couldn't stay any longer. After saying goodnight, he quickly drove away from the two. Long man, tell me honestly, are you entangled with this man? Grandfather, what are you talking about? Mr. Luo told me that you are a mistress. Grandfather Long said as he pointed to Long Jia's nose. From now on, don't ever see that man again. Long Jia was a little confused. At the same time, she was a little angry. She never expected Luo Hao to be so despicable. And your employer, Tang Ning, President Lan is such a good woman. Why did you bully her and go against her? Grandfather, did you know that you were placed under house arrest by President Lan? President Lan used you to threaten me and frame Tang Ning? Tang Ning was the one who thought of a way to save you. Long Jia explained anxiously. House arrest? I think there's something wrong with your brain. President Lan takes good care of me and even takes me everywhere to have fun. You didn't even think about this. Long Jia. All of a sudden, she didn't know how to explain the deception in the entertainment industry. She was just very helpless. The elderly were too easily biased, using the false information they got from outsiders to hurt their loved ones. After taking care of her grandfather and putting him to bed, Long Jie gave Lu Che a phone call and said apologetically, "Sorry, my grandfather's attitude wasn't good today." Over the past few days, Lan Shi and Luo Hao have instilled a lot of nonsense into his mind. Right now, he has a lot of opinions about me. As long as you're okay, Lu Che replied nonchalantly. On the other side of the phone, Lu Che replied nonchalantly, "I'm playing games right now. Rest early." "Okay, good night." Lu Che's attitude made Long Jie feel uneasy. But, what did it have to do with her? In any case, Lu Che would never like her. Actually, after hanging up the phone, Lu Che was just as distracted. He couldn't say that he hadn't been splashed with cold water by Grandfather Long. He was simply being nice, but he never expected it would cause such a misunderstanding. There was a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed to be a little different from his usual bad mood. Late at night, after a bath, Tongning immediately snuggled into Mo Ting's warm embrace. She then rested her head on his arm and said, "This doesn't seem like Lan Shi's style. How could she give me an international show? I thought she wanted to rip me to shreds." However, JK's show was truly too tempting for me. Mo Ting hugged Tongning and wrapped his strong legs around her, trapping her soft body in his embrace. "If she gives it to you, just take it." Mo Ting knew, no matter what Lan Shi did, she would only push Tongning into Hai Rui's embrace. Of course, Tongning was well aware of this. "Then, London, England. Will you accompany me?" "When?" Mo Ting asked. Tongning thought for a moment before replying, "I think we'll depart next Wednesday. It's nearing the end of the year, so there are more award ceremonies and gatherings. It's okay if you can't go," Tongning said in a quiet voice. "Actually, every time we go to a country, you always have to do a lot of preparation work. I feel bad just looking at it. This time I will be in England for a week." "You should stay in Beijing and not tire yourself out." Mo Ting did not say a word, but it didn't mean he didn't have any thoughts. But, if Mo Ting didn't go, what would Lan Shi's paparazzi do? Wouldn't his hopes be dashed? The next morning, People Vanguard Daily published an article about Li Danny's blacklisting at Hai Fashion Week. As Hai Rui had embellished the story, the media focused on how Li Danny humiliated Tongning's manager, Long Jie. They described how Li Danny framed, slapped, humiliated, and even forced Long Jie to kneel down. With this as the backdrop, Tongning retaliated. The most shocking thing was, Hai Rui pointed out that Tongning's assistant, Long Man, and the CEO's assistant, Lu Che, were engaged and Lu Che had a reason for saving the day. Tongning and the CEO of Hai Rui, Mo Ting, did not have a special relationship. They were just friends, so there was no need to explain it to the public. To protect their employees, Hai Rui decided to reveal the truth and let the public judge for themselves. Meanwhile, the clothing brand that was affected by Li Danny stepped out and announced that they had used the wrong people. Because of Li Danny's character, they decided to blacklist her forever. Of course, although the majority of netizens expressed their understanding towards Tongning's actions, it also created a serious problem for Tongning. Who would have thought the normally quiet Tongning would have such a side to her? 5 slaps in a row. How satisfying. Tongning must have reached the end of her tolerance, that's why she retaliated like this. I think she's very cool. I've met many celebrities and seen people treat their assistants like humans, but I've never seen someone so protective. Let's not talk too much, I can only describe her in one word, cool. But, Tongning also hits people. Her actions are no different than Li Danny's. Mother above, that's because she hasn't been able to bully your loved one. Otherwise, you would have blown her up for everyone to see. I'm the only one that doesn't understand. Why is Tongning's assistant being ordered around by Li Danny like a servant? Without the approval of the higher-ups, there shouldn't be a fight like this, right? Are you guys still discussing it? Today is Monday, LM's official commercial has already been released. Hurry up and lick the screen. At the same time, Tongning's ratings for Feng Kai were released. Her popularity was almost on par with the Best Actress. After LM's commercial was released, the number of views increased rapidly. In just one day, it had reached over 10 million. Regardless of everything else, Tongning had temporarily gained a foothold in Beijing. At least, in terms of popularity and topics of discussion, there was no need to worry about her disappearing from the public eye for a short period of time. This was originally something worth celebrating for Qingtian Entertainment. Although Li Danny had unfortunately fallen into the hands of her own people, Tongning's momentum was still very strong. If things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before she overtook Li Danny. In just 3 months, Tongning was like a hot knife through butter. Everyone in the industry was shocked. Of course, it also made many jealous. This made Lan-Shi realize the hidden value of Tongning. So, she wanted to grab hold of Tongning's weakness so she could control her in the future. The day before their trip to England, Long Jia complained to Tongning, "Recently, I've noticed someone has been following me." Tongning furrowed her brows. She knew exactly why Long Jia felt this way. Lan-Shi had always suspected that her and Lu Che's engagement was fake. "It's been so many days, have you not seen Lu Che at all?" Tongning asked. "That day was the day we picked Grandpa up. Lu Che was kind enough to wait downstairs in the middle of winter to see if we were safe. But Grandpa believed Luo Hao, that B*TCH, and said that I was Lu Che's mistress. Now, Grandpa refuses to go home and keeps an eye on me. Long Jia, the main reason I asked Lu Che to announce that he and you are engaged, apart from protecting Ting and I, is so that you can be protected. If you think this is a problem," Tongning said. "It's not a problem. In fact, I'm afraid Lu Che will be at a disadvantage." Long Jia waved her hand. "Then, what if I ask the two of you to pretend to live together?" "Huh? It's just an act." The reason Tongning mentioned this was because she felt Long Jia had feelings for Lu Che, so she wanted to give the two of them a chance. I don't think that's a good idea." Long Jia's cheeks turned red. "The two of you are engaged, it's perfectly normal." Hearing this, Long Jia was speechless. She quickly waved her hands. "Tongning, don't do this. Otherwise, it will be even more awkward when I see Lu Che in the future. I truly treat Lu Che as a friend. If you want me to put on an act, I can cooperate. But, pretending to live together is a bit too much." Tongning was in the middle of packing her luggage. After hearing Long Jia's explanation, she nodded her head. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. What are you thinking? Lu Che is younger than me." Long Jia acted like she had heard something unbelievable. In reality, the more flustered she acted, the more it proved that she had her own thoughts. She simply felt the difference between them was too big, so that was why she felt inferior. "One day, I'll ask Lu Che what type of girl he likes." "Hey, Big Boss won't be accompanying you this time?" Long Jia purposely changed the topic to avoid the awkwardness. Tongning thought about the pile of invitations on Mo Ting's desk and shook her head. "It's almost the end of the year, and there are more activities. I don't want him to be so tired. Also, in order to prevent him from following us, I brought the flight forward. Don't forget." "Don't worry, I packed everything." Long Jia finally let out a sigh of relief that Tongning no longer had to worry about her relationship with Lu Che. Not to mention the fact that she was almost 30 years old, didn't have a high education and had no achievements in anything. Most importantly, she loved to eat. She didn't think that an elite like Lu Che would be interested in her. Sometimes, it was true that she had the urge to pursue beautiful things. However, even though she knew that there was a gap between them, she still had to go for it. She felt that she had already passed the age of persistence. Not long after Long Jia left Hyatt Regency, Lu Che brought over a plate of seafood sashimi from Japan. Seeing Tongning alone in the living room, his expression darkened. "Wasn't Long Jia here a moment ago? Why did she leave?" Tongning looked at the seafood sashimi. It was obviously not something that a nutritious person like her would eat. So, she smiled at Lu Che. "She just returned home. Why don't you chase after her?" "Forget it then," Lu Che replied. "Lu Che, can you tell me the truth? Do you feel towards Long Jia, heir?" Lu Che interrupted awkwardly before Tongning could finish her sentence. He then looked down at his shiny leather shoes and replied, "Actually, I just felt sorry for her when I saw her being bullied." "Just sorry? What else could it be?" Tongning lowered her head helplessly. She already knew that Lu Che's EQ wasn't that high, but it was too low. It's fine, I can't eat any of this. You can give it to Long Jia. What if her grandfather misunderstands? It's fine. After speaking, Lu Che turned and left Hyatt Regency, leaving Tongning staring blankly at the fresh seafood feast. After finishing his work, Mo Ting came out of the study room. Seeing Tongning's helpless expression, he couldn't help but approach her from behind and hug her. What's wrong? You don't like to eat this either, Tongning replied as she pulled out her phone and gave Long Jia a phone call. Lu Che sent some seafood over by air. Do you want to bring it home to try? Long Jia had just returned home. Her focus wasn't on the seafood but on Lu Che. She realized she couldn't help but feel tempted. But, after holding it in for a while, she still felt it wasn't right, so she rejected, forget it, I'm already home. I can't eat it and Ting doesn't like it either. It won't be fresh overnight. Otherwise, I would have to throw it away. Don't throw it away. I'll be right there. Long Jia quickly changed her clothes and returned to Hyatt Regency. She packed up all the seafood that Lu Che had sent and took it home. However, she didn't take it out to eat. Instead, she placed it in the fridge as if she had a crush on him. When you have a crush on someone, even if they were to give you a normal piece of tissue, you would treasure it and keep it so that you could dry it and turn it into a specimen. After having a shower, Tongning lay in bed thinking about Long Jia and Lu Che. Suddenly, she felt a cold sensation on her chest. It turned out, Mo Ting had undone her robe and his warm hand slid down to her waist and wrapped around her. Tongning looked at Mo Ting with misty eyes. She was a little flustered, but of course, she was also a little expectant. Since you're going to be gone for so long, shouldn't you compensate me in advance? In reality, Tongning didn't actually need Mo Ting's help. Tongning's desire for him was already the same. As long as two people were serious about each other, even a simple glance was enough to trigger an intense tsunami. Soon, the two robes were undone and scattered on the big white bed. Their bodies were pressed tightly against each other, their sweat intertwined, and their hands were intertwined. This made the love seem especially intense in the dark, and it made one's face blush and heart race. Neither of them liked to talk, so Mo Ting was more familiar with Tongning's moans and breaths. Especially when she couldn't help but bite his shoulder when they were aroused, Mo Ting couldn't help but fall deeply in love with the woman in his arms from head to toe. He wanted to blend in with her like this until the end of time. But, the thing that made Tongning's heart flutter the most was, no matter what Mo Ting demanded, no matter how embarrassing they were after falling from the clouds, he would always pull her into his embrace. He hugged her tightly, there was no expression or comfort, but the action of a tight hug was better than 1,000 words. A moment later, Mo Ting suddenly sat up with Tongning in his arms. Just as he was about to get off the bed, Tongning held him back. Mo Ting was confused. Tongning was like a shameless doll as she leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. Mo Ting turned on the bedside lamp and gently stroked Tongning's back with a slight smile. Aren't you going to shower? I just want you to hug me like this. Tongning buried her head into Mo Ting's chest. I don't want to be separated from you. Didn't you refuse to let me go to England with you? I just don't want you to be too tired. You just don't want me to be too tired. In reality, both of them were well aware of this. But, for Mo Ting, who had slowly turned doting on his wife into his career, how could he possibly let her stay in London on her own? But, he did not tell Tongning. He simply waited to give his wife another surprise. That night, the two of them couldn't sleep. They hugged each other and chatted until dawn. Not long after, Zihao and Long Jia arrived at Hyatt Regency to pick Tongning up. However, before they left, Tongning still clung on to Mo Ting. Wait for me. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and stroked Tongning's long hair. The wedding ring between his fingers shone brightly under the sunlight. After arriving at the airport, Long Jia suddenly realized she had forgotten to bring her passport. However, grandfather was definitely taking a walk at this time and there was no way she could go back the way she came, there was no time. Tongning remembered her old apartment wasn't too far from Hai Rue, so she asked Long Jia to give Lu Che a phone call. She knew Long Jia had a habit of hiding her keys. Long Jia hesitated for a moment. In the end, work was more important. So, she bit the bullet and gave Lu Che a phone call. Lu Che. What happened? Um, I forgot to take my passport. Can you come to my house? The house key is hidden in the mailbox at the door. The passport should still be on the bed. Originally, Luce didn't have time. Mo Ting still had a lot of documents waiting for him to deliver. If it was anyone else, he would have told them to leave. But, it was Long Jia, no matter how troublesome it was, he couldn't refuse it. Just you wait. Luce was actually more aware of the boarding time than the others, so he immediately drove over to Long Jia's apartment and successfully found the key. Actually, the furnishings in the house were pretty much the same as when Tongning left. This wasn't Luce's first time here, but without Long Jia around, he felt a little nervous. He pushed open the door and entered Long Jia's room. The passport was indeed on the bed, but there was also a pile of bras and panties that Long Jia hadn't had time to tidy up. Luce's face turned slightly red as he grabbed his passport and left. In his heart, only things that belonged to his future wife could be looked at in such a way. However, because he was in too much of a rush, Luce bumped into a chair, causing him to groan in pain. Even when he arrived at the airport, he was still limping. However, he pretended to be calm. Sorry for making you come all the way here. I'm fine. Luce took out his passport and leaned against the car door, pretending to be cool. Have a safe journey. Long Jia was in a hurry, so she didn't notice Luce's expression as she rushed into the airport. As for Luce, he waited until she was far away before lifting up his trousers to take a look. The skin on his left knee had been scraped off. What an idiot. Of course, there were even more idiots. Because the airport departure lounge was on the second floor, Tongning and Xianxia could see Luce's reaction from downstairs. I bet the collision was pretty bad, Xianxia teased Luce as he sipped on his coffee. Two blockheads bumping into each other, there's going to be a good show to watch. Tongning laughed. But, wasn't love supposed to turn someone into an idiot and make them do stupid things for each other? Thinking about it, it was quite sweet. Because she was worried about bumping into fans, Tongning didn't dare to walk around casually. But, to her surprise, she once again saw the tall and skinny man. It was the reporter from Huarong that bumped into Mo Ting dropping her off at the airport. Tongning's memory had always been good, especially when it came to people with bad intentions. She was able to quickly remember their gaze and analyze their intentions. This time, the man was polite as he handed her his business card. Miss Tang, do you still remember me? A reporter from Huarong, Tongning blurted out. The man was a little surprised that Tongning could accurately identify his agency without looking at his business card. But, it only lasted for a moment before he recovered his smile. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Are you attending the London fashion show? Tongning nodded her head politely. Are you not here with your previous boyfriend? The man scanned Tongning's surroundings. After confirming there was no one suspicious, he let her off the hook. In that case, I'll see you in London. What's this all about? Xianxia immediately asked. What do you mean by previous boyfriend? Last time, when Hai Rui was in trouble, I accompanied Mo Ting overseas. This reporter saw me getting out of Mo Ting's car, but he had no idea it was Mo Ting, Tongning explained. I'm afraid we won't have a good week in London. Someone is going to have their eyes on us. What are you afraid of? President Mo didn't come with us. Xianxia tried to calm Tongning down. Compared to this reporter, he was more worried about Lanchi playing some tricks. Of course, Tongning would have never imagined that a small studio like this would end up entangling with her. Has Tongning already set off for London? Lanchi asked Luo Hao, who was pacing back and forth in Qingtian Entertainment's office. She should be on a plane right now, Luo Hao replied. Have you already made arrangements in London? This time, we found a famous Korean paparazzi. If Tongning does anything suspicious, it will be impossible for her to escape their cameras, Luo Hao said as he twirled his fingers. He had a calm and arrogant expression on his face. He had always been the epitome of a hypocrite, everyone knew this. Give them all the privileges they want. Until they find what we are looking for. Lanchi yelled before turning to Luo Hao, we need to find a few more newcomers to train. I don't feel comfortable with only Hua Yuan. By the time Tongning and her entourage arrived in London, it was noon in the UK. As Tongning boarded her car, she glanced at the reporter from Huarong. This man was very strange. He was not one of the clingy paparazzi, but he exuded a dangerous aura. Tongming made sure she was on guard against him and did not throw his business card into the bin. Tongming received a phone call from Mo Ting 10 minutes after she landed. After checking in with her husband that she was safe, she decided to check in at the hotel arranged by the agency. JK's show is in 2 days. We need to go for an interview first. Although Ching Tian recommended you to be the opening act, we can't confirm it yet. You can make the arrangements. Tongming, what do you think of Lanxi for getting to give you resources? And Zihao had always wanted to know. JK is a top fashion brand, why would I reject them? But, since she gave me such a great resource, I'm sure. The thing she wants won't be simple. I will be careful, and Zihao replied. Hurry and get used to your jet lag. You have a lot of work ahead of you. After Zihao left, Tongming lay in bed and closed her eyes. She should have been exhausted, but her mind was becoming more and more awake. This was because they were on an international runway. It was completely different to the small shows she had previously attended. If she could really walk on JK's runway, she would definitely be able to grab hold of more international resources. But, between her and Mo Ting, it seemed, there was only one step between them. Perhaps it was because their minds were connected, Mo Ting unexpectedly gave her another phone call. Tongming held on to her phone and couldn't help but laugh. How did you know I was thinking about you? It was already nighttime in Beijing. After returning home and not seeing any familiar figures, Mo Ting naturally thought Tongming wasn't a noisy person, but he felt the house was cold and empty. Without her around, he wasn't used to it. Mrs. Mo, if you are really gone for a week, my body and mind will be tormented. I want to see you right now, I want to hug you and kiss you. Being in a foreign country and lying on a completely unfamiliar bed, Tongming was the one who was truly tormented. But, President Mo, from tonight onwards, I have a lot of work to do. I will have to endure for now. Endure, he never intended to endure. So, as Mo Ting coaxed Tongming to sleep, he sent Lu Che a message telling him to book a plane ticket to London. However, after a quick meeting with Tongming, he immediately flew back to Beijing. He had an important banquet that night. After receiving Mo Ting's message, Lu Che wondered if it was really necessary for Mo Ting to fly for 20 hours just to see Tongming. Ting. Wait for me. Soon, I will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Hearing Tongming's words, Mo Ting's heart was moved. So what if he had to fly for 20 hours? He had already said, as long as Tongming wanted to do something, he would accompany her. Even if it was just a quick meeting was good enough. 6 p.m., Tongming and Zihao arrived at JK's show venue. The venue was located in a large church on the outskirts of London. JK's main theme for this episode was soul and rebirth. All of the costumes were mainly black and white, with black datura flowers, black and white wings, and other elements that represented darkness and light completely integrated into the costumes. It was as though the two extremes of life were pulling at each other. Now that she was at the international fashion show, it was rare to see such chaotic scenes. In the spacious backstage, there were only models changing and applying makeup. This made Tongming feel like she had returned to her 19-year-old self in France. While Zihao was communicating with JK, Tongming was in the backstage trying on her makeup. At such a high-class fashion show, apart from her, there were no other Asian faces. After all, there weren't many Asian models that were qualified to appear in such a high-class fashion show. Tongming stood in front of the mirror. From head to toe, she was only wearing a pair of black underwear. This was the norm for a model. At this moment, all she had to do was stretch out her arms and someone would put on the clothes that the designer was satisfied with. JK's designer was a 40-something-year-old man. He could be considered half a Beijinger. With a full beard, his entire body was filled with an artistic aura. As he scanned Tongming from head to toe, he realized her legs were so beautiful that it was impossible to ignore them. So, with a snap of his fingers, he instructed his assistant to bring over his finale outfit for Tongming to try on. It was a deep V-black dress. The body of the dress was made from a translucent black chiffon with black web-like threads intertwining with each other. It was like a trapped soul. On her left shoulder, there was a blooming black datura flower that extended from her shoulder to her lower abdomen. The darkness. The evil. The struggle. As soon as Tang Ning put it on, the aura she gave off was like an evil force that had been trapped for a long time. It was about to break free and regain its freedom. This is the feeling of evil breaking free. Okay, very good. You will be the finale. What was originally supposed to be an opening had become the finale. This was completely unexpected for Tang Ning. But, what was even more unexpected was, JK's show had to be paired up with a male model. In order to get the order right, they had to walk in advance. It was only when Tang Ning stepped onto the stage that she saw the man for the first time. He was a 1.9m tall supermodel. He was young, handsome and looked to be in his early 20s. He had a pair of deep blue eyes that were filled with charisma and confidence. However, just as Tang Ning brushed shoulders with him, he suddenly stretched out his hand and took the opportunity to pinch Tang Ning's thigh. Tang Ning turned her head and looked at him coldly. She was trying to warn him. Sorry, your legs are too beautiful. I really want to kiss them, the man said straightforwardly. If you continue to act like this, I will think this is how British people are raised, Tang Ning warned. After speaking, she separated from the male model. The young model did not care as he continued to smile foolishly at Tang Ning. After walking in, Tang Ning stepped off the stage. And Zihao immediately handed her a jacket and helped her put it on. What just happened? What happened to that male model? Nothing. Tang Ning simply assumed the man was confused. Actually, at a show like this, it was common for someone to touch someone and then take the opportunity to hug someone else. Especially backstage. Anything could be seen. Tang Ning put on her jacket and prepared to return backstage with Zihao. But, because she was very sensitive to cameras, she noticed an unusual flash of light coming from a corner. It looks like someone is secretly taking photos, Tang Ning said to Zihao. Zihao glanced at Tang Ning and followed her gaze to the corner. He then patted her on the shoulder. Go get changed backstage first. Leave this to me. Tang Ning nodded her head. She had a rough guess, so she did not immediately head backstage. Instead, she watched as Zihao walked towards a corner of the church. A moment later, a black shadow appeared from under the chair. Perhaps it was because the shadow was too professional and had become used to escaping, and Zihao did not manage to catch it. Forget it, there are plenty of people out there that spy on design secrets. It may not be directed at me. Perhaps I am overthinking things. Zihao returned to Tang Ning's side and shielded her. I will be more careful. Let's go get changed first. However, they had no idea that this was one of the South Korean paparazzi that Luo Hao had sent. After escaping from the church, he held onto his camera and smiled proudly. His luck was not bad. He managed to capture a photo of Tang Ning flirting with a male model. The scene of them touching each other's legs was captured in high definition. It didn't take long before Luo Hao, who was back in China, received a photo from the paparazzi. This was only the first day, yet Tang Ning. By the time she returned because she thought she could be gilded, she would find that her name had become infamous. In reality, the reporter from Huarong Studio was also present at the show. He had been searching for an artist that could make him famous. Tang Ning had always been known for keeping a low profile. But, ever since he saw her say goodbye to a man intimately in the US, she had left a deep impression on him. So, this time in London, he was confident he would be able to capture an intimate photo of her with the man and obtain evidence. Of course, he was disdainful of the paparazzi who kept snapping photos of Tang Ning. Material like this was only used for low-level hype. Only low-level hype would be used. What he wanted to capture was evidence of Tang Ning being intimate with a man. So, his hotel room was located opposite Tang Ning's. November in London wasn't as cold as Beijing. A simple trench coat was enough to keep out the cold. On the way back to the hotel, Tang Ning closed her eyes and took a nap. Long Jia knelt in front of her and gave her a massage. Her heart ached as she pinched her calves. Due to wearing high heels for a long time, Tang Ning's leg muscles were tight. As they entered the hotel's underground car park, Zihao was the first to step out of the car. As soon as he saw Mo Ting, dressed in a black trench coat, leaning against his sports car, he couldn't help but be stunned. Tongning had already fallen asleep. Long Jie jumped out of the car and was about to wake her up when Mo Ting gestured for her to be quiet. He then bent over and carried Tongning out of the back seat. He let her lean firmly in his arms. "This hotel isn't safe. I will take her to the manor." And Zihao nodded his head and reminded, "You need to start work at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Come pick her up tomorrow morning. I will send the address to you." After speaking, Mo Ting placed Tongning in his sports car and sped away. And Zihao thought back to Mo Ting's words about the hotel not being safe and the paparazzi at the church today. As a manager, he didn't want to think too much about it. But, he knew Xianxia was definitely capable of doing something like this. He thought back to the time he was intimate with Xianxia and the shadow in the shadows. He thought back to the past that he had long sealed away. He really didn't want Xianxia's death to have anything to do with Xianxia. The Maybach sped along and stopped at a manor. As it was a private property, the security system was top-notch. Mo Ting unbuckled his seatbelt and looked at Tongning, at the woman that he missed every minute of separation. They only had 2 hours to see each other, yet she chose to sleep alone, but Mo Ting didn't want to wake her up. He simply hugged her and hugged her. Even if it was just a whiff of her scent, he was satisfied. However, before her exhaustion from wearing high heels for a long period of time on a plane and walking on the runway had subsided, her legs suddenly cramped up. She opened her eyes in pain and bumped into Mo Ting's chest. Tongning was stunned. She almost thought she was dreaming. A moment later, Mo Ting released her from his embrace and lifted her legs onto his knees. With a pair of strong hands, he gently held onto her calves. "Why are you here?" "I'll charge it," Mo Ting replied. Tongning happily stretched out her arms and hugged Mo Ting. To her, Mo Ting was like air to her. "You only have 2 hours, what do you want to do?" Mo Ting asked as he gently patted her back. "We can only see each other for 2 hours. Why did you come?" Tongning patted him on the shoulder helplessly. "It's a 20-hour flight and we still have to cross the ocean. As long as I can hug you for 2 seconds, these 20 hours will be worth it, so, even you know how to do things like this." Tongning turned her head and placed a kiss on Mo Ting's earlobe. She then moved her lips to his. However, Mo Ting did not move an inch, he did not have the slightest reaction. "If you don't want it, then forget it." Mo Ting didn't wait for Tongning to retreat as he held on to her cheeks and passionately planted a passionate kiss on her face without holding anything back. Tongning did not return to the hotel. This was what the paparazzi in England told Xianxia and Luo Hao. The two were still in Qingtian's office late at night. They looked at each other and asked, "Did you find out where she went?" "We were afraid of being exposed, so we didn't dare to follow her closely. We simply noticed the lights in her room were off, so we became suspicious. Continue to keep an eye out. If you see any evidence, don't miss it." Xianxia hung up the video call and turned to ask Luo Hao, "What do you think Tongning is doing at a time like this? What else could she be doing? If she's not in her room, apart from fooling around with a man, is there any reason for her to go out? There's no use talking, you need to get a photo." After seeing photos of Tongning flirting with a model, they were confident in this Korean paparazzi. The reporters from Huarong Studio also noticed something was amiss. Tongning did not return to the hotel. And Zihao and Long Jie's rooms were lit up, only Tongning's room was unresponsive. He immediately thought back to the day at the airport in the US. There were so many hotels, he might as well wait at the airport. Perhaps, God would give him a pleasant surprise. Time passed slowly while they were at work, but as long as they were together, time seemed to pass by in the blink of an eye. This was a short and hard-earned 2 hours. The couple did not go anywhere. They simply kissed and hugged in the car, not a second was wasted. There are at least 4 paparazzi staying at the hotel booked by Qingtian. Before you returned, I spoke to the manager of the hotel and looked at the surveillance footage. These 4 people are following the same path as you. Mo Ting explained to Tongning before he left. The hotel was booked by Qingtian, so of course he couldn't let it go. So, the first thing he needed to do was to check the hotel's safety. After listening to Mo Ting, Tongning told him everything that happened at the church. I've already asked Lu Che to investigate their background. Don't be afraid. Tongming let out a gentle laugh as she shook her head. I'm not afraid. I just need to find out if they were sent by the media or by Qing Tian. Even though, I'm not sure what Lan Shi's motive is. Mo Ting ran his hand through Tongming's hair without saying a word. He was secretly opening Hai Rui's doors for Tongming. It can't be anything good. Be careful. It's still early to work. Go to the manor and get some sleep. I'll send you to the airport, Tongming replied. Mo Ting held onto her shoulder and shook his head. Do you want to see how tired you look? Be a good girl. As soon as I have time, I will fly over. Tongming did not insist. She simply placed her forehead against Mo Ting's and enjoyed the last bit of intimacy. So, Mo Ting came and left on his own. Hua Rong's reporter had been waiting at the airport the entire time. As soon as he saw the sunglasses-wearing Mo Ting, he had no idea that Mo Ting was the man he wanted to photograph. He simply sighed. The CEO of Hai Rui was indeed a legend. Lu Che sent over some information. The paparazzi following Tongming were all from South Korea. They were a very professional group. Lu Che also found out that the reason they were sent out was because they had contact with Qing Tian's artist's director, Luo Hao. The answer was obvious. And Ziheo's expression did not look good. He suddenly realized a lot of things. Back then, although the incident between him and Xianxia was exposed by Yang Jing and Luo Hao, the person that provided the evidence was the shadow that was hiding in the dark. In other words, was it Lan Shi? So many years had passed since the incident with Xianxia. Was Lan Shi planning to use the same trick again? After taking Xianxia's life, did she want to take Tongming's life as well? I wonder what that group of people managed to capture. I used to really like President Lan. I felt she was capable and generous like a heroine. Yet, she turned out to be such a heartless and unscrupulous person. Long Jia couldn't help but sigh. Tongming sat on the hotel bed, her heart extremely calm. No matter how ruthless Lan Shi was, it couldn't stop her determination to become an international supermodel. Lan Shi was ruthless, but she could actually be even more ruthless than Lan Shi. Seeing Tongming so quiet, and Ziheo was actually a little afraid of her. After spending so much time together, he had a certain understanding of Tongming. She was also a type of silence, but Tongming's calmness was enough to reveal her different state of mind. For example, when she was with Mo Ting, her calmness carried a sense of relaxation. For example, when she was with outsiders, her calmness carried a sense of alienation. For example, at this moment, Tongming's calmness had reached a frightening point. The more she remained silent, the more likely it was that she was thinking of a way to retaliate against Lan Shi. Lan Shi had already gotten to this point. So, Tongming's future was no longer with Qing Tian. What do you plan to do? What else can I do? I'll let her take as many photos as she wants. Tongming revealed a gentle smile. She didn't seem to care. But, and Ziheo knew, if Lan Shi was the mantis, then Tongming would be the Oriole. Your current mission is to focus on JK's show. No matter how important anything else is, it won't be more important than the show. But, Lan Shi may not be willing to let me appear on the runway. Right now, she is considering whether to use me or destroy me. Tongming's mind was as clear as ever as she lifted her head and looked into Ziheo's eyes. If you were Lan Shi, what would you choose? The problem is that she hasn't captured anything yet, not necessarily. Tongming was referring to the incident where the male model touched her thigh. As long as Lan Shi wanted to, even if it was a small matter, with careful planning, it could destroy her reputation. Just focus on preparing for the show. As for everything else, I'll handle it, and Ziheo instructed in seriousness. Tongming smiled. She trusted in Ziheo, but not completely. In this world, the only person she could truly trust was Mo Ting. Tongming, I really didn't know you were in such a difficult situation. Is Lan Shi following you like this partly because she's afraid Lu Che and I are just a front for you and you are the one truly connected to Hai Rui? Tongming looked at Lan Shi. After hearing this, Tongming shook her head. No. If Lan Shi really suspected that I was having an affair with Hai Rui, then it wouldn't be hard for her to guess my relationship with Mo Ting. She has never believed that Mo Ting would be interested in me. Why? Because even Mo Ting didn't like her. In her eyes, Mo Ting, who didn't even like her, wouldn't have the time to play around with a small model like me. In reality, deep down, Xianxia was an arrogant person. She would not allow others to be better than her, nor would she allow others to escape her control. How arrogant. Although Xianxia felt a little better after hearing Tang Ning's comforting words, Xianxia still felt a little better. But, she felt that since Tang Ning had tried her best to hide her relationship with Mo Ting, it wasn't time to reveal it yet. So, as soon as she returned to her room, she sent Luce a message. After sending the message, she felt like her brain had gone numb as she leaned against the wall with a red face. Why don't we move in together? Luce was in the middle of handling some documents. As soon as he saw Xianxia's message, he was shocked as he immediately replied with a string of question marks. This person with low EQ thought Xianxia had sent the message to the wrong person. Aren't we an engaged couple? Why don't we pretend to move in together? Since you already have the keys to my house, why don't you drop by from time to time? Is your brain gone numb? Xianxia. Low EQ was a type of illness. After Xianxia and Xianxia returned to their respective rooms, Tang Ning walked over to her bed and pulled back the curtains to admire the night view of London. In her heart, she thought about how Xianxia wanted to deal with her and how she would deal with Xianxia. But, if Xianxia wanted her life. The next morning, Tang Ning was awoken by a knock on her door. She thought it was either Xianxia or Xianxia. But, as she got changed and opened the door, she was greeted by the young male model from yesterday. I've finally found you. Beautiful oriental legs. The man stretched out his arms to give Tang Ning a hug, but Tang Ning quickly dodged. My name is Gabby. I really want to meet you. Goddess, you are very sexy. Tang Ning did not respond as she closed the door and gave Xianxia a phone call. At a time like this, for a man like this to appear, Tang Ning couldn't help but connect him to the man from Qingtian. Xianxia quickly dealt with the male model and returned to Tang Ning's room. You are currently being followed and these random people have suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It is quite suspicious. If even Xianxia had noticed, how could Tang Ning not know? Xianxia is really closing in on us. Not only this, Luo Hao, who was even more cunning than Xianxia, knew deep down that Tang Ning was not easy to deal with. If he continued to drag things out, she would definitely retaliate. So, Luo Hao did not ask for Xianxia's permission as he directly posted the photos he had in his hands online. The title was, Tang Ning's virtuous mask is torn as she flirts with a male model. The article even hinted that he was an insider and knew Tang Ning had a boyfriend. But, on one hand, she was flirting with the backview dream man, while on the other hand, she was seducing a male model overseas. He couldn't stand to watch any longer. Tang Ning had always been known for her innocence. Now that there was such a lustful accusation, the netizens immediately joined in the scolding war. Female celebrities were different from male celebrities. Even if a male celebrity had these scandals, they would be quickly buried. But when it came to a female celebrity, even if they were innocent, they would still be held on to by others. In fact, the media would dig up dirt on them from time to time. Lustful, no one expected this. Luo Hao's actions were too fast and too ruthless. Especially when it was related to the word lustful. It was something that men loved to search for. It didn't take long before it became #1 in popularity. However, at this time, Mo Ting had just stepped off the plane. After seeing the news, Xianxia's face turned scarlet red. Holding onto an entertainment magazine, she stomped into Luo Hao's office in high heels and threw it in front of him. Why did you make the decision on your own? Luo Hao put down the documents in his hands and stood up from his chair. He then explained to Xianxia, because, if we wait any longer, Tang Ning will retaliate. She is a woman that likes to think. With the information we have, it is enough to destroy her. Since that's the case, why should we continue to wait? Xianxia did not respond. To be exact, she knew Luo Hao was doing the right thing, but she didn't like people that made decisions on their own. Tang Ning was currently in the UK. As long as Qingtian did not interfere with PR and allowed the scandal to spread, all that awaited Tang Ning was the hatred and destruction of the netizens. Don't forget, Tang Ning was even able to walk away from the bed-climbing scandal. This time, I will not let her make a comeback. I have a series of preparations. After speaking, Luo Hao showed Lan Shi the information he had prepared. As long as Tang Ning dared to refute him, he would hand over a set of information to slap her in the face. He refused to believe that this time, no one would be able to save Tang Ning. Oh God, I never thought Tang Ning would appear so aloof on the outside, but on the inside, she is actually so lustful. I previously heard that when she went overseas for work, she never stayed in a hotel arranged by the agency. Where else could she have gone? She must have found someone to satisfy her lust. Didn't she say she doesn't have a boyfriend? Previously, during Feng Kai's interview, I already felt her relationship with the Backview Dream Man was a bit ambiguous. Am I the only one that noticed she seduced a married man? I've already said this B*TCH has a problem. Yet, a bunch of people praised her for having a high EQ. She's almost been hyped up. Isn't she just a model? Dominating the trending searches all day long, is that okay? I bet that woman is still lying under a foreign hunk. In an instant, comments attacking Tang Ning threatened to crash the servers. As for the media outlet that released the news, they had never seen such a high number of reposts before. They couldn't stop laughing. Tell the B*TCH to stay in London and never come back. After the incident broke out, the media immediately contacted Qingtian Entertainment to ask the artist's director if he was aware of Tang Ning's situation. Luo Hao simply replied, I'm not too sure. After the incident broke out, Qingtian Entertainment did not do anything. This gave the public a signal. Qingtian Entertainment had chosen to be passive towards Tang Ning's matter. This meant there was indeed a problem with Tang Ning, and Qingtian Entertainment had no choice but to give up. The media immediately contacted Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was watching Tang Ning's rehearsal. When he received the phone call, he had no idea what was going on. He immediately asked Long Jie to do a search on his phone. Long Jie did not look too good. As she handed it to Xianxia, her neck was red with anger. Xianxia received the phone and looked at it. He gestured for her to comfort Tang Ning and not let her see through his act. Right now, the most important thing to her was JK's show. Long Jie tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart as she made an okay gesture. Xianxia held onto his phone as he walked out of the venue. Standing outside the church, he gave Lan Shi a phone call. President Lan, you sure have a good plan. Tang Ning sure is unlucky. After working so hard for so long, in the end, she has been slandered by her own agency. This time, she can be completely blackened. Doesn't that mean your wish has come true? Xianxia, even if you give up on Tang Ning, there are still thousands of Tang Nings out there. She only has herself to blame for her current situation. Don't you know that? Lan Shi scoffed in disdain. If she was a little more obedient and didn't think too much, she would definitely have a bright future ahead of her. Not to mention JK's show, even the best would be hers. Since she has gotten to this point, she can't blame anyone. Xianxia took a deep breath. He suddenly felt Lan Shi was quite pitiful. Tang Ning simply wanted to pursue her dreams. She didn't get in anyone's way. So. I'm sorry, Lan Shi. Lan Shi could tell there was a hidden meaning in Xianxia's words as her eyebrows slowly furrowed. What do you mean? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking, did you also cause Xianxia's death? Hearing this question, hearing this name that hadn't been mentioned for a long time, Lan Shi froze for a moment before scoffing. You know better than me how Xianxia died. As for Tang Ning, I want her to never be able to reincarnate. Xianxia felt he had nothing else to say to Lan Shi, so he hung up the phone. However, he did not make this phone call for nothing, because he had recorded it. Afterwards, Xianxia picked up a call from the Beijing media and yelled, none of this is the truth. I hope the media can follow their professional ethics and not insult someone's innocence. Hairui's CEO's office. After returning to Beijing, Mo Ting had just sat down when he saw the rumor online. He immediately gave Xianxia a phone call. Mo Ting, don't worry, Tang Ning doesn't know yet. I have no intention of letting her know in case it affects her JK show. Xianxia reassured. Plus, I have a recording in my hands that proves Lan Shi deliberately defamed Tang Ning. Take good care of Tang Ning, don't let her mood be affected. Also, send me the recording. Mo Ting instructed. The Mo Ting at this moment was completely different to how he normally felt when he was with Tongning. It was at this moment that Nzihao realized this Mo Ting was the same Mo Ting that the public was familiar with. He was an absolute king that had the power to rule over everything. I'll send it over right away. Nzihao felt that if he kept the recording in his hands, it wouldn't be as useful as handing it to Mo Ting. So, Nzihao directly sent the recording to Mo Ting. However, he forgot that there was a part of the recording that talked about Xianxia's death. Mo Ting received the recording and listened to it once. He then instructed someone to get rid of the part of Xianxia and handed it to Lu Che for him to investigate. Put this recording on the most eye-catching headline and place it in the hottest spot for a month. No one is allowed to remove it from the hottest searches. Let's call it, Tongning got defamed because she offended you. A month? Lu Che was a little surprised. Didn't that mean Xianxia was waiting to be gang-raped? A month. On top of that, get some of the media to extract the single sentence in the recording and find a professional team to create a joke for President Lan. Doesn't she want absolute power? I'll give it to her right now. After speaking, Mo Ting handed his phone to Lu Che. Remember, if anyone wants to buy the rankings, use double the price to suppress them. Put Xianxia's news on the headlines for a month. Hey, have you guys seen the recording on the top trending topic? What gossip is it this time? What else could it be? It turns out the CEO of Xianxia Entertainment hired someone to slander Tongning yesterday because she didn't listen to her. Oh God, who does she think she is? Does she think she's a god that rules over others? Another reversal? Netizens quickly clicked open the top trending topic and discovered it was a complete recording. Rumor had it that the voices belonged to Tongning's manager, Nzihao, and Xianxia's CEO, Lan Shi. Plenty of people had seen them before, so they were certain the voices belonged to them. As for the recording, it was Nzihao questioning Lan Shi about why she wasn't satisfied after she had ruined Tongning's reputation. In response, Lan Shi arrogantly explained that it was because Tongning was disobedient that she decided to take revenge. She didn't even hesitate to destroy her own model. Netizens began to discuss, the entertainment industry was indeed a deep pool. When looking at the truth, one should never look at the surface. Afterwards, Tongning quickly became the weaker party. Especially those that had similar experiences, they immediately expressed their own experiences and expressed their support for Tongning in the comments below the post. Being rich is great, but being rich enough to destroy other people's dreams and lives is completely rubbish. Lan Shi is just the tip of the iceberg. Forgive me for being blunt, but the entertainment industry is a stinking drain that only holds rubbish. Actually, I want to say, who posted this message? Really, it's kind of cool. The reason why Tongning is being slandered is because she has stood in the way of too many people. She is too pure and innocent. The industry loves to associate with evil. Tongning, if you continue to be so innocent, you will be done for. But, I will still support you. By the way, did you ask someone to post this on the headlines? If it was, please accept my knees. In less than a day, the tables had turned. Of course, the audience had already gotten used to Tongning being slandered, so they weren't too surprised by the final reversal. But, the content that was revealed was still enough for them to discuss excitedly. Meanwhile, night had just fallen. Inside Lan Shi's high-class apartment, she sat on the soft sofa, staring at the headlines of the entertainment news. Her heart was filled with anger. Lan Shi pulled out her phone and gave Luo Hao a phone call, telling him to find someone to deal with it. But Luo Hao told her, it's no use. If I pay to take down the rankings, the other party will immediately double the price. Did you find out who did this? Lan Shi stood up from the sofa and paced back and forth in the living room, and Nzihao was definitely the one who gave us the recording, but who is behind this powerful and influential person? Who did Nzihao contact? I can't find anything. It could be Nzihao himself, or it could be him and Tongning. Or perhaps Nzihao has found an opponent. Didn't you say it's foolproof? Didn't you say you were going to destroy Tongning's reputation? Who was the one who got beaten up in the end? It's me. Do you know how embarrassed I felt when the higher-ups of Xianxia saw this? I can't wait to find a hole to hide in. Lanchi said angrily. Because of her emotions, her stomach hurt as she knelt on the floor. And Zihao has been in the industry for so many years. Even if it's not as easy to build connections as before, finding your enemies is a piece of cake. So, President Lan. Removing Zihao from his position as Tongning's manager cannot be delayed. The first thing Luo Hao thought of was to separate Tongning and Zihao. But they had never thought that in fact, the person that had been playing them like monkeys behind their backs was Mo Ting. It had always been Mo Ting. Anyway, didn't you plan to poach someone from another agency? According to Zihao's capabilities, doing something like this is the best way to make use of him. We need to make sure Tongning is isolated and helpless before we can move on to the next step. They had just made a move and they were already beaten up. Yet, they still wanted to move on to the next step. Lan Shi knelt on the sofa and took deep breaths. First, think of a way to remove the headlines. Then, give Zihao a phone call and ask him to find a new manager. I know what to do. Luo Hao was indeed meticulous and calm. But sometimes, there were some things that a mere artist's director like him could not change. For example, take Qing Tian's search results for example. No matter what he did, he couldn't shake them off. London. Tonight, JK's show was about to begin. Over the past 2 days, Tongning had been busy rehearsing, meeting with JK's designers and trying to gain control of the company's resources. So, she had no idea Beijing was in chaos because of her. Lan Shi and Zihao's recording had yet to be removed from the front page of the internet. As a result, Qing Tian had suffered a lot of damage, especially to their reputation. But, who was to blame? As soon as Tongning had time, she would call Mo Ting. But, Mo Ting did not tell her about this interesting incident. Because of the exposure of the recording, the paparazzi that Lan Shi had previously hired had no choice but to withdraw. But, this didn't mean Tongning wasn't in danger. Don't forget, there was still a reporter from Huarong waiting to catch her. Are you nervous? Take a deep breath. Just before the show started, Long Jia asked as she fanned Tongning. Tongning looked at the chaotic backstage with a calm expression. I can't believe it. This time, no one was going to steal her finale and no one was going to argue with her. This was a runway that belonged solely to her, a runway that was purely for the sake of Asian models. You can't believe Lan Shi hasn't come to cause trouble, right? Long Jia smiled. Right now, she can't even take care of herself, how could she have the time to deal with you? What do you mean? Long Jia did not say a word, but she had a meaningful smile on her face. Of course, she did not tell Tongning that there was a person that had once again left work to travel across the ocean just to witness her every beautiful moment. This person was in the audience. Seeing Long Jia did not respond, Tongning did not ask any further. After all, she was going to find out sooner or later. And Zihao is still on the phone outside. Let me go check on him, the show is about to start. Long Jia was afraid Tongning would ask, so she found an excuse to leave to look for Zihao. At this time, Zihao was filled with anger and complicated emotions. It was the agency's decision to let you leave Tongning. As long as you are still Qing Tian's manager, you will have to obey our arrangements. On the other end of the phone, Luo Hao said firmly. Of course, you can leave Qing Tian, but Tongning will still be a model. We will find a new manager to follow her, so there is no need for you. If you put more effort into training newcomers, you will have more than just Hua Yuan. Why must you always go against Tongning? And Zihao couldn't understand. Lan Shi actually wanted to remove him from his position as Tongning's manager? It's not that we want to go against Tongning, it's that Tongning wants to go against us. The agency is a team, but as the agency's model, when has Tongning ever obeyed Lan Shi's orders? And Zihao, don't forget, without Qing Tian, there would be no you and there would be no Tongning today. Luo Hao's words were powerful, his tone was filled with arrogance and mockery. No, and Zihao, you have already lost the right to be a top manager because you betrayed Lan Shi. After hearing Luo Hao's words, and Zihao's lips curved upwards in mockery. However, his mood was no longer as heavy as before. Luo Hao, whether I have the right or not is not up to you to decide. After all, the position of artist's director was given to you by Lan Shi because I gave it up. I seem to understand how to be a manager better than you. Plus, you need to be a person first. As for my position, no one in Qingtian can replace me. I believe, with my experience and knowledge of Qingtian's secrets, even if Lanshi were to choose someone to leave, it would not be me, and Zihao. After speaking, and Zihao hung up the phone, he had no intention of taking Lanshi's orders to heart. However, this conversation was eventually overheard by Long Jia, who had come out to look for Tongning, heir. The show has already started, do you want to watch? Of course I want to watch. This is Tongning's international runway. What did the international runway represent? His inbox was filled with invitations. The emails that were once in Chinese had all been converted to English. This was before Tongning had even walked on the runway. JK's publicity campaign had already included a mysterious Asian face. The reason why people had faith in Tongning was because of the Oriental trend that she had created in North America. Over the past few years, Oriental elements had become a popular element in the fashion industry. And Zihao and Long Jia looked at each other. Just as they were about to enter the church, they turned around and saw two Americans, a man and a woman, squatting on the steps and smoking. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but Zihao was sensitive enough to overhear the words Tongning coming from their mouths. How much did you receive from them? Those nouveau riches from the East sure offered a lot of money. However, I only told Gabby half the amount and he agreed to push that Asian model down on the runway today. Gabby. And Zihao remembered this name, it was Tongning's runway partner. He wanted to push Tongning down on the runway? And Zihao wore a complicated expression on his face. Because, if Tongning fell on the international stage, he knew better than anyone what it meant. It meant that Tongning's international career could very well come to an end. As for why Gabby wanted to frame Tongning for the sake of money, it had to be explained from the current state of the modeling industry. Male models and female models were different. Most male models worked part-time and only a small number of them were able to make a name for themselves. Their appearance fees could not be compared to those of female models, especially famous models. Especially when this male model was not particularly outstanding. Therefore, they couldn't ask for more money. Zihao, why are you in a daze? Long Jia asked. And Zihao thought for a moment before asking, is President Mo here? He's in the audience. What's wrong? Long Jia looked at Zihao suspiciously as he strode towards the audience. At this moment, Mo Ting was sitting in a corner of the audience dressed in a dark blue retro suit. Because of his outstanding appearance and noble aura, even amongst the group of fashion celebrities, he had an irresistible charm. Seeing the calm Mo Ting, Zihao felt he had found Tongning's backing. So, he quickly walked over and whispered a few words in Mo Ting's ear. Mo Ting's gaze was originally cold and unapproachable, but after hearing Zihao's words, his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Name your price first and negotiate with him. No matter how much it is, Mo Ting replied coldly. As for the debt, we can settle it after the show is over. And Zihao understood Mo Ting's intentions. At a time like this, using money was the best option. But, was it too late to name a price now? Gabby was indeed Lanshi's backup plan. Even if the South Korean paparazzi returned empty-handed, she was not going to let Tongning get what she wanted. International runway? Did she really think that just because she gave it to you, she was supporting you? Lanshi looked at the exquisite watch on her wrist and revealed a look of mockery. She wanted Tongning to know, she could send her to the highest place, but she could also pull her down at any time. Just wait and see how our Asian Tongning will embarrass herself on JK's show at London Fashion Week. Time slowly passed. Below the stage, Mo Ting didn't usually pay attention to things like this. But, when it actually happened to Tongning, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. But, no one could understand, the way he occasionally touched his earlobe was a sign that he was nervous. JK's show had already begun. Accompanied by soothing classical music, the opening models walked onto the runway from the left and right. Not long after, Zihao finally returned to Mo Ting's side. He lowered his head in front of Mo Ting, indicating he had completed his task. But, even so, Mo Ting did not have much trust in the Americans. Did you warn Tongning? I'm not sure if Long Jia has found Tongning yet. Mo Ting remained silent for a moment without saying another word. He had already done everything he could. If he continued to put in more effort, it would only affect Tongning's show. I have faith in Tongning. Even if she does come across a problem, she will definitely be able to resolve it. Plus, she has always been wary of Gabby. Mo Ting did not listen to a single word, he did not see a single thing. This troublesome wife of his, it seemed, he really needed to bring her under his banner before he could truly feel at ease. After JK's show was over, Tongning would have her sights set on becoming an international supermodel. According to her abilities, it wouldn't be long before she became a supermodel. Was just around the corner. Tongning's finale will be the 23rd runway. Mo Ting looked at the entrance of the church and listened to the sound of the camera shutters. He suddenly realized he was so nervous that he actually broke out in a cold sweat. Little Tongning, work harder. You've already overcome so many obstacles, don't fall on the international runway. I don't think you look bad, but how much longer will your confidence and courage stagnate? It didn't take long before the church was filled with a loud round of applause and screams. Mo Ting and Xianxia lifted their heads to find Tongning and the British male model, Gabby, had already appeared in front of everyone. Tongning was dressed in a deep V-neck black dress, she looked sexy and devilish. The datura flower on her shoulder looked like it was about to blossom and be reborn. It carried with it a sense of struggle. Beautiful. Too beautiful. This kind of beauty was extremely flamboyant and left a deep impression on one's first glance. It could be said. It was unforgettable, she would make the entire venue pale in comparison. However, Mo Ting and Xianxia watched nervously as Tongning walked out. Especially as the male model approached her. Who is this Asian model? Her legs are the most beautiful I have ever seen. She should be awarded first place in the world. Oh. My God. Is this an angel acting as the devil? She is stunning and beautiful. Tongning was confident and flamboyant. Especially after stepping onto the runway, she seemed to have changed into a completely different person, it was like she was born for the runway. Because, through her eyes and aura, she revealed the soul of her clothes. The crowd erupted into applause. Many of the foreigners even screamed as they stood up and raised their hands in the air in praise. Meanwhile, the thing that worried Mo Ting and Xianxia did not happen. Compared to Tongning, the person that acted unnaturally was Gabby. On stage, Tongning briefly caught sight of Mo Ting's figure. As their eyes met, it was like they had 1,000 things to say, but they didn't need to say them. I won't miss any of your important turns, because I can't let you stand on the stage alone and have no one to cheer you on. Especially if you fail and everyone is waiting to laugh at you. But I will definitely be the one to help you back up. Tongning looked at Mo Ting's almost perfect face and wanted to smile at him. But, because of the clothes she was wearing, all she could do was reveal a flirtatious smile. This caused the crowd below the stage to go crazy. Afterwards, Tongning and Gabby swapped places. This was an opportunity for Gabby to make his move. But just as Mo Ting and Xianxia clenched their fists, they realized Gabby had no intention of doing so. He then turned around and walked away. Even though Tongning's figure had disappeared from the backstage, the audience's mind was still filled with images of her for a few minutes. Her aura, her looks, her heaven-defying legs and her flirtatious smile. Above all, the big names in the fashion industry all declared that this Asian model would definitely become famous throughout the world, and they had already found out her name, Tongning. Afterwards, there were so many beautiful clothes that no one had the time to appreciate. But they still wanted to see this Asian model again. It wasn't easy for them to wait for the show to end. The designer led Tongning to the front of the stage as everyone stood up and gave her a thumbs up. However, Tongning's eyes were glued to Mo Ting, who was sitting in the back row. This is your glory. I'm proud of you. Tongning understood his lips as she smiled with tears in her eyes. It wasn't easy for her to resist the urge to run over and hug Mo Ting. At the same time, Xianxia, who was waiting to see Tongning make a fool of herself, received a photo of Tongning, like a queen, stunning the entire audience. Fashion celebrities that had seen JK's show all gave their comments on Tongning, the purest soul, the best *****, and the walking runway. Afterwards, Xianxia gave Gabby's manager a phone call and asked why they didn't go according to plan. We agreed in advance that we can't guarantee success, the other party replied in English. F***CKU, foreigner. Xianxia cursed before downing the glass of wine in her hand. This was because Tongning seemed to be her natural nemesis. It was as if the more she tried to stop Tongning, the more Tongning would become. This time, he even became famous after a single battle at JK's show, that was equivalent to being plated with a layer of gold. It was clearly on a different level from the domestic A-grade models. As for her, she was still on the hottest headlines on the internet, being attacked day and night by netizens. After removing her makeup, Tongning accepted an interview from a few media outlets before leaving the church under Xianxia's cover. Emoting's car was parked nearby. As soon as he saw Tongning, he immediately picked her up and drove her back to the manor. The reporter from Huarong Studio tailed Emoting's sports car the entire time. Because the glass was made of a special material, he had no way of getting a photo of the person in front of him. It wasn't until they entered the private manor that the reporter's car was stopped at the entrance that he reluctantly found a place to park his car. He then hid in a corner of the manor, wondering if he would be lucky enough to bump into Tongning. After entering the manor, Emoting led Tongning up to the second floor. After pushing open the bedroom door, he pressed Tongning against the wall and kissed her. Tonight, I've been restraining myself. I've been restraining the urge to hug and kiss you. After speaking, Emoting removed his suit jacket and threw it on the floor. Tongning leaned against the wall and hooked her arms around Emoting's neck. Her fingers dug into Emoting's shoulders. She too wanted to keep this man by her side at all times. She wanted to hold him in her embrace, she wanted to see him and kiss him wherever she went. No one knew who ignited the spark, but the couple's lips were naturally pressed together as they absorbed each other's scent. Their battle escalated. Afterwards, the sound of fabric being torn could be heard. Of course, it was Tongning's clothes that were torn. Of course, there were times when she wanted to take the initiative. But this was the moment when a woman's strength was compared to a man's. The couple fell onto the bed as Tongning straddled Emoting's body. She wanted to tear his shirt apart, but she needed Emoting's help. Tongning was stunned for a moment as she looked at Emoting in the dark. She then leaned over and began absorbing his energy and nutrients. Their bodies intertwined, their bodies collided. And their passionate kisses caused the couple to lose control a few times. In fact, Emoting almost left marks on Tongning's body. But, in the end, all the energy was concentrated elsewhere, allowing the couple to experience extreme pleasure. After their passionate session, the bedroom was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Emoting carried Tongning in his arms out of habit as he examined her body. Only after confirming he hadn't left any marks, did he relax. After all, Tongning still had work to do. Tongning rested her head on Emoting's abdomen as she faced Emoting with her eyes closed. The erosive feeling had already seeped into her bones. Tired? You're more tired, Tongning said with a double meaning. Emoting chuckled as he gently stroked Tongning's hair. He then led her to the bathroom to wash up. Tongning lay in the bathtub, enjoying Emoting's care as she rested her head on his chest. Did Xianxia find you in the end? Tongning was silent for a moment before she finally responded, but, even if you didn't remind me, I wouldn't have gone easy on Gabby. To prevent him from causing an unmanageable situation during the runway show, I asked Xianxia to tamper with the soles of his shoes. This was also the reason why Gabby looked so unnatural on the runway several times. Compared to giving me a push, he was more worried about his shoes and falling on stage. So, he had to make sure he didn't embarrass himself, so he placed his attention on his shoes. Emoting smiled as he placed a kiss on Tongning's forehead. Sure enough, this little woman never disappoints him. But, you probably don't know yet, Xianxia has decided to remove Xianxia from his position as manager. Tongning propped herself up and looked at Emoting. When did this happen? Xianxia told me that before your show, she overheard Xianxia on the phone with Qingtian. Emoting stood up from the water, put on a large bathrobe, wrapped Tongning in it and carried her out of the bathroom. Tongning sat on the bed. Her heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable feeling. Although she hadn't spent much time with Xianxia, he had indeed put in a lot of effort for her. Apart from Emoting, no one was more suitable to be her manager. In reality, she had already treated Xianxia like a friend. Since he was a friend, if he was hurt, she wouldn't feel good. What are you thinking about? Even if, in the end, Zihao can no longer be my manager, I don't want him to be treated like this by Lanshi. No anger can compare to being bullied by a SL*T+. Did you think Lanshi would let Zihao go so easily? I don't want Zihao to leave Qingtian from a top manager to a useless person. Tongming had reason to believe that Lanshi was capable of doing something like this. He helped me in the past, so I can't let him end up like this. However, Tongming knew deep down that since Lanshi had already removed Zihao from his position as manager, it meant, no matter how much she struggled, she was going to lose Zihao as her manager. Perhaps. And Zihao was well aware of this. Inside the Luofu Hotel, Zihao listed out all the recent invitations, current contracts and completed work. He then explained to Xianxia what stage Tongming was currently at, what she should avoid and how she should use her connections. Xianxia lay on the sofa listening to all this, her heart was filled with discomfort. Zihao had already planned out Tongming's future path. According to his current progress, in less than half a year, Tongming would become a supermodel. She would be on par with Star King's models. I've said so much, did you hear it all? Zihao asked as he knocked on Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia lifted her head and looked into Zihao's eyes. She had never thought his eyes were so beautiful, they sparkled like they were glowing. Must you go? Luo Hao said a bunch of nonsense, but there is one thing I can't refute. I am Qingtian's manager, so I must follow Lanshi's arrangements. As Zihao spoke, his eyes were filled with helplessness and pain. After Yun Xian's passing, Zihao had never met another person that could ignite his passion for his career. He originally wanted to accompany Tongming to the end, but it seemed that was no longer possible. You haven't told Tongming about your departure, have you? The new manager is already on her way. After I've briefed you, she will be returning to Beijing. Xianxia took a deep breath as she tugged on the tassels hanging from the sofa. Because Lanshi's method was as disgusting as swallowing a fly. Can't you just stay? In reality, Xianxia could see the difference between her and Zihao. He was able to handle all of Tongming's invitations and contracts in an orderly manner. He was able to handle all kinds of dinners, interviews, and languages. Most importantly, he was a good person. After hearing Xianxia's words, Zihao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Take good care of Tongming. After you return to Qingtian, President Lan will definitely think of a way to deal with you. I have nothing to be afraid of. After speaking, Zihao stood up from the sofa and grabbed his jacket and luggage. If you can't handle these things, I'll leave them to President Mo. Xianxia really wanted to hold on to Zihao, but she didn't know what to do. All she could do was wait for Zihao to leave before giving Tongming a phone call. Hello. Xianxia? Tongming, Zihao has left. He is heading to the airport to return to Beijing, Xianxia explained anxiously. Tongming sat up in bed. Her originally hazy eyes suddenly became extremely clear. She then gave Zihao a phone call, but he did not pick up. Tongming had no choice but to send Zihao a message. I won't object to you returning to Beijing today. But, if I find out that you have been humiliated and tortured by Lanshi, I won't let it go. Also, Lanshi has no right to step all over you. No one can. After seeing Tongming's message, Zihao let out a gentle laugh. Actually, after seeing Tongming say this, he felt everything was worth it to have a friend like her. In reality, he was reluctant. Mo Ting was awoken by Tongming's slight movements. He sat up and stared at her in a daze. Knowing she was in a bad mood, he got up and prepared a glass of warm water for her. Ting. I can't stand to see a friend suffer. Mo Ting sat cross-legged on the bed and wrapped his arms around her, comforting her. It's not like you won't see her again. But, Lanshi definitely won't let it go. After hearing this, Mo Ting placed his arm around Tongming's shoulder and said gently, I'm sure he knows what he wants. Even if Lanshi makes things difficult for him and he can no longer be a manager. He studied directing in the past and has many award-winning works under his belt. Did you think he wouldn't have a way out? I simply hate Lanshi for suppressing me. That won't happen. As Mo Ting said these words, his obsidian-like eyes contained a deeper meaning between a married couple. Tongning immediately understood what he meant. If Lanqi dared to lay a hand on Nziheo, she would definitely be the one to suffer. But, even though Nziheo's matter would have a perfect ending, she would no longer have a manager. Plus, she had made a name for herself with the help of JK. Her reputation was currently on the rise and she had a lot of work to do. Was she really going to use the new manager that Lanqi sent over? It was likely that Lanqi would send over a piece of trash that would only listen to her. No one could stop Nziheo from returning to Beijing. As soon as he entered Qingtian on his own, the staff all pointed and gossiped about him. Not because of anything else, but because the recording of his phone call with Lanqi was still on the top search engine. Lanqi turned around from her office chair and threw a slap across Nziheo's face. Do you know why I hit you? Do you know how much criticism you've caused Qingtian Entertainment to suffer? Lanqi questioned sharply. Nziheo did not refute, nor did he retaliate. He no longer had any feelings towards Lanqi. Anger, hatred and everything else were all buried deep in his heart, he was ready to seal them away. I don't care what you do, go and explain yourself. Otherwise, Nziheo, don't blame me for doing something even worse to you. For example? Nziheo asked in a mocking tone. If you cause the company to suffer a loss, then it will be your fault. Do you want to lose everything before leaving? Or do you want me to expose the fact that Xianxia was a kept woman before she became famous? After hearing this, Nziheo's eyes grew wide and filled with anger. He grabbed Lanqi and asked through gritted teeth, Xianxia has already passed away, how could you be so ruthless that you wouldn't even let a dead person go? If you can't even care about the living, how could you care about the dead? Lanqi scoffed as her eyes became misty, Nziheo, we have been friends for many years, we are friends. Yet, you are helping Tongning? What benefits did Tongning give you? Is it worth it for you to throw away our friendship for so many years? Tongning has never given me any benefits. Unlike you, she doesn't give me fame and money. But Lanqi, in front of Tongning, I feel like I am living a normal life. At least, she isn't like you, constantly threatening me. After speaking, Nziheo loosened his grip and sneered, so, don't mention the word friend to me, it makes me feel disgusted. After being pushed away, Lanqi felt a heavy blow to her heart. I may make you feel disgusted, but don't you think about how difficult my life is? Tongning's life is much more difficult than yours. At least, you haven't come across a boss more vicious than you, but she has. Nziheo saw Lanqi did not respond, so he decided not to continue arguing with her. I can resign and leave Qingtian, but if you want me to help you clear the headlines, that is impossible. If you want to see Xianxia being scolded by the netizens after her death, you can give it a try. Nziheo looked at Lanqi and stared at her. It wasn't easy for him to resist the urge to hit her. In the end, he nodded his head, okay, I'll fulfill your wish. What do you want me to do? Hold a press conference to clarify that this incident had nothing to do with me and that you were the one who created this recording. Nziheo looked at Lanqi's back helplessly. Didn't she want him to leave Qingtian with his reputation in tatters? Since he had already gotten to this point, what difference did it make whether he took the blame or not? I promise, Nziheo replied straightforwardly. But, before he turned to leave, he added, you better not regret this. Lanqi did not turn around. She maintained her pride as a CEO as she scoffed mockingly. She already had Xianxia's weakness in her hands, what else could Nziheo do? After Nziheo left the office, he did not tell anyone about his conversation with Lanqi. He simply headed to Xianxia's grave on his own and sat in front of her tombstone for an entire day. Xianxia. Why didn't you take me with you back then? At this moment, it was already nighttime in the UK. Tongning had not received any news regarding Nziheo and was extremely anxious. It seemed there was nothing Lu Che could do to help with Qingtian's family matters. Above all, Hai Rui already had enough to deal with. After Nziheo left, although Long Jia was busy as usual, there were some things that required a lot of effort. Especially when it came to English, there were a lot of technical terms that she couldn't understand. Tongning. Let me see. Tongning picked up the laptop in her hands and looked at the comments Nziheo had already made. This is an invalid contract, it has already been rejected. Why didn't you say so earlier? I even spent a few hours translating it. After dealing with Hai Rui's matters, Mo Ting came out of the study room. Seeing the worried expressions on the two women's faces, he casually took the laptop from Tongming's hands. But, Tongming was afraid he would be like this, so her mood became even worse. After Mo Ting finished looking through all of Tongming's emails, he placed the tasks that she needed to complete at the top of his list. Because of JK's success, Tongming might need to stay in the UK for a period of time. She had received a few more master-level runway offers. Ting, I want to return to Beijing, Tongming asked for Mo Ting's opinion. Mo Ting knew she was worried about her friend. Before Nziheo's matter was resolved, there was no way she could calm down and work. So, he nodded his head calmly. I'll get someone to book you a plane ticket and help you postpone your work until 2 days later. Tongming gently nodded her head as her heart skipped a beat. She knew, no matter what, Mo Ting would always stand by her side and support her every decision. At this time, the new manager sent by Lan Shi gave Long Jia a phone call. Long Jia reluctantly picked up the phone. In the end, the manager was even angrier than she was as she scolded, as an assistant, what are you trying to do by not letting a model stay in the room arranged by the agency? Where are you right now? It's already the middle of the night, why haven't you returned to the hotel? Are you crazy? Thinking about it, the manager must have gone to the hotel empty-handed. Long Jia wanted to refute, but she realized she couldn't say a word. All she could do was stare at Tongming in a daze, speechless. Are you mute? Who told you to speak? Tongming suddenly snatched the phone out of Long Jia's hands and said, You have been fired. Who are you? How dare you fire me? Tongming. The manager thought it was Long Jia, so as soon as she heard Tongming's name, her attitude changed as she spoke in a flattering tone. I'm sorry Ning Jia, I couldn't find you guys, so I got a little anxious. I'm sorry, you just happened to insult my assistant, so I'd like to ask you to not appear in front of me. If Lan Shi asks, you can answer her that even if a bag of trash is disguised as a manager, she is still trash. After speaking, Tongming hung up the phone and handed it back to Long Jia. This time, Tongming and the other two set off that very night. With the addition of JK's popularity, Tongming was even more careful than before. So, as the sports car drove out of the manor, the reporter from Huarong Studio did not manage to get a clear photo. In fact, he couldn't even get a clear shot of the back of the car. It wasn't until she boarded the plane that Tongming found out Luo Hao had released news about her and a male model in Beijing. It turned out, something like this had actually happened. Everyone had been hiding it from her, and Mo Ting had even spent a fortune to keep Lan Shi on the hottest search rankings. There's no need to do this. Really? I can't stand by and watch you suffer like this. Mo Ting replied in seriousness as he hugged her. Tongming had nothing to say. She simply held on to Mo Ting's hand and gently placed a kiss on the back of it. The reporter from Huarong Studio had once again missed his chance to take photos. But, did that mean he wouldn't be able to get a photo? After almost 10 hours of flight time, Tongming and Long Jia quietly stepped out of the airport. Not long after, they saw a video announcement. Qingtian Entertainment's Nziheo was about to hold a press conference. Tongming knew Lan Shi wanted Nziheo to be the scapegoat. Because, she had endured this feeling before. But, Lan Shi never expected she, Tongming, would return. If Nziheo admitted that he fabricated the recording, it would mean that the truth about Tongming's innocence could be overturned. In other words, Nziheo's actions were a little suspicious. He was trying to cover up the truth. He was trying to cover up Tongming's messy private life and the fact that she was involved with multiple men. In reality, this was a difficult problem for Nziheo. In this decision, he didn't care if he got hurt, but he didn't want to hurt a dead lover and a living friend. Tongming quietly returned to Beijing and contacted all her friends that could help her. It wasn't that she was afraid of fighting with Lan Shi, she simply wanted to help Nziheo find the best way out. Tongming, I think you are being overly worried about Nziheo. He is, after all, a top manager and has his own way of dealing with things. He won't just sit there and wait to be threatened by Lan Shi. Long Jia tried to comfort Tongming on the way to Qingtian. What can you change by going to Qingtian? I'm not going to look for Lan Shi, Tongming replied calmly. I'm going to wait for Nziheo. Do you have a better way to contact him right now? Long Jia shook her head. and Zihao had never picked up any phone calls or contacted anyone. Since he was going to hold a press conference in the lobby of Qingtian, he would definitely be there early. Wait, Longjia, can you ask around for the location of Xianxia's grave? Longjia nodded her head. She was quite good at asking around for information. A moment later, she told Lu Che that they were heading straight to the grave. After picking them up from the airport, Lu Che was assigned by Mo Ting to be Tongning and Longjia's chauffeur. As soon as the two met, they looked at each other awkwardly. Longjia had previously suggested living together. Although Lu Che didn't understand in the end. Longjia's heart was in turmoil. Especially now that Lu Che was using his identity as her fiancé. To act as their chauffeur, the awkwardness in her heart once again multiplied. As it was a cloudy and foggy day, Tongning wrapped herself in a trench coat and entered the grave. As expected, she found Zihao standing in front of Xianxia's grave. As their eyes met, Zihao was a little surprised as he quickly stood up. "Why are you back?" "I still have a lot of work to do in London." "You know I have a lot of work, so why did you leave so quickly?" Tongning glared at Zihao before placing the bouquet of white roses she bought at the entrance of the cemetery in front of Xianxia's tombstone. Looking at the young and beautiful figure on the tombstone, Tongning couldn't help but place her hands together as a sign of respect towards the deceased. "You've heard about what happened this afternoon?" "Yes. I suddenly understand why Mo Ting always says the same thing to me. You obviously have a perfect plan. Why do you always choose a path that hurts you?" "Now, I can understand how he feels because I also want to ask you the same question. Did you come back because you didn't want to be implicated, or do you think I'm still afraid of Lanxi?" "I simply don't want my friend to experience the pain that I once experienced." "Tongning, have you ever felt despair?" Zihao lowered his head and reached out to touch the portrait on the stone tablet. Even though his lover had been gone for so many years, he still couldn't let go. "Of course. 3 months ago, on the eve of our wedding, I discovered my fiancé cheating on me with another woman in front of my bed. But, the next day, I picked Mo Ting up at the Civil Affairs office." Tongning replied. "But, even without Mo Ting, I wouldn't have given up on my right to love. Why should I? But, I'm glad I met Mo Ting. Giving my love to him is worth it. Don't you think it's hard? Thinking about one person year after year and living the same life, that's what I call hard." After speaking, Tongning pulled out a business card from her handbag. "I know you don't need any of these things, but, I simply want to say, I'm giving you a chance to start afresh. At the press conference this afternoon, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. But, Lanxi, she better not give me a chance to retaliate. If she does, I will definitely tear her apart." After speaking, Tongning turned and left the cemetery, leaving Zihao alone in front of the tombstone to think. Tongning had said that even if she had been in despair, she would never give up on loving him. Zihao thought about this sentence over and over again. Suddenly, he felt like everything else wasn't as important anymore. So, he smiled as he looked down at the portrait on the tombstone and said, "Xian, perhaps I've really sealed myself away for too long." Of course, a dead person's reputation was important, but, it was all in the past. A living person was more important. 3 days after the press conference, Qingtian Entertainment's lobby was already filled with reporters. Zihao had something to say about Qingtian's recent scandal. On the eve of the press conference, Lanxi stood to one side and chatted with Luo Hao as she watched the staff prepare the venue. "You should be careful of Zihao. He is, after all, a top manager. Back when the three of us were still together, he was always like this." On the surface, he seemed nonchalant, but in reality, he had already taken care of everything behind the scenes. He didn't need anyone to worry about him. Lanxi crossed her arms as she turned to look at Luo Hao and scoffed, "But, no matter how strong he is, he still has one weakness he can't get rid of, Xianxian. For the sake of Xianxian, there's nothing he wouldn't do." Did you think he would betray his true love for Tongning? Lanxi's confidence had always come from the bottom of her heart. But, Luo Hao never had high hopes for her. Lanxi's arrogance often made her neglect a lot of things. Change. Nothing lasts forever, and people change, but, Luo Hao did not say a word because Lanxi wouldn't listen. Only after suffering would she understand the power of change. 3:15 p.m. And Zihao walked into Qingtian dressed in a gray suit. He approached Lanxi and Luo Hao first and said to Lanxi, "Don't forget what you promised me." Lanxi smiled and nodded, "I will return all the information to you." Hearing this, and Zihao looked at Luo Hao with an inquisitive gaze, "Out of the three of us, in the end, you still have the last laugh." Luo Hao lifted his chin and simply said, "The person I want to deal with is Tongning. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for standing on the wrong side. If you can't find a job in the future, you can let me know." And Zihao let out a gentle laugh. All of a sudden, it had been a long time since Lanxi had seen this kind of clean smile where he let go of everything. She simply felt the Zihao at this moment was a little different. However, before she had time to think back, Zihao had already disappeared from their line of sight and headed towards the stage. Did they want him to admit to faking the recording? The show was about to begin. Amidst the snapping sounds of camera shutters, Zihao calmly faced the media. The corners of his lips gently curved upwards as he looked at them with an ambiguous smile. The last time he faced such a grand scene was many years ago when Xianxia accepted the VL Global Spokesperson Award. Today, he was doing this for himself, so he could be reborn. The time was 3:20 p.m. The press conference officially began. Qingtian's staff maintained order as they were given 15 minutes for the media to ask questions. Afterwards, Lanxi walked onto the stage and scanned her eyes across the room. She then spoke, "Friends from the media, you have all worked hard. In response to the recent headlines and the false information that Qingtian has released, we will give everyone a complete explanation. The reason why Qingtian has gotten to where it is today is because of our abilities and hard work. However, recently, due to a certain reason, one of our models has been mysteriously suppressed. Now, I have been dragged into this mess for no reason. From the start, I have not stepped out to make a statement. Because I believe in justice and I also believe that evil will eventually come to an end." As Lanxi spoke, Zihao was standing beside her. For a moment, he really wanted to ask Lanxi, how could she have the nerve to say something like this? Don't you feel humiliated at all? Because of Lanxi's words, she had unintentionally pushed all of Qingtian's troubles onto Tongning. She was obviously trying to tell everyone that Qingtian had been developing steadily, but because of Tongning's appearance, Qingtian had been dragged into a whirlpool of troubles. Next, we would like to invite our top manager, Mr. Zihao, to give an explanation. I'm sure he will be able to give everyone a satisfactory answer regarding the recording of the recent headlines. After speaking, Lanxi took a step back. However, at this time, one of the media asked a question, "President Lan, I think I understand what you are trying to say. Are you implying that the reason Qingtian is in so much trouble is because of the model that you recently signed, Tongning?" Her words were suddenly pointed out. Everyone looked at the reporter and the stunned Lanxi. Originally, he thought she would at least say a few words and let the situation continue to be ambiguous. After all, Tongning was a newly signed model and they had previously acted like they were welcoming a superstar. If they were to suddenly tear each other apart, wouldn't the scene be a little too ugly? However, Lanxi did not explain or say anything. She simply smiled mysteriously. Everyone understood what he meant, so why did he have to make it so obvious? Afterwards, Lanxi turned her dark gaze towards Zihao. Because, apart from getting rid of Zihao, Lanxi's main goal today was to attack Tongning, taking advantage of the fact that Tongning was still overseas and had no way to retaliate. She wanted to catch her off guard. Don't think that just because you successfully walked JK's show, you would be able to soar into the sky. No, there was no such thing as a bargain in this world. From Lanxi's reaction, the media had already guessed the purpose of today's press conference. It was obvious, they wanted to destroy Tongning. The industry had already sensed an internal conflict in Qingtian. So, today, no matter what Lanxi said, she was going to slander Tongning. "Zihao?" Lanxi reminded Zihao. Her voice was deep and threatening. After hearing this, Zihao nodded his head before he turned back to face the media. "Today, I want to give everyone an explanation. Regarding the recording on the headlines, the truth is. Before I reveal this secret, let me say something else." Just as Zihao got to the crux of the matter, he suddenly changed the topic and smiled at everyone. I've been in this industry for so many years. I've gone from being a nameless assistant to where I am today. I can't even remember how many times I've stood on a stage like this. I want to say something that even makes me feel disgusted. Before I tell everyone the truth, I want to mention someone that everyone has already forgotten, Xianxia. The media looked at each other, unsure why Xianxia would suddenly mention Xianxia's name. Of course, the person with the worst expression was Xianxia. She suddenly realized Xianxia was uncontrollable and made her feel uneasy. As everyone knows, Xianxia died in a car accident. That day, we had a huge argument. Xianxia drove over the speed limit and crashed into a guardrail, killing one and injuring the other. At that time, Xianxia kept the information under wraps. I was naive enough to think they were doing it for my own good. But, today, I finally understand, the reason they kept the information under wraps was because they had a guilty conscience. Xianxia, do you know what you're saying? She suddenly asked as she grabbed onto Xianxia's arm. Xianxia let out a gentle laugh as he asked in a low voice, didn't you want me to reveal the truth? I will do as you wish, don't worry. After speaking, he freed himself from Xia's grip and continued to explain, because Xianxia Entertainment single-handedly caused Xianxia's death. First, it was our beloved President Lan who hid in the dark and spied on Xianxia and I. Then, it was my two good friends, Yang Jing and Luo Hao, who leaked the information to the media. In the end, she got into a car accident. Isn't it very exciting? The reporters obviously didn't expect Xianxia to say something like this. They didn't expect him to suddenly reveal something that had happened many years ago. She suddenly understood why Xianxia had appeared on stage today. She immediately gestured for Luo Hao to find someone to escort him off the stage. However, Xianxia continued to speak. Do you know what the reason is? It's because of jealousy. Xianxia's CEO is jealous of the models under her management, so she has thought of many ways to control them. Xianxia from many years ago was one, and Tongning, who is currently gaining momentum, is another. The incident with Xianxia has been in the past for too long, so long that I've already forgotten about her methods. But, Tongning, that recording is the best proof. Because it is the real thing. I still have the original recording on my phone. Luo Hao and his bodyguards stepped onto the stage to forcefully escort Xianxia out of the venue. In fact, they even resorted to violence by using force in front of the media. Although Xianxia wasn't easily injured, Luo Hao added more people. She pretended to be calm and was about to announce the end of the press conference, but just as everyone was nervously watching the scene unfold before their eyes, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of Xianxia. She was originally supposed to be in London. Tongning. Isn't that Tongning? Why is she back? Oh God. Tongning has also been dragged into this. This is going to be a good show. This is like the textbook version of a civil war. The media turned to Tongning and snapped furiously. At a time like this, at such an exciting time, Tongning had suddenly returned. This model that tore apart every company she went to. She obviously kept a low profile, but wherever she was, there would always be a battlefield. She watched as Tongning approached the podium. She immediately turned to Luo Hao and gestured for him to control the situation and not allow the situation to escalate. So, Xianxia's security immediately headed towards Tongning. However, to everyone's surprise, Tongning also brought bodyguards with her. Take note, they were professional bodyguards. The security couldn't act rashly. All they could do was watch as Tongning approached the podium. Not too long ago, the two women were so close that they defeated Yang Jing. Yet, in such a short period of time, they had already turned into enemies. In fact, their relationship had worsened to such an ugly degree. Why are you back? Weren't you in London? If I didn't come back, I would have been turned into ashes and lost all my reputation. Tongning removed her sunglasses and looked directly at Shi. Of course, there was a difference in height between the two. Women. Tongning usually looked down at women. Shi looked at Tongning with hatred in her eyes. At this moment, the situation was no longer in her control. She originally thought that if Tongning personally spoke, she would have the strength to refute her. However, Tongming simply instructed her bodyguards to deal with the security guards that were holding Nziheo back. She then said to Nziheo, "Say what you want to say and do what you want to do." "You." "Today, I am simply here to protect my friend," Tongming said in a serious tone. "Nziheo, tell me all your grievances. Once you tell me, you will be free." Nziheo looked at Tongming, at this unbelievable woman. Back at Hai, she was willing to risk her image and slap Li Danny and her manager for the sake of Long Jie's assistant. Now, for him, she had come all the way from London to stand in front of him and build a wall of safety for him. Nziheo suddenly felt inspired as he lifted his head and faced the media. At the same time, he pulled out his phone and played the original recording on it. The recording incident is indeed real. I will send this recording for examination later. As for the part about our CEO being jealous of our models, I'm sure everyone is aware of the previous incident with Ling Feng. In order to control Tongming, President Lan suggested that Tongming have dinner with Ling Feng on the eve of the commercial shoot. However, Tongming did not agree. So, a series of troubles followed. Afterwards, Lan Shi began to suppress Tongming. I'm sure everyone has heard that all of Tongming's resources were taken over by Li Danny and Hua Yuan. However, Tongming continued to rely on her own outstanding performance in LM to regain everyone's recognition. Following on was Tongming's interview on Feng Kai. In order to stop Tongming, Lan Shi actually kidnapped Tongming's assistant, Long Man's grandfather. So, that's how Tongming publicly announced that she wanted him back. Finally, there was the JK stalking incident. You can't imagine that the CEO of a company would actually hire a paparazzi and a male model to put on a show to slander her own model's innocence. Above is everything that Lan Shi has done to Tongming since she became a signed model. As her manager, I have seen everything with my own eyes. I know exactly what she has done. As soon as Nziheo's words left his mouth, the reporters were in an uproar. Qingtian Entertainment had never experienced such a frightening scandal. Who would have thought their internal strife would be so fierce and there would be so many undercurrents brewing behind the scenes? Lan Shi looked at the uncontrollable situation and suddenly, she took a few steps back. All of these incidents had traces that could be traced back to. There was nothing she could say to refute, it wouldn't be able to withstand any digging. No one expected Nziheo would throw caution to the wind and reveal everything. So, Lan Shi held back her anger and said to Nziheo, "Do you not want to stay in the industry anymore? Nziheo, are you tired of living? Did you think I would care about something like this?" Nziheo asked coldly. "From the moment you plotted to kill Xianxia, from the moment you plotted to hurt Tongming, I already thought to myself. Lan Shi, one day, I will make you pay the price." "The industry? Do you think I care about that?" Lan Shi glared at Nziheo with hatred. Her eyes were red as tears rolled down her cheeks. At this time, the media was also in an uproar. Oh my god, if what Nziheo said is the truth, then Lan Shi and Qingtian Entertainment are too scary. Isn't that right? Murder and kidnapping. I always thought Qingtian Entertainment, a second-rate agency in the modeling industry, wouldn't be so dirty. It turns out, I was too inexperienced. I don't dare to talk about what happened to Xianxia, but I've heard quite a bit about what happened to Tongming. The industry has been saying that Tongming is being suppressed, but Tongming isn't as easy to bully as Xianxia. None of this is true. Lan Shi heard the ridicule and discussion from the media and suddenly yelled, "Nziheo, you've said so much, but do you really have any evidence? If you don't have any, then you will pay a heavy price for slandering me today. I know, everything that happened today was planned by you and Tongming. You did it all to bring me down." Everyone looked at Lan Shi like they were watching a good show. Compared to everything Nziheo had said, Lan Shi's words were obviously an excuse and an attempt to frame him. "Lan Shi, do you really want evidence?" Nziheo looked at Lan Shi through the bodyguards with a look of mockery and sadness. Lan Shi was speechless. All of a sudden, she was speechless. If she said she really wanted evidence, then millions of netizens would take the initiative to search for it for Nziheo. When that time came, she would be beyond redemption. Did you know? How much I hoped that you had nothing to do with Xianxia. How much I hoped that you had simply lost your mind for a moment. But seeing how much you tried to slander Tongning, I realized I could no longer remain silent. Tongning simply wants to be a good model. She has never wanted to go against you. But you have repeatedly hurt her and hurt the people around her. You are even willing to sacrifice me to achieve your goal. So, I hereby announce, I am leaving Qingtian Entertainment. And Zihao is quitting? A company like this, of course she is quitting. Is she waiting to die? What will happen to Tongning if Zihao quits? Tongning is still a model for Qingtian. Hearing Zihao was quitting, the media began to whisper amongst themselves. Actually, this was understandable because Zihao had already exposed all of Qingtian's secrets. Regardless of whether these things were the truth or not, for Qingtian, it was bound to be a huge blow. Because, no matter what Zihao said, it would become a stain on Qingtian Entertainment that could never be erased. Their opponents would continue to dig up information until Xianxia was completely destroyed. Since Zihao and Xianxia had already fallen out to such an extent, there was no way they could continue working together. And Zihao, did you think, after leaving Qingtian, anyone would still want you? You disregarded the company's interests and exposed our secrets. Did you think you could continue to survive in this industry? Xianxia questioned angrily. Her voice was sharp and trembling, it was harsh and unpleasant to the ears. No one will want you, no one. Xianxia yelled at Zihao through the bodyguards. But, so what? Zihao's expression had never been so calm before. The struggle and pain of the past was finally over. So, Zihao simply smiled and said to Xianxia, since I've decided to quit Qingtian Entertainment, I've never expected to be a manager again. Xianxia, you've spent your entire life trying to control other people's lives. Yet, you've failed to control anyone. In the end, you've even thrown yourself away. Zihao's voice was gentle and steady. Because, from the moment he announced he was quitting Qingtian Entertainment, he had already begun his new life. In the end, Zihao turned to face the media once again and bowed deeply. He then looked at Tongning and said, Tongning is truly a great woman. At least, to me, she is great enough. She is someone that can hold on to her own identity and remain true to herself despite being in the busy industry. She can never be the crazy woman that Xianxia and the paparazzi are talking about. Tongning loves to walk on the runway because she understands it is her destiny. Originally, she wanted to use Qingtian as a platform to fulfill her dreams, but now, all she has received is endless pain from Xianxia. Towards Xianxia, I really have nothing to say. I only have one thing to ask everyone, Qingtian has hurt Tongning more than it has helped her. This is the truth. From now on, whenever Qingtian reports something related to Tongning, I hope everyone does not believe it and cannot believe it. Finally, Zihao looked at Tongning and asked, what's your choice? She had mentioned before that she was simply here to help a friend. So, she replied, I still need to return to London. Can't you hurry up? The reporters below the stage burst into laughter as they discovered Tongning's attitude. She was indeed a person that didn't like to cause trouble. If she had something to say, she would do it. At a time like this, she did not even think about stepping on Xianxia. It was clear to see that her magnanimity was indeed worthy of respect. In such a situation, she was actually able to stay out of it completely. It could be seen that she really wanted others to ignore her existence. At this moment, all she wanted to do was help Zihao find himself. As for the debt between her and Xianxia, there was still time to settle. Zihao, you can't leave. You are breaching the contract. Don't forget, your penalty is 3 times the original amount. Xianxia's arrogance made her think that after Zihao left Qingtian, he would be completely smelly and would no longer be able to survive in the industry. Perhaps Zihao could no longer be anyone's manager. But that didn't mean Zihao's life was over. Zihao did not say a word. Not long after, a few men dressed in black entered Qingtian's lobby. They were a few stylishly dressed foreign men. From the looks of their bodies, they were probably bodyguards. Afterwards, a slightly chubby middle-aged man approached the 4 bodyguards and said to Xianxia with a big smile, actually, President Lan, I really want to thank you. Zihao is my proudest student. I have long wanted him to go to the US to develop his career. He has a talent for drama, so I want him to become a director in the US and enter Hollywood in the future. As for your modeling agency, you can have fun on your own. So, this was Nziheo's decision. Tongning finally let out a sigh of relief. Hey, do you guys recognize who he is? A sharp-eyed reporter immediately recognized the middle-aged man and let out a scream. It's the famous director, Xu Huanshan. I never thought, not only did Nziheo do well as a manager, he also has other talents. Hasn't Xianxia Entertainment lost a lot of face this time? She originally thought Nziheo would starve to death after leaving. In the end, he caught the eye of a famous director and was snatched away by him. What a great slap to the face. I really hope there is a better agency that can snatch Tongning away too. Hairui Entertainment. Mo Ting was sitting in his office looking at the entertainment news. Seeing that Tongning had actually gone to act as a human wall, he couldn't help but reveal a subtle smile. The internet was already in an uproar as people started leaving comments on Tongning's fan club, telling her to quickly find a new agency. She couldn't continue working with Xianxia Entertainment. But, Tongning actually felt this was the best time to work with them. With Xi's every move being monitored, the restrictions placed on her would be a lot looser. Mo Ting understood what Tongning was thinking, but it didn't stop him from rejoicing. Even though Tongning didn't leave Xianxia with Nziheo, it didn't mean she didn't have any plans. Especially when the reporter couldn't help but say that he hoped Tongning would find a better agency. In reality, Mo Ting already had a plan in mind. Of course, this didn't stop Mo Ting from being happy for Nziheo. Although he could no longer be a manager, he believed Nziheo entering a new field was a new beginning. Perhaps, they would have a chance to work together again in the future. Most importantly, the task of helping Tongning look over her contract had once again returned to him. Tongning was always worried that he would get tired, but this would soon become normal. The lobby of Xianxia Entertainment was already in a mess. Especially as Nziheo and Tongning prepared to leave Xianxia. Luo Hao watched as the two left under the watchful eyes of the media. But, in his eyes, Tongning and Nziheo were stepping over Xi's flesh and blood as they walked out the door. Did they think they could leave just like that? How could it be that easy? Everyone had forgotten about the artist's director standing in the corner. He was the most terrifying person in Xianxia. Tongning, although I can no longer be your manager. The time I've spent as your manager has been an unforgettable experience. I am very happy and very lucky. As they left Xianxia, Nziheo stretched out his hand towards Tongning and waved it, gesturing for her to shake it. Tongning let out a gentle laugh as she held on to Nziheo's hand and tilted her head. To be honest, you are indeed an outstanding manager. If it wasn't for Xi's scheme, I would never have let you go. Nziheo let go of Tongning's hand. For a moment, he was still unwilling to give up. I once thought I could accompany you to the end. At least, I thought I could help you become a supermodel. But, it doesn't matter. Even if I don't take this position, there are plenty of people who are willing. Aren't you aware? You have a wife-slave at home. I am also a wife-slave, okay? Tongning retorted unwillingly. I will continue to pay attention to you. If you have any difficulties, give me a call. If one day you decide you don't want to be a model anymore and want to be an actress, you can come look for me. Perhaps, that day will come. Tongning felt nothing was impossible. Okay, I need to go. Tongning, I know you didn't say anything today because you didn't want Xi to come back and beg you. After all, you said you would make her kneel before you. But, you need to pay attention to Luo Hao. He is more patient than Yang Jing and Xi. Tongning smiled mysteriously. Of course, she wasn't Xi. She was able to keep her guard up. So, Nziheo had nothing to worry about. After all, she still had Mo Ting by her side. Hurry up and go. I still need to go back and accompany my wife-slave. Nziheo's lips curved upwards as he gently hugged Tongning. Finally, under Tongning and Longjia's blessings, he set off again. In reality, Nziheo had a feeling that even if Xi hadn't set him up, he wouldn't have been able to watch Tongning walk down the path of a supermodel. Because, there was someone else that was more than willing to do it. And, the good Tongning deserved the best treatment. Let's go, Tongning. It's time for us to head to the airport. Long Jia reminded Tongning that her work in London was not over yet. They had already applied for time off, so they couldn't keep the photographers and models waiting for her. I want to go see Mo Ting. Do you miss him? Long Jia winked at Tongning. Tongning nodded her head without hiding anything. Let's go. Long Jia happily agreed as she drove Tongning to Hai Rui Entertainment. However, along the way, all she heard on the radio was about Qing Tian's press conference. The discussions repeatedly revolved around her, Lan Shi and Nzihao. In fact, the discussions were all one-sided. This time, Lan Shi was in big trouble. Today's press conference was a great way to vent our anger. Otherwise, who knows how much more dirty water Lan Shi would have thrown at us. Tongning thought about how Lan Shi was already on the verge of collapsing as they left the venue. Her expression naturally turned cold. A person like Lan Shi would never admit that she was wrong. She simply believed that she had lost to timing and luck. Where's Lan Shi now? Haha, you don't know? After we left, the reporters surrounded Lan Shi. In the end, there was a small accident and Lan Shi was hit by a camera. She is now in the hospital, Long Jia laughed. So, are you still angry? Tongning suddenly asked Long Jia. It sounded a little strange, but... After a short pause, Long Jia came to her senses. She understood Tongning was doing this to avenge her for kneeling to Hai Yi. I haven't been angry for a long time. Who am I? Do you think a person that has nothing to do with me is worth my anger? Tongning lifted her head and glanced at Long Jia. She knew Long Jia was naturally optimistic, so she did not say anything else. As long as Long Jia could make it to the hospital, she would feel better. But, thinking about Lu Chei's injured knee, Tongning couldn't help but remind, when you pass by a pharmacy, buy some medicine for Lu Chei. That day, when he came to deliver your passport, he injured his knee. What? Long Jia was a little nervous as she quickly stepped on the brakes. Tongning glared at her as she restarted the car. In that case, I'll look for a pharmacy nearby. Tongning did not say a word. She looked at Long Jia as if to say, do as you see fit. Long Jia smiled awkwardly. She realized her reaction was a little too extreme. Originally, the atmosphere was relaxed and carefree. However, an anxious voice suddenly came from the radio. Host, can you help me contact Tongning? I need to talk to her, it's urgent. Not only Tongning, even the host thought it was a fan, so he comforted, I'm sorry, miss, a program like ours can't possibly invite Tongning. But, I'm really in a hurry. She promised to save my life. Hearing this, the host was confused. He thought it was a crazy fan, so he disconnected the line and tried to ease the atmosphere before contacting the next listener. Of course, Tongning did not take the matter to heart. After all, she had a lot of fans and there were also a lot of fans that would share stories with her. Sometimes, it was impossible to tell the truth from the lies. After a 40-minute car ride, Long Jia escorted Tongning to Hai Rui. At the same time, Long Jia anxiously followed behind Tongning with some medicine. Inside the elevator, Lu Chei looked at Tongning in surprise as she stepped out of the elevator. Madam, why haven't you left yet? Isn't your flight at 4:30 p.m.? Where's Mo Ting? He's in the waiting room. Lu Chei was holding some medicine in his hand when he realized he was going to hide it. But, Tongning had already seen it. Is Mo Ting not feeling well? Tongning immediately furrowed her brows as she looked at him anxiously. Actually, it's not a big problem. He just gets a migraine from time to time. Why has he never mentioned it at home? Why does it rarely hurt? In that case, he definitely didn't tell you. As you know, he can't bear to do things like that, Lu Chei laughed as he handed the tray to Tongning. In that case, I'll leave this to the madam. At this moment, Tongning had no other thoughts in her mind. She ran straight to the waiting room. Meanwhile, Long Jia and Lu Chei, who were left behind, looked at each other awkwardly. Long Jia turned her face away and pretended to look at the rainbow in the sky. However, she still threw the medicine in her hand at Lu Chei. Lu Chei was confused. What is this? Didn't you hurt your knee? Lu Chei continued to unpack the medicine. Looking at the medicine inside, he realized it didn't only contain medicine for external injuries. There were also medicines for colds, fevers, headaches, and fever, as well as rheumatism. I accidentally bought too much. Take it as a reward for taking care of Tongning. But, the big miss, who thanked someone by treating them to medicine, inside the waiting room, a figure was lying quietly on the black bed. He no longer had the majestic presence of a king. Instead, he was holding his head in his hands from the pain. Ting. Tongning hurried over. Under the dim lighting, Mo Ting heard this familiar voice. He resisted the pain in his head and calmed his expression. He turned around and looked at Tongning. Shouldn't we board the plane? Perhaps Mo Ting couldn't tell, but Tongning could hear every change in his voice. It was the pain he was suppressing. Tongning's throat felt like it was on fire. She was afraid that her words would sound like she was about to cry, so she put down the medicine in her hands and sat on the headboard. She then struggled to help Mo Ting's body up and pulled him into her embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Take the medicine first. Mo Ting's attention was distracted and he began to panic, especially when Tongning's tears landed on his shoulder. He quickly turned around, but Tongning held him back. Take your medicine. Mo Ting did not continue to struggle. He simply took the medicine and water. Tongning watched as he swallowed the medicine. She reached out her arms and hugged his head, gently rubbing it as she placed her lips against his hair. Mo Ting closed his eyes. At this time, he no longer had the energy to explain. After resting for half an hour, the medicine finally took effect and Mo Ting gradually recovered. He struggled out of Tongning's embrace and turned to look at her. Tongning's eyes were still filled with tears as she looked at Mo Ting without saying a word. It only hurts occasionally, it's not that serious. I just had a checkup not long ago, I don't know. Tongning lowered her head as her tears fell onto Mo Ting's arm. Seeing you in so much pain made me anxious. I don't know what else I can do for you. Tongning wasn't a person that liked to cry. Whenever she came across a problem, she would face it calmly. Only when it came to Mo Ting would she react so strongly. Mo Ting pulled her into his embrace and hugged her tightly. His hand ran down her back as he comforted her. I'll lose my mind if I see you in pain. Hearing this, Mo Ting suddenly came to a realization. It turned out, keeping himself healthy was also a way to protect Tongning. After all, Tongning's tears didn't land on the back of his hand. Instead, they landed on his heart like a hammer. Mo Ting hugged her and waited for her to calm down. After quite some time, he finally said in a hoarse voice beside her ear, later, I'll ask Lu Che to arrange for you to go to the hospital for a checkup. Tongning did not say a word. She simply bit down hard on Mo Ting's neck. Mo Ting was already used to her venting in this way. As long as he caused her emotions to fluctuate, whether it was excitement or anger, she would respond in this way. Tongning bit down on the thin layer of skin, refusing to let go. Mo Ting let her do as she pleased. He smiled and hugged her tightly. It's okay, I feel a lot better after taking the medicine. Tongning finally let out a sigh of relief. Her heart ached again. Mo Ting turned his head and looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table. He quickly said to Tongning, I'll take you to the airport, otherwise, it'll be too late. Tongning still didn't want to get up, but Mo Ting carried her off the bed. After tidying up a little, he led her out of the waiting room. Inside the office, Long Jia and Lu Che were still awkwardly staring at each other. As soon as they saw Tongning being carried out of the office, Long Jia immediately ran over. What's wrong? What happened? Wasn't Big Boss sick? How did Tongning end up being the weak one? I'll take you to the airport now. Long Jia, take good care of Tongning. Long Jia didn't understand the situation in front of her, so all she could do was respond blankly. The group quickly boarded the car, but Tongning remained quiet the entire way. Mo Ting could tell she hadn't recovered from her earlier emotions. So, as they waited at a red light, he reached out his hand and patted her long hair to comfort her. Soon, they arrived at the airport. To avoid being discovered by the media, Mo Ting parked the car in a secluded spot and gestured for Long Jia to come over immediately. Long Jia received Big Boss's signal and immediately got out of the car. She then pulled Tongning out. Our work in London will end in 2 to 3 days. We can't drag it out any longer. Tongning did not say a word. Her expression was calm. As she stepped out of the car, she did not look at Mo Ting's expression. It seemed she was afraid she would regret it. However, as soon as they stepped into the airport, Tongning suddenly asked, Long Jia, I'm still worried. What should I do? Long Jia reacted for a moment. She was a little surprised, but she quickly smiled, Tongning, you know better than I do. When a person is hesitating and doesn't choose the outcome they want, they will often regret it. For example, when the weather is about to change before you leave and you are hesitating to bring an umbrella, if you don't bring one, it will definitely rain. Or, if you want to chase after someone, if you don't turn around right now, you may miss out on the moment he needs you the most. After hearing Long Jia's words, Tongning left the queue without hesitation and ran over to where she had just left the car. Luckily, because of the traffic, Mo Ting's car had not completely left the airport. Tongning ran over without hesitation, pulled open the car door and sat down in her original seat. Mo Ting was a little surprised, why did you come back? Tell Lu Che to immediately arrange for an examination. Before I see the results, I won't leave in peace, Tongning finally said in seriousness, for you, this is a small matter. But, I've been worried about going overseas. Do you think it's still too small? Mo Ting stretched out his hand and gently stroked Tongning's cheek. He had once again given up on resisting. How could he have the heart to chase someone away when they had already sent her all the way back? So, he immediately asked Lu Che to contact the hospital. Accompanied by Tongning, they both went to the hospital for an examination. In the end, they received a report. There were no abnormalities. However, due to her high concentration at work, her brain would occasionally protest. Do you feel completely at ease now? Mo Ting asked as he held onto Tongning's shoulder. It's really just a small matter. Tongning looked at Mo Ting and felt relieved. But, thinking about his headache, Tongning grabbed onto Mo Ting's arm and said, come with me to England. I will work and make sure you rest. Mo Ting sighed. He felt heartache and helplessness towards Tongning. Okay. As soon as Lu Che heard this, he was a little surprised. He thought to himself, his CEO used to be unshakable and had never been shaken by anyone. Yet, he had now completely fallen into a henpecked husband. But, this was a good thing, a really good thing. Perhaps, the only person in the world that could make Mo Ting listen to him was Tongning. In the end, Tongning missed her flight. So, Mo Ting had no choice but to ask Lu Che to arrange for a private jet so she wouldn't miss her flight. Inside the luxurious cabin, Lu Che and Long Jia sat on opposite ends of the plane. One was reading documents and the other was watching videos. Meanwhile, Mo Ting was lying in Tongning's arms. This was the first time. Tongning spread open her arms and hugged him to sleep. In the quiet private hospital, Lan Shi woke up to the pungent smell of disinfectant. After opening her eyes, she stared blankly at the hospital room ceiling. Luo Hao stayed by her bedside. Seeing her wake up, he quickly asked, are you all right? Are you still dizzy? How is Qing Tian? Lan Shi asked in a raspy voice. Luo Hao pondered for a moment and answered truthfully, it had a great impact and attracted the attention of the police, but I have asked the legal team to cooperate with the investigation. As for the murder and kidnapping, the police can't produce any evidence at the moment, so it shouldn't be a big problem. However, a lot of collaborations have already been cancelled, including commercials and endorsements. Apart from Tongning, even Hua Yuan has been given the cold shoulder. After hearing Luo Hao's words, Lan Shi turned around and faced away from him. She closed her eyes and broke down in tears. Qing Tian has been destroyed by my hands. Luo Hao did not know how to comfort Lan Shi, so he simply sat quietly and cried with her. After quite some time, Luo Hao finally asked Lan Shi, there are reporters everywhere outside. The doctor said you are fine, do you want to go home and get some rest? What difference does it make where we are now? Lan Shi asked Luo Hao. Luo Hao couldn't stand Lan Shi's dispirited look anymore. He stood up and grabbed onto Lan Shi's shirt, after all these years, you've overcome everything. Can't you take a little setback? Qing Tian Entertainment hasn't closed down yet. There are so many people waiting for you to help them solve their problems. Is there any use in hiding? Don't forget, Tongning's contract is still with Qing Tian. Right now, she's doing well. It is also an honor for Qing Tian. Yes. Lan, she suddenly sneered as she freed herself from Luo Hao's grip and sat up. Tongning is still in our hands, she can forget about going anywhere. I am going to use this contract to tie her down. Seeing Lan, she had regained some of her fighting spirit, Luo Hao slowly relaxed. He pulled out his phone and walked out of the room to give his assistant a call. What is it? Director, a young woman came to the office and insisted on looking for Tongning. She kept saying that her life was at stake. From the looks of it, she's not Tongning's fan. As Tongning belonged to Qingtian, the woman went straight to Qingtian Entertainment. But, little did she know, her actions had almost destroyed Tongning. Ask her what she wants. She won't say. The assistant replied, but it looks like he's really in a hurry, and he's too lazy to leave the company lobby. I'll deal with it when I get back. After speaking, Luo Hao hung up the phone. By the time he returned to the hospital room, Lan Shi had already changed. I'm going back to the company. Luo Hao nodded as he helped her carry her luggage. With the help of the hospital security, the couple returned to Qingtian Entertainment. When he entered the hall, his assistant was waiting at the door. When he saw Luo Hao, he immediately greeted him. He pointed to the girl pacing back and forth in the hall and said, "It's her." Luo Hao nodded. After sending Lan Shi back to her office, he walked over to the girl and asked, "Miss, I heard you are in a hurry to find Tongning? Why?" Hearing Luo Hao's question, the long-haired girl quickly stood up and said, "I'm looking for her to save a life." Save what life? Can you give me her contact information? The man asked Luo Hao sincerely. Please do me a favor. Luo Hao was silent for a few seconds before replying, I'm sorry, I am the company's director and Tongning is a model. For the sake of Tongning's safety, I can't reveal her private information to you. However, you can tell me what happened and I will help you pass on the message. As for whether she's willing to contact you, that will depend on her. The woman was a little troubled, but she understood Luo Hao's difficulties. So, she decided to tell him the truth, it's because Tongning promised to save someone. But, I can't tell you who this person is. She is currently in a critical situation, so I decided to contact Qingtian. I've already contacted Tongning through various channels, but, she's too famous at the moment. It's too difficult to see her. I hope you can tell her that no matter what the Han family has done, at least that person hasn't wronged her. Since she promised to save someone, she shouldn't go back on her word. What illness? Why didn't you ask the hospital for help? If I could, then I wouldn't need to look for Tongning. Anyway, I hope you can pass on my message. Thank you. After speaking, the woman wrote down her contact details and handed it to Luo Hao. She then gave Luo Hao a deep bow before leaving Qingtian's lobby. Luo Hao looked at the number in his hand. Without a word, he crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the bin. Surnamed Han, Luo Hao returned to his office and immediately instructed his assistant to look into Han Yufan's information. It didn't take long before he found out that Han Yufan had a younger sister. Most importantly, she was seriously ill. Looking at the information his assistant handed him, Luo Hao suddenly leaned back in his chair. Sometimes, one could wear out iron shoes and fruitless searching only to find what they were looking for without even looking. Tongning, this time, let's see who can keep their composure and who will emerge victorious. Of course, he couldn't possibly tell Tongning about this woman's request. London. Tongning was filming a fashion blockbuster on the streets. As the last model to appear on JK Fashion Week, in a short period of time, she had become famous in the fashion industry and received countless resources. Mo Ting was dressed in a trench coat as he sat by the side of the street. He had no work to do, so he was relaxed. All he could do was follow the filming crew and secretly follow his wife. After filming her blockbuster, Tongning turned around to look for Mo Ting. However, he was nowhere to be found. Tongning grabbed her phone from Long Jia and quickly sent Mo Ting a message, "Where are you? Can't I even go to the bathroom?" Mo Ting smiled. Tongning was in a good mood as she teased, "Don't run around. Be careful that I don't want you anymore, find your own way home." Mo Ting was relaxed, but Lu Che was busy. Similarly, in London, Mo Ting was out shopping while Lu Che was in a hotel, helping Mo Ting hold video conferences and recording important events. "Madam, if this goes on, I'm going to get a migraine." Huarong's reporter had no idea what Tongning was up to 2 days ago. It wasn't easy for him to finally find out about her schedule. So, he was currently rushing over to Tongning's workplace. According to Tongning's mysterious schedule, she definitely wasn't simply working. Plus, even though he was so strict, Tongning still managed to avoid his cameras and return to Beijing. From this, one could see how cautious she was. But, the more cautious she was, the more curious he became about Tongning. He refused to believe that Tongning would always be so cautious. As for the man that drove her to the airport in the US, he was definitely going to appear again. In order to find out Han Xiner's exact situation, Luo Hao asked someone to find the woman's contact details from the bin. Without anyone knowing, he found her home address. The man obviously didn't expect Luo Hao to personally visit. He thought Tongning had some news, so when he invited Luo Hao in, he was all smiles. "Are you here to tell me that Xiner can be saved?" Luo Hao looked at the woman's innocent face and gently curved his lips. "Can you tell me about Han Xiner's situation?" The girl thought for a moment and sat down on the sofa next to Luo Hao. She explained to him, "Xianxia and I met in high school. Later, we went abroad to study together. But Xianxia's kidney has always been bad. All the donors we found failed to match. Afterwards, Xiner's illness flared up and we returned to China. Afterwards, Han Yufan brought Tongning here to do a match for Xiner. So many people failed, but Tongning's kidney was a complete success." The woman lowered her head and sighed. "Afterwards, we all found out about what happened at Tianyi. Xiner knew her brother had wronged Tongning, so she never mentioned asking Tongning for a kidney transplant again. She knew the Han family owed Tongning a lot. Because of this, Xiner had a complete falling out with the Han family. Right now, she's all alone in the hospital. Actually, I've wanted to look for Tongning for a long time, but Xiner kept stopping me. Recently, Xiner's health has been getting worse. I was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold on, so I tried all sorts of methods to look for Tongning. Isn't Tongning a model from your agency? That's why I came looking for you." The woman was a complete outsider to the industry, so she had no idea about the undercurrents within. All she knew was that Tongning belonged to Qing Tian, but she had no idea how bad her relationship with Qing Tian was. "I've been holding it in for a long time. Since Tongning has personally agreed, you should at least give me an explanation. The doctor said that for a normal person, one kidney is more than enough to keep their body functioning." After hearing the woman's words, Luo Hao weighed the situation in his heart and asked, "Is her condition serious?" "Her kidneys are failing too badly. She's already in the middle stage of uremia. Dialysis won't be able to relieve much of her pain," the girl said, her voice choking. After hearing this, Luo Hao nodded his head. "I've already contacted Tongning, but she doesn't seem to remember what happened and hasn't given me a reply. Plus, she's currently working in England, so I can't talk to her face to face." The girl's expression changed. She pursed her lips and finally nodded. "No matter what, thank you." "You're welcome." After that, Luo Hao stood up. When he left the girl's house, he accidentally heard the girl say something behind his back. The people in that industry are indeed untrustworthy. Isn't Tongning the same? To think that Xianxia still misses her so much. However, she had no idea that Luo Hao had never contacted Tongning. Of course, this was not the first time he had done something like this. Not only did he hide the truth, but he also deliberately stirred up trouble from both sides. This had always been his style. Even if it involved human lives this time, that night in London, Tongning was preparing dinner for Mo Ting. To reduce Mo Ting's tiredness, she only gave him 2 hours a day to deal with important matters. For the rest of the day, he spent his time working with her and adjusting his tense nerves. Mo Ting leaned against the kitchen door with his arms crossed as he watched Tongning busy herself. His lips subconsciously curved into a smile. So, this was what it felt like to have someone managing you. It turned out Tongning had such a strong side to her. Of course, he had always forbidden Tongning from entering the kitchen, especially since he was afraid she would use a knife. So, the couple even bought ready-made ingredients and simply prepared them for them to enjoy. After dinner, the couple leaned against each other on the sofa and watched a movie. In the past, Tongning had always been in Mo Ting's arms. but now, it was Mo Ting's turn to use Tongning's lap as a pillow. After getting sleepy, the couple returned to bed and lay facing each other. Tongning stretched out her hand and gently stroked Mo Ting's face. Her voice was extremely gentle. "Did you know, you really scared me?" Mo Ting gently nodded his head. This idiot wasn't scared, she was so scared that she started crying. "Will you still do that from now on? Will you hide in the waiting room and endure the pain all by yourself?" Mo Ting looked into Tongning's bright eyes. He finally moved his arm from under her neck and pulled her into his embrace, pressing her tightly against his chest. "It's so good to have you." What else could she ask for in this lifetime, to have someone that truly placed her in his heart? Tongning lay on top of Mo Ting's body and buried her face in his chest. She then wrapped her arms around his waist and rubbed her face against his. "Ting. Don't get sick. Okay." At this moment, in front of Tongning, Mo Ting was like a completely tamed king. On the outside, he could still be fierce and strong, but in front of Tongning, he could also show weakness. He could be the one that was cherished and loved. It turned out, the relationship between a man and a woman could be like this. Loving and being loved were equally blissful. "After tomorrow's work is done, we will return to Beijing." After hearing this, Mo Ting shook his head. "When it comes to personal matters, I can listen to you. But, when it comes to work, you need to listen to me. After JK's work is completed, many big brand offers have already been sent to your email. This is an important time for you to rise. If you miss or reject them, then JK's trip would have been a waste." "But I just have a migraine. It's not like I'm going to be in pain for the rest of my life." Tongning did not say a word. She seemed to be weighing her options. She knew better than Mo Ting that if she missed out on this opportunity, she didn't know when she would get another opportunity like this. "In that case, you should rest for another 2 days. Didn't I say I would listen to you when it comes to personal matters?" Mo Ting did not refute. He simply whispered in Tongning's ear, "I'll take care of the outside, you take care of the inside." Tongning smiled as she found a comfortable position in Mo Ting's embrace and fell asleep. After an entire day of work, she was too tired. This time, she was one step away from becoming an international supermodel. She really hoped that everything would go smoothly from now on. However, Luo Hao had planted a ticking time bomb. Compared to the warmth and stability of the bedroom, Lu Che and Long Jia, who were still fighting in the study room, were extremely miserable. One had to deal with Hai Rui's trivial matters, while the other had to check on Tongning's contract. However, as Long Jia looked at Lu Che from behind, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. She seemed to have no idea that in front of her and Lu Che was a piece of glass. From time to time, Lu Che lifted his head and saw Long Jia smiling at him from behind. Her infatuated expression gave him goosebumps. Most importantly, Lu Che turned around and asked Long Jia, "Why do you keep sneaking glances at me?" Hearing this question, Long Jia's mind went blank as her face turned red and she lowered her head. "Lu Che, you be asterisk starred. Idiot. Do you really have a negative EQ? Why did you have to say something so embarrassing? Plus, do you really not like me looking at you?" Long Jia's heart was suddenly overwhelmed by this possibility. But, to be able to be alone like this, she was already satisfied. How could she ask for more? With this thought, Long Jia calmed herself down. However, just as she lifted her head and was about to look through Tongning's contract again, a handsome face suddenly appeared in front of her. Long Jia was so shocked that she quickly took a step back. "You. What are you doing?" "I'm showing you." "What's the point of looking at my back?" Long Jia held on to her wildly beating heart. She suddenly felt a little flustered. Especially as she looked at Lu Che's bright eyes, she didn't know what to do. She wasn't sure if Lu Che was doing this on purpose or if he really thought she should see his back. "Don't tease me like this," Long Jia roared in her heart. She really wanted to pounce on him. Lu Che stared at Long Jia for a while. After deciding she had seen enough, he stood up and said, "Sit in front of me. Knowing someone is looking at me from behind makes me feel a little creeped out." Long Jia. Most importantly, shouldn't this idiot be concerned about why she was sneaking glances at him? A negative EQ was really hopeless. Long Jia was a little angry. She grabbed the contract and sat down where Lu Che was sitting. She lowered her head and immersed herself in her own world. She no longer wanted to be the one sneaking glances. Being with someone like Lu Che was going to anger her to death sooner or later. Lu Che bit his pen as he looked at Long Jia's back. The corners of his lips naturally curved upwards. Am I allowed to look at you? I also want to look at you. 2 days later, Tongning finished all her work at JK and threw herself into international magazine cover shoots. One schedule followed the next. Sometimes, she even had to attend a few shows in one day. However, as she shone at the London Fashion Week, people from all over the world began to pay attention to this charming oriental face. At the end of the day, Mo Ting had to return to Beijing. Tongning returned to the manor after nightfall. By this time, Mo Ting had already packed his luggage and was leaning against the car door waiting for her. Because he had rested for a few days, Mo Ting's spirit had recovered and the fatigue on his handsome face was gone. Tongning was extremely satisfied, so she hugged and kissed Mo Ting in front of the car. When I return home, I will be able to fight side by side with you, Tongning promised as she lay on Mo Ting's chest. I will definitely do what I promised you. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and stroked his wife's soft hair. He then placed a kiss on the top of her head. I've already left a bodyguard for you. No matter what happens, give me a call as soon as possible. I know, Tongning nodded in seriousness. Let's go home early. If you are at home, where can I escape to? After speaking, Tongning stood on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on Mo Ting's lips. Mo Ting hooked his arm around Tongning's neck and took the opportunity to deepen the kiss until the couple couldn't breathe. However, they did not notice that behind the high walls, there was a reporter hanging from a tree and secretly taking pictures of the manor. Because it was night time and he was quite a distance away, he couldn't get a picture of the man leaning against the car. But, their kiss was so obvious that no matter how blurry it was, it couldn't escape the camera. Although the reporter from Huarong's studio was disappointed that he couldn't get a picture of the man's face, at least he managed to get a picture of Tongning and the man being intimate. The reporter scoffed. He finally lived up to his expectations. After experiencing so much pain, he finally got what he wanted. Tongning, just you wait to explain everything to everyone. After sending Mo Ting off, Tongning once again returned to the manor. She stared quietly at the sofa the couple were lying on and suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. Just a second ago, the man had just left, but now, her heart was starting to miss him. But, Tongning understood, in order to become a supermodel, she needed to produce enough results on the international runway. This was something she couldn't achieve no matter how hard she struggled on the Beijing runway. Of course, apart from her, Long Jia was also feeling depressed. Although she had to put up with the idiot's low EQ after spending so much time with Lu Che, at least she was able to see him. Now that he was gone, no matter how busy she was at night, there wouldn't be anyone to complain about being tired with her. Okay, tomorrow you will have a new job to do. When we get busy, you won't have time to think too much. Long Jia knew Tongning missed Mo Ting, so she patted her on the shoulder comfortingly. Tongning was silent for a moment before she suddenly turned around and said to Long Jia, you too. Long Jia's face turned red. She stuttered, you. What are you talking about? Did she really need to expose her thoughts? Tongning smiled. In just a short span of 2 days, Qingtian Entertainment's news had been pushed out of the search rankings by New News. Even the recording that was hanging on the headlines could no longer attract the attention of the netizens. Over the past few days, Lan Shi had been busy running around trying to talk to old friends. Qingtian's situation had improved slightly, but the main reason was because Tongning was still there. Only Luo Hao's whereabouts were a little strange. He had placed all his attention on Han Xiner's incident, especially on the friend that had helped her fight for justice. However, the words that came out of his mouth could never be true, especially when it came to Tongning. He simply continued to deepen the misunderstanding the girl had towards Tongning. For example, at this moment, he directly went to the girl's house with money and told her, Tongning is a model, it's normal for her to take care of her body. So, she hopes Xiner can understand. But, she obviously promised Xiner that she would save her. The girl was a little angry from Luo Hao's nagging. Yuan, you need to understand. Tongning is a model, she can't possibly give up on her work. This is a breach of contract. I don't know what breach of contract is. All I know is, Tongming is not trustworthy, the girl called Yuan Yuan said angrily. She has not kept her promise to Shiner. How dare she be the #1 model? She is not worthy. Also, take your money back. If you want money, I have plenty of it. In front of Yuan Yuan, Luo Hao appeared helpless and anxious. It was as if he wanted to help, but was powerless to do so. After leaving Yuan Yuan's home, he lowered his head and sneered. In this world, there was going to be another person that hated Tongming. In the end, Yuan Yuan angrily visited Han Shiner at the hospital. At this time, Han Shiner, who was suffering from her illness, was watching a collection of Tongming's runway shows. Yuan Yuan stretched out her head and took a quick glance before snatching the video out of Han Shiner's hands. Do you still think she's good? This woman never wanted to save you. Han Shiner noticed Yuan Yuan's mood wasn't right, so she sat up and asked, what's wrong with you recently? Why are you always saying bad things about Tongming? I went to Tongming's agency, but the people from Qingtian actually tried to bribe me with money. They said Tongming doesn't remember agreeing to donate a kidney to you. They also said that as a model, her body is important. What they mean is, she doesn't want to donate. As soon as Han Shiner heard this, her eyelashes gently trembled as she grabbed onto Yuan Yuan's arm. Why did you go to Qingtian? Qingtian can't wait to trample Tongming to death. Don't you know you could be used by others? Yuan Yuan froze for a moment before looking at Han Shiner. Are you serious? I told you to pay more attention to the entertainment news. Han Shiner glared at her as her emotions gradually calmed down. She then asked, you said Tongming doesn't remember agreeing to donate a kidney to me. Did you hear it with your own ears? Since you didn't speak to Tongming directly, why would you believe the words of a middleman? Yuan Yuan was speechless, unable to refute. By the way, Yuan Yuan, I've told you many times, Tongming has no relationship with me. Whether it's in terms of responsibility or morality, she has no reason to save me. You are a highly educated person, don't tell me you don't understand this? After Han Shiner finished speaking, she noticed Yuan Yuan did not respond. So, she propped up her weak body and asked, the day Qingtian sees you again, you must tell me. I will definitely let you see their true colors. Yuan Yuan thought for a moment and decided she should trust her friend more. So, she nodded her head, I simply don't want anything to happen to you. I will be fine. After working in London for half a month, Tongming's sleep had decreased to 4 hours a day. But, because of her hard work over the past half a month, Tongming had secured a number of global endorsements for luxury brands, as well as attending important shows for world-renowned brands. Tongming was right. Previously, when Nzihao left, she did not cancel her contract with Qingtian. As a result, Lanqi couldn't even take care of herself and couldn't do anything to help her. Currently, Tongming was going to hand the important contracts to Emoting to review. As for the rest, she and Long Jia would discuss it together. As for the interviews and remuneration, they would negotiate on their own. Because Tongming wanted opportunities, she wasn't unreasonable and her demands were reasonable. This satisfied many of her business partners. As Tongming had been overseas for a long period of time, news about her within the country had decreased. She no longer needed to use her popularity to fight for fashion resources. After JK, she had already gotten past the awkward stage. However, she had no idea, beneath the seemingly calm surface of Beijing, there was actually a turbulent undercurrent. Luo Hao and Qingtian had not been completely resolved. During this time, Lanqi had used her connections to poach a few newcomers with potential from other agencies. However, even though Lanqi did not ask about Tongming's matters, she had been keeping an eye on her. Seeing Tongming's achievements on the international runway, she no longer contacted Luo Hao. It seemed she was ready to admit defeat. What else could she do to stop her? Every day, Long Jia would sit in the study room and draw a red cross on the calendar. She would calculate how many days it would be before she returned to China and how long it would be before she could see Lu Che again. Tongming even noticed Long Jia had lost weight during this time. She wasn't sure if it was due to the torture of work or because she missed Lu Che. Tongming returned to her bedroom and lay in bed talking to Emoting on the phone. No matter how late it was, Tongming needed to hear Emoting's voice before she could fall asleep. So, Emoting now had a new job to do. Sometimes, Tongning would fall asleep with her phone in her hand, but Mo Ting would not hang up on her. He would leave the phone on until she woke up the next day and Mo Ting would continue to say good morning to her. Lu Che had seen this scene many times. He once thought to himself, although his president wasn't in the UK, his daily routine was in sync with the British. Ting, how many days until I return? 4 days, Mo Ting replied gently over the phone. 4 days. I'll get through it if I grit my teeth, Tongning replied as she washed her face. I really missed you too much. If it took any longer, I wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. I just returned from the UK 2 days ago. Mo Ting's voice was a little helpless but doting. So, you don't miss me anymore? When I left 2 days ago, I clearly expressed how much I missed you. After hearing this, Tongning's face turned red. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Wait for me? Everything she did was for the sake of being as glorious as the sun. Mo Ting looked at the wedding ring on his finger and seemed to have come to a realization. We still need to love each other for the rest of our lives. I'll wait for you, Tongning smiled in satisfaction. It seemed, as long as Mo Ting was guiding her, no matter how tired she was, she would still be able to move forward. Half a month after Han Xiner requested to see Luo Hao finally came to see Yuan Yuan again. Yuan Yuan immediately gave her driver a phone call and instructed him to pick Xiner up from the hospital without anyone noticing. Luo Hao had no idea. Every time he came, he would come with an apologetic message and a message that Tongning wanted to pass to Han Xiner. Tongning will be returning to the UK in a few days. She asked me to ask you not to use Xiner's incident to create hype. It hasn't been easy for her to get to where she is today. She doesn't want anything to affect her status. Yuan Yuan looked at Luo Hao. With Han Xiner's warning, she had become a little smarter, so she deliberately said, I've long since given up hope that she'll keep her promise. Status? Is she even worthy of being a model? If anything happens to Xiner, I will make sure she regrets it for the rest of her life. Yuan Yuan, don't be so extreme. Tongning has no choice. Yuan Yuan scoffed. Tongning also said that you can name any condition you want. Mr. Luo, please be honest with me. What were Tongning's exact words? Yuan Yuan deliberately tried to get information out of Luo Hao. Seeing Yuan Yuan was angry, Luo Hao held it in for a moment before replying, Han Xiner? What has she got to do with me? Isn't her death a good thing? Shouldn't the entire Han family die? How could she expect me to save her? I am a famous model. Why would I give up a kidney for someone I have nothing to do with? Dream on. Did she really say that? Yuan Yuan's face turned red. Luo Hao nodded his head as he looked at Yuan Yuan and said firmly, those are Tongning's exact words. At this time, the door to the Yuan family home's dining room suddenly opened. Han Xiner snuck in through the side door and approached Luo Hao and Yuan Yuan with the help of the housekeeper. She looked at Luo Hao with a pale face and asked, did Tongning say this? Are you sure? Luo Hao glanced at Yuan Yuan and then at Han Xiner. All of a sudden, he lost his confidence. He had never met Han Xiner before. All he knew was that she had been sick for a long time, but he didn't know much else about her. He originally thought there was no need to waste so much energy on someone that was about to die. So, at this moment, he couldn't figure out why Han Xiner's eyes were filled with anger. Was it because he had made up the things Tongning said? Regardless, he was already in a difficult position. All he could do was maintain his calm and nod his head. Of course, Tongning said it. I am her director, why would I slander her? Han Xiner looked at Luo Hao from top to bottom. She then smiled and squeezed out 2 words from her chest, you're lying. Mr. Luo, don't think that just because Yuan Yuan is simple, you can fool everyone. Qingtian Entertainment has been suppressing Tongning step by step. Did you think everyone is blind just because Yuan Yuan doesn't like to go online? The recording of Qingtian slandering Tongning has been on the top searches for so long. Do you think everyone is stupid? Luo Hao was suddenly left speechless by Han Xiner's words. He had no way to refute her. He had never expected Han Xiner to get involved. Plus, how long have I known Tongning? Whether she would say something like that or not, shouldn't I know? Do I need you to find out? In reality, you haven't even spoken to Tongning on the phone, have you? Han Xiner's body was weak. Because she had been suffering from her illness for years, her body was in a bad state. But she was a girl in her early 20s. Even though she was sick, she still used her firm stand to defend the person she believed in and admired. Mr. Luo, go back and tell your CEO, Lan Shi, not to try and use me to attack Tongning. I will not let her succeed. Also, please stay away from my friend. She is a simple girl, she can't afford to be hurt by scheming people like you. Please go ahead. In the end, Han Xiner said, go ahead. She didn't even give Luo Hao a chance to speak. She had clearly expressed her stance. She did want to live a healthy life, but it was never at the cost of harming others and harming others. Actually, before Tongning broke up with her brother, she had already sensed something was wrong with her brother. At that time, she really wanted to remind Tongning not to be so stupid. Luckily, Tongning woke up on her own and stood up again. The reborn Tongning gave her the courage to continue living. She had been trying to absorb strength from Tongning. In fact, she even tried to emulate her idol's style of doing things. So, she watched all of Tongning's runway shows and magazine covers. In her heart, there was no one more important than Tongning. Because of this person's faith, she had the courage to overcome difficult times. Luo Hao didn't say anything, because he felt a burning pain on his cheek, and it was a hard slap from a little girl in her early 20s. As a result, he left the Yuan family's villa in a straight line. No one knew what he was thinking as he left. As soon as Luo Hao left, Han Xiner couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yuan immediately reached out her hand to hold her. Don't be so agitated. If I wasn't excited, you wouldn't even know that you were sold by him. Han Xiner pushed Yuan on the head. Idiot, from now on, can you stop thinking with your butt? If I really wasn't around, what would you do? Yuan choked up as she hugged onto her best friend, unwilling to let go. But Han Xiner was also exhausted, so she fainted in Yuan's arms. Yuan was so shocked that she immediately rushed her back to the hospital. This wasn't something that money could solve. Did she really have to break the law and buy someone else's health? If Tongning didn't become the donor, then who else could save Xiner? Not a single member of the Han family could be relied on. Above all, Han Xiner was admitted to the ICU. Even Yuan had to stay within the designated time to visit her. However, the first thing that Han Xiner said after waking up was that she was worried Tongning would be caught red-handed by Qing Tian because of the promise she had made. If she died, then she died. This was fate and no one could change it. But Tongning still had a long road ahead of her. So, when Yuan came to visit, Han Xiner simply said, Yuan, can you help me look for my brother? I want to see him. Isn't your brother parking the car for the hotel? I want to see him. She wanted Han Yufan to promise her that if one day, Tongning was implicated because of this incident, he would step out to clear her name. Meanwhile, when Han Yufan saw his sister, apart from feeling heartache, he also smiled bitterly. You don't need to worry too much about Tongning. Because her husband is the CEO of Hai Rue. Han Xiner was stunned for a moment and did not say a word. But this did not affect her respect for Tongning. Because Tongning was still the same Tongning. Do you regret it? Tongning was once so loyal to you, yet you insisted on having an affair with Mo Euro. Han Yufan's arrogance had long been worn away. Right now, he didn't want to think about anything else. All he wanted to do was earn some money and start afresh. After Han Yufan and Yuan left, Han Xiner lay in bed to get some rest. However, she kept hearing the sound of a camera shutter. So, she pretended to be asleep the entire time. As she felt the footsteps approach her, Han Xiner slightly opened her eyes. She discovered the medical staff had not only taken a photo of her, he had also taken a photo of her medical records on the bedside table. Han Xiner had a feeling Luo Hao was going to use this incident to suppress Tongning. Or even, he wanted to destroy her completely. Han Xiner wondered if she could get in touch with Tongning. If she couldn't, then who could she look for? That evening, as the sky turned blood red, Qing Tian Entertainment hung up Tongning's poster in the most eye-catching spot in the building. Lan Shi had already thought it through. At a time when Xianxia Entertainment was suffering, there was no need to go against money and benefits. After Luo Hao entered Xianxia, he simply glanced at it briefly before heading back to his office. However, Lan Shi called out to him, Tongning will be returning in a few days. Let's hold a celebratory dinner for her. She's returning soon? Luo Hao thought for a moment. It seemed, it was time to send Han Xiner on her way early. Once an artist's life was involved, there was no other way out. All they could do was fall from the highest point and be smashed to pieces. Han Xiner also felt the same way. She was like a bomb, but who could she look for help? Mo Ting, could she? But she was just a normal university student. What method could she use to see Mo Ting? Yuan understood Han Xiner's anxiety. Although she thought Han Xiner was a little silly, she was still her best friend. So, while visiting Han Xiner, Yuan said, I don't have any friends in the entertainment industry, but I can use my family background to help you. But, Xiner, I've already looked into the CEO of Hai Rue. He is a legend in the entertainment industry. Will he be willing to see you? Han Xiner lowered her head in disappointment. Yuan smiled and comforted, since he and Tongning are husband and wife, he might be willing. Even though, I think a man like him wouldn't care about a small fry like us. Han Xiner knew Yuan wasn't having it easy, so her hope was reignited, just do your best. But Tongning is already married to the big boss of the entertainment industry. Why hasn't she announced their relationship? Why is she holding on so bitterly? I don't think Xianxia knows about this. Han Xiner thought about it for a moment and felt this was exactly how Tongning did things. So, she reminded Yuan, don't tell anyone about this. Tongning must have her own plans. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can promise you this. Although her feelings towards Tongning were complicated, compared to Xianxia, she was more willing to trust Tongning. Since Xianxia had been plotting against Tongning all this time, when Tongning finally revealed her trump card, she was sure to scare a lot of people silly. However, Han Xiner's condition continued to worsen, so Yuan quickly went to beg her rich father. Although it didn't seem to work, at least it was enough for him to say something. After Han Xiner found out, she specifically asked Yuan to add a few words for her father's secretary to pass on to Mo Ting. This matter concerns Xianxia, please make sure he shows up. With this, Mo Ting would understand, right? Mo Ting's time was not easy to schedule, especially when the Yuan family was using the excuse of investing in film and television. Mo Ting straightforwardly replied, reject. That night, Father Yuan and his daughter sat in a private room of a 5-star hotel with Han Xiner, who was barely able to leave the hospital, waiting for Mo Ting. However, after 3 hours, Mo Ting was still nowhere to be seen. From what I see, this Mo Ting doesn't treat Tongning well. We've already made things so clear, yet he still hasn't shown himself. Yuan said in a dejected tone. Because of this, her impression of Tongning marrying Mo Ting increased. Han Xiner shook her head in disagreement. She simply said apologetically to Father Yuan, I'm sorry Uncle Yuan for making you wait for so long. It's alright, Xiner. Uncle's body can't take it anymore. I'll go back now. You guys continue to wait. Yuan sent her father off and returned to her seat. She looked at the dishes on the table and felt dizzy. I'm so hungry. Another 2 hours passed and it was already midnight. Yuan had completely lost her patience as she slammed her hands on the table and stood up. This Mo Ting is too much. Even if we are insignificant people, he shouldn't humiliate us like this. Plus, we are only helping his wife. He doesn't care about Tongning at all. As his words fell, a tall figure appeared behind her. Of course, that was Lu Che. Afterwards, Mo Ting entered the private room. Yuan did not expect to see the person in person. She was a little surprised as she sat down awkwardly. In reality, Han Xiner was also quite surprised. She had already decided that Mo Ting would never show up. Who would have thought? He actually showed up. Mo Ting also did not expect to see 2 young ladies. So, to avoid any misunderstandings, he asked Lu Che to sit down with them. Han Xiner had no time to waste, so she directly said to Mo Ting, President Mo, I asked you to come because of Tongning. As soon as Mo Ting heard the name Tongning, he furrowed his brows. From this simple action, Yuan Yuan could feel the dangerous aura emanating from his body. Did he need to be so scary? So, Han Xiner spent some time explaining her identity, as well as her encounter with Luo Hao and how he found out Tongning had agreed to donate a kidney to Mo Ting. Actually, even after the entire story was told, Han Xiner still felt like it wasn't real. She never expected Mo Ting to be sitting in front of her. Tongning will never donate a kidney to you, Mo Ting said straightforwardly as he adjusted his jacket. Mo Ting straightened the front of his coat and straightforwardly told Han Xiner, as her husband, not to mention removing her kidney. Even if she were to go for a blood test or an injection, my heart would ache for half a day. After hearing this, Han Xiner nodded her head calmly. I never had such extravagant hopes. However, Yuan Yuan was a little angry. Just as she was about to say what was so great about it, Mo Ting's next sentence made her swallow the words she was about to say. But I can help you find a kidney, anywhere in the world. I know, the Han family owes Tongning too much. I really didn't come here for a kidney. I simply don't want Ningjia to be hurt again. Even if Tongning was here today, she would still do the same thing. Your brother has wronged her, but that is your brother's fault. It has nothing to do with you. She has always been clear about her debts. But, do you think I can't represent her? After asking this question, Mo Ting stood up and instructed Lu Che, escort them home. Afterwards, go to Han Xiner's hospital and get a copy of the relevant doctor's information. Also, arrest any hospital staff that takes photos of Han Xiner or acts strangely. If you allow Luo Hao to find an opportunity to make a move, then I will no longer need you by my side. After hearing Mo Ting's instructions, Lu Che immediately nodded his head. Don't worry, President. Han Xiner and Yuan Yuan looked at the tall and sturdy Mo Ting. They finally understood the rumors that had been circulating around them, how he was decisive and serious. Yes, these weren't rumors, they were the truth. In fact, Yuan Yuan didn't even dare to look at Mo Ting. As she left the hotel, she looked more like a patient than Han Xiner. Xiner, my legs are weak. Will Tongning really be happy marrying such a cold man? Han Xiner smiled as dimples appeared on her cheeks, but I can tell that he loves Tongning. Otherwise, do you think he would be willing to marry an insignificant person like us? Plus, didn't you hear what he said? At least, he's much better than my second brother. Regardless, Yuan Yuan, thank you for today. With someone protecting Tongning, I can rest assured. Hey, do you think that Luo Hao will die a horrible death? That's Mo Ting. Mo Ting. As Lu Che drove, he overheard the two friends discussing Mo Ting and the relationship between Tongning and Mo Ting. Lu Che thought to himself, they were doing well. However, they didn't need to prove anything to the public. As for Luo Hao, Lu Che wasn't confident. It all depended on his CEO's mood. Of course, in a situation like this, no one would be in a good mood. In reality, even Luo Hao wasn't sure how far he should go with Han Xiner. In reality, he could use Han Xiner's incident to create hype. But, according to Tongning's current status, news like this would be drowned in a sea of news and wouldn't have any negative impact on Tongning. Sometimes, Luo Hao even thought of letting go, just like Lan Shi. But, things had already gotten to this point. Not only did he have to bear the hatred of Yang Jing and Lan Shi, he also had to stop Tongning from the beginning. The main reason he couldn't stop was because he knew Tongning was a vengeful person. Especially now that Tongning's status in Qingtian was like the sun in the sky. Did he, Hua Yuan and even Lan Shi have to listen to a model? In the end, Luo Hao made his decision. In this realistic agency and this cruel industry, when there was an opportunity to step on others, there was no use in using underhanded methods. So, although dealing with Han Xiner was risky, if it was played well, it would yield miraculous results. He would be able to destroy Tongning in one fell swoop. Perhaps it was because Han Xiner had been out for too long and caught a cold, but as soon as she returned to the hospital, she started running a high fever. As a result, she was immediately sent to the emergency room for emergency treatment. Yuan Yuan was filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have agreed to let Xiner take her out of the hospital. Now, her life was in danger. Most importantly, during Sheener's critical moment, the emergency room doctor discovered one of his nurses had pulled out her phone and taken a photo of the patient. Although she did it discreetly, the doctor notified the head nurse and the nurse was kicked out. As soon as Yuan Yuan heard about the incident, she was furious. Are you even human? The nurse was scolded by the head nurse and Yuan Yuan in turn. She was so humiliated that she began to cry. Although Yuan Yuan wasn't very smart, she definitely had a temper. So, she grabbed onto the nurse and warned, "Who told you to do this?" Lu Che was already in the middle of making arrangements. As soon as he heard about the incident, he immediately rushed over to the emergency room and said to Yuan Yuan, "Leave this matter to me. Don't let this jerk off so easily." Lu Che nodded his head and brought the jerk to the department head's office. He also took the nurse's phone records with Luo Hao and the photos she took as evidence. This included the nurse's verbal evidence and the bank account number she gave him. Afterwards, Lu Che instructed the man, "Send these photos to him as usual and don't let him know that we already have evidence. Keep it a secret, otherwise, I will call the police." The man waved his trembling hands. "No, I'll do whatever you say as long as you don't call the police." Lu Che put away the evidence. If Luo Hao hadn't been so impatient this time, he wouldn't have been able to catch him in a short time. However, Han Sheener's condition did not improve. Even after emergency resuscitation, her vital signs did not stabilize. "Sheener is so pitiful. If she doesn't wake up within 12 hours, we'll have to go through a second surgery." Lu Che looked at Yuan Yuan and realized that this pair of friends had a very deep relationship, so he comforted her, "It will get better." The doctor said that the success rate of Sheener's surgery tomorrow will be even lower than today. However, Han Sheener didn't last for more than 12 hours before she was once again sent into surgery. This time, the doctors all expressed that there was no hope. The doctor walked out of the surgery room and told the family to prepare for her funeral. But, Lu Che made a prompt decision and immediately transferred Han Sheener to the best hospital in Beijing for treatment. But, because the doctor told the family to prepare for her funeral, Luo Hao took advantage of it and exposed Han Sheener's condition while no one was paying attention. This was a godsend opportunity. He even prepared an angry post from the perspective of Han Sheener's friend, accusing Tongning of not being human and not being trustworthy. She had once promised to save Han Sheener's life, yet she went back on her word, causing the patient to miss out on finding a kidney. In the end, she almost died. No one noticed the word almost. All they saw was her death. Tongning indirectly killed someone, she killed someone, she killed someone. As long as a post like this was released, regardless of whether Han Sheener ended up dead or alive, the public's attention would be drawn to the word murder. In simpler terms, it would be Tongning killed someone. When the news was released, Han Sheener had just been rescued. But, Yuan Yuan did not tell her about the news in Beijing because she was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle the shock. However, Yuan Yuan never expected Luo Hao to be so despicable and shameless. He actually took advantage of a loophole like this. She almost became his chess piece and became the person to accuse Tongning. "What should we do now?" Yuan Yuan asked Lu Che anxiously. "Will we really implicate Tongning?" Lu Che smiled in relief and said confidently, "The media loves to follow the trend these days. Don't forget, everyone is talking about Tongning killing someone, yet Han Sheener is still alive and well. How could she be accused of killing someone? I never expected Luo Hao to be in such a rush. But, these people are scolding her so harshly. Let them scold her. Our madam has already been scolded so many times, why would she care about this one more time? But, this time it's different. They are accusing her of murder." The reason why Luo Hao dared to release this information was firstly because Tongning had promised to donate her kidney to Han Sheener. Secondly, even if Han Sheener didn't die, she was still on the brink of death and Tongning didn't save her. So, in the eyes of keyboard warriors, killing someone was no different. Because she didn't save someone. This time, no matter how Tongning tries to turn things around, I will never trust her again. She's too meddlesome. Don't tell me there's nothing wrong with her. If you can't save someone, then don't boast. If you boast, then don't run away from responsibility. Doesn't Tongning like to create hype? She's too scheming. I'm a fan. But, if Tongning is really as the post says, I will definitely hate her for life. Hurry and ban her. Just looking at her makes me tired. I'm really tired of looking at her. But, when you think about it, these people might have been shouting I love you just yesterday. But, sometimes, the human heart could be this cold. Online, discussions and alliances to boycott Tongning began to appear. They claimed that they wouldn't buy Tongning's endorsements and wouldn't even read Tongning's magazines. Out of all the confrontations that Luo Hao had, this was probably the most satisfying one. The negative impact it had on Tongning was unprecedented. But, it did not affect Tongning's work in England in the slightest. After all, Westerners would only ask one question: why should I save her? After Tongning finished work, she saw the news that broke out. She had already spoken to Mo Ting and was mentally prepared. This time, she was being used because she had indeed said something. Even if she could lie to others, she couldn't lie to herself. As for the reason why Mo Ting didn't stop the situation from escalating, it was because he wanted to teach Luo Hao and the keyboard warriors a lesson. Above all, he wanted to create an excuse and opportunity for her to leave Qingtian. Before hanging up the phone, Mo Ting gave her a message: you only have one choice now, come to Hai Rui. This time Mo Ting did not give her any other options. He did not mention Star King again. He simply said, you only have one choice, come to Hai Rui. It seemed there was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world, but there was absolute power. Hai Rui belonged to Mo Ting. As for Hai Rui, if there was any shady dealings or unwritten rules, Mo Ting would not give anyone a chance. Even if the person was a superstar, they would still meet their downfall. This time, although Tongning did not nod in agreement, she did not reject him either. As she hung up the phone, a slight smile appeared on her face. Because at Hai Rui, she no longer felt afraid or inferior. This time, the explosive news spread like wildfire without giving Tongning any time to catch her breath. Resistance towards her reached all levels. Even when she had just appeared on her Vision magazine, she had never received such a cold reception. Obviously, because of human lives, even Tongning's professional attitude could not save her from the criticism from her anti-fans. Luo Hao had already seen through her PR methods. But, this time, the hatred and resistance that Tongning aroused was felt by the entire nation. It was the result of the anti-fans working together. Even if someone appeared online to speak up for Tongning, they would be quickly destroyed by the anti-fans. So, after the Han Xiner incident, no one stood out to speak up for Tongning. Even her former business partners, even TQ's Lin Weisin, chose to keep their mouths shut when faced with the media. It wasn't that they didn't trust Tongning, but no matter what they said, to them, it would be an excuse. For Tongning, it would only make things worse. Of course, Qingtian Entertainment did not do anything about the incident. As soon as the incident began, She approached Luo Hao. Although she hated Tongning, Tongning's rising status overseas brought about significant benefits for Qingtian. After experiencing in Ziheo's exposure, Qingtian's reputation was slowly recovering. But, Luo Hao had gone too far this time. In fact, he had even gambled Qingtian's future. So, Shi was extremely unhappy. Did you know that we are now in a relationship where we are bound together for good or bad? By exposing Tongning like this, aren't you afraid that Qingtian Entertainment will also lose out? Shi threw all the newspapers in her hands at Luo Hao's face. Did you know that after Tongning's scandal broke out, our company's share price dropped to the freezing point? When Luo Hao heard this, he could not say that there was no hesitation in his eyes, but he still moved his Adam's apple and said, I know what I'm doing. You know your limits. Shi sneered, you have no confidence in yourself. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're a god? You can control the thoughts of a few people, but can you control the entire network? Actually, I've always known that out of the three of them, you are the most patient. Because you think you can do great things. I also have to admit that sometimes your company makes me feel at ease, but, when you stab someone with a knife, you also raise your hand and the knife falls down, sealing the throat with the touch of blood. She finally understood what it meant to reap what you sow. Why did she fail so badly and why her career was constantly ruined by her own people? I told you, I know what I'm doing. Just leave it to me. She did not say another word as she looked at Luo Hao mockingly. The two women's eyes met. In the end, Shi admitted defeat. Things had already gotten to this point. Was there any room to turn back? However, after all the times she had tried to frame Tongning, this was the first time she felt a little guilty. Murder, when a label like this was placed on someone, what would be destroyed? No one could control it. I heard that Han Xiner's friend contacted Tongning a few times, but Tongning told her to die. Didn't she find the friend that hit Han Xiner and threaten her not to make a sound? Haven't you guys seen the latest news? Apparently, Tongning has a grudge against the Han family, so she deliberately prevented Han Xiner from finding another kidney. Tongning, go die. Exactly, Tongning deserves to die. Tongning, why aren't you dead yet? This was an overwhelming amount of scandals, as well as extremely filthy insults. The netizens spread the rumor that Tongning had broken her promise, almost causing Han Xiner's death, and that Tongning had wanted to kill Han Xiner. Even funnier was the fact that a loyal fan of hers had posted Tongning's upcoming return schedule online. They even included an arrogant comment, SL*T, return to your country immediately and prepare to be attacked. In reality, at 10 p.m. in the UK, 8 a.m. in Beijing, Tongning's flight had already landed at the airport a day early. Mo Ting immediately sent someone to pick Tongning up from the tarmac and returned to Hyatt Regency without alerting the media. As soon as she stepped through the front door, Mo Ting was waiting at the door dressed in casual clothes. As soon as he saw her, he immediately opened his arms wide. Without hesitation, Tongning pounced over and buried herself in Mo Ting's chest. Both of them let out a satisfied sigh. Some people said, a woman was a man's second rib and a hug was to let the rib return to its original position. I agree, Tongning hugged Mo Ting's waist tightly as she said these two words out of the blue. I promise. Mo Ting froze for a moment before he realized what she had promised. I didn't reply to you over the phone because I wanted you to see my expression and understand that I wasn't joking, Tongning said in seriousness as she lifted her head from Mo Ting's embrace. Mo Ting's heart ached as he gently patted Tongning on the head and nodded his head. My empire will provide you with the strongest protection. I know, Tongning nodded. I will give you the fairest treatment. I know, Tongning replied. I'm just worried that the other people at Hai Rui will think it's unfair. You've already shone brightly on JK and secured a number of endorsements for luxury brands. Who would dare to say anything? I'm just worried that you will protect me. And be unfair to others, Tongning suddenly laughed. Would you do that? The agency will formulate a reasonable plan based on each artist's development. Everyone has their own goals and prospects. In other words, Hai Rui's arrangements for each artist were tailored to their current development. Hai Rui paid attention to the psychological changes of their artists. As soon as they felt uncomfortable, their manager would immediately adjust until they understood where they stood. So, they treated themselves as opponents and treated their opponents as goals. In that case, who are you going to hire as my manager? Who do you want to be your manager? Mo Ting asked instead of answering. Tongning shook her head. She had a deep sense of trust towards Hai Rui. Plus, with her current status, although it wasn't that she didn't have the qualifications to enter Hai Rui, she definitely wasn't a big deal. Mo Ting smiled mysteriously without giving an answer. He simply led Tongning back to the bedroom and helped her lie down on the bed. Don't think about anything right now. Get used to the jet lag and wait for me to get home from work. Since you are scheduled to return today, you can take some time off. Tongning lay on the bed and held on to Mo Ting's hand. I'm fine, don't worry. After experiencing so much, as long as she continued to move forward, she wouldn't feel despair. I'll get Lu Che to arrange for Long Jie to send Xianxia a contract termination letter. Okay. Tongning gently nodded her head. However, as Mo Ting turned to leave, she reached out her hand and held on to him. I want to see Xing'er. I know you're worried, so I've already made arrangements for you. After you've had enough sleep, Lu Che will take you there. After speaking, Mo Ting leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on Tongning's forehead. Feeling at ease, Tongning slowly closed her eyes. Her eyelashes gently trembled a few times, and soon, she fell into a deep sleep. Although she was exhausted, Tongning was well aware that the pressure of work was greater than the scandal that broke out in Qingtian. She no longer felt sorry for herself and was no longer sad over the comments. She was reminded of something a famous person once said, When netizens don't even have the courage to use their real names, they simply judge and humiliate you. In reality, what they say has no value. You don't need to be angry or sad over their irresponsible actions. At times like this, all you need to do is rest up and use the most appropriate method to strike back. Mo Ting only left home after making sure Tongning had fallen asleep. However, on the way to Hai Rui, Lu Che couldn't help but ask, regarding the madam's incident, are we going to follow the usual procedures? Mo Ting looked down at the documents in his hands. His voice was deep and alluring. This time, the order is like this: contact the law firm and send Qing Tian a contract termination letter on Tongning's behalf. After Qing Tian announces the termination, get the artist's director to announce that Tongning has officially joined Hai Rui. Announce it first? Why don't you solve the problem first? The announcement is part of the solution. Afterwards, Hai Rui will hold a press conference to clarify the Han Xiner incident. Most importantly, we need to find 10 unusually active anti-fans and extract information from them to use at the press conference. I want them to know that if they speak carelessly, they will have to pay a price that they will never be able to imagine in their lifetime. After hearing this, Lu Che suddenly felt excited. Luo Hao would never understand that all the effort he had put into setting up a trap was simply to help Tongning's career take another step forward. Then who is Madam's manager? Me. Mo Ting was silent for a few seconds before suddenly saying this one word. Lu Che was taken aback for a moment. Astonishment filled his face. But, for now, don't announce it to the public and don't tell Tongning. Lu Che smiled and nodded. It seemed the only person in the world that could sign with Hai Rui and have Mo Ting as their manager was Tongning. He suddenly looked forward to the day the truth would be announced. Did Luo Hao think he would deal a critical blow to Tongning? How pitiful. After Han Xiner woke up from her surgery, the first thing she did was ask Tongning how she was doing. Yuan glanced at her. She was too afraid to tell Han Xiner about the bloodbath that was taking place outside, so all she could do was beat around the bush. However, Han Xiner wasn't an easy person to fool. All it took was one glance for her to see through Yuan's act. So, she struggled to sit up and asked Yuan for her phone. Xiner, you can't even take care of yourself right now. Can't you get some rest? You said yourself that Tongning has someone protecting her. But, Yuan couldn't resist Han Xiner's pleading expression, so she handed the phone to her. Han Xiner opened up the webpage and saw the words Tongning murder was at the top of the search rankings. She suddenly panicked as she struggled to get up. I'm alive and well. Why are these people talking nonsense? Yuan quickly held her back. She was so angry that she almost laughed. Look at you, where can you go? Hurry and lie back down. You should be worried about Tongning. You will be able to see her soon. As the two were talking, Tongning and Han Xiner's doctor entered Han Xiner's hospital room together. The doctor was holding on to a case file as he said to Tongning, she is currently in the middle stages of her treatment. Luckily, she still has time and a chance. But, she can't catch a cold like she did this time. She can't be stubborn either. President Mo has already arranged for a match and we are currently searching for resources around the world. I'm sure we will hear back soon. Miss Tang, you don't need to worry. Thank you, doctor. The doctor thanked her politely before leaving the room. At this time, Tongning turned around and looked at Han Xiner helplessly. Your brother's mistake shouldn't be shouldered by you. You didn't contact me all this time, so I didn't know your condition had gotten this serious. Han Xiner's heart ached as she turned her face away. I'm fine. You're as stubborn as me. Tongning sighed as she walked over to Han Xiner's bed and sat down beside her. Han Xiner looked at Tongning's calm expression and asked, don't you mind the rumors that are going around? As long as I clear the air, everything will be fine. Things aren't as complicated as you think. But it's not something that you can clear up with just a few words. Tongning held on to Han Xiner and comforted her. I have my own plans. Plus, didn't you already know? I married an amazing man. He won't let me get hurt. Seeing Tongning wasn't trying to comfort her, Han Xiner relaxed. If you need me, just let me know. Her husband is so capable, it would be strange if she needed you. Hurry and go to sleep, Yuan yelled at Han Xiner in a rough voice. Yuan couldn't stand it anymore as she yelled at Han Xiner. After yelling at her, she felt guilty, so she quickly apologized to her. I'm sorry about what happened this time. If it wasn't for me, that jerk Luo Hao would never have found out about the agreement between you and Xiner. You can't win against him, so don't blame yourself. But, what's up with your fans in the fan club? Even if I were to become the president, I'd be better than them, Yuan complained. Me too, Han Xiner replied. I've watched every single one of your shows and bought every single one of your magazines. I can guarantee that I understand you better than they do. In that case, when you get better, you can come and become the president of my fan club. Tongning couldn't help but laugh. The next morning, the entertainment news was broadcasting the scene at Beijing airport and the TV station was broadcasting an interview with a reporter. I'm afraid this is not only my first time as a reporter, but also the first time I've seen something like this. Fans gathered together on such a large scale, not because they like someone, but because they hate them. From the scene, we can see that these fans are holding banners and holding up placards. Without exception, they are all expressing their anger towards the model, Tongning. After speaking, the reporter looked down at her watch and lifted her head. From what we know, Tongning's flight will land at 10 a.m. this morning. She has less than 20 minutes left. The airport is currently undergoing emergency security measures. At this time, we simply hope that Tongning can escape safely and not get hurt. After Xianxia finished watching the news, she lifted her hand and turned off the television. She then turned her head to look at Tongning. She was standing next to the dining table trimming some flowers. I've already asked my lawyer to send out a contract termination letter. I'm guessing it's already in Xianxi's hands, Xianxia said as she turned around to look at Tongning. Tongning did not say a word as she continued to prune the flowers. Tongning. Do you know how angry I was after reading those comments on Weibo last night? Look at me, my eyes are swollen from crying. Xianxia said as she pointed to her peach-shaped eyes. You deserved it, Tongning replied calmly. I'm doing all this for you. You're considered an outstanding outlier. There are so many fans out there to pick up their idols. They're even singing "I Only Like You" to their idols. Look at your fans. They're holding banners telling you to get lost, asking you to apologize, and even asking you to die. I think, after this battle, my name will go down in history. Tongning continued pruning the roses and placing them into a glass vase. However, Tongning could roughly guess what Xianxia was trying to do. She was obviously trying to test her mood. But after experiencing so much, she no longer cared about the hurt from the rumors. In the past, she had to endure it, but now, she no longer cared. Xianxia was satisfied with the results of her test. She had already ridiculed Tongning to this extent, yet Tongning remained calm. So, she slowly let go of the anxiety in her heart. Originally, she wanted to change the topic and talk about something happy. However, at this moment, she received a phone call from Xianxi. After seeing the number, Xianxia asked if Tongning wanted to pick up. Tongning put down her scissors and grabbed the phone. Have you returned to China? Xianxi asked. Have you returned? Xianxi asked. As she had just received Tongning's contract termination letter, Xianxi guessed that Tongning was already in China. This was in line with her usual style of doing things. She would never give her anti-fans a chance to surround her. I arrived yesterday. Tongning replied calmly without hiding anything. The two of them, who used to be at loggerheads with each other, were able to speak calmly after such an incident. If they hadn't chosen a superior and subordinate relationship from the very beginning, if they had only chosen to be friends, perhaps they would never have reached this step. I've received the contract cancellation letter. Xianxi looked at the contract cancellation letter again and again. Her emotions were a little complicated. In reality, she didn't know what to say to Tongning. However, as the CEO of the agency, she still had to express the agency's stance. Tongning, do you know how much damage you've caused Qingtian? You should ask the person who leaked the information, Tongning hinted at Luo Hao. Qingtian also did nothing in this matter and did not fulfill their responsibilities. Therefore, there is no need to argue that there are mistakes between us. I have already signed the contract termination letter. Thank you, Tongning said. Qingtian will soon announce that you have been kicked out of the agency. There is nothing I can do about it because I am a businessman. You don't have to find excuses for your shamelessness. You should be happy to see me reach this point. After all, you've won and destroyed the business that I've worked so hard to build. Happy? She couldn't feel it at all. Tongning, of course, I have a problem with being competitive. But, with your personality, it's not suitable for you to stay in the entertainment and fashion industry. You get in the way of too many people and make them seem dirty and shameless. So, there are a lot of people that want to drag you down. They want to see this noble model one day fall for unwritten rules, be teased and humiliated. So, you deserve today's outcome. So, you can't wait to imagine me living like a rat on the street, right? Did you think I've been beaten back to my original state and can no longer make a comeback? After asking these two questions, Tongning paused for a moment before letting out a laugh. At least, I'll have to hide and live. That's why I didn't pursue the company for the losses you caused. Consider this my last bit of friendship. Tongning suddenly laughed. In fact, she laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. In that case, I really need to thank you for letting go. Xianxia will release a statement this afternoon. When that time came, it would be a devastating blow to Tongning. Feel free to do as you please. Tongning had no intention of lowering her head. In fact, her voice sounded fearless. She felt Tongning was holding back her anger. She felt she understood Tongning well enough. Even if she lost everything, she still needed her pride. Afterwards, she hung up the phone. She looked at Luo Hao and said with a hint of reluctance, Tongning has terminated her contract. You can handle the rest. After all, it doesn't matter if I'm in this company or not. I never wanted to force you, I simply didn't want you to be soft-hearted. You should be saying these words to yourself. If there's nothing else, then get out, she said in disgust as she lowered her head and returned her attention to the documents in front of her. The fate of the company had been placed in the hands of an artist's director. How could she be willing to accept this? Luo Hao knew, this time, he had not only stepped on She's bottom line, but also She's already cold heart. Although you may find it disgusting. After so many years in Qingtian, even though I've done a lot of things for myself, I have never thought of betraying Qingtian or you. Shi, can't you tell? I have feelings for you. After hearing this, Shi was amused. It is quite disgusting. You better focus on dealing with Tongning. Otherwise, I won't believe a single word you say. Inside the crowded airport, the anti-fans waited for 2 hours, but Tongning was nowhere to be seen. Finally, they realized that Tongning had probably returned to China early. So, in the eyes of these people, she gained a new nickname, cheap model that plays people around. Sometimes, it was hard to understand the dark thoughts of these people. Even if they couldn't afford to offend her, couldn't they just avoid her? Don't tell me that he doesn't know how to dodge when he knows that you're blocking the door. Is he going to fight you head-on like an idiot? But, in the hearts of these people, they took it for granted. If you did something wrong, you should accept our criticism and endure our slaps. If you hid, it meant you had a guilty conscience, you were in the wrong, and you were cheap. No one cared about the so-called truth. Groups of anti-fans couldn't find Tongning, so they surrounded Qingtian Entertainment. However, Qingtian's people also expressed that they had never seen Tongning in person. In the end, Qingtian's people revealed that they would be releasing a short statement in the afternoon and hoped everyone would calm down. If Qingtian continues to shield Tongning, we will boycott you until you close your doors. Although I know the entertainment industry is dirty, I hope you still have a bottom line and tell someone like Tongning to leave. A cheap model that only knows how to hide will forever live in the dark for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, at Hai Rui Entertainment, CEO's office, Mo Ting held a short meeting and told everyone that he had already drafted a contract and was ready to sign Tongning to Hai Rui. The higher-ups looked at each other in confusion. Why would Mo Ting, who had always been known to boycott bad artists, want to sign Tongning to Hai Rui? President Mo, as you've seen, Tongning's incident has caused an uproar. How could someone like her join Hai Rui? Faced with the employee's question, Mo Ting glared at him and replied coldly, how did someone like you, who doesn't think before speaking, enter the management level? Is this your first day in the entertainment industry? You should believe whatever the public says. Why don't you go and be an anti-fan instead of being in the management level? Whose subordinate is this? Take him back and write him a 30,000-word reflection letter. Tomorrow morning, I want it on my desk. There will be no next time. The man suddenly fell silent. Of course, he didn't dare to make a sound. As for the rest of the management, because they had been in Hai Rui for many years and understood Mo Ting's style of doing things, if Tang Ning was really the kind of person the rumors made her out to be, there was no way Mo Ting would consider taking her under his wing. So, they did not have much of an opinion on Mo Ting's decision. We believe in the president's arrangements. Everyone else also expressed their support. In reality, most of them had seen Tang Ning's runway shows and had long been impressed by this talented model. They had always wanted to ask Mo Ting to poach Tang Ning, but because Tang Ning had been through so much, they were afraid Mo Ting would hate her, so they didn't dare to bring it up. Who would have thought, at a time like this, Mo Ting would offer to sign Tang Ning? Then it's decided. Fang Yu will stay, everyone else is dismissed. The higher-ups all stood up and left, leaving only the artist's director, Fang Yu, in Mo Ting's office. Mo Ting handed the information prepared by Lu Che to Fang Yu and handed him full responsibility for the press conference. Fang Yu looked at the contract in his hands and was shocked. President Mo, your manager. I want to personally take care of Tang Ning, is there a problem? Mo Ting lifted his head and asked. But, don't let anyone know, not even Tang Ning herself. When the time is right, I will personally tell her. However, Fang Yu couldn't understand why Mo Ting would give Tang Ning such special treatment. Mo Ting seemed to know what Fang Yu was thinking, so he replied firmly, because she is worth it. I understand, President Mo, don't worry. After spending some time, Fang Yu understood everything that had happened since Tang Ning signed with Qing Tian. But, the thing that surprised him was, how did Mo Ting find out about all these details? Unless, he had been involved from the beginning. Regardless, Qing Tian Entertainment was indeed shameless. Especially when it came to Han Shiner, it was a completely despicable and shameless act. Of course, perhaps it was because he sympathized with Tang Ning's situation, Fang Yu began to look forward to Qing Tian Entertainment's explanation. That way, he could step out and slap them in the face. 3 p.m. After a discussion with the higher-ups of Qing Tian Entertainment, Luo Hao finally decided to step out for an interview at the entrance of Qing Tian Entertainment. Surrounded by the media and anti-fans, Luo Hao first bowed to everyone before turning to the cameras and responding, firstly, on behalf of Qing Tian Entertainment and our model, Tang Ning, I would like to apologize to the public for the Han Shiner incident. It has been confirmed that our agency's artist, Tang Ning, did indeed have a verbal agreement with Han Shiner. However, as for the rumors online, we have no way of knowing the truth. Due to Tang Ning continuously denying the truth, refusing to cooperate with the investigation and arrogantly sending the agency a contract termination letter, from now on, Tang Ning will be removed from Qing Tian Entertainment. We cannot tolerate an artist with questionable character continuing to tarnish Qing Tian Entertainment's reputation. At this moment, Qing Tian Entertainment would like to appeal to the public. Towards those with bad character, we should unite as one to get rid of them. Tang Ning will be the first and only artist from Qing Tian Entertainment to publicly announce that they will be banned from the entertainment industry. Thank you everyone for your support of Qing Tian Entertainment. We will work hard to improve and I hope everyone will continue to monitor us. Long Jiao looked at the news and watched as Luo Hao spat out word after word. She felt like he was slapping Lan Shi in the face. The first person Qing Tian Entertainment wants to ban is Lan Shi. At this time, Lu Che was also at Hyatt Regency. After seeing the news, he joined Long Jia in ridiculing, this level of shamelessness has completely overturned my worldview. Haha. Do those two even have worldview? Long Jia rolled her eyes, I really pity our Tang Ning. Pity? Lu Che turned around and glanced at Tang Ning. How was she pitiful for leaving a company like this and joining Hai Rui Entertainment? Luo Hao, that jerk, is still talking. He's still talking. I really want to snap his neck. Why is he so annoying? On the TV, Luo Hao continued to answer the reporter's questions. Do you have any more insider information about Tang Ning? All I can say is, she is different from the person you guys see. People like this, Qing Tian Entertainment will ban every time they see them. Netizens seemed to be clapping and cheering at this result. Xianxia announcing that they were banning Tongning was like giving her a death sentence. But, since when did Xianxia make the decisions in the entertainment industry? To everyone's surprise, after a short 10 minutes of Xianxia Entertainment's interview, another piece of news completely blew up in the entertainment industry. Hairui Entertainment announces the signing of Tongning, officially becoming Tongning's new employer. Top entertainment company signing Tongning, cheers for them. Hairui beating Xianxia, what does your ban amount to? Hairui signing Tongning is a mystery, how much are Xianxia's words worth? Hairui signed Tongning. As soon as everyone heard the news, they were dumbfounded. How unbelievable was this? This was Hairui they were talking about. Hairui, the company with the highest status in the entertainment industry. How could they sign Tongning? But, as soon as they saw Hairui Entertainment officially announce the signing of Tongning, they had no choice but to believe it. In the end, they had no choice but to believe it. It was real, they weren't dreaming. Just 10 minutes ago, Xianxia had announced their ban on Tongning. Yet, 10 minutes later, Tongning had signed with Hairui and become one of their models. The reporters looked at each other speechlessly. Especially when they saw Luo Hao continuously answering questions about Tongning and continuously exposing her from the side. He also emphasized that since Tongning had already been banned, there was nothing to be afraid of. He was determined to continue down the path of defaming Tongning until the end. The reporters suddenly felt very awkward. Especially as Luo Hao continued to express his disdain towards Tongning. The reporters really wanted to remind him to stop talking because he was being too stupid. If he continued, they would get goosebumps. The scene before them was both funny and ironic. A few of the reporters at the scene even received phone calls from their own companies. At a time like this, it was time to grab the headlines. Who would bother interviewing Xianxia? The smarter reporters were already waiting outside Hairui's entrance. As for the reporter closest to Luo Hao, he pulled out his phone and showed it to him. Director Luo, is this your so-called ban on Tongning? Luo Hao furrowed his brows in confusion. He then focused his attention on the palm-sized screen and saw a line of words clearly displayed in the middle of the screen. Hairui announces signing on Tongning. Xianxia Entertainment has been slapped in the face and thrown into an awkward situation? Luo Hao's eyes grew wide in disbelief as he grabbed the phones of others. Without exception, they were all filled with news of Hairui signing on Tongning. Just 10 minutes after they announced their contract termination. Hairui actually turned Xianxia into the laughingstock of the industry in 10 minutes. Luo Hao returned the phone to the reporter. His mind suddenly went blank. Looking at the reporters' faces, it was as if they were all laughing at him, with sarcasm. Because as soon as he blacklisted Tongning, Hairui signed her. Banned, what did you say? Who do you think you are? Does Xianxia have a place in the entertainment industry? At this moment, under the siege of the reporters, Luo Hao suddenly panicked. His face turned red, and a sense of shame and anger suddenly drilled into his limbs from the soles of his feet. It's so embarrassing. The reporters at the bottom of the stairs couldn't help but say this because they could feel the humiliation. Afterwards, Xianxia led the security out the front door and brought the unconscious Luo Hao back to her office. Luo Hao didn't feel anything, but when he was out of the flashing lights outside, he suddenly sat on the ground along the wall, looking depressed and panicked. Xianxia looked at the man sitting on the floor as her throat burned. Are you satisfied now? Compared to Hairui giving me a slap in the face, I feel like I've been stripped naked and humiliated by Hairui. Naked. From now on, no matter where I go, I will always be naked. In everyone's eyes, I will be a joke. Not only Xianxia, everyone in Xianxia felt the same way. Hairui's slap in the face was too loud. Luo Hao's eyes were empty, he had no idea what Xianxia had said. It wasn't until the sound of Xianxia's high heels faded away that he wiped his face and hugged his knees as he sat in a corner. He suddenly didn't know how he was going to face people from now on. Xianxia's interview had ended, but Hairui's had just begun. Fang Yu wanted to give Xianxia a breather. He couldn't let Luo Hao face the second wave of attacks so soon. Standing on the stage, Fang Yu was in a good mood. He wasn't sure if Tongning had seen Luo Hao's face a moment ago, but even through the television screen, he felt embarrassed on behalf of the jerk. Of course, for Hairui to announce the signing of Tongning at this critical juncture, they had to bear the burden of Tongming's scandals. Why would Hai Rui sign a model with a murderous reputation? Director Fong, is Hai Rui joking with us? Today is not April Fool's Day. The reporters began to attack Fong Yu. In other words, why would they pick up a piece of trash like Tongming? So, April Fool's Day allows you to play with the media. I'll remember next time. The reason why Fong Yu was able to become the artist's director of Hai Rui was because he was extremely good at dealing with reporters. His PR was flawless and his marketing was also on point. Why would Hai Rui sign Tongming at a time like this? Fong Yu glanced at the man, the corners of his mouth curved upwards as he laughed. It seems I've already answered your question. Each reporter only has one chance to ask a question. When we first entered the venue, I already reminded you to take advantage of this opportunity. The reporter's face alternated between green and white. Her first question was whether Hai Rui was joking or not. After learning their lesson, the reporters that followed were a little more cautious towards Fong Yu. Tongming is a murderer, why would Hai Rui sign her? After hearing these words, Fong Yu glanced at the reporter's work badge and replied coldly, a reporter is a profession that uses a timely, truthful, effective, objective and fair approach to disseminate information to the public. If you search for this term online, you can find it everywhere. May I ask, what have you done? Another reporter held onto his work badge and turned his face away awkwardly. Why would Hai Rui announce the signing of Tongming at a time like this? In that case, what kind of opportunity do you think is appropriate? Fong Yu asked. At least, when the people no longer hate her. Oh, in that case, she may never get the chance to join Hai Rui again. She has already been wrongly accused 100 times by heartless reporters and keyboard players. Fong Yu's reply was sharp and to the point. Isn't Hai Rui afraid of being slandered because of Tongming? Tongming has so many anti-fans. Hai Rui has never tried to please anti-fans. There's no other reason, it's because of the darkness in their hearts. When they judge others as ugly, they have no idea that they themselves may have a mouth full of buck teeth. When they deny other people's hard work, they have no idea that it's because they themselves haven't worked hard enough. They even think that other people's hard work has a strong background and unspoken rules. Boycott Tongming? Do you dare to use your real name to boycott her? But, the incident between Tongming and Han Xiner is real. The reporter added. Plus, there are some anti-fans online that have gone from condemning Xianxia to attacking Hai Rui. Fong Yu was silent for a few seconds. Everyone assumed he hadn't expected this result. However, Fong Yu suddenly turned to the reporters and said, 10 a.m. tomorrow, Hai Rui will be holding an official press conference for Tongming's contract signing ceremony. When the time comes, Tongming will be attending. Anti-fans and reporters alike, what evidence do you have? Bring it all out. Let everyone see if Tongming has killed anyone, broken her promise and done any of the dirty things that you are all accusing her of. Hai Rui is not Xianxia Entertainment. We do not operate with the concept of vagueness. No unspoken rules will ever exist in Hai Rui. Of course, Hai Rui will never tolerate their artists being framed or humiliated. Since Tongming has already signed on, Hai Rui will definitely be open and transparent. Dear reporters, please be on time tomorrow. When the time comes, there will be an even bigger scandal. Fong Yu firmly expressed Hai Rui's attitude and forcefully placed Tongming into their territory. As long as it was their artist, they would never abandon them. They couldn't be like Xianxia, who would remove them at the slightest sign of trouble. This kind of intensity once again slapped Xianxia's PR and efficiency in the face. It made the reporters at the scene feel that Hai Rui's protection of Tongming was not just empty words. The netizens continued to curse, but not as fiercely as before. Some people had opinions towards Hai Rui, but when they thought about how their idols and celebrities all came from Hai Rui, they couldn't help but want to believe in Hai Rui and Tongming. Xianxia Entertainment was currently being looked down upon by the industry because of how embarrassing they were. Although various entertainment companies competed with each other on a daily basis, it was rare for them to be slapped in the face by Hai Rui within 10 minutes. Xianxia Entertainment had become the biggest laughingstock in the industry. Some bored fans even took screenshots of Luo Hao's expressions and turned them into emojis to express their entertainment mindset. At the same time, the agency was afraid of offending Hai Rui. So, all the employees secretly placed resignation letters on Xianxia's desk. Although it couldn't be said that Qingtian had completely collapsed, at least. In fact, it was even more serious than Xianxia's headline incident. Only the anti-fans remained firm as they continued to oppose Tongning. The hatred that had been building up for so long had exploded. They couldn't be afraid just because Tongning had signed with Hai Rui. I wonder how Tongning managed to sign with Hai Rui. This despicable cheap model has no regard for human life. Even if she changes to another agency, she would simply be changing to a bigger fig leaf. I used to think that Hai Rui was a clean stream that couldn't be surpassed. But now, even they are starting to go downhill. He even signed someone like Tongning. If it wasn't for our fans, I wonder how much Hai Rui's shares would have fallen. I heard there's going to be a big leak tomorrow. Let's sit back and watch as Hai Rui clears the floor for Tongning. At this moment, Tongning was sitting beside Mo Ting as she flipped through the news. When she saw that her name was linked to Hai Rui and was being scolded by anti-fans, she lifted her head and looked at Mo Ting with an apologetic expression. Mo Ting did not turn his head, nor did he look into Tongning's eyes. But, he knew what she was thinking, so he said, "Don't tell me you think this is all Hai Rui can do? Tomorrow, all you need to do is dress up and attend the event. Fang Yu will take care of everything else." "You still haven't told me who my manager is." Tongning put down her laptop and turned her body slightly. "The higher-ups are currently discussing," Mo Ting replied calmly. "What, you don't believe me?" "I'm a little scared." Tongning replied straightforwardly. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she still didn't have the confidence to conquer Hai Rui. Especially when it came to her relationship with Mo Ting, what would Hai Rui think if it was revealed? What would the public think? Hearing the word scared, Mo Ting finally stopped what he was doing. He turned around and looked into Tongning's eyes. "It's rare to hear the word scared come out of your mouth. But, just because you joined Hai Rui, does that mean you are no longer a model? Does that mean you are no longer Tongning?" Tongning lowered her head and thought for a few seconds. When she lifted her head again, her face was slightly red. "Doesn't that mean from now on, everything I do belongs to you?" Seeing this, the corners of Mo Ting's lips curved up slightly. This was a joy that came from the bottom of his heart. "I finally have an excuse to control you openly. You can't go easy on me." Mo Ting nodded his head. "I will only be stricter with you because I know you like it. So, can you rest assured and sign the contract now?" Lu Che stood behind the couple with a handsome smile on his face. Not for any other reason, but because he enjoyed watching a married couple fight side by side. Long Jia sat to one side and stole a glance at Lu Che every now and then. Especially when she saw him smiling like a fool at the couple, she felt her mood lighten up. She loved his silly look. Lu Che sensed the heat in Long Jia's gaze, so he lifted his head confusedly. However, Long Jia quickly averted her gaze and pretended not to notice anything. She was simply looking at the news on her phone. Regardless of everything, the news of Hai Rui signing Tongning had already caused a huge commotion within the industry. Especially when Hai Rui's artists attended all sorts of events, they were constantly asked their opinions on Tongning or Hai Rui's actions. But, the majority of Hai Rui's people were able to express their opinions with a smile. Is there something wrong with Tongning's character? I'm not sure, but Hai Rui has never signed an artist with a bad character. So, if my fans trust me, I hope they can also trust my agency. Tongning. I really like her runway shows, especially her long legs. Now that they are fellow apprentices, I can see them more often. I'm really looking forward to seeing them. I've told her manager many times in private to go watch Tongning's runway shows. I'm speechless. How come the agency is taking so long to sign her? They're so slow. I'm so happy that Tongning is joining the big family of Hai Rui. Slap. Hai Rui's artists expressed their anticipation for Tongning to join the agency on different occasions. This showed that Hai Rui was extremely united. They were well aware of their position and were confident in themselves. Even if they were to compete, they would compete generously. I hope the agency can clear Tongning's name as soon as possible. I have faith in the agency, so I also have faith in Tongning's character. Anti-fans are the most annoying. I can't wait for the agency to show evidence and for the press conference tomorrow. All of Hairui's artists, regardless of whether they had jobs or not, were harassed by the reporters. But, apart from a small minority of artists that were too busy to respond, the majority of artists, regardless of their status, expressed their trust in the agency and their expectations for Tongning. To a large extent, this displayed the demeanor of a leading company. Of course, it also represented Mo Ting's absolute dominance in the industry. Late at night, after a busy day at work, Mo Ting returned home to find Tongning working out at the gym in a thin set of sportswear. He was silent for a few seconds. He was originally afraid she would catch a cold. But after thinking for a moment, he returned to the locker room, changed into a black training uniform, and went to the gym. Tongning was already 26 years old. If she wanted to maintain her perfect figure, she would need to put in a lot more effort than a young girl. So, seeing her covered in sweat, Mo Ting couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He walked behind her, grabbed the dumbbells from her hand, and pressed her back against his chest. It's not wrong to have the highest expectations for yourself, but it's not this kind of reckless training method. I have no choice. I don't have a coach. Tongning leaned against Mo Ting and sighed tiredly, but if I continue to train like I used to, my body won't be able to take it. Mo Ting pushed her and placed the dumbbells on the floor. He then pulled out a towel and walked over to Tongning to wipe her sweat. How can there be no coach? I'll train with you. Tongning was stunned for a moment. She suddenly took a few steps back and removed his shirt. Not long after, an extremely attractive male body was revealed in front of her eyes. His perfect 8-pack abs were clearly defined and his muscles were firm. It was a healthy bronze color that made people obsessed with him. Seeing how bold the woman was, Mo Ting's lips curved upwards. You've seen it so many times. Are you still not satisfied? President Mo, from now on, I hope you can wear no clothes at home. Mo Ting took the opportunity to hook his arm around her waist and press his chest against hers. Do you like to watch? Who wouldn't want to see a view like this? Tongning asked. But, only I can see it. Only I can see it. Mo Ting was satisfied with her possessiveness. He lowered his head and placed a kiss on her lips. After a while, he held onto her waist and said, Your upper body is strong enough. You should train your stomach muscles more. Do you think my body is not soft enough? I couldn't resist not wanting you, yet you still took the initiative to provoke me? Mo Ting deliberately pinched her waist and explained, It's because it's good for women to train their lower abdomen muscles when giving birth. Then practice with me. Mo Ting lowered his head and pressed the tip of his nose against Tongning's. It's not like I'm going to give birth. I want you to give birth for me. Tongning's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. The breathtaking scent of hormones was right in front of her. With such a beautiful scene, forget about training her stomach. Even if she was asked to run 10 kilometers outside, she would be willing. Mo Ting looked at Tongning and lifted her in his arms. At a time like this, who would be in the mood to train? They went straight back to the bedroom and barged into the bathroom. The two of them made love once and again until their strength was exhausted. Then, they stood in the kitchen late at night and cooked a bowl of noodles for each other. Sitting at the dining table, Tongning looked at Mo Ting, who was wearing a nightgown, and shook her head. It seemed, it was time to hire a female coach. Otherwise, if he really became a coach, 9 out of 10 times he would end up in bed. Mo Ting saw through her thoughts as he returned to his normal expression and cleared his throat. I couldn't resist today, but I won't do it again. Tongning tilted her head and glared at Mo Ting. Did you think I would believe you? As long as you don't pounce on me, I'll be fine. In reality, even Tongning wasn't confident. But to have someone like this, no matter what she did, he would stay by her side, help her tirelessly and enjoy being with her. Tongning's heart was filled with a blissful feeling. With this thought in mind, Tongning placed the egg in her bowl onto Mo Ting's plate. In our home, you are no longer just my husband and boss, you now have another identity, my coach. So, President Mo, you have worked very hard. Will you still be able to leave me in the future? Tongning shook her head obediently. I can't. Hurry up and eat. Get some rest later, I will be holding a press conference tomorrow morning. Tongning nodded her head. She couldn't wait to become better, to become the best, to become worthy of what Mo Ting had done for her. Because she wanted to be with Mo Ting forever. Tomorrow, she would set sail once again from Hairue. This time, she was going to successfully reach the top of the fashion industry. Afterwards, Mo Ting carried her back to the bedroom and lay in bed beside her, coaxing her to sleep. Unknowingly, Tongming's eyes began to tear up. Mo Ting looked down at her and asked, "Why are you crying?" "I've been treated cruelly by this world before, but now, I am being treated gently. Only those that have been treated gently know how to love others. Did you think I would have thought of this before I met you?" Mo Ting laughed as he lay down and pulled Tongming into his embrace. "At first, I wondered if you would ever get used to this kind of calmness. If the 16-year-old Tongming met the 22-year-old Mo Ting, we may have argued and broken up because of our youthful impulsiveness. But the 26-year-old Tongming met the 32-year-old Mo Ting, we will simply support each other and live a long life." Mo Ting smiled as he lowered his head and placed a kiss on Tongming's ear. He then wrapped his arms around her and fell asleep together. This time, he could finally use his own strength to send Tongming on her journey. The next morning, the anti-fans compiled a list of Tongming's 3 crimes and requested for Hairue to give them a positive response. This was Fan Yu's message. He wanted anti-fans and reporters to present evidence to anyone that had any doubts about Tongming and to question her. As for the anti-fans' outburst, the incident with Han Xiner was merely the trigger. However, Tongming's frequent appearance on the top searches caused many people to pay a heavy price. So, those that hated her began to dig up all the things that she had experienced in the past and created hype over and over again. "Tongming, even if you have Hairue backing you, we are still going to rip off a layer of skin from you today. I have no reason to hate Tongming. Are you going to bite me? Tongming, there are so many people that hate you. You really need to find your own reasons. You are about to start clearing your name. Unfortunately, with me around, you will never be able to clear your name." This was the reception hall of Hairue Entertainment. Amidst the flashing lights, Fan Yu sat solemnly at the podium. Beside him sat the quiet and low-profile Tongming. The reporters and fans had once praised Tongming for standing aloof from the world. But now, from their perspective, Tongming's low profile and introverted demeanor were all for show. She was scheming behind the scenes. They hated Tongming like this. They couldn't wait to tear off her mask of hypocrisy and get her out of everyone's sight. They wanted her to know the power of public scrutiny. Fan Yu understood what the people below were thinking. So, after scanning the room, he said, "From today onwards, Tongming is an artist under Hairue. But, I am aware that there is a lot of controversy surrounding Tongming. Since I've already made my decision. Today, I will satisfy the curiosity of the media and fans. Didn't you all prepare a lot of questions for Tongming? In that case, she is right there. You can ask your questions now. But, I have one condition. I want you to ask them one at a time." Most of the reporters had their notebooks filled with questions waiting to be asked. They couldn't wait to use their notebooks as exercise books and wait for Tongming to answer them. "I would like to ask Miss Tongming to explain the entire Han Xiner incident." The reporters knew Fan Yu was an expert in Tai Chi, so they learned from their mistakes and only asked one question. They wanted Tongming to explain the entire Han Xiner incident from the beginning. Tongming glanced at Fan Yu and he nodded his head, gesturing for her to relax and answer whatever she wanted. Tongming turned her gaze back to the reporters, the live broadcast and the audience. "I did try to find a match for Xiner's kidney. But, after terminating my contract with Tanny, Xiner did not contact me again. I found out about Xiner's illness at the same time as you all. That is the entire story." "You're lying. According to Han Xiner's good friend, she tried to contact you multiple times, but you insulted her and even cursed her to die." Faced with the reporter's sharp questions, Tongming laughed and replied, "Han Xiner's good friend? Have you confirmed it? Have you seen her in person?" The reporter froze for a moment and was suddenly speechless. "But, you did promise Han Xiner to save her, but she died. For you to say something like this, I don't think it's too much for me to slap you across the face." Tongming's voice was extremely cold. "Reporter, how did you find out Han Xiner died? If you casually said the word dead without investigating the facts, then how did you get your reporter's certificate? If you investigate and still say that Xiiner is dead, then I think that you have evil intentions." Because you are extremely vicious. Tongning, Han Xiner has already disappeared. Didn't you know? You purposely disposed of the corpse to cover up your crime, didn't you? After hearing this, Tongning finally realized what kind of rumors had spread about her in just a few short days. I'll say it again, Han Xiner is not dead. What evidence do you have? Why don't you show me the evidence? If I can show you evidence, will you kneel down and apologize? Tongning suddenly asked the aggressive female reporter. Kneel? Don't you think you've gone too far? Tongning? The reporter laughed in ridicule. She felt Tongning was telling the biggest joke in the world. I've gone too far? Have you ever thought about how the rumors you spread will affect me? Do you think I deserve to have my reputation destroyed? Fine, as long as you can show me the evidence, I will kneel down. There were so many people present who heard and saw it. Tongning and Fang Yu looked at each other. They then asked Yuan to push Han Xiner through the main entrance and into the reception hall, appearing in front of everyone. Han Xiner looked at the people that were relentlessly chasing after Tongning and said in a loud and clear voice, I am Han Xiner. As she spoke, she even pulled out her identification. Fang Yu knew how much these reporters wanted the world to be in chaos. The reporters looked at the woman that had suddenly appeared in the reception hall in shock. Didn't she go missing? Didn't Tongning deal with her? The world sure is big and full of strange things. I simply had surgery because my illness flared up, yet when I woke up, I heard that I had died. Are the media brainless these days? Han Xiner's personal appearance indeed surprised the reporters. How could the person in question appear like this? Was this really Han Xiner? Seeing everyone looking at her like she deserved a scolding, and since she was Tongning's fan, Han Xiner asked Yuan to help her up. She then turned to everyone present and said, right now, I really want to swear. Are you all crazy? How come I didn't even know I had died? Since when did I, Han Xiner, need you reporters to seek justice for me? Let me tell you, Tongning has never owed me a kidney. Since you all are so kind and charitable, why don't you give me one of your kidneys? As for my friend, she was created by Qingtian's artist's director, Luo Hao, in order to frame Tongning. Didn't you want evidence? Here, I'll give you evidence. After speaking, Han Xiner gestured for Yuan to hand over the evidence that Lu Che had collected from the nurse. There was a voice recording, photos that were secretly taken, Luo Hao's contact details and the nurse's bank account number. The reporters continuously passed it around. In the end, Fang Yu placed it on the big screen behind him. It was obvious, everything was planned by Luo Hao and the media had been led by the nose. I don't know how evil the people that spread the rumor about my death have. All I know is, the media is an accomplice, Han Xiner said in an extremely sharp tone. If you still think you know how to write the word shame, then from today onwards, you will no longer have the face to continue being reporters. Of course, those shameless people will continue to use their cameras to harm others. Han Xiner didn't die and Tongning didn't do what you guys are imagining. Plus, she has never forgotten about my condition. She has already found a suitable kidney for me and I will be receiving surgery soon. I know better than you whether she is well or not. If you continue to use this incident to slander Tongning, then I will cooperate with Hai Rui Entertainment to sue the unscrupulous media. When that time comes, you will have to bear the consequences. If you can't control your own mouths, then let the law do it. Fang Yu looked at Han Xiner in admiration. If this child recovered from her illness, he might actually consider making her his successor. He had only said these words once, yet Han Xiner remembered them all. Hearing Han Xiner's warning, the media suddenly fell silent. As for the reporter from earlier, her face turned red. She had promised to kneel down and apologize to Tongning. At this moment, she simply hoped that Tongning would forget about this incident as soon as possible. She didn't want to be embarrassed in front of everyone, but, however, Fang Yu remembered it clearly. Reporter friend holding number 29, do you still remember what you promised Tongning? I. The other party stammered out the word I. His face was terrifyingly red. I know in the current entertainment industry, the cost of creating a rumor is very low. That's why you guys have the habit of spreading rumors so easily. But, not every artist is within the scope of your ability to create rumors. As long as it involves an artist under Hai Rui, we will fight against you at all costs. As long as Hai Rui remains in the entertainment industry, as long as Hai Rui is still number one in everyone's hearts, we will definitely fight against the unhealthy culture in the entertainment industry. Today, regarding the incident involving Tongning and Han Xiner, Hai Rui would like to make the following statements. Firstly, Tongning and Han Xiner are not related by blood and have no moral obligation to save her. Tongning has already helped Han Xiner find a kidney and has maintained her bottom line. Secondly, during the period of Han Xiner's illness, Tongning did not receive a single phone call from Han Xiner asking for help. At the same time, she did not ask a third party to keep in contact with her. Tongning only found out about the truth after the incident. Any comments that Tongning has insulted Han Xiner are considered rumors. Thirdly, the incident with Han Xiner has caused great damage to Tongning's reputation. We have already obtained evidence of the mastermind. Hai Rui will soon send out a lawyer's letter to ensure that this type of behavior will be punished under the supervision of the law. Fourthly, Hai Rui has issued a serious warning to many media outlets and publications. We hope the media will remember their responsibilities and maintain their bottom line. They will not blindly follow the trend and work together to create a better culture in the entertainment industry. This is the attitude of the entire Hai Rui. Fang Yu's words were clean and concise. His words were full of warning, causing the media present to tremble in fear. They thought Hai Rui was joking. But Hai Rui had already brought out their most serious legal weapon. The reporters looked at each other. Deep down, they all knew they were being used. But what could they do? The reporters weren't having a good time either. No one bothered to investigate the truth. All they cared about was whether the incident would be explosive enough to make the public feel refreshed. All they could do was run on the front lines, but they couldn't retreat. So, as soon as the truth was revealed, every single one of them looked at Tongning with guilt. What did Tongning do wrong? It was just that he was targeted, framed, slandered, and almost destroyed. Sorry. Tongning, we had no choice. I'm really sorry. We made a huge mistake this time. Luckily, Hai Rui set things right in time. In the future, we will definitely remember that we are reporters. Faced with these apologies that seemed to come from the bottom of their hearts, apart from mockery, Tongning couldn't think of anything else. When they want to smear you, they can blurt out any rumor. Once they were pressured, they would begin to feel regret and shame. Fang Yu watched as the media admitted defeat and the reporters trembled in fear. He then turned to look at Tongning before changing the topic and joking. However, this incident has gotten out of hand. Apart from the media, there is another group of people that we have no choice but to pay attention to. After speaking, Fang Yu turned his body slightly to the side as the screen behind him displayed the details of Tongning's fans. On the screen, the fan was analyzing her journey. From being madly in love with Tongning, to humiliating her when the incident happened, to finally becoming an anti-fan. This was a terrifying change that she had experienced multiple times. Between the lines, there was only one word: retard. Every celebrity will more or less experience signs of turning from a fan to an anti-fan, and vice versa. But, fans like you that have been circling back and forth like paper clips, I would like to ask you to stop following Tongning after this incident. It's not that you can't afford to love Tongning, it's that Tongning can't afford to love you. Since you've turned into an anti-fan, don't turn back around and slap yourself in the face. The media did not continue to pursue the matter and the reporter from before was not asked to kneel. They understood that Hai Rui was giving them a way out, so they laughed along with Fang Yu's humor. Of course, the fans were just an exception. Because Fang Yu was actually trying to lure out anti-fans. A moment later, a lawyer's letter from Hai Rui appeared on the screen. It contained the information of 10 anti-fans, including their real names. The media were in an uproar. They were shocked by the extent of Hai Rui's actions. From the media to the mastermind, from the fans to the heartless anti-fans, Hai Rui did not let a single one of them off and pursued them step by step. Hai Rui once said that the cost of creating a rumor is too low. So, it's time for groups of people to humiliate others for fun. Since that's the case, Hai Rui has no choice but to show their determination to defend their rights. So, it's about time these 10 people received their lawyer's letter. If you can tell the truth and if you have witnessed an unethical practice in the entertainment industry, you are welcome to report it. But, those that use the internet to create sensationalism, slander others, and cause harm to others, Hai Rui will not tolerate them. There are millions of anti-fans. But, there will come a day when they will pay the price. If you continue to spread rumors, it will only push the adoption of a real name system online. When that time comes, you will have nowhere to hide. I'm looking forward to seeing how awesome you are. Feng Yu's words were extremely forceful, but it made those that had suffered from anti-fans for a long time feel extremely satisfied. Above all, this was the first time Hai Rui had shown such determination to deal with anti-fans. It meant, from today onwards, Hai Rui would protect their artists in every way possible. This information was revealed with the permission of the police when they reported it to the police. Anti-fans, Hai Rui awaits your challenge. These words were Hai Rui's declaration of war against the anti-fans. Of course, with the intervention of the police, the anti-fans that had previously threatened to do something to Tongning immediately disappeared without a trace. Great. Mo Ting stood in his office watching the live broadcast. He was extremely satisfied with Feng Yu's performance. Those that had bullied Tongning in the past, those that were currently bullying Tongning, and those that wanted to bully her in the future. Did they think they still had a chance? Absolutely impossible. From today onwards, Tongning will be assigned model of Hai Rui. From now on, all of her work will be handled by Hai Rui. I hope our friends in the media can be magnanimous and treat Tongning a little more gently. The media were stuck in the middle of Hai Rui today. It was like they had been slapped in the face and invited to watch someone else get slapped in the face. Hearing Feng Yu's words, they could only nod their heads, that's for sure. Tongning will definitely become an international supermodel. This was the first time Tongning had participated in a press conference for Hai Rui. She suddenly understood why Mo Ting was able to dominate the entertainment industry for so many years without being shaken. Because Feng Yu's hosting was enough to explain everything. Apart from Hai Rui, there was no other agency with such professional PR capabilities and such a domineering way of handling a situation. After the press conference, Feng Yu smiled at Tongning, hinting that from now on, Hai Rui would protect her from all aspects. Tongning returned a smile. Her gratitude was evident on her face. Meanwhile, Long Jia and Lu Che were extremely excited as they listened to the press conference. Especially Long Jia. Every time something exciting happened, she would grab onto Lu Che's arm and pinch it. After the press conference was over, Lu Che directly showed his arm to Long Jia. If you continue to pinch it, my arm will be crippled. Boss's company is awesome, powerful, and professional. Lu Che knew there was no way he could stop Long Jia, so he let her be. However, his expression was one of confidence. Of course, you should take a look at whose company this is. How could any black-hearted agency compare? Like this, I finally don't have to worry about Tongning's future. Lu Che watched as Long Jia laughed and cried at the same time. He couldn't understand how women worked. She cried when she was unhappy, but she also cried when she was happy. I can finally relax. So? What are you planning to do? What else can I do? I'm already so old, it's time for me to start looking for someone to marry, Long Jia blurted out. But, as soon as she saw Lu Che, she froze. She was so excited that she forgot herself. Lu Che did not say a word. He simply looked at Tongning on stage, but his eyelashes were trembling. Long Jia sneaked a glance at him. She couldn't understand what Lu Che was thinking. So, her smile froze on her face. She wasn't sure if she should continue to hint at him. Lu Che didn't seem to like older women, right? Thinking of this, Long Jia's smile suddenly became a little forced. Afterwards, the press conference came to an end. However, just as Han Xiner was about to leave Hai Rui, Feng Yu approached her and smiled. After you recover and are interested in joining Hai Rui, you can give me a call. What can I do? Hai Rui's publicity department welcomes you. Feng Yu smiled politely. You have a lot of potential. Han Xiner glanced at Tongning and nodded her head solemnly. Since Tongning is here, of course I am willing to come. I simply hope you don't give me an empty promise. I'm curious, why do you like to chase after Tongning? Because I also want to have a counterattack in life. Tongning has always been my only hope. I want to live like her. When it's time to fight, I will seize the opportunity, and when it's time to love, I will not hold back. Then you must first have a healthy body. Good luck, little friend. As Han Xiner left, Tongming gave her a tight hug. If I don't have the responsibility to donate my kidney to you, then you don't have the responsibility to clarify the truth for me either. I just want you to be happy, Ningjia. I will accompany you during your surgery. Tongming let go of her and gently stroked her hair, just like how Mo Ting always gave her strength. This time, Han Xiner smiled brightly as her cheeks flushed red. She nodded her head in seriousness. In that case, I will definitely make myself healthy and return to your side. Tongming's heart was moved by Han Xiner's righteousness and tolerance. In this world, we face countless choices every day. But, there are always some people that, no matter what they experience, would never hurt others and would never blame anyone. So, she deserved a better life. After the press conference, Fang Yu invited Tongming into his office and said, "The president has given instructions. Han Xiner must have hurt you lot this time, so he is giving you a day off to recover. But the day after tomorrow, you will return to your post and start your busy schedule." "I don't need a day off," Tongming replied straightforwardly. After a short pause, she continued, "Actually, I really want to know, who exactly is my manager?" "Your manager is currently not in China. You will be flying to Italy the day after tomorrow. Your manager will be meeting you there," Fang Yu explained. "I understand. Tongming, at Hai Rui, you can be yourself. Right now, I am being myself." After all, she had never been a noisy person. Fang Yu shrugged his shoulders and used his humorous body language to tell Tongming that although Hai Rui was strict, it was a loving family. Tongming responded with a smile, "I will cherish every day I have at Hai Rui." Hai Rui strikes back at anti-fans, Han Xiner's incident revealed. Hai Rui to Tongming's fans, "Can't love her, please stay away." Hai Rui slaps anti-fans, "Real name system will forever be your grave." In an instant, Hai Rui used a strong stance to reverse the damage that the public had done to Tongming. Like a strong gust of wind, all negative comments about Tongming were blown away. The anti-fans were afraid of being exposed, so they no longer dared to say anything online. As for Tongming's fans, they quietly withdrew from the circle of idols in shame and temporarily distanced themselves from the controversy. On the same night, news of a famous film star being involved in a car accident was released in the film and television industry. As a result, the media's attention was immediately drawn to it. The attention online decreased and the trending searches also disappeared. Seeing the search results, Long Jiao let out a sigh of relief and said to Tongming, "You've finally come back to life." Tongming stood outside Hai Rui and looked up at the top floor. She knew, the person that had given her a new lease on life was her husband, Mo Ting. August 19th had given her a new lease on life. And today, he had given her a new career. "From now on, everything I have belongs to this man. I will live a better life for him." Hearing Tongming's words, Long Jia was both happy and a little disappointed. Who was she supposed to live a better life for? Tongming lowered her head and noticed Long Jia's disappointed expression, so she asked in a quiet voice, "Are you thinking of Lu Che?" Long Jia did not admit it, but she did not deny it either. "If you really like him, then tell him. Did you think he would understand your hints?" "It's easy to say it out loud, but I'm afraid it would be awkward as a friend," Long Jia replied straightforwardly. "I'm well aware that with my family background, Lu Che's family would never like a woman like me." Tongming hated Long Jia's inferiority complex. It also revealed that a naturally optimistic person was actually more fragile. In front of others, she could laugh and joke around, but in the dead of night, it was easy for her to hide and soothe her own wounds. "Let's go," Long Jia reminded Tongming. Tongming glanced at Long Jia before turning around and climbing into the van. Lu Che was a blockhead. Perhaps, in Lu Che's heart, the only reason he treated Long Jia a little better was because Long Jia treated him well. "Right now, everyone in Beijing knows you are Lu Che's fiancé. You already have a lot more opportunities than others. Long Jia, don't waste them." Long Jia glared at Tongming as she covered her ears. Tongming's words were like a feather gently brushing against her heart, making it itch. She couldn't think about it, her heart was in a mess. That evening, without any warning, a light snowfall suddenly appeared in Beijing. Tongming stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the snowy scenery. Behind her, on the big screen, the news of Luo Hao being interviewed by the police was playing. Tongming turned around and took a quick glance. Especially when she saw Luo Hao leaving Qingtian in a sorry state, it was like all the grievances she had previously suffered had disappeared in a puff of smoke. Lanqi followed behind as she sent Luo Hao off. However, at this point, Qingtian Entertainment was on the verge of collapse, so Lanqi's face was similarly pale. Tongming glanced at the screen and turned off the television. She already knew what had happened to Lanqi and Luo Hao. The once arrogant couple had now become the laughingstock of the industry. Especially after being singled out by Hai Rui, it was like Qingtian had collapsed overnight. From now on, it was impossible for them to ever make a comeback. Not long after, Mo Ting returned home covered in snow. However, his palms were still warm. He removed his jacket and approached Tongming from behind, pulling her into his embrace. "What are you thinking about? You look so focused." "I'm thinking about the future," Tongming turned around and replied as she lay in Mo Ting's embrace. "In 2 months, let's go public. Have you thought it through?" Mo Ting asked as he hugged her. "Yes, you are too good. I'm afraid you will be snatched away, so I need to tag you." Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply wrapped his arms around Tongming's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Afterwards, the couple took a few steps forward and landed on the sofa not too far away. Mo Ting then pressed his body against Tongming's as he kissed her. If this was really the case, then they had a lot of things to solve. After they were done fooling around, Tongming finally leaned against Mo Ting's chest and asked, "Langjia, do you think Lu Che will like of you?" "I'm not even Lu Che knows the answer himself." Tongming thought for a few seconds and realized Mo Ting's words made sense. After all, that man's EQ was indeed that low. Tongming of Langjia of Tongming of Mo of Langjia of Langjia of Lu. Of Long of Mo of Jia Tang, he was, Mo of Ling. Tongming gently nodded her head, indicating she knew how to cook. However, before Mo Ting could take a few steps, Tongming held him back. "I heard my manager is in Italy." "Who is she?" "You will find out when the time comes." Tongming did not ask any further. She grabbed her phone and walked over to the window to give Langjia a phone call. Of course, she deliberately exaggerated the truth. Although Langjia warned herself not to fall for Lu Che, hearing that he had a high fever of 39 degrees and no one was taking care of him, she immediately asked for his apartment address and rushed over anxiously. Along the way, she lost track of how many red lights she ran. Half an hour later, Langjia arrived outside Lu Che's apartment. After pressing the doorbell a few times, Lu Che finally opened the door. He looked at Langjia listlessly. "Oh, it's you. Have you taken your medicine? How high is your fever?" "Among the medicine I bought last time, there are some that can treat a cold." Lu Che childishly returned to the sofa. Whenever he was sick, his mind was in a mess, so he couldn't hear what Langjia was saying. As Langjia sat down on the coffee table, Lu Che suddenly laughed. "You are too tall and sturdy. Be careful of my coffee table." Langjia ignored his teasing as she pulled out a thermometer from the medicine box on the table and placed it in Lu Che's mouth. After 3 minutes, she took it out and looked at it anxiously. "It really is 39 degrees. We need to go to the hospital. I don't want to sit in the car, I feel dizzy. Carry me on your back." Langjia. Lu Che was at least 185 centimeters tall. Although she was tall and sturdy, she wasn't tall enough to carry a grown man on her back. "Otherwise, I won't go." Langjia was angry and amused at the same time. She suddenly felt Lu Che was quite cute like this. Perhaps, his fever was too high for him to realize how childish he was being. Afterwards, Langjia knelt down with her back facing him and said, "Come on up." Lu Che sat up and climbed onto Langjia's back without hesitation. After finding a comfortable position, he buried his head in Langjia's shoulder and fell asleep. Langjia only took a few steps before she found it hard to breathe. But, thinking about the person on her back with such a serious fever, her heart ached. Although Lu Che was torturing her, she still felt a trace of bitterness and sweetness. Luckily, after 10 minutes of walking, there was a hospital. Langjia carried Lu Che in and placed him on a stretcher. She told the doctor to hurry and check on him before it turned into pneumonia. After being tormented in the hospital for 4 hours, it was not until late at night that Lu Che finally woke up a little. He opened his eyes and looked at Long Jia, who was lying on the edge of the bed. Coincidentally, the nurse was doing her rounds. Seeing Lu Che awake, she smiled. "You two sure have a good relationship. Your sister carried you all the way to the hospital. It wasn't easy." Lu Che thought back to his unreasonable actions and suddenly felt a sense of guilt. Why did he bully Long Jia for being fat? Perhaps because his hands were numb. Lu Che moved his arms a little. But, because of this movement, Long Jia forced her eyes open and asked, "You're awake? Are you feeling better?" "Much better." Lu Che felt a little awkward. Lu Che was a little embarrassed. "Well, I didn't mean for you to carry me here. I didn't expect you to be serious. But, you are really strong." After hearing this, Long Jia was so angry that she felt uncomfortable. She grabbed onto Lu Che's shirt and almost kissed him to shut his mouth. The couple's eyes grew wide. Perhaps even Long Jia didn't know why she suddenly couldn't control herself. In the end, the couple separated and Long Jia said awkwardly, "You're too noisy." Lu Che was still in a daze. Long Jia stood up and growled, "It seems you've recovered. Let's go, let's get out of the hospital immediately. I didn't drive, so carry me home." "I can't carry you." Long Jia glared at him and said in annoyance, "I was just teasing you." After speaking, Long Jia helped him up from the bed and wrapped him in a thick jacket. After the couple arrived downstairs, Lu Che suddenly walked down the steps and crouched down. "Come on up." Although it was already early in the morning and there weren't many people on the streets, Long Jia still looked around. "Forget it." Although she said this, her body was honest as she climbed onto Lu Che's back. Lu Che couldn't handle the weight and almost fell to the ground. Long Jia was so shocked that she quickly stood up. "Are you okay?" Lu Che couldn't help but laugh as he once again crouched down at the bottom of the steps. "Hurry, come on up." Long Jia couldn't help but let out a laugh as she climbed onto Lu Che's back again. This time, Lu Che walked steadily, even though it still didn't look like it was easy. "You can put me down at the front, I'll take a taxi home," Long Jia said as she pointed to a street lamp. "Why would you want to go home?" "Stay at my place." Lu Che carried Long Jia across the street. "Isn't that a little inconvenient?" Long Jia said, but she was actually laughing on the inside. Although opportunities like this didn't come by often, at this moment, being on this man's back made her heart feel warm and at ease. At the same time, she also felt nostalgic and reluctant to leave. "Hey. This hospital is only 3 minutes away from my house. How did you manage to carry me for over 10 minutes? Lu Che changed the topic. Of course, when it came to accommodation, he would make his own decisions. "I am, after all, a woman." Before the word woman could leave her mouth, Long Jia suddenly reminded, "Look at the road, look at the road." Lu Che turned his head once and ended up knocking into a lamppost. Long Jia fell backwards onto the snow with Lu Che lying between her legs. Lu Che was stunned for a moment. He realized their position was quite embarrassing, so he immediately stood up and pulled Long Jia up. Long Jia immediately covered her burning hot face, thinking to herself, if only the road was a little longer. Lu Che held on to Long Jia's hand without turning back. Long Jia enjoyed the feeling of being held onto by the person she liked as her thoughts ran wild the entire way. She knew, although she was an insignificant person had their own highlights. If it was Tongming and Boss, there would definitely be a crowd of onlookers. Not long after, the couple arrived at Lu Che's apartment. As there was only one bedroom, Lu Che gave the bed to Long Jia. However, Long Jia said, "Since we're both too embarrassed to sleep on the bed, let's both sleep on the sofa. You can take that one and I'll take this one." Lu Che thought about it and felt it made sense. So, after taking the medicine, he collapsed and fell into a deep sleep. It was like he had no idea that there was a woman in front of him. Long Jia sat up and watched as Lu Che rested peacefully. She felt it was a shame to waste such a beautiful night. But, was she really brave enough to say that she liked Lu Che? In a daze, Long Jia also fell to the ground. However, her sleeping position wasn't very good. In the darkness, a tall figure helplessly walked to her side, bent down, and carefully tucked her in. However, Xianxia was in a deep sleep, so she had no idea someone had covered her with a blanket. The next morning, Tongming was packing her luggage at home when she received a phone call from Fangyu. He asked her to attend a private gathering to get to know some of Hai Rui's most popular artists. I've already spoken to the president about this matter and he has agreed. Tongming originally didn't like crowds, but since Fangyu had asked and it was Mo Ting's idea, Tongming couldn't find a reason to reject. So, she nodded her head and agreed. She needed to integrate into this big family and make a few more friends. So, 6 p.m. that night, she and Xianxia appeared at a secretive high-class club. To make sure she didn't feel awkward, Fangyu waited for her at the entrance and led her into the high-class reception. Inside the luxurious hall, pleasant classical music echoed through the air. Under the gorgeous chandeliers, a famous singer was playing the piano. Tongming took a closer look and noticed most of the people attending the reception were currently on television. They were either famous film and television stars or popular singers. The only person accompanying her was the international supermodel, Hu Jingjing. She was wearing a long silver dress as she sat elegantly drinking champagne. Afterwards, Fangyu led Tongming over to the man playing the piano. He smiled and said, "Fengge, let me introduce you. This is Tongming." Although Tongming rarely sang, she was well aware of the status the man in front of her had in the pop music industry. 10 years ago, his name had already spread far and wide and he had created countless legends on the charts. 10 years later, he was still far behind the younger generation, he was a famous evergreen in the music industry. Tongming was not shy at all. As the man sized her up, she politely greeted, "Nice to meet you, Fengge. Okay, let's have more gatherings from now on. If you like to sing, I can teach you." "Thank you, Fengge. Tongming has arrived." Everyone present immediately approached with a glass of wine in their hands and greeted Tongming. Fangyu patiently introduced himself until Tongming was able to blend in. In the end, Tongming sat down beside Hu Jingjing. In reality, they had already compared their abilities a long time ago. But, Hu Jingjing had been famous for a long time and her stage presence was unique, so she had her own advantages. She turned sideways and smiled at Tongming. "You don't like events like this, do you?" I'm not used to it yet." "You'll get used to it after a few more times." "Hai Rui is a place that gathers the best people in the industry," Hu Jingjing said as she drank. In the end, she was a little tipsy, so she asked, "Who is your manager?" "What's your manager?" I don't know yet," Tongming replied honestly. "I heard you are flying to Italy the day after tomorrow for the sake of a watch endorsement." "But, I heard Star King is also fighting for it," Hu Jingjing explained. "I know you were previously blacklisted by Star King. But, since you've joined Hai Rui, there will be a lot of battles between you and Star King. You need to be careful." Tongming nodded her head and looked at Hu Jingjing in seriousness. "Fighting for resources is inevitable, but Hai Rui has never lost before. I hope you can continue to win. Of course, this will depend on whether your manager has the ability to do so." Tongming knew the higher up she went, the crueler it was. But, apart from nodding her head, she didn't know what else to say. After all, she didn't even know who her manager was yet. The two chatted for a while before Fangyu turned to the crowd and said mysteriously, "Do you guys know that the president will be attending tonight?" As soon as everyone heard this, their faces lit up with excitement. Some of the artists even started clapping and whistling. Although they worked in the same agency, because Mo Ting had his own private elevator, the artists didn't have many chances to actually see him, let alone at a private event. Mo Ting was like a legend in their hearts, more dazzling than any singer or movie star. Hu Jingjing subconsciously scanned Tongming from head to toe. She noticed, even a popular singer like Fengge couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement upon hearing that Mo Ting was coming. Tongming was the only exception. Although she was known to be quiet, the expression on her face made Hu Jingjing lower her head and smile. "You seem to be quite close to President Mo?" "Sort of," Tongming nodded in acknowledgement. Within the industry, there aren't many people that are close to President Mo. His lifestyle doesn't seem like one from the entertainment industry, Hu Jingjing said with a deeper meaning. She then lowered her head and gently took a sip from the wine glass in her hand. Tongming let out a gentle laugh. She didn't know why, but she couldn't put up her guard around Hu Jingjing. It was like Hu Jingjing had an aura that was very similar to hers. It made her feel a sense of familiarity. Roughly 10 minutes later, a commotion broke out in the hall. Tongming spotted Mo Ting amongst the crowd of artists. He was tall, strong, and brimming with energy. He was still wearing the same black lapel suit he wore before leaving the house. However, at this moment, Tongming wasn't sure if it was because she had been drinking, but all she could think about was Mo Ting's strong physique without any clothes on. So, she blushed as she stared at Mo Ting amongst the crowd. Her eyes burned with passion. It was as if she wanted to pierce a hole through his body. Mo Ting greeted each of the artists present one by one before looking for Tongming. As his gaze met with her fiery gaze, Mo Ting held back his laughter and held back the urge to hug her. It was as if he was hinting for her to drink less. Tongming let out a gentle laugh as she looked down at her wineglass and gently nodded her head. Tongming, come over here. Fan Yu noticed Tongming had not moved, so he beckoned her over. Tongming held onto her wineglass and obediently walked over to Fan Yu's side. She then looked at Mo Ting. Let me propose a toast to President Mo. Tongming did not hold back as she asked straightforwardly, I wonder if I would have the honor. Mo Ting received the wine glass from the waiter and gently clinked glasses with Tongming. Their actions were in sync and the way they drank was the same. If they hadn't known each other for a long time, it was impossible for them to have such chemistry. Hu Jingjing seemed to have understood something and suddenly chuckled. It was hard to find anyone present who didn't suspect their tacit actions. To be able to make it to the top of the industry, one's EQ and IQ were not too low. If he still couldn't understand, then, they didn't deserve to be the cream of the crop. From this, Fan Yu understood. If Mo Ting had previously said he wanted to be Tongming's manager, he was still doubtful. But now, Mo Ting, who never attended private gatherings, appeared in front of everyone because of Tongming. Didn't this mean something? Of course, the boss knew that everyone would notice something was off, but he didn't hide it. He was secretly telling everyone to take care of his people. Everyone had a tacit understanding. Actually, they weren't surprised at all. Even though some of them were younger than Tongming, but since she had joined Hai Rui, she was their junior. So, of course, they had to take good care of her. After the toast, Mo Ting and a few other popular film stars began to discuss the script. Mo Ting had a good eye for talent. As long as he had his eyes on a film, it would definitely do well in the box office and would never fail. So, now that the opportunity had arrived, everyone had to take advantage of it. Tongming returned to her seat beside Hu Jingjing. Listening to the soothing music, her tense nerves slowly relaxed. Don't go public, Hu Jingjing suddenly said from beside her. Huh? Don't go public with your relationship with President Mo, Hu Jingjing suggested in seriousness. Otherwise, you will no longer have a private life to speak of. The reporters will have their eyes on you at all times. In fact, they may even do it a few times a week. Tongming was a little surprised, but she quickly smiled. Let me tell you a story. Hu Jingjing found a comfortable spot and slowly began. 10 years ago, there was a model that came from a humble background. But, she fell in love with a famous director. They fearlessly walked side by side for many years. Just as the female model became a supermodel, they went public with their relationship. In the end, they moved in together and got married. But, not long after, the media revealed that the director was impotent. Because of these 3 words, the director broke down. From then on, he couldn't recover. As for this female model, because her husband's dignity was trampled on and she couldn't prove his innocence, the media claimed that she was a test tube baby. In the end, she suffered a miscarriage and committed suicide. That woman was my sister, Hua. Ying. The media must be scary. After hearing this, Tongming's heart was filled with emotions. Fame had always been a double-edged sword. Don't worry, since President Mo dared to let us know, he obviously has a plan. Actually, he wants you to be mentally prepared. If your relationship goes public, your life will definitely be turned upside down. I know. I've always known. Tongming nodded her head in seriousness. But, the way she looked at Mo Ting was filled with trust and determination. We will help you because Hai Rui has given us a lot of warmth. At that time, Tongming didn't really understand who Hu Jingjing was referring to. She simply felt that if there was a place in the entertainment industry that was pure, then Hai Rui had achieved it. Mo Ting seemed to have finished speaking as he suddenly placed his gaze on Tongming. His gentle gaze made Tongming feel like she was bathing in the moonlight. Tongming had a little too much to drink. As she spoke to Hu Jingjing, she continuously downed a few more glasses. By the time Mo Ting looked at her for the 5th or 6th time, she was already lying unconscious on the table. Seeing this, Mo Ting stood up from the crowd, walked over to Tongming and placed his arm around her shoulder. Feeling the familiar warmth, Tongming immediately sat up, wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist and rubbed her head against his stomach. This scene was witnessed by everyone. Although their eyes were wide open, they were no longer surprised. From now on, thanks to Tongming, he would be able to interact with Boss more often. It seemed he needed to treat her better. Mo Ting had no choice but to carry Tongming in his arms. At this moment, he was no longer the boss that stood above everyone, he was simply the husband of a drunkard. This is the first time I've felt boss is like an ordinary person. President Fong, did you invite the two of them to show off their affection today? I suddenly remembered something, the LM jewelry commercial. President Mo is the Backview Dream Man, right? You've only just realized. In that case, you must have seen Feng Kai's interview with Tongming. Everyone was immersed in their memories as they suddenly remembered Tongming telling the host that she was already married to the most powerful man in the industry. At first, everyone thought she was joking. But, who would have thought, everything she said was the truth. However, even though they knew it was the truth, they couldn't deny Tongming's hard work. Even after all this time, Mo Ting still hadn't stepped in to resolve the issue. It was clear to see, she had truly relied on her own abilities. As for how professional she was, everyone present had personally witnessed it. Above all, everyone had signed a confidentiality agreement with Hai Rui. Even if they knew the inside story of the industry, they couldn't reveal it to the public. If it concerned themselves, Fong Yu would naturally step in to resolve it for them. But, if it concerned someone else, they better keep their mouths shut because it had nothing to do with them. After Mo Ting escorted Tongming out of the club, they headed straight home and placed her on the bed. Tongming suddenly opened her sleepy eyes and sat up, hooking her arms around Mo Ting's neck. It's been a long time since I've been this happy. Mo Ting understood what she was referring to. Along the way, she had already experienced too much scheming. It had been a long time since Tongming had experienced the feeling of having friends. There was no suspicion or scheming, there was only relaxation and trust. So, she allowed herself to get drunk. I should have dragged you over to Hai Rui a long time ago. Tongming shook her head as she buried her head in Mo Ting's neck. Without the experience from before, I wouldn't have been able to get the equality I have today. I believe God has trained me because he has left the best for me to come. Like you. Mo Ting gently stroked Tongming's cheek and said gently, you need to fly to Italy tomorrow. It's time for you to get some rest. Let me hug you a little longer. I won't be able to see you for a few more days. Mo Ting did not say a word as he allowed her to hug him. The couple continued to hug each other tightly. After quite some time, Tongming finally said in a choked-up voice, I don't have a home, so you give me one. I don't have a career, so you support my career. I don't have friends, so you find me a bunch of friends. How can you treat me so well? Mo Ting did not respond. He knew, on the surface, Tongming appeared strong and seemed like she didn't need anything, but in reality, her sense of security was just a hard shell. Because you need, I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone. I'm the one who loves you the most in the world. There won't be another one like me in the future. She bit Mo Ting forcefully and gently kissed the bite mark she had left on his cheek. Can I sleep now? Okay, Tongming nodded her head and collapsed. Do you want to take a shower first? My stomach hurts. I want to wash it tomorrow. Mo Ting did not say anything. He was 100% lenient towards drunkards. Some people might not understand how someone could put in so much effort without ever feeling tired. In reality, the reasoning was simple. It was because you truly loved her and couldn't bear to see anything bad happen to her. If she was unhappy, angry, sad or hurt, it was all your fault. This was what it meant to put in 100% effort. The next morning, Long Jia and Tang Ning waited at the airport for their flight. After the incident with Han Xiner, the media's attitude towards Tang Ning was a lot gentler and more polite. Even when they bumped into each other at the airport, they didn't speak to her as casually as before. After all, Hai Rui's PR wasn't like Qing Tian's, where they were just there for show. After dealing with the reporters, Tang Ning sat in the departure lounge holding her head in discomfort. Seeing this, Long Jia immediately handed her some medicine and warm water. Who told you to drink so much last night? You've made boss worry. However, you're going to have a hangover. Did you know, you're finally back to how you used to be? What? You're more human. Long Jia sighed. She then sat down beside her and stretched out her legs as she explained, from the moment Han Yufan betrayed you, you've been facing the outside world with a cold attitude. Apart from boss, you've been guarding against everyone and you've been trying to control everything in your own hands. Although I like that side of Tang Ning, as a friend, I feel like you've been holding on too much. Isn't it better like this? Tang Ning couldn't help but admit, this was all because of the rise in status that gave her confidence. Plus, joining Hai Rui gave her a sense of security. Have you still not been able to contact your manager? Fan Yu told me that the manager will be meeting with us at Excalibur Q's interview venue tomorrow. Long Jia replied casually, he should be in Italy on a business trip. Tang Ning leaned against Long Jia's shoulder and was about to close her eyes to get some rest when a commotion suddenly came from the departure lounge. Long Jia sat up and glanced at the commotion before saying to Tang Ning, that's Star King's model, Qin Yu. Hearing the word Star King, Tang Ning's eyes suddenly opened and she sat up straight. As she watched the model called Qin Yu enter the VIP lounge, their eyes met for a moment before quickly looking away. Qin Yu didn't travel like Tang Ning did. Apart from bodyguards, assistants, manager and a makeup artist, she was accompanied by 7 to 8 other people. As soon as the staff saw Tang Ning's simple appearance, they didn't think highly of her status in Hai Rui. A model that had previously been blacklisted by Star King, now that she was at an enemy agency, did she think she could make a name for herself? It seems, Star King's endorsement deal with Excalibur Q is a must. It's still too early to be talking about this. Long Jia watched as Tang Ning spoke calmly. She liked how confident she was when it came to her profession. Tang Ning remembered Hu Jingjing's words, whenever Hai Rui and Star King competed for resources, they had never lost. So, when it came to her, there was no reason to let Star King win. Not to mention, Star King had blacklisted her for many years. Qin Yu's people originally wanted to bully Tang Ning by occupying the seat next to her. But, Tang Ning's bodyguards immediately entered the lounge and stood behind Tang Ning. Not one more, not one less, there were 4 top-notch American bodyguards. Tang Ning was low-key, but it didn't mean she was easy to provoke. Qin Yu and her assistant glanced at Tang Ning and did not dare to provoke her any further. All they could do was step back and grit their teeth. Star King's overall power was, of course, no match for Hai Rui. But, they were a professional agency that trained their models. Once upon a time, Star King was also Tang Ning's dream. But now, she thought defeating Imperial Star was more meaningful than joining Imperial Star. At the same time, Mo Ting set off for Milan. However, just as he was about to leave Hai Rui, he was held back by Lu Che, President, there is a problem with our collaboration with Hong Xian Film and Television. The other party's CEO is still online. As he spoke, Lu Che handed over his phone. This was a project worth a few $100 million. Mo Ting lifted his wrist to look at the time and accepted the phone from Lu Che. But, this wasn't as simple as a phone call. Hai Rui had invested in the project, so now that there was a problem with the production, both parties needed to meet in person to discuss it. Mo Ting pondered for a moment before turning around to return to Hai Rui. As he walked back, he said to Lu Che, get Fan Yu to immediately fly to Milan and help Tang Ning secure the endorsement deal for Excalibur Q. But, Excalibur Q is one of the top 10 luxury brands in the world. Letting Fan Yu handle it is not enough for the madam. Lu Che followed behind Mo Ting worriedly. This was one of the problems Tang Ning faced after joining Hai Rui. If Mo Ting wanted to stay by Tang Ning's side at all times, he would need to make a huge sacrifice. But, Tang Ning was already under his flag. No matter who he handed her over to, he couldn't be at ease. If he can't complete it, tell him to call me. After hearing these instructions, Luce immediately rushed downstairs and relayed Mo Ting's instructions to Fang Yu. Fang Yu immediately made time to fly to Italy an hour after Tongning. After an 11-hour flight, Tongning arrived in Milan at 1 p.m. Long Jia dragged a large suitcase and followed behind Tongning. The warm rays of the sun shone down on them, making them feel especially refreshed. Afterwards, they checked into the hotel arranged by the agency. Long Jia immediately gave Luce a phone call asking about his upcoming work arrangements and any updates on her manager. But, as Luce picked up the phone, he noticed Mo Ting was in the middle of a meeting with Xianxia's CEO. He immediately comforted Long Jia. The work arrangements have already been sent to the madam's email. As for the manager, she will be arriving shortly. I'm in a meeting now, so I won't say much. Long Jia put down her phone and blinked a few times. She suddenly felt a little strange. The model had already started work, yet she didn't even know who her manager was. How could they cooperate like this? Tongning sat uncomfortably on the edge of the bed. Seeing Long Jia's furrowed brows, she asked naturally, "What's wrong? Who is this agent? Why are you acting so mysterious?" Tongning endured the discomfort in her stomach as she leaned against the headboard to read up on Excalibur Q. Seeing her pale face, Long Jia couldn't help but place her hands on her hips worriedly. "Can you work like this?" "I'm fine," Tongning said as she held on to her burning stomach. "In the future, let boss keep an eye on you. If you can't drink, don't drink." "Did boss give you any hangover soup?" "Yes, I drank it as soon as I woke up this morning." Tongning nodded. "Tongning, this is your first event since joining Hai Rui. Plus, you will be competing with Star King. Although I don't want to put pressure on you, I'm sure you know how important this endorsement is to you." "I know," Tongning nodded gently. "Then you rest for a while. I'll look at the work arrangements first." Long Jia pulled out her laptop and watched over Tongning. She didn't even have time to get over her jet lag as she turned on her laptop and started working. The interview was scheduled for 3 p.m. the next day. Afterwards, Long Jia looked through the contents of the interview and turned her head to look at Tongning's sleeping face. Long Jia was extremely worried. If Mo Ting were to find out, his heart would be broken. Tongning also knew her body wasn't doing well. From now on, she needed to abstain from alcohol. She couldn't make herself suffer. An hour later, Fang Yu arrived at the hotel arranged by the agency and found Tongning's room. As soon as Long Jia saw Fang Yu, she thought he was Tongning's manager. She had a good impression of him. If that was the case, then why did Luce keep her in suspense? Fang Yu had only taken over halfway through the process. He understood how big of a challenge Tongning was facing this time. Excalibur Q was a global luxury brand. How could it be easy to secure an endorsement? Fang Yu turned his head to look at Tongning lying in bed. But he watched as her body suddenly twitched and she began to vomit. Fang Yu and Long Jia were so shocked that their expressions changed. They immediately rushed Tongning to the hospital in Milan. After being treated by the doctor, her condition finally stabilized. She hasn't recovered from the alcohol and has been on such a long journey. Of course her stomach isn't feeling well. Then, when will she recover? Long Jia asked the doctor in English. She will need to rest in bed for 2 days. Resting in bed meant she wouldn't be able to attend the interview tomorrow. Long Jia turned her head and looked at Fang Yu. All of a sudden, she didn't know what to do. Fang Yu was also silent, but he still pulled out his phone and called Mo Ting to report on the day's events. Tongning was afraid Mo Ting would be worried, so she told Fang Yu not to tell him she was hospitalized. Fang Yu thought about it for a moment, but in the end, he did not listen to Tongning and told Mo Ting about the situation. "I shouldn't have rushed her to shoot commercials and accept endorsements. How about we give up on the contract with Excalibur Q?" Fang Yu suggested. Opportunities could come again, but Hai Rui would never joke around with an artist's health. Especially when this person was someone Mo Ting cared about. But, contrary to Fang Yu's expectations, Mo Ting simply laughed. If she was willing to give up, then she wouldn't be Tongning. "What does the president want?" "Tomorrow, help her with the interview. But, make sure nothing happens to her body. If anything happens that you can't handle, immediately give me a phone call. Fang Yu held onto his phone and suddenly wanted to do a test. So, he covered the phone and said to Tongning, President Mo wants you to give up on the endorsement. I have no reason to give up. Fang Yu's lips curved upwards. Indeed, the person that understood Tongning the most was Mo Ting. So, he handed the phone to Tongning and gestured for her to speak to Mo Ting on her own. The two were separated by mountains and rivers. Tongning held on to the phone, but she was too afraid to speak in a hoarse voice. Don't force yourself. As soon as you feel any discomfort, immediately let Fang Yu know. Okay, Tongning replied with a simple word. Without you by my side, I'm really worried. Mo Ting felt a little regretful. Why did he focus on his work and not choose Tongning? If he had known he would be so worried, he would have moved the $100 million investment to the back of the contract. I'm really fine now. In that case, you can't drink from now on. Okay, I won't drink anymore, Tongning nodded her head. As Fang Yu listened to the conversation between the two, he couldn't believe that the normally stern CEO could be so gentle when he fell in love. If Tongning was to find out that her manager was actually Mo Ting, he simply didn't know how long this couple could be happy for. He didn't mean to curse her, he simply. After seeing through the industry and seeing all kinds of love, even the most loving relationship could end in tragedy. This was because he didn't understand what kind of woman Tongning was. To outsiders, her dignity was her bottom line, it was everything to her. But, when it came to love, Tongning's thinking was not traditional. Even if she ended up arguing with Mo Ting for some reason, she would never give up on such a good man. Like this, Tongning's first day in Milan ended with her illness. Worth mentioning, as Long Jia helped Tongning back to the hotel, they bumped into Qingyu in the lift. Qingyu was wearing a white fur coat and fashionable dark red sunglasses. She glanced at the weak Tongning before turning her head and smiling at her assistant. Her assistant understood what she meant and couldn't help but let out a laugh. You haven't even stepped onto the battlefield and you've already collapsed. Is it because you're afraid? At this moment, Tongning didn't even have the energy to look at the woman as she lay quietly in Long Jia's arms. Long Jia didn't stupidly retaliate like she usually did. She simply stared at the woman like she was watching a joke until her eyes burned with fire. Qingyu wasn't an extremely beautiful woman, but she had a unique appearance. Especially the mole on top of her apple-shaped chest that always appeared on the runway, it was unforgettable. Tongning didn't doubt Qinyu's abilities. The fact that she was able to enter Star King was proof that she had the professionalism to be proud of. So, she didn't think there was anything wrong with someone being arrogant. Of course, Fang Yu didn't say anything because not only was Qingyu capable, she also had a background. If Qingyu and Tongning were to compete for the Excalibur Q endorsement, Tongning would most likely be the one to lose. Although she was already married to Mo Ting, Fang Yu believed that Tongning didn't like to brag about their relationship to others. It didn't take long before Qingyu stepped out of the lift. She walked with her unique style and pride. Long Jia glared at the two as they left. She was a little unconvinced, so what if she's from Star King? She must be mocking you for being blacklisted by Star King. Her momentum is indeed strong, Fang Yu replied straightforwardly. Last season, she was ranked 7th on the Asian model rankings. At least for now, she has the right to look down on us. Long Jia's expression did not look too good. She did not say a word. She felt Fang Yu wasn't as cute as Lu Che at this moment. Of course, Tongning comforted her, Fang Yu is right. Star King has so many experts and every single one of them is the real deal. There's nothing to be jealous about. But, I also have high hopes for you. Fang Yu smiled at Tongning. You have nothing to lose. All you lack is an opportunity. I've never felt that I'm bad, Tongning was confident in herself. After all, she is the king's woman. Fang Yu muttered in a low voice. However, it was Tongning's words that gave Fang Yu some confidence. Therefore, whether or not he would be successful in tomorrow's interview, he would have to try to find out. After returning to her room, Tongning immediately closed her eyes to rest. Luckily, she was able to adjust her mental state quickly, so her body also recovered quickly. The next afternoon, 3 p.m. was Excalibur Q's official audition time. As a model from the Asian group, Tongning naturally had to perform on the same stage as Qingyu. However, there was only one chance, and there was only one quota: would Qinyu, who had obvious facial features, be chosen, or Tongning, who had a domineering aura, be chosen? This was a difficult decision for the representative of Excalibur Q. From a comprehensive point of view, Tongning won in terms of professionalism. But, in other areas, she was still lacking compared to Qinyu. So, the representative of Excalibur Q chose Qinyu as a backup. And because Qinyu was given the opportunity, Excalibur Q notified her assistant. When the assistant found out Qinyu had been chosen, she looked at Tongning with a slightly victorious expression. Sensing the situation wasn't right, Fang Yu immediately gave Mo Ting a phone call. President Mo, the endorsement might be snatched away. Hearing this, Mo Ting's heart ached as he thought about how Tongning had fought for it even though she was sick. Although he was worried about Tongning's health, he still said to Fang Yu, "I will speak to the other party." Fang Yu naturally did not doubt Mo Ting's ability. He simply wanted to know how Mo Ting would convince the other party. When would he get to witness Mo Ting's glory as a manager? Making phone calls like this wasn't satisfying at all. Afterwards, Fang Yu hung up the phone and returned to Tongning's side. At this time, the representative of Excalibur Q announced that the final result would be announced over the phone. The officials were still in dispute over the candidate. Qinyu's manager's expression changed. Just a moment ago, the representative from Excalibur Q clearly told her that Qinyu's endorsement was in the bag. How did it suddenly become a dispute? What did Tongning do to Excalibur Q? In reality, this was all because of a phone call from Mo Ting. "Hello Mr. Statham, I am Tongning's manager from Hairui Entertainment. My surname is Mo. Regarding Excalibur Q's spokesperson, I wonder if your agency has considered using Star King's Qinyu." This. The representative froze. He didn't expect Mo Ting to be so direct. "It's not that Hairui doesn't have top models, but do you know why they chose Tongning?" The representative was speechless, but he felt the people at Hairui were quite interesting. "I won't deny that Qinyu is also an amazing model. But, please compare the two's works. That way, you will know what you are looking for." Mo Ting did not say too much. In fact, he was extremely concise. But, he managed to pique the other party's interest and curiosity. So, after hanging up the phone, Statham immediately asked for the announcement to be delayed. He then asked someone to organize the two's works. In the end, Statham discovered that Tongning was indeed an interesting model. Qinyu's path was nothing more than to participate in an official competition and achieve her current status through Star King. Although her status wasn't low, when placed amongst a group of people, it wasn't very attractive. Replicas like her were everywhere. But, Tongning was different. She had a story. Excalibur Q was a product that had been passed down for hundreds of years. After so many years of hardship, it had accumulated a deep foundation. Plus, every time it went through a disaster, it was able to come back from the dead like Tongning. So, Tongning's rich plot twists were even more appreciated by him. Oriental Trend, TQ, LM. Just from these few pieces of data, they were all miracles created by Tongning. Was this the attitude a spokesperson should have? But Qinyu's background made them a little hesitant. The person in charge of Excalibur Q couldn't make a decision in a short period of time. In the end, he decided to let the entire selection team vote. In reality, he was biased towards Tongning. But Excalibur Q wasn't decided by him alone. He needed to see supporters in order to convince the higher-ups to use Tongning, who wasn't as famous as Qinyu. The selection team began to evaluate the two artists' works. In the end, Qinyu was still in the lead. In the end, the selection team began to vote. There were a total of 7 people, 4 voted for Qinyu and 3 voted for Tongning. After seeing the results, Stenson furrowed his brows. The more people voted for Qinyu, the more he felt conflicted about the result. It was like he could see the helplessness and oppression that Excalibur Q felt when faced with malicious competition. In the end, Stenson put down the results and looked at the members of the selection team in a serious manner. "I will only say one last thing. If after hearing this, you still haven't changed your opinion, then we will go according to the results." "Sir, please speak." Tongning is walking the same path as Excalibur Q. No one understands better than her what it means to experience the ups and downs and what it means to be passed down through history. I hope Excalibur Q's endorsement is one that people can see the story and content behind, not just show off their popularity and pride. After speaking, Stenson looked at the crowd and said, "We will now proceed to the second round of voting." The competition was intense and the atmosphere was tense. After all, Excalibur Q had always been cautious when choosing their spokesperson. 10 minutes later, the second round of voting came to an end. The assistant announced the results. Tongning received 7 votes, while Qingyu received no votes. In reality, the others also had their eyes on Tongning. But, because of their pride, they didn't say anything. But, as soon as Stenson expressed his stance, everyone understood his intentions and immediately chose the person they liked. It was for no other reason than the fact that they had worked at Excalibur Q for so many years. Apart from fame and money, they also had feelings. Over the years, they had fought against their competitors and witnessed Excalibur Q's growth and maturity. Of course, they understood how suitable Tongning was for the role of Excalibur Q spokesperson. So, the latest results were out. Tongning won. Stenson immediately instructed his assistant to contact Tongning and tell her to prepare to sign the contract at Excalibur Q the next day. But, the assistant confused Tongning and Qinyu's contact details and called Qinyu's manager. Qinyu's manager thought Qinyu had finally become the spokesperson. She excitedly hugged her and spun around the room. "Finally. We've won against Hairue. Qinyu, you've won against Tongning." It was normal for foreigners to make a mistake in their contact details. After all, foreigners may be able to remember a person's appearance, but it didn't match their identity. All in all, the assistant remembered the mole on Qinyu's apple. So, she was certain she was the person Stenson was looking for. Fangyu waited patiently for Tongning's phone call. But, he knew the longer they waited, the smaller their chances would be. In the end, he had no choice but to say, "You've already tried your best. If you still can't change the outcome, then we will return home." Tongning stand by of her of time of time. She. Actually, you should understand, although JK established your foundation as an international supermodel, you still haven't been able to present any big data like rankings. So, it's not strange that you lost to Qinyu. Don't take it to heart. Is there nothing else I can do? Tongning lifted her head and asked Fangyu. You have already displayed your most professional attitude and tried your best. However, the more international the competition is, the more seniority is important. I still want to speak to Excalibur Q, Tongning pleaded, unwilling to admit defeat. Fangyu glanced at Tongning and realized she had a spirit that refused to admit defeat. Even though he was so direct and decisive with his words, she still held on to her beliefs. Okay, I'll help you contact them, Fangyu nodded in seriousness. Afterwards, Fangyu pulled out some documents and made one last attempt. Although it took almost an hour, Fangyu finally won the chance to speak to Stenson. He then handed the phone to Tongning. Take care of yourself. Tongning nodded her head in seriousness and received the phone from Fangyu. Hello, Mr. Stenson, I am Tongning. Hello, Miss Tang. I'm sorry to disturb your rest so late at night. But, regarding Excalibur Q spokesperson, can you hear me out for one last time? I really want to fight for this opportunity. Stenson froze for a moment. She was already the spokesperson. Why did she still want to fight for this opportunity? Stenson guessed there must have been a problem with communication. However, he did not explain. He also wanted to know what Tongning thought about Excalibur. Please speak. Excalibur Q's philosophy has allowed me to see a lot of power. It has made me feel that my path is very similar to Excalibur Q's. If I can't be the spokesperson, I will feel very regretful. The other party smiled. In reality, he felt the same way. If they didn't use a suitable model like Tongning and instead chose to use a template, they would also feel regretful. So. Stenson put down the porcelain cup in his hands and smiled at Tongning. Miss Tang, although I don't know what went wrong, according to the voting results from this afternoon, Excalibur Q's spokesperson has been confirmed to be you. I will contact my assistant to confirm again. But, since you've already called me, let me tell you to come to Excalibur Q tomorrow at 9 a.m. to sign your contract. After hearing this, Tongning froze for a moment. So. But, you really need to thank your manager. Although he only said a few simple words, he showed us what we should focus on the most: quality. I hope we can work well together in the future. Let's work well together. Afterwards, Tongning put away her phone and handed it back to Fan Yu. However, as soon as Fan Yu heard the words "let's work well together," he understood Tongning had succeeded. Long Jia also jumped up in excitement. However, Tongning glared at Fan Yu and asked, "Stenson said it was because my manager reminded him. So, was that person you?" Fan Yu shrugged his shoulders. Of course not. If I had the ability, would I be in such a terrible situation like you? This only proves that your manager is truly amazing. Who exactly is he? At the moment, he still has work to do, so he asked me to come over and help out. However, during your interview this afternoon, I gave him a phone call and told him I couldn't handle it, so he contacted him, Fan Yu slowly explained. As expected, there's nothing he can't do. Being able to successfully secure Excalibur Q made Tongning feel happy from the bottom of her heart. The conversation she had with Stenson was not for the sake of securing the endorsement, but because she truly liked the development of Excalibur Q. Sometimes, endorsements depended on fate. Tongning pulled out her phone and wanted to give Mo Ting a phone call. However, there was a 7-hour time difference between Italy and Beijing. At this time, Mo Ting should be resting. Tongning thought for a moment and decided to send Mo Ting a message. I've secured the endorsement. Tongning never expected Mo Ting to reply. Yet, Mo Ting actually gave her a phone call. Tongning was overjoyed, but her words contained a sense of blame. When I'm not by your side, you work until midnight without resting? Because I know you will definitely succeed, I've been waiting for your phone call, Mo Ting replied as he sat up and leaned against the headboard. Are you sure you're not working? Mo Ting had no choice but to video call her. Are you relieved? Ting. I'm very happy that I secured the endorsement. I know you will be very happy, Mo Ting said with a hidden meaning. He knew Tongning well enough to know that she would definitely like the Excalibur Q brand. That was why he considered this endorsement deal for her and even made a phone call to fight for it with Stenson from thousands of miles away. As it turned out, all his efforts had not been in vain. Are you feeling better? I'm fine now. With you here, I wouldn't dare to fall sick, Tongning smiled. At this moment, Mo Ting wanted so badly to be by her side, stroke her hair and give her encouragement. But, because of his collaboration with Xianxia, it was temporarily impossible for him to fly by her side. The couple continued to talk sweetly on the phone. Long Jia and Fan Yu also left Tongning's room. However, after being triggered by Tongning, the two were reminded of the person in their hearts. Long Jia wondered what Lu Chei's reaction would be if she were to give him a phone call at this time. After returning to her room, Long Jia sat on the bed in deep thought. In the end, she dialed Lu Chei's phone number, but he did not pick up. Long Jia put down her phone and felt she was thinking too much. Lu Chei wasn't anyone to her, how could he pick up her phone in the middle of the night? Taking a deep breath, Long Jia reminded herself to focus. She then put down her phone and headed into the bathroom to take a shower. However, halfway through the shower, she heard her phone ringing. Long Jia ignored the bubbles on her body and rushed out of the bathroom. As soon as she saw it was a call from Lu Chei, she excitedly picked up the call. Lu Chei. What happened? As soon as Long Jia heard Lu Chei's raspy voice, she could tell he was in a daze. She really wanted to tell him that Tongning had secured the deal. But, on second thought, Boss was happy that Tongning had secured the endorsement because he was Tongning's husband. But, Lu Chei had nothing to do with Tongning. So, Long Jia opened her mouth, but no words came out. She even sneezed because she was covered in foam. Did you catch a cold? Lu Chei immediately asked. Hearing Lu Chei's concern, Long Jia immediately smiled like a child who had just eaten candy. No, I don't have a cold. Oh, that's good. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to sleep. You should rest early too. Okay, Long Jia hung up the phone in a daze. She had a lot of things she wanted to say, but remembering it was the middle of the night and how tired Lu Chei was during the day, she didn't want to disturb him any longer. Most importantly, as soon as she hung up the phone, she felt a little lonely. She suddenly felt very lonely. Plus, she was good at comforting herself. Since Lu Che picked up her phone in the middle of the night, did that mean she was special in his heart? But the truth was, Lu Che was originally sleeping soundly. As soon as he heard his phone ring, he naturally reached out his hand and looked at the caller ID. If it was someone else, he would have hung up without a second thought. Unless it was Mo Ting. But, as soon as he saw Long Jie's name, even though he did not pick up, he still ended up calling her back. Most importantly, after hanging up the phone, his originally heavy sleepiness suddenly disappeared without a trace. It couldn't have been because he missed her, right? Lu Che dragged his heavy mind back to bed. In reality, he wasn't someone who liked to open the back door for others. After all, he worked at Hai Rue. At Hai Rue, everything was done according to the rules. However, when it came to Long Jie, he wanted to make an exception for her, an exception for her. Long Jie sat in the living room for quite some time covered in foam. As a result, when she woke up the next day, she actually caught a cold. Her throat was completely hoarse and she couldn't speak. Seeing Long Jie in pain, Tongning looked at her questioningly. Last night, you. What happened to me last night? Long Jie avoided Tongning's gaze guiltily. There was no way she was going to tell Tongning that she caught a cold while answering Lu Che's phone call. Tongning let out a gentle laugh. Deep down, she understood. In front of her, Long Jie was like a blank piece of paper. Do you want me to call Lu Che over? Tongning, you have President Fong and I by your side. Isn't that enough? Lu Che has his own things to deal with. When did you and Lu Che become a family? Let's go, it's time to sign the contract. Long Jie sneezed as she put on a face mask. In such cold weather, Tongning's body had just recovered, she couldn't afford to catch another cold. Tongning did not say anything. But, on the way to Excalibur Q, she sent Lu Che a message. What happened between you and Long Jie last night? She caught a really bad cold. Lu Che was confused, we simply made a phone call. Tongning recorded the sound of Long Jie coughing and sent it to Lu Che. When I returned to my room yesterday, she was fine. After seeing the message, Lu Che was a little confused. What did Long Jie catching a cold have to do with a phone call? In reality, Tongning's hint was extremely obvious. But, she couldn't be too direct with her words. After all, this was a matter between Long Jie and Lu Che. However, sometimes, the people involved were still confused, while the outsiders were already burning with anxiety. The three arrived downstairs at Excalibur Q's headquarters to sign the contract. But, Qin Yu and her manager arrived earlier than the three. As soon as they saw each other, they were a little surprised. Everyone knew that Excalibur Q only had one spot for the Asian category. If they were all here to sign the contract, then what about Qin Yu? Of course, Qin Yu's manager had received a phone call from Stenson's assistant, so she was confident that Qin Yu would land the deal. As for Tongning, hasn't there been a rumor going around? A certain someone has a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Looking at the companies that have been destroyed one after another, you should know how capable she is. But, if you can't win, you can't win. Tongning ignored Qin Yu's manager's sarcasm and continued to maintain her calm. At this time, the elevator doors opened to reveal Stenson's assistant standing outside. As soon as he saw Qin Yu, he immediately approached her. Hello Miss Tang. Mr. Stenson is already waiting for you. As they stepped out of the elevator, everyone was stunned. Especially Qin Yu and her manager, their faces flushed red with anger. Tongning also instantly understood where the mistake Stenson was talking about happened. It turned out, the assistant had made a mistake. And Stenson had forgotten to explain everything to his assistant. Miss Tang? I'm not Miss Tang. Although Qin Yu was embarrassed, she still stated the truth. There's no mistake, Mr. Statham, the person he wanted was Tongning. Miss Tang, it was you. The assistant pulled out the resume and flipped through it. After seeing Tongning's photo, he suddenly realized his mistake. Oh God, I made a mistake. So, the spokesperson that Excalibur Q wants to sign, is Qin Yu or Tongning? Qin Yu's manager asked angrily. The assistant's face turned red as he stuttered as he looked at Qin Yu and then back at Tongning. For a long time, he couldn't say a complete sentence. On the other hand, Fong Yu directly said to Tongning, let's go, it's almost time to sign the contract with Stenson. It's not polite to be late. Tongning walked past everyone and walked to the front, leaving the awkward Qinyu and her assistant behind. Qinyu's manager was unconvinced as she dragged Qinyu along. We were also notified by Excalibur Q's assistant to sign the contract. Seeing this, Stenson's assistant's face turned from red to white. She didn't know how to deal with the situation. Seeing Qinyu and her manager following behind, Fangyu couldn't help but laugh. If you can't win, then you can't. I don't believe that Excalibur Q would waste such a good resource like Qinyu. Is there something wrong with their brains? Why would they use a nobody? Fangyu did not say another word. He knew if Qinyu entered, she would only embarrass herself even more. Not long after, everyone arrived at Stenson's office. However, seeing Qinyu following behind, Stenson couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He patted himself on the head and said to Qinyu and her manager, "I'm really sorry, Miss Qin, this is all my assistant's fault. She contacted the wrong person, I'm really sorry." Excalibur Q chose Tongning as their spokesperson? Qinyu asked straightforwardly. That's right, Stenson nodded. I'll get my assistant to escort you back to the hotel. Can you tell me why? Qinyu's voice was suppressed. It was obvious she didn't understand Stenson's decision. If she had lost to a supermodel like Hua Jingjing, she wouldn't have said anything. But, who was Tongning? She couldn't win against the others in Hai Rui, but couldn't she win against Tongning? This is the result of a vote by Excalibur Q's selection team. We believe that Miss Tang is more suitable to be the spokesperson for Excalibur Q than Miss Qin. What vote? If it's internally decided, then just say it. Qinyu's manager couldn't control her emotions and spoke to Stenson in an unfriendly manner. However, Stenson replied straightforwardly, that would be an insult to us and also an insult to yourselves. When choosing a spokesperson, not only does the model's influence have to be considered, the most important factor is whether the model is compatible with our product. Miss Tang is indeed more suitable than Miss Qin. I hope Star King can show their generosity. What do you mean by suitable? Stenson lost his patience as he said to Qinyu's manager, at least we don't need a model that can't be replicated. Hearing this, Qinyu froze. Meanwhile, Qinyu's manager spun around angrily, Mr. Stenson, I want you to apologize to Qinyu. I am simply stating the truth. Indeed, in every aspect, Miss Qin is better than Miss Tang. But, what we want is not the company's support. Plus, even if Miss Qin doesn't admit it, when it comes to professionalism, you are indeed inferior. How can you prove that? I've already asked someone to investigate in Beijing. Every single one of Miss Tang's works can cause a huge commotion. But, what about you, Miss Qin? You've caused the Oriental trend in North America, helped TQ magazine go from an unpopular brand to a bestseller, helped LM's wedding ring collection become #1 and snatched the throne of Beijing's famous talk show, Feng Kai. Miss Qin, have you done all of this? Qinyu choked on her words, she was suddenly speechless. Her mind was originally filled with words to refute Stenson, but she suddenly couldn't say a single word. Everything was stuck in her throat, making her feel uncomfortable and burning. After thinking about it carefully, she realized she really didn't have anything special to show, she didn't have any representative works. Even though she was easily remembered on the international stage, she didn't have any achievements that could cause a trend like Tongning's. Others might not know how difficult it was, but as a model, she was well aware. If there's nothing else, please leave. Seeing Qinyu had nothing else to say, Stenson politely reminded the two to leave. Qinyu glanced at Tongning as all of her achievements over the past few months flashed across her mind. She finally felt a lot better. There will definitely be a day when I can beat you. After speaking, Qinyu left Stenson's office with her manager. However, her manager found it hard to swallow her anger. Who does Tongning think she is? Don't say that. Tongning does have some ability. After all, I can't refute Stenson's words, Qinyu replied with a pale expression. Qinyu, if you lose this endorsement deal, how are you going to explain yourself? Qinyu's manager asked as she placed her hands on her hips. We've lost to Hai Rui once again. In fact, we lost to a model with no international status. If news of this gets out, where would Star King put their face? What else can we do? It's obvious that Tongning has a hard time beating you. As long as her contract is cancelled, then you won't win or lose and Star King won't lose to Hai Rui, Qinyu's manager suggested. What do you want to do? Tongning has been through hundreds of battles. Do you think she's afraid of you? Qinyu scoffed. Tonight, I'll go home and find out who her manager is before making a decision, Qinyu's manager said thoughtfully. Actually, Qinyu understood. Normally, when Star King competed with Hai Rui, Star King would always lose, but at least they were on the same level. But, if she lost to such a low-level Tongning, what face and status would she have left in Star King? This was no longer a personal matter, it was a matter between Star King and Hai Rui. However, Mo Ting was more sensitive than Qinyu's manager. As soon as he found out Tongning had signed, he immediately instructed the PR department to send out a statement congratulating Tongning on becoming Excalibur Q's new spokesperson. So, Qinyu lost. Star King's artists director immediately contacted Qinyu to ask her what had happened. The agency had put in so much effort and used such a powerful background, yet the endorsement had still been snatched away by someone else. In fact, it had been snatched away by Tongning. Qinyu was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, her manager was furious. Hai Rui had acted so quickly that she didn't even have time to investigate who Tongning's manager was. The entire industry already knew that Tongning had pushed Qinyu down. If Tongning tried to retaliate at this time, Star King would be targeted and their weakness would be used against them. So, not only could she not do anything, she had to pray for Tongning to succeed at her job. Who was Tongning's manager? Just like that, he had cut off any possibility of an accident happening to Tongning without giving her the slightest chance. Qinyu also understood that Tongning had no chance of making a comeback with Excalibur Q. So, she said to her manager, "Let's go back immediately." The manager wasn't willing to give up, but at this moment, she was filled with curiosity. When did Hai Rui's manager become so difficult to deal with? Not long after, Tongning saw the news. She suddenly had a few guesses about this mysterious manager. He couldn't make an appearance, yet he was able to handle the situation in such a swift and decisive manner. Who else could it be? In reality, Tongning should have guessed long ago because Mo Ting had previously mentioned it. At that time, Tongning didn't take it to heart. But now that she thought about it, it seemed this man had already planned everything. President Fong, who exactly is Tongning's manager? He has been working behind the scenes, yet he refuses to make an appearance. Is he playing hide and seek? Long Jia lost her patience after seeing the news. There was no doubt that he was very capable. But, as her manager, he refused to make an appearance. Wasn't he toying with her? Fong Yu tidied up his jacket and glanced at Tongning. Realizing she wasn't too curious about the answer, he smiled at Long Jia. He should be on his way. The reason he was absent previously was because he wasn't done with work. Plus, Excalibur Q's contract has already been signed. His reason for coming here is to help Tongning take the next step. After speaking, Fong Yu was silent for a few seconds before he continued, "So, my work here has been completed. I have already booked an afternoon flight back to Beijing." "So soon?" "I still have a bunch of PR news to release," Fong Yu said anxiously. However, Tongning did not see any signs of nervousness on his face. "Okay then, ahem." Long Jia did not say any more polite words because she had a serious cold. Fong Yu glanced at Long Jia and said, Long said. "Go." Long Jia threw a pillow at Fong Yu. Actually, after interacting with Fong Yu for some time, one would discover that he was a very charismatic person. Not only was he eloquent and the face of Hai Rui's PR, he also had a humorous personality. On the surface, he appeared to do whatever he wanted, but in reality, he was like the special student that always slept in class. He always had his own way of doing things and was smooth when dealing with people. He was extremely likable. Fong Yu smiled at the two and returned to his room. As he carried his luggage and left, he did not even say goodbye to the two. Long Jia watched from the window as Fong Yu left. She then turned around and asked Tongning, "Do you know who your manager is?" "I can roughly guess." Tongning stood up from the sofa and pulled out her luggage to find some medicine for Long Jia. "Who is it? What kind of manager do you think Mo Ting will give me?" Tongning asked as she moved closer to Long Jia. She pried Long Jia's face away from her so she wouldn't breathe on her face. Long Jia sat on the bed and analyzed, "He must be very capable." Just like this incident, he handled it 100% perfectly. He knows how to take care of you and is even more meticulous than Feng Yu. He must be professional and understands you well. Most importantly, he must be able to plan for your future. Long Jia analyzed one thing at a time. In that case, who do you think fits these criteria? Long Jia tried to think of the names and looks of the managers at Hai Rui. Although they were all very capable, there was only one person that fit Tongming's criteria. Himself. Tongming looked at Long Jia like she was finally enlightened. This was the only answer Tongming could come up with. At first, Long Jia did not have much of a reaction. But, after a few seconds, she suddenly jumped up from the bed and hugged onto Tongming's shoulders. Is this true? Boss is going to personally be your manager? You're not joking, right? Tongming held on to Long Jia's excited hands and nodded her head. He mentioned it before, but I didn't know he would actually do it. It wasn't hard to tell that Tongming had a lot of worries and concerns about Mo Ting being her manager. The first thing she thought of was Mo Ting's work. With how busy he was, he couldn't possibly have the time to run around with her all the time. Plus, she didn't want Mo Ting to be so tired. Then, it must be true. Long Jia was still excited. How many people in this world could make Mo Ting their manager? There was only Tongming. All he cared about was his wife. This isn't what I was hoping for. Long Jia understood Tongming's worries, so she calmed down and hid her smile. Don't worry, since boss has made a decision like this, he will definitely be able to coordinate his work. After all, he doesn't want you to worry. Plus, haven't you heard of this saying? When a couple works together, work isn't tiring. Tongming, think about it. You were born to be a model. As long as you have the chance, you will definitely create miracles. All you need is a manager that can protect you, and boss has the strongest ability. If the two of you work together, wouldn't you be invincible? Long Jia winked at Tongming with an unconcealable excitement on her face. Look, isn't the incident with Excalibur Q the best proof? With a few simple words, boss was able to change the other party's criteria. Isn't this proof of his ability? He is simply amazing. Plus, he may be busy with work, but he can delegate some of his responsibilities. Rather than letting him get tired in a place where you can't see him, why not let him be by your side? At least, you can monitor his rest. Why not? If you think he is tired, you can help him share his burden. Between a couple, what can't we do? Long Jia asked. This matter was not within Tongming's control, so she felt a little panicked. Mo Ting was, of course, the best and one of a kind. But, she couldn't imagine the public's reaction. Would this cause any harm to Mo Ting? Above all, Mo Ting's work was the thing she was most worried about. But, Excalibur Q did not give Tongming any time to think. After signing the contract, Tongming immediately began filming the commercial that afternoon. As Tongming was working with European and American models, she did not have an advantage in terms of stamina. Especially with the discomfort in her stomach, after 6 hours of continuous work, Tongming could no longer keep up. Long Jia was a little anxious. There were a few times she tried to ask the cameraman to take a break, but the cameraman refused to listen to her. Or, he simply said, everyone is working hard and it's not just your models that are working hard to block me. Being in a foreign country, as an assistant, Long Jia felt helpless when it came to matters like this. But, from start to finish, Tongming endured. One set after another, she even had to reshoot multiple times due to the mistakes of the other models. Tongming, are you okay? During a break, Long Jia quickly handed her a glass of warm water and asked about Tongming's condition. Tongming touched her cheeks and nodded her head. I should be able to hold on. The contract doesn't say this. Are these European and American models trying to kill themselves? Just as Long Jia finished complaining, a thin female model fainted with a thud. She fainted just like that? Isn't this a common occurrence? Tongming handed a glass back to Long Jia. Can we get some rest now? Come, let's continue. The studio staff called out. Long Jia lowered her head and looked at Tongming's feet. Wearing stilettos for 7 to 8 hours straight must have been torture. What's wrong with you? You've been like this in the past. Just because Mo Ting has become my manager, do I become more valuable than before? Tongming laughed as she looked at Long Jia. She had seen shoots that were even crazier than this in order to rush things, so this was nothing. But, it's already been 8 hours. Don't worry, I can still hold on. After speaking, just as Tongming was about to ask the makeup artist to touch up her makeup, her arm was suddenly grabbed by a strong force. Tongming was stunned. Long Jia was also stunned. In reality, everyone on set was shocked by the appearance of this incredibly respectable man. The studio erupted with all sorts of noises. Some people had surprised expressions on their faces while others started whistling. They thought Mo Ting was also a model, a top-quality model. However, Mo Ting simply circled his arm around Tongming and gestured for her to sit to one side. Tongming struggled for a moment as she stared into Mo Ting's obsidian eyes. But, after a few seconds, she gave up. She obediently sat down on a chair and handed everything over to this man. Long Jia was so excited that she secretly clapped her hands. Boss was here, their savior was here. As expected, Mo Ting walked over to the photographer and said, "The contract states that Tongming's working hours are from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. If Tongming has exceeded the stipulated time limit, her normal working hours should be limited to 2 hours. Are you trying to breach the contract?" In order to speed up the progress, the photographer squeezed out the rest time for the models. However, none of the European and American models protested. So, the photographer replied, "Everyone is rushing to speed up the progress. Do you expect us to wait for Tongming alone? If they are willing to be squeezed out by you, that is their business. But, my Tongming cannot. Everything will be carried out according to the contract." After speaking, Mo Ting turned around and approached Tongming amidst the size of the crowd. "Can you still walk?" Tongming looked down at her eyes. Just as she was about to respond, Mo Ting had already wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her in his arms. "Hey, after all this talking, who are you?" the photographer asked from behind. He had heard that Tongming had only brought along an assistant and a few bodyguards. Tongming's manager. Long Jia followed behind the couple and secretly smiled. After bullying boss's wife like this, it would be strange if he had a good attitude. But, it went without saying, Long Jia was once again shocked by Mo Ting. Yesterday, when they were signing the contract, Fang Yu was obviously present to look at the contract. But, from the way boss spoke, it was as if he had already memorized everything. Tongming leaned into Mo Ting's embrace as he placed her in the car. Seeing his angry expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Have you really decided to be my manager?" "What else?" "Miss Tang." Mo Ting asked as he drove. Normally, he would call her Mrs. Mo. It seemed, he had a clear separation between work and life. He immediately put on the airs of a manager. "Now that work is over, can you get off work?" Mo Ting turned his head and glanced at Tongming as he sighed helplessly. He couldn't bring himself to criticize her. Even if he was angry, he couldn't bear to say anything harsh to the person he loved. Soon, they returned to the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Mo Ting pressed her down onto the bed and kissed her on the lips. After feeling her for quite some time, he finally got up and knelt beside her legs to remove her shoes. Looking at her heels and instep covered in blisters or broken skin, he felt a little uncomfortable. Tongming quickly sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck from behind as she slowly pressed her body against his. "I've never seen your feet in good condition. Also, why did you continue working when you knew that you were being pressured by the photographer?" Hearing his complaints, Tongming laughed on his back. "When I was working, everything wasn't good. My feet hurt, my stomach hurt and I felt extremely dizzy. But, when I saw you, everything was fine." Mo Ting was at his wit's end, there was nothing he could do. So, he stood up with his back on her back and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. "I won't let anyone bully you anymore." At that time, if I had resisted, I would have been hated by the models and photographer. I didn't know what they would do behind my back. So, before you arrived, I could only choose the safest method. You know what I'm thinking. Plus, Manager Mo. Hurry and get off work. You talk too much. I want my husband. Mo Ting swayed a few times with his back on her. "You think I talk too much? When have you ever seen me care about someone like this? Stop talking. Let's go have a shower." Mo Ting did not say another word. He knew Tongning was truly tired, so he helped her shower and placed her on the bed. I live opposite. If there's anything, give me a call. Tongning immediately woke up. You're not sleeping with me? While I'm at work, we'll follow the contract. Mo Ting tucked her in and turned off the lights. Tongning watched as Mo Ting left and her lips curved upwards into a smile. The panic from before had completely disappeared. The next morning, Tongning started work at 8 a.m., so she woke up at 6:30 a.m. After instructing Xianxia to prepare breakfast, she snuck into Mo Ting's room. Yesterday, after landing, Mo Ting went straight to the studio. He did not have time to tidy up his documents and clothes, so they were scattered all over the sofa. Tongning knew he was tired, so she gently tidied up his things and placed the fragrant breakfast on the dining table outside the bedroom. Finally, she walked over to the bed barefooted and sat down. She stretched out her hand and gently stroked Mo Ting's handsome face. Mo Ting seemed to have woken up a long time ago. He held on to Tongning's fingers and rested his head on her lap. Tongning's heart ached as she messed up his hair and held on to his ringed left hand. In a moment, Xianxia will accompany me to the shoot. You can get some rest, okay? Not today. Mo Ting said with a hidden meaning. Tongning looked down at the watch on her wrist and realized it was still early. So, she lay down on the bed and hugged Mo Ting. Aren't you going to ask me why I insist on being your manager? Tongning thought for a moment and smiled. You've already done it, so I have to trust in your decision. Even if I am afraid and have my reservations, I will never be the one to hold you back. If you aren't afraid, why should I be? Don't be afraid. In the entire industry, no one is more capable than my manager. What else do I have to be unsatisfied with? Ting. You've already made me confident enough. You've also made me put down my mask and strong shell. You've made me better. Mo Ting quietly held on to Tongning's hand without saying a word. The relationship between husband and wife had always depended on each other. Their goal was to make each other's lives better. The couple lay in bed for 40 minutes. In order to arrive at the studio before 8 a.m., Mo Ting lifted the blankets and got out of bed. However, he had a habit of sleeping naked, so Tongning couldn't help but blush. In the end, Mo Ting let out a gentle laugh as he held onto Tongning's chin and instructed, I'm going to have a shower. Help me find some clothes. Okay. We've been husband and wife for so long. Aren't you familiar with my body? I can't believe you're blushing. Because it is the perfect body. After speaking, Tongning walked over to the wardrobe and pulled out a new set of clothes. At 8 a.m., the group arrived at the studio on time. Tongning quickly got into the mood as she put on her makeup and tried on her clothes. However, compared to yesterday, because Mo Ting was present today, the photographer was a lot more restrained. In front of Tongning, he was gentle, caring and took good care of her. But, in front of outsiders, he was always an unapproachable king, a son that no one could look up to. Who is that person? I heard he is Tongning's manager. I don't think so. He's so good, why didn't he become a model? Should we go up and strike up a conversation? The surrounding staff whispered amongst themselves as they worked. Some even tried to flirt with Mo Ting. However, before they could get close, Mo Ting's piercing gaze made them freeze in fear. Xianxia stood by Mo Ting's side, feeling proud. It felt so good. As soon as boss arrived, no one dared to look down on them anymore. An entire day of filming went by. Mo Ting, apart from supervising, also took out his own work to deal with. As evening approached, Stenson and a few other representatives from Excalibur Q arrived at the studio to check on the progress of the commercial. However, as soon as they arrived, their eyes were immediately drawn to Mo Ting. Stenson felt he had seen this man somewhere before. He looked very familiar. He even asked his assistant quietly. In the end, his assistant replied, Sir, he is the CEO of the famous entertainment company, Hirue Entertainment, Mr. Mo. No wonder. Stenson immediately thought of the person that gave him a phone call earlier. Tongning's manager also had the surname Mo. Could it be? Stenson did not dare to delay as he walked over and extended his hand towards Mo Ting. I didn't expect President Mo to grace us with his presence. Sorry for not going out to greet you. You're too polite, Mr. Stenson. My Tongning has caused you trouble. Not at all. Tongning is very outstanding. Stenson was not stingy with his praise. It's a pity Tongning isn't in a good state today. Perhaps it's because she worked too long yesterday. Otherwise, she could have done better, Mo Ting said with a hidden meaning. As soon as Stenson heard this, he understood what Mo Ting meant. Don't worry, President Mo, Excalibur Q will make sure Miss Tongning maintains a happy working mood. Stenson let out a sigh in his heart. He was also glad he didn't choose Qinyu. Tongning didn't appear to have much power. But, who would have thought, she actually managed to get a famous entertainment company's CEO to act as her manager. It was clear to see, she had a bright future ahead of her. This was Hai Rui's way of protecting Tongning when it came to competing for resources. I wonder if Mo Ting would do me the honor of joining us for dinner tonight? It would be my honor. However, I may need to bring a female companion. Mo Ting replied politely as he placed his gentle gaze on Tongning. Stenson nodded his head and smiled. However, the three of them did not manage to have dinner together. That night, a scandal broke out in Beijing, and this scandal involved Hu Jingjing. An entertainment reporter revealed that Hu Jingjing had been living with a gambling addict for 10 years, had multiple abortions for him and was even beaten up by him. As soon as Tongning saw the news, she suddenly thought back to the night at the Beijing private club. Hu Jingjing had told her not to make it public, not to make it public. But, in just a few days, Hu Jingjing actually got into trouble. She was an international supermodel. Overnight, she was suddenly linked to a gambling addict. With so many scandals going around, her reputation took a huge hit. Hai Rui immediately started PR and blocked 70 to 80% of the news. But, it still created quite a stir. In fact, it was comparable to Han Xiner. There were even people that started spreading rumors, claiming it was all because Tongning had joined Hai Rui. Whenever she was involved with a company, it would always end up in a tragic state. Qingtian Entertainment's collapse was the best example. Bullsh *T. Long Jia threw her phone aside after seeing the news. Tongning had no time to care about herself. She simply couldn't help but worry about Hu Jingjing. In the study room, Mo Ting was having a video conference with the higher-ups of Hai Rui, giving Fang Yu full authority to handle the situation. But, even though they managed to suppress the news, they couldn't stop the rumors from affecting Hu Jingjing. For some reason, Tongning suddenly felt a little afraid. She was afraid that if her relationship with Mo Ting were to be made public, there would be another bloodbath. So, Tongning asked Mo Ting for Hu Jingjing's phone number. After hesitating for a moment, she gave her a call. Tongning thought Hu Jingjing wouldn't pick up the phone, but she actually picked up. I am Tongning. Afraid that the man would hang up, Tongning immediately revealed her identity. I know. Hu Jingjing's voice was a little raspy. It was obvious she had just cried. But, there was a sense of stubbornness in her voice. It seemed, she had not given up yet. In the news, everything in the news is true. Hu Jingjing acted like she had finally found someone to confide in. The almighty international supermodel, Hu Jingjing, has a gambler at home. She's even had an abortion 3 times and is always beaten by him. I met him when I was 17 and we started dating when we were 18. At that time, I never thought about being a supermodel. But, I wasn't rich and my parents needed money. So, he suggested I become a model and used all his resources to help me find resources. In the first few years, we were very happy. Tongning was even happier than you and President Mo. But, as the industry became more and more tempting, in the end, he couldn't control his lower half and ended up in a relationship with another model. But I'm cheap, I can't let him go. However, he always thought that I was the one who got someone to plot against his lover. So, from the day his lover passed away, he never looked me in the eye again. I don't remember how many years it has been. I kept my promise and left half of my income at home. But I know that he always gambled with it and often drank. When he was drunk, he would punch and kick me. How many days did I think it would be better if I just died like this? Everything would end once and for all. Until I met my current manager. He discovered me and Hai Rui accepted and nurtured me. In fact, I once thought that I would work like a slave for President Mo for the rest of my life. But, I never expected that things would still be exposed one day. I've worked so hard to keep it a secret. As Tongming listened to Hu Jingjing recount her experience, she could imagine how much love a woman would have for her man despite having reached such a high position. You've already done very well. He was the one who exposed the news to the media. Because I refused to pay him, he actually sold the news to Imperial Star, the *tch, Tongming cursed in her heart. He was even worse than Han Yufan. I'm done. I feel much better now. Tongming didn't know why Hu Jingjing trusted her so much. Perhaps, it was because they had both been through a lot of bad things, so they felt a sense of empathy. I will announce my withdrawal from Hai Rui. I don't want to implicate my family, especially you. I know it wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today, but rumors are already flying everywhere. I Jingjing, since Hai Rui is your home, you have no reason to leave. I'm sure you've already gotten used to this life. Perhaps you are tired and fed up, but listen to me. If I can meet Mo Ting, you can also meet someone that truly treats you well. Hold on a little longer, hold on a little longer. Hu Jingjing didn't answer. She only smiled bitterly and hung up the phone. Tongming put down her phone. As she thought about Hu Jingjing's situation, her body trembled. The industry made her feel afraid and the uncertainty of the human heart made her panic. After Mo Ting finished his meeting, he saw Tongming's pale face. He reached out his hand to support her. Realizing her hands were also cold, he immediately carried her onto the bed. What's wrong? Tongming hugged onto Mo Ting's arm in a daze. The person that betrayed Hu Jingjing is the man she has loved for many years. Mo Ting immediately understood Tongming's fear. He reached out his hand, cupped her cheeks and began to kiss her. Tongming could feel Mo Ting's breath. She closed her eyes and kissed him until her body began to heat up. Only then did she pull away from Mo Ting's lips. Are you feeling better? Much better, Tongming nodded her head. The two women looked at each other. Mo Ting didn't need her to say anything to understand what she meant. Hai Rui was definitely going to get back at Star King. Most importantly, they were going to make sure the traitors got what they deserved. Otherwise, what hope did the world have? What else was there to give someone the courage to live again? Tongming calmed herself down and pushed Mo Ting, go back to work. I'm fine. Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply pulled Tongming up and into the study room to continue with his work. However, he wanted Tongming to be within his line of sight the entire time. Tongming watched as Mo Ting worked seriously and thought everything out perfectly. Wasn't this how the man she admired should be like? After work was over, Tongming wanted to return to her room. But, Mo Ting carried her in the shower and lay in bed with her. Tongming could feel Mo Ting hugging her from behind. She couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you say during work, everything will go according to the contract? Yes, but I am the CEO. Does that mean the CEO can cheat? Tongming turned around and continued to laugh as she lay on top of Mo Ting's body. For you, there's nothing I can't do, Mo Ting said after a moment of silence. This one sentence clearly resounded from above Tongming's head, causing her body to freeze in surprise. I know you're afraid of losing me. But, I'm more afraid of losing you. Tongming suddenly let out a gentle laugh. Mo Ting understood the fear in her heart. It turned out, she wasn't the only one that was afraid. Mo Ting was also afraid. Afraid. So, why? Must I be your manager? It's always been because of you. Only because of you. Tongming's heart was suddenly filled with confidence. This was Mo Ting's love. So, she was no longer influenced by Hu Jingjing. She simply believed in the feelings in her heart. This man was right. This man was worthy of her love. I still have one more day of work. After I'm done, we can return to China together. Ting. Promise me, you won't let Star King and that man get away with it. Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply responded with his actions as he flipped over and pressed Tongming under his body. Tongming was moved as she hooked her arms around his neck. The couple had a tacit understanding when it came to this. Even a simple action was enough to understand each other's desires. However, in the heat of the moment, Tongming couldn't help but bite Mo Ting's shoulder. It was as if she wanted to leave a permanent mark on his body, a mark that belonged solely to her. This was exclusive to Tongning, and no one should even think about touching it. Hu Jingjing's scandal spread like wildfire. Even with Hai Rui's forceful suppression, they couldn't compete with the news that was released 3 times a day. Hu Jingjing was once an international supermodel. In the eyes of others, she was unreachable. But, because of this scandal, Hu Jingjing's status plummeted. She was ridiculed and attacked by netizens. In fact, it even affected Hai Rui. Fang Yu's PR strategy was to get Hu Jingjing to play the sympathy card. After all, she was originally a victim. But, Hu Jingjing's mental state wasn't looking good. If he wanted her to step out bravely, it wouldn't be easy. Saving a person's body was easy, but saving a person's heart was harder than climbing to the heavens. Fang Yu had never been betrayed before, so he couldn't understand the pain and shame that seeped into his bones. But, Tongning knew how it felt. So, Tongning spoke to Fang Yu on the phone. That night, Fang Yu arrived at Hu Jingjing's apartment. Her assistant tidied up Hu Jingjing's messy room while Fang Yu took a look around her home. The marks left behind by the man were still there, but he had left the woman he had lived with for so many years in such a terrible state. "What do you want to drink?" "Get it from the fridge." "I don't have the strength to do it myself," Hu Jingjing said dispiritedly as she sat on the carpet. Fang Yu looked at Hu Jingjing and noticed her clothes were disheveled, her hair was messy, her face was pale and her eyes were lifeless. "Tongning asked me to come over. She said you needed someone by your side." After speaking, Fang Yu felt he was being a little unreasonable, so he continued, "She's quite a busybody, isn't she? She can't even handle her own business." "I think she misunderstood. She probably thinks I treat her as a friend," Hu Jingjing replied with a bitter smile. "Don't tell me you don't treat her as a friend?" Fang Yu turned around and sat down on the sofa. He placed his elbows on his knees and tilted his head to look at Hu Jingjing. "Tongning and I only interacted for a short day. It was the day Star King stole our resources. Did you know? On the runway, she is much better than Qinyu. She is a natural model. But the selection process was full of twists and turns. While waiting for the call, if it were you, you would have turned around and left Milan because of your pride. Even I was about to ask her to give up, but she asked me for the phone number of the partner. She personally told the other party that if I couldn't be your spokesperson, I would feel very regretful. I don't know how much the other party was moved by those words, but at the very least, if I heard it, I would definitely give her another chance." Hu Jingjing quietly listened to Fang Yu talk about the runway and Tongning. She couldn't deny that in this short 1 to 2 minutes, she had forgotten all her pain. All she could think about was how it would be like if she was the one in Italy. Fang Yu observed her expression and laughed. "Actually, you are still deeply in love with your career. You don't need feelings, do you?" Hu Jingjing grabbed the bottle and gulped it down. She neither admitted nor denied it. "Tongning said your silence is allowing that man to hurt the people around you, your parents, your friends, Hai Rui and Tongning. It's fine for you to shoulder everything on your own, but have you thought about the people that are worried about you? How many years has Hai Rui trained you? How can you bear to be humiliated by Star King like this?" After hearing this, Hu Jingjing's eyes finally showed signs of emotion. "Right now, everyone is saying that you are in trouble because of Tongning's curse. In fact, some of your fans have already started to attack Tongning. What did she do wrong? Why should she pay for your cowardice?" "Hu Jingjing, men aren't like this. Men are also affectionate. As for your man, how much does he hate you for him to abuse you for so many years? Worst of all, you didn't do anything wrong." Hearing this, Hu Jingjing suddenly burst into tears. She was the one that had been betrayed, she was the one that had been hurt, and now, she was the one that had been destroyed. Fang Yu stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Hu Jingjing, allowing her to cry. After she calmed down, he finally let her go. After a moment of silence, Hu Jingjing finally lifted her head and said to Fang Yu in determination, "What should I do? I will cooperate." Fang Yu let out a sigh of relief and suddenly smiled. "That's more like you, our heroine. Tomorrow morning, we will hold a press conference to clarify the truth. Trust me, as long as you cooperate, I will definitely teach Star King a lesson." Hu Jingjing nodded her head. "I will pull myself together." Fang Yu patted her on the shoulder encouragingly. He could hear the strength in her words. When a person's heart was pierced by 1,000 arrows, they were invincible. Because they had nothing to fear. When Tongming received the news, she was still in the middle of her commercial shoot. Perhaps because she felt the power of rebirth, Tongming was even more focused on her shoot. She was in perfect condition and her popularity surpassed that of the European and American models. In reality, in a commercial with a mix of men and women, due to the fact that men were more powerful, the first thing that consumers saw was a male model. But Tongming's gaze was exceptionally stunning. She had a wilder and more aggressive expression than a man's. This was the last day of filming. After finishing, Tongming immediately wrapped her arm around Mo Ting's and said, "Let's go back to Beijing. Aren't you going to take a day off?" "I want to cheer for Hu Jingjing," Tongming begged. Mo Ting didn't know what to do. He simply held on to her hand and said goodbye to Stenson. After saying goodbye, he immediately booked a plane ticket back to Beijing. However, this time, the two of them would appear at the airport together. They no longer had to pretend to be strangers and they no longer had to avoid the paparazzi one after another. Although, as they arrived at the airport, Tongming still subconsciously observed the reporters, but, Mo Ting reminded, walk properly. If you want the media to take photos, do you think you're sneaking around like a thief? But, are you coming with me? Yes, I'm coming with you. I am your manager, shouldn't I be coming with you? Mo Ting hooked his arm around her shoulder and pulled her closer to his side to prevent her from being squeezed away by the passers-by. Tongming looked at the crowds of passengers and noticed there weren't many reporters gathered at the airport. She let out a sigh of relief. After taking one last look at Mo Ting, she walked ahead on her own with Mo Ting and Long Jia following behind her. This was something the media did not expect. When they were following them, they refused to let them. Now that they were no longer following them, they took the initiative to release information. However, someone still spotted Mo Ting and Tongming. They approached them for autographs and asked, "Tang Jia, why are you with President Mo?" Tongming froze for a moment before replying honestly, "Because we've finished working together." The young woman smiled as she suddenly jumped in front of Mo Ting and handed him her notebook. "In that case, can I also get an autograph from President Mo? It's not easy for me to come across one." Mo Ting glanced at the young woman and then looked at Tongming. Tongming shrugged her shoulders. She was the one that didn't want to avoid it, so she deserved to be asked for an autograph. Mo Ting glanced at Tongming helplessly as he received the black pen from the young woman and confidently signed his name. He then turned to Tongming and asked, "Can we go now?" Tongming smiled. This time, she was a lot more cautious as she put on her sunglasses and face mask and boarded the plane. "Since we're already back, let's attend the Super Queen Awards ceremony as a guest." Super Queen was actually the most lucrative model rankings over the past year. Hu Jingjing was ranked at the top, but in her current state, it was a little worrying for her to go on her own. So, Mo Ting arranged for Tongming to attend. He did this to show her the difference between herself and the top 3 models and to cheer Hu Jingjing on. On the day of the ceremony, he was going to make a move. He was going to use the Super Queen Awards ceremony to officially announce that he was Tongming's manager and raise her status to new heights. "It's up to you," Tongming said in a tired voice as she trusted Mo Ting completely. Meanwhile, Mo Ting hugged Tongming and lowered his head to place a kiss on her forehead. At this moment, he didn't want to think about anything else. All he wanted to do was place the best things in front of her. Because of Hu Jingjing's popularity, the media placed all their attention on Hai Rui's upcoming press conference. Very few people noticed that Tongming and Mo Ting had already returned to China. On the way back, Tongming heard the same thing, "Don't say that Hu Jingjing is pitiful. Perhaps her gambling addiction is even bigger and she simply hides it too well. I never expected that a supermodel's life would be so messed up. She's even had 3 abortions. I'm afraid she can't give birth anymore. I'm sure she's still a virgin. How disgusting." After hearing these words, Tongming suddenly let out a cold laugh. She thought about how many times she had become the topic of discussion after meals. She suddenly felt sad. Everyone thought they were glamorous, but they had no idea of the bitterness and helplessness behind the scenes. It was said that celebrities were loved by the most people. In fact, celebrities had the most enemies, sitting in the nanny van, Tongning suddenly wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's arm. As long as Mo Ting was there, she could truly feel at ease. Mo Ting placed Tongning on his lap and gently stroked her hair with his warm palms. I'll wake you up when we get home. No, Ting, you deal with Hai Rui. There's no need for me to do something like this. Star King's little tricks were nothing in his eyes. Fang Yu has full authority to handle it. In that case, I want to see Hu Jingjing. Women should have some intimate words. Mo Ting did not reject. He simply asked Lu Che to drive an unassuming car out of the garage and drive Tongning to Hu Jingjing's apartment. However, Hu Jingjing's home was surrounded by paparazzi. Hu Jingjing had no way of leaving and Tongning had no way of entering. So, Tongning gave Hu Jingjing a phone call. Not long after, a well-disguised Hu Jingjing appeared and boarded Tongning's car. Lu Che then drove the two to the quiet seaside. Hu Jingjing had a scarf wrapped around her face. Even when no one was around, she did not remove it. Tongning seemed to have guessed something was wrong, so she reached out and removed the scarf. Hu Jingjing's face was covered in bruises and bruises. Did you get hit again? Hu Jingjing threw the scarf on the beach and spat out a mouthful of blood. I had a showdown with the jerk. In the end, he flew into a rage and tried to kill me. I took the opportunity to escape. Tongning looked at her quietly without saying a word. Hu Jingjing leaned against the front of the car as tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. He wanted all of my assets or he would expose us. I really wanted to die with him. I'm so tired, so tired. Tongning looked at Hu Jingjing and asked in seriousness, tell me, how did the jerk's lover die? She was beaten to death. She died on the streets. He thought I hired someone to do it. Didn't you look for the truth afterwards? Tongning asked. How could I not? But, I still need someone to believe me. Tongning immediately found the crux of the matter. This was the key to defeating the man. Tell me all the evidence you have and send someone to investigate. Jingjing, the best way for you to get revenge on that man is to make him regret it. Make him turn around and beg you. But you didn't even look back. You are still you, the supermodel. This time, it's not like you don't have a chance to make a comeback. Hu Jingjing looked at Tongning and was suddenly impressed by her clear thinking. Especially when she heard Tongning say she would make the jerk regret. There were so many times in the past when she had nightmares where she wanted to strangle the man beside her to death. But, in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it. This time, she was no longer weak. She closed her eyes and said, okay. After chatting, Hu Jingjing looked at Tongning and suddenly burst into tears and laughter. Have you always been this calm, or is it because of President Mo's guidance? He pulled me back from hell. He gave me a brand new life. Tongning, you and President Mo need to continue loving each other. Sometimes, seeing people in love is a form of strength. It makes you feel like you can receive love. Tongning turned around and leaned against Hu Jingjing. I will do my best to satisfy everyone. Let's go home. Fang Yu has arranged for a press conference. Tongning thought for a moment and suddenly said to Hu Jingjing, let's not go to the press conference. Let's go to the hospital. The pity card isn't just for crying. We need to show our female compatriots real pain. Hu Jingjing understood what Tongning was trying to say and nodded her head in agreement. The two people who appreciated each other, at this moment, did not need to say anything to each other. They were already considered friends. Even though, strictly speaking, they were in a difficult situation. Afterwards, Tongning returned to Hyatt Regency. Not long after, the entertainment news broke. On the eve of the press conference, Hu Jingjing suffered another new injury. She was suspected to have been threatened to keep her mouth shut. Fang Yu quickly followed the news and revealed the truth. It was Hu Jingjing's handwritten diary. The diary was written from the perspective of a woman who had been hurt for many years. It described the pain and oppression she had suffered over the years. As the diary was revealed to the public, it resonated with many people. Especially women. As soon as they read the diary, they began to cry. And the trigger was the sight of Hu Jingjing suffering a serious injury. The female compatriots immediately exploded with power. It didn't take long before public opinion began to change. Hu Jia, Tongning is amazing. Fang Yu's PR is also amazing. The public opinion is already leaning towards us. Inside the hospital room, her assistant looked at the news with a joyful expression. But, promise me, from now on, don't be so stupid. Even I cried for a long time after reading that diary. Hua Jingjing felt like she had been pushed to the brink of death. Apart from anger, the pain in her heart had lessened. Perhaps, it was because of Hai Rui's counterattack. All along, I thought Tongning was just a pretty face and had no right to be considered your sister. Did you think President Mo would find a pretty face? Hua Jingjing asked. The assistant scratched her head and smiled embarrassedly. Hua Jingjing lowered her head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she lifted her head and looked out the window. She spoke in a tone that even she couldn't believe. Tongning's power can save a person's heart. Do you still think she is just a pretty face? I can completely understand why President Mo likes Tongning. In fact, I feel, in this world, only Tongning is worthy of President Mo. As for anyone else, I refuse to acknowledge them. I don't know what Tongning was like in the past. All I know is, the current Tongning can see through a person's soul. The assistant didn't understand what soul meant. All she knew was, the reason Hua Jingjing was able to recover so quickly was because of Tongning. In fact, she could sense a brand new Hua Jingjing. Perhaps, from this day onwards, Hua Jingjing's kindness would take root in Hua Jingjing's heart. So, from this day onwards, she was going to help Tongning get what she wanted. Everything. Because of the diary and the violence, Hua Jingjing managed to turn the tables. But, if Star King thought this was all Hai Rui could do, they were underestimating Hai Rui and Mo Ting. Afterwards, the testimonies of passers-by, the retaliation of fans, the support of neighbors and friends, and the praise of business partners. Hai Rui suppressed Star King from all directions and turned everything that the jerk revealed into evidence of his violence. Hai Rui swept Star King aside and directly turned Hua Jingjing into a woman with a tragic past. They even made sure her sensational past attracted the attention of many authors and film companies. They even wanted to publish a book and adapt it to the big screen. Of course, regardless of whether these rumors were true or not, those that once hated or cursed at Hua Jingjing could no longer hate her. In fact, some even bought a newspaper page and directly apologized to her. Thus, Hua Jingjing came back to life. No matter what the scumbag said, the reporter's focus would not be on him. That night, the hospital room was quiet. Meanwhile, Hua Jingjing's assistant was helping Hua Jingjing manage her fan club. After a while, the assistant looked up at Hua Jingjing and said, "Sister Hua, what happened?" Hua Jingjing picked up the phone and looked at the fan club. They were all discussing how Hua Jingjing was exposed because she was cursed by Tongning. It's all because of that cheap model. Otherwise, how could our Jingjing be in such a situation? Exactly, Tongning is a poison. Wherever she goes, she causes trouble. Why don't we go and slander Tongning? Seeing the fans talking one after another, Hua Jingjing logged onto her account and stepped in. The 3 fans that just said Tongning isn't a good person, I hope they can stop liking me. As soon as the fans saw Hua Jingjing appear, they immediately exploded with messages. But, Hua Jingjing still replied in seriousness, I will only say this once. Without Tongning, I would not have been reborn. So, from now on, if any of Hua Jingjing's fans says one bad thing about Tongning, I, Hua Jingjing, will definitely tear them apart. Oh God, Jingjing is so domineering. Jingjing, are you feeling better? Since you're saying this, Tongning has helped our Jingjing before. Did you hear that? From now on, don't say bad things about Tongning again. Tongning isn't a poison. She is truly a good person. Hearing Hua Jingjing's words, the fans in the chat group finally calmed down. Afterwards, they all expressed their support. Jingjing, don't worry, I will pass on your message to all the Hua Jingjing fans. From now on, Tongning will be protected by us Hua Jingjing. We will definitely support you to the end. Go Jingjing. Seeing this, Hua Jingjing was satisfied as she handed the phone back to her assistant. Because of Hua Jingjing's action of tearing apart her fans online, it attracted a lot of attention in the fan circle. After all, it was rare for a celebrity to tear apart their own fans for someone else's sake. And this was how Hua Tang's friendship started to spread. Late at night, Tongning was still in the study room looking through the information Hua Jingjing had gathered. She was going to find the culprit and help Hu Jingjing clear the injustice she had suffered for so many years. Beside her, Mo Ting was handling some work. Seeing Tang Ning being so serious, he put down the documents in his hand and sat down beside her. You've already done enough for Hu Jingjing. Ting, what if the jerk uses Hu Jingjing to hire a killer to create more hype? No one believes his words anymore, Mo Ting said in seriousness as he pulled her into his embrace. I'm not trying to stop you from finding the culprit, I simply don't want you to tire yourself out. What if I told you that Hu Jingjing is my friend? Mo Ting smiled and picked up the documents. Mrs. Mo, do you think I'd make it so that you don't have any friends? I'll look through it with you. Tang Ning hooked her arms around Mo Ting's neck and kissed him on the lips. She then let go and continued to look for clues. But, after looking for quite some time, she still couldn't find anything. This made Tang Ning a little depressed. All she could tell was, the jerk's lover wasn't a good person either, there was definitely more than one man. So, Mo Ting put down the documents and said to Tang Ning, sometimes, you don't have to find the truth. You can create a false impression. Tang Ning turned her head and looked at Mo Ting. The couple could read each other's minds with just one look. I understand. Tang Ning replied with 4 words. I don't care how the lover died. At the very least, she wasn't a clean person. Because of her, Hu Jingjing has suffered for so many years. It's time for her to suffer. Tang Ning understood what Mo Ting was trying to say. He wanted to create a false impression that the woman had been killed by another man. He wanted the jerk that had tortured Hu Jingjing for so many years to have a taste of what it felt like. The true love that he had held on to for so many years was nothing more than a joke. He was just one of the men that the woman had. Mo Ting wrapped his arms around Tang Ning from behind and placed his chin on her shoulder. He then took a deep breath. When I'm with you, I don't need to say too much because you understand. That's because you understand me, that's why you deserve the best. As soon as Tang Ning heard this, she furrowed her brows. What are you going to give me this time? The aftermath of the Hu Jingjing incident was exactly as Tang Ning expected. The jerk actually exposed the fact that Hu Jingjing had hired a hitman to kill someone to the media. He even promised to invite his lover's parents to testify in front of the media. The netizens couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't understand how such a shameless person could exist in this world. Anyone with eyes could tell that Hu Jingjing really knew how to play these tricks. She wouldn't have to endure so many years of violence a long time ago. Yet, the jerk was stubborn. The netizens looked like they were waiting to see what tricks Hu Jingjing had up her sleeves as they continued to focus on the farce surrounding Hu Jingjing. In private, Tang Ning asked Lu Che to investigate the parents of the jerk's lover and find out what their attitude towards their daughter's death was. Meanwhile, Hu Jingjing replied nonchalantly, let them appear on the news. I want to see how heartless people can be. Fang Yu looked at Hu Jingjing questioningly, are you saying, we don't need PR for this incident? There's no need, Hu Jingjing answered with certainty. When she said these 2 words, there was a sense of relief in her tone. Fang Yu was still worried, so he asked again, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I want to see how the jerk is going to make a comeback. Although Fang Yu trusted Hu Jingjing, he still made the necessary preparations. They sat in the hospital room and watched as the jerk, Yu Wenxin, was interviewed. All you do is sympathize with Hu Jingjing being beaten, but you don't know how ruthless she is. All you see is me hitting Hu Jingjing. Why didn't you see Hu Jingjing hitting someone else? Back then, I wronged her. But, we were still married. Plus, while I was with Yuewen, Hu Jingjing and I had already broken up. You had no idea that Yuewen wasn't a third party. Hu Jingjing has been lying to you from the beginning. She hired someone to kill Yuewen. She is the culprit. Sitting beside Yu Wenxin was a well-educated couple. From their appearance and temperament, they seemed to have received a high level of education. As Yu Wenxin spoke, the couple's faces were ashen. This made the media think that the couple was angry after finding out the cause of their daughter's death. Uncle, Auntie, I've let you down. I've let Xiaowen die with everlasting regret and tarnished her reputation. I've let you down. Today, please tell me the truth. The couple turned to look at Yu Wenxin. First, Lu Yuewen's father took the microphone, but he stood up at the same time. Then, he did something that shocked everyone. He took the microphone and smashed it on Yu Wenxin's head, very hard, very fierce. Fortunately, Yu Wenxin dodged quickly, and only a little skin was scratched. All the reporters present were in an uproar. Beasts that are worse than pigs and dogs. Mr. Lu scolded. Although I don't want to reveal our dirty linen, I can't ignore my conscience. When you were with Yue Wen, you were still in a relationship with Hu Jingjing. You cheated on her and the entire Lu family knows about it. Are you trying to deny it? Dream on. I don't want to appear on the news and I don't want to seek justice for my daughter. She wasn't wronged, she deserved it. Father Lu said emotionally. But, when it comes to Hu Jingjing, the two of us need to say a few words. Over the past few days, the news has been blowing up. From this moment, we finally found out that Hu Jingjing had suffered so much and was tortured by an animal. Because of this, my wife and I felt uneasy for many days. Coincidentally, that animal, Yu Wenxin, came looking for us. Right now, I want to tell everyone that my daughter's death has nothing to do with Hu Jingjing. While my daughter was cheating with this animal, she was also involved with a hotel owner. Because the owner's wife found out, she ended up like this. We only found out about this a few years later. At that time, we even called the police. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. I don't care if Yu Wenxin, this bastard, really misunderstood that Jingjing hired a hitman to kill my daughter, or if he's just trying to scheme against Jingjing. We, the old couple, will now announce the truth. I only hope that Jingjing can escape from the sea of bitterness as soon as possible. I also hope that the heavens will bless the good and let those scum be punished. No, even going to hell won't be enough to wash away their sins. The truth was finally revealed. It was told by Lu Yuowen's parents. Regarding Yu Wenxin's affair and Lu Yuowen's murder, the couple didn't care about their face and innocence anymore. They didn't want to hurt other people. Yu Wenxin was dumbfounded. In the past, Hu Jingjing had repeatedly explained to him, but he had never listened to her. He had a deep-rooted belief that Hu Jingjing was the culprit. She had killed the person he loved the most. It was because of this obsession that he continued to torture Hu Jingjing. But now, Lu Yuowen's parents were telling him that the culprit was someone else and that Lu Yuowen had another man, so what Hu Jingjing said was true. However, every time Hu Jingjing said this, he would kick and punch her. How could this be? How could this be? Was Hu Jingjing really innocent? Yet, he had tortured Hu Jingjing for so many years, and he had tortured her so viciously. Yu Wenxin, who was still being interviewed, knelt on the ground helplessly. Apart from shock, his expression was filled with regret. Inside the hospital room, Hu Jingjing's eyes were empty as she watched the scene unfold. Tongning ran over and hugged her as she gently comforted her. Now that the truth has been revealed, you can start anew. After so many years of injustice, Hu Jingjing cried and laughed at the same time. She then released all the pain in her heart. I'm free. In that case, hurry and adjust yourself. At the Super Queen Awards ceremony, you will still be the Super Queen. You also need to catch up. That day, Tongning was happier than if she had received an important endorsement. So, as she returned home to prepare dinner for Mo Ting, the corners of her lips curved upwards. That evening, Mo Ting returned home. As soon as he saw Tongning in the kitchen, he couldn't help but run over and hug her. You made such a sumptuous meal. Are you celebrating? Ting, you sure created this illusion well. What happened to Hu Jingjing is the truth. I didn't create an illusion, Mo Ting replied. Tongning turned around and looked at Mo Ting in shock. She then smiled. That's even better. Mo Ting wrapped his arms around Tongning's waist and placed her on the countertop. But I'm not good. How many days have you neglected me? I didn't neglect you, you're lying. Mo Ting bit Tongning on the lip. In that case, how do you plan to punish me? Tongning stretched out her arms and hooked them around Mo Ting's neck. Mo Ting lowered his head and pressed the tip of his nose against Tongning's. During the day, I am your manager. I enslave you to work. At night, I am your husband. My job is to make sure you can't get out of bed. Come. Let go of me. Mo Ting loosened his grip on Tongning's arm and turned off the stove. He then carried her into the bedroom and placed her on the bed. Mrs. Mo, you've become more and more naughty. After speaking, Mo Ting's palms began to wander. It didn't take long before his hands came into contact with Tongning's thighs. However, Tongning subconsciously shrank back. Mo Ting sat up curiously and looked at her knees. He noticed there were bruises on her fair skin. What happened? My foot slipped in the bathroom. Mo Ting got up and found the first aid kit to apply some medicine. Afterwards, he did not touch Tongning again. Instead, he coaxed her to sleep after dinner. That night, Tongning felt uneasy and her body was cold. When she woke up, she realized there was no one beside her and the bathroom lights were still on. Tongning got out of bed and tiptoed over. She noticed Mo Ting had pulled out a non-slip carpet from the cupboard and was laying it out neatly on the floor. He wasn't supposed to do these things, but because he had something in his heart, he couldn't let it go. It seemed she had to be touched like this every day. So, Tongning approached Mo Ting from behind. While he was squatting down, she leaned on his back. Stop laying it out, my heart hurts. Mo Ting paused and straightened his back. Without saying a word, he carried Tongning out of the bathroom. However, the next morning, as Tongning woke up, she noticed the bathroom was covered with a thick non-slip carpet. Tongning stood in the doorway and laughed so hard that tears almost came out of her eyes. While the various versions of Yu Wenxin's interview were being released, the promotion for Super Queen had already begun. At this year's awards ceremony, Hu Jingjing was one of the favorites to receive an award. Hai Rui also confirmed that Hu Jingjing would be attending. This was the first time Hu Jingjing had appeared in front of the public since her scandal. Everyone was worried about her mental state and were waiting for her to accept an interview after the awards ceremony. However, the media did not expect that Tongning would also be attending the awards ceremony, even though she would only be a guest. But, the industry was already talking about her and Hu Jingjing's deep friendship. So, there were rumors that Tongning was attending to cheer for Hu Jingjing. Actually, it wasn't wrong, but it was also wrong. After all, Tongning had no idea what Mo Ting was planning to do at the awards ceremony. In the CEO's office of Hai Rui Entertainment, Fang Yu looked at the article that Mo Ting had asked him to release. His expression was a little shocked. President Mo, are you planning to let everyone know you are Tongning's manager? Will this be a little too much? Fang Yu did not dare to finish his sentence. After all, for an almighty president to become a manager was already lowering his status. Not to mention whether the other higher-ups would agree, wouldn't it blow up the entertainment industry? What? Do you think it will be difficult to announce this news? Mo Ting lifted his head and asked Fang Yu. President, if you place Tongning on such a high pedestal, she will only be targeted by more people. Fang Yu was worried about Tongning's safety. After all, Mo Ting was personally acting as her manager. How much jealousy would there be? Plus, the public will definitely have their own suspicions about your relationship. In fact, they may even deny all of Tongning's hard work. As for the Backview dream man from before, I think you should reconsider your decision. Tongning no longer needs to prove her professionalism. She already has enough work to represent the industry. It's only a matter of time before she reaches the pinnacle. My aim is to clear her path and let everyone know that she has the ability and background to back her up. As for your worries, how many people in the entertainment industry would dare to spread rumors about me? They will simply feel shocked, mysterious, unbelievable and curious about our relationship. Mo Ting rarely explained things to his subordinates. It was rare for Mo Ting to explain things in such detail to his subordinates. As they slowly uncover the truth, Tongning will be completely immersed in the mysteries. In other words, Tongning would no longer be on a level that the small fries below her could reach. Fang Yu understood what Mo Ting meant and was surprised at how much Mo Ting cared about Tongning. In the entire entertainment industry, there wasn't another person like him. So, Fang Yu held on to the script in his hand and smiled. President, you treat Tongning too well. Mo Ting swiveled in his chair and raised his hand to reveal his wedding ring. She is my wife, I want to give her happiness. Fang Yu nodded his head. When it came to Tongning, he had nothing but respect. Don't worry, I will handle this matter well. When the news is released, the entire entertainment industry will be shaken. Fang Yu was actually a little excited. It was like an ancient immortal had accepted a unique disciple. But, the most exciting thing was, Mo Ting's master and disciple were husband and wife. Tongning had no idea what Mo Ting was planning. On the eve of the awards ceremony, she was still on the phone with Hu Jingjing. By now, the two had completely become best friends and practically kept a record of their conversations. You and she knelt outside my house for an entire night, Hu Jingjing said as she waited for the makeup artist to put on her makeup. You won't go soft on him again, will you? Tongming was also in the wardrobe picking out a dress. After 10 years of nightmares, I finally learned my lesson. Did you think I wouldn't learn my lesson? Hu Jingjing giggled. Perhaps I've already lost all feelings for the jerk. All these years, I've been struggling with the injustice I've suffered. Now that the truth has been revealed, I will naturally let it go. That's good. Then let him kneel. Shall we walk the red carpet together tonight? Tongming smiled and replied, I also have a responsibility to protect you from the media. Hearing Tongming's response, Hu Jingjing put down her phone and asked her assistant, is the jerk still downstairs? The assistant nodded. He's still kneeling and he keeps slapping himself in the face. Hu Jia, you can't forgive him this time. Forgive? Hu Jingjing repeated this word over and over again. Looking at the scars on her face that no amount of makeup could hide, she felt it was ridiculous. From now on, the word forgive is not in my dictionary. I am an international supermodel. What kind of trash is he? Forgive? He must have the right to do so. As soon as her assistant heard this, she smiled, that's right. Our Jingjing is also an international supermodel. From now on, what man can she not get? I hope all the jerks in the world will run away and die somewhere else. Sooner or later, they will be struck by lightning and receive their retribution. Countless camera flashes and a bright red carpet. This was the venue of the Super Queen Awards ceremony. This was also the second time Tongming had attended a large-scale awards ceremony since announcing her comeback. The first time she attended was the annual Model Awards. At that time, she received the Special Contribution Award. As for today's Super Queen Awards, she was simply attending as a guest to get to know the seniors of the modeling industry. As Hu Jingjing was supposed to be the star of the show, Tongming subconsciously dressed up a little as she left the house. But, Mo Ting had already instructed Long Jie to prepare a dress for her. She wore a bat-sleeved jacket, an irregularly pleated skirt and a pair of gold heels adorned with butterflies. It was almost like he wanted Tongming to appear mysterious and retro. The couple sat in a van. Hu Jingjing looked at Tongming and couldn't help but comment, your outfit is a little different from your usual style. My manager insisted. Tongming replied. It does look good. He has good taste, Hu Jingjing complimented. Tongming laughed it off, not wanting to dwell on the issue any longer. Mo Ting was the one who prepared all the clothes, even if it was a piece of jewelry, he had to know everything. Tongming had a feeling that today's awards ceremony would be a little different. It didn't take long before the couple arrived at the venue. As they sat in the van, they could see many of the biggest names in the fashion industry walking down the red carpet. Amongst them were many singers and actors that had been invited to perform. This was a testament to the power and influence of Super Queen. Oh God. Friends, I can already see Hu Jingjing stepping out of the car. Accompanying her is Tongming, who has just signed with Hai Rui. Hearing the host's voice, Long Jia was the first to step out of the car. She then opened the car door and welcomed Hu Jingjing out. However, before Tongming could step out of the car, a scream could be heard from outside. It wasn't a scream of joy, it was a scream of surprise. Even Long Jia and Hu Jingjing did not expect Yu Wenxin to leap over the railings and kneel down in front of Hu Jingjing. Everyone was shocked, but at the same time, they began to take pictures of the couple. This was big news. Did this jerk of a man come back to beg Hu Jingjing to change her mind? How shameless did he have to be to do something like this? Everyone was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Tongming sat in the car and did not step out. She knew Hu Jingjing still needed some time. Hu Jingjing wore a long silver dress that wrapped around her slender figure. Her long wavy hair was tightly attached to her back. She wore exquisite makeup, and in order to accentuate her skin tone, she even applied a bright lip color. But in front of such a goddess, there was a scumbag man kneeling. She no longer cared about her dignity as she knelt in front of Hu Jingjing and grabbed onto the corner of her skirt. Jingjing. Can you forgive me? I know I was wrong. I've been a beast for more than 10 years. Hu Jingjing lowered her head at first, but after a few seconds, she raised her head again and said coldly, "Get up. You forgive me? I simply hope that you will never appear in front of me. I, Hu Jingjing, am an international supermodel. There are hundreds of millions of people in this world that admire and protect me. Who do you think you are?" Hu Jingjing laughed. "If I could do it all over again, I hope I could erase a stain like you. Even if I have to go to the 18th level of hell. From now on, focus on loving your Lu Yuan. She is the one that truly loves you. As for me, I really don't want to be tangled with you anymore. I have a better life ahead of me. I don't want to waste another second on you." After speaking, Hu Jingjing pushed Yu Wenqin away and helped Tongning out of the car. The sisters looked at Yu Wenqin. As Hu Jingjing walked away, she said to Yu Wenqin, "If you continue to harass me, I will have no choice but to take legal action. Yu Wenqin, don't make me feel even more disgusted by you." The entire media witnessed Hu Jingjing acting like a queen as she walked past Yu Wenqin. She was implying that from now on, she would never foolishly give her all to a jerk. Seeing this scene, the host gave Hu Jingjing a thumbs up. This was the type of attitude a woman should have. If there was something unworthy of lingering on, she should kick it away and make it disappear from her sight. "Oh God, you are so cool." Our Hu Jingjing and Tongning, who are attending as guests, saw the two of you holding hands and thought you were a couple. It's obvious the two of you have a great relationship. Let's invite the two of you to leave your names on the wall. Behind them, Yu Wenqin was still kneeling at the front of the red carpet. However, Hu Jingjing did not look back. She was an almighty international supermodel, why would she stay for a jerk like him? "Jingjing, I love you. Be my wife." Amongst the crowd, many of Hu Jingjing's male fans shouted out. Hu Jingjing looked at her fans and generously blew them a kiss. Seeing Hu Jingjing in high spirits, Tongning let out a sigh of relief. Everyone had been worried for nothing. The lively Hu Jingjing had transformed from a chrysalis into a butterfly, she was even more dazzling and confident. Entering the venue, most of the models and guests had already arrived. However, Tongning and Hu Jingjing were not seated next to each other. Beside Tongning sat Qinyu and the people from Star King. The two had already formed a grudge because of EQ. Now that they met again, there was no need to be polite and say hello. However, at the awards ceremony, Qinyu won a few awards and kept walking past Tongning on purpose. In the end, Qinyu placed the trophy in front of Tongning and asked, "I'm giving you one, do you want it?" Tongning did not respond as she stared straight ahead. "Hu Jingjing is the one receiving an award today, why did you appear?" "How strange." "Tongning, it doesn't feel good being suppressed by Hu Jingjing, does it?" "You're the one that doesn't feel good," Tongning couldn't help but ask. "If you can't even beat a newbie like me, how are you going to beat Hu Jingjing? Why do I feel like you are like Hu Jingjing's follower? Do you listen to whatever she says? If you are capable, then beat us on the runway. Otherwise, everything you say will be meaningless." "Beat you? That's easy, I have plenty of trophies in my hands." "But, what do you have to offer?" Qinyu smiled in ridicule. "However, I am quite surprised that Hu Jingjing is here. After all, she has just been dumped by a man. Plus, I almost forgot, you have also been dumped by a man. So, the two of you must appreciate each other. You are both the same. You were ridden on and then dumped." Qinyu thought, even if Tongning didn't lose her composure in anger, she would at least be upset. But Tongning simply closed her eyes and told Qinyu, "There's no point in talking back to me." When it came to self-control, apart from her own husband, Tongning had never met anyone that was better than her. Of course, she wouldn't do something like falling into someone else's trap just because she was distracted. Qinyu let out a laugh. She suddenly felt she had underestimated Tongning. "Hey! Here's another award for you, Miss World's Top 10 Most Beautiful Breasts." Qinyu received 3 to 4 awards, but none of them were important. The important awards were all in the hands of Hu Jingjing and the others. The first-ranked model was another national treasure of Hai Rui. Not only was she a supermodel, she also created her own clothing brand at a young age. She had always been at the top of the fashion industry and rarely made an appearance at events like this. Even Hu Jingjing didn't see her often. In second place was a representative from Star King. Of course, Hu Jingjing was in third place. This ranking was a testament to the amount of money these models made. In terms of the domestic market, they were at the top of the pyramid. Tongning sat quietly below the stage as she watched Hu Jingjing walk onto the stage. As she held onto the trophy, she felt happy for her. At this time, Hu Jingjing, who was standing on the stage, glanced in Tongning's direction as she gave her speech. Their eyes met and the smile on their faces said it all. As everyone knows, a few days ago, I was on the brink of collapse. But, one person pulled me back from the brink of destruction. This person was Tongning, who is sitting below the stage right now. As Hu Jingjing spoke, tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. I'm not sure if anyone has ever been warmed by someone before. Before I met Tongning, I never had. Throughout the long years of darkness, the word that crossed my mind the most was death. But Tongning brought me back to life. She told me to persevere a little longer. Because I persevered, I am once again standing on the stage. I feel she is a great person. As long as she recognizes someone as a friend, no matter the consequences, she is willing to stand out and take an arrow for them. How lucky I am to have met her. Lastly, I would like to thank my family, Hai Rui, and all my brothers and sisters. Lastly, I would like to thank myself. In the future, I will make my life more exciting. I will live with more meaning. Because only now do I realize that I'm living like a human. After hearing Hu Jingjing's words and seeing her kiss the trophy, Tongning led the crowd in a round of applause. Soon, the entire ceremony erupted in applause. As long as a person has faith, no one and nothing can stop her from being reborn. After listening to Jingjing's words, I feel a lot of emotions. Since Tongning is here today, can we invite Tongning and Jingjing to perform for us? Let's sing a song together. Are you looking forward to it? The host asked the audience excitedly. What responded to her was, of course, a warm round of applause. The host chuckled. Seeing both Hu Jingjing and Tongning nod their heads, he replied, okay, let's continue with the awards ceremony. Tell them to go get ready. In reality, Tongning had already been notified beforehand that she would be performing with Hu Jingjing. Although singing wasn't her forte, since it was to celebrate Hu Jingjing's rebirth, it wasn't a big deal to let loose for once. Hu Jingjing was the winner of a popular award, while Tongning had always been a hot topic in the modeling industry. Tonight, the two walked the path of warm sisters, so naturally, they attracted a lot of attention. As a result, the people from Star King were left out in the cold. Especially after hearing that the two would be singing a duet, Xianxia, who was sitting beside Tongning, looked at her with a deep gaze. So, while Tongning and Hu Jingjing were preparing backstage, Xianxia disappeared from her seat. After quite some time, she finally returned to her seat. Not long after, the ceremony reached its climax. Tongning and Hu Jingjing appeared on stage at the same time. They each held a microphone in their hands and each occupied an important side. One was black and the other silver. The spotlight shone on the two. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, a soothing tune began to play as they sang the song Lost. No one expected that Hu Jingjing's singing voice would be a little hoarse and mellow. On the other hand, Tongning's voice was clean and calm, but it also had an explosive power to it. They were professional models, but they could still sing. Lu Che was watching the live broadcast in his office. As soon as he heard Tongning sing, he excitedly ran over to Mo Ting's office and helped him turn on the television. On the screen, the two silhouettes were dazzling and stunning. As for their voices, Mo Ting was shocked. This was also the first time Mo Ting had heard Tongning sing. She was such a quiet person, who would have thought she could sing so well? President, from now on, if the madam doesn't want to walk the runway anymore, we can release an album, Lu Che suggested. No. Mo Ting rejected. From now on, only I will be able to listen to her sing. This time, these people will be lucky. Lu Che. Mo Ting smiled as he closed the document in his hands. Notify Fang Yu that it's about time to release the news. Understood, Lu Che nodded as he turned to leave. Mo Ting supported himself with one hand on his desk as he watched Tongning and Hu Jingjing sing on the screen. Their mesmerizing voices and rich emotions were indeed moving. Mo Ting suddenly let out a gentle laugh. It couldn't be that after this song, someone would actually want to release an album for his wife, right? At the awards ceremony, the duo's performance stunned everyone and won a round of applause. Tongming and Hu Jingjing looked at each other. After the lights changed, they walked to the center of the stage to give their thanks. However, at this time, a man wearing a baseball cap suddenly rushed onto the stage and threw himself at Tongming. Tongming was originally standing at the edge of the stage. With this throw, she rolled off the stage. The accident happened too suddenly, causing the entire venue to be in an uproar. As for the man wearing the baseball cap, he quickly jumped off the stage and ran towards the last place where the fans were gathered. The security guards quickly chased after him. Hu Jingjing also jumped off the stage to check on Tongming. But, all she found was Tongming lying motionless on the floor. Tongming. Tongming. Tongming took a few seconds to regain her senses. With the help of a group of people, she sat down on one of the guest chairs. Are you okay? Hu Jingjing asked anxiously. Tongming shook her head. In reality, the thing she was most afraid of was being seen by Mo Ting. Seeing Tongming with her hands on her knees, Hu Jingjing was obviously in disbelief. She stood up to call an ambulance, but Tongming held her back. Don't make a scene. Let's catch the culprit first. I'm really okay. How could you say you're fine? Hu Jingjing looked at the 1-meter-high stage and remembered Tongming had just rolled down. She quickly grabbed her arm to check. You must have been on the news. Did you really think no one could see it? Hu Jingjing understood Tongming's concerns, so she replaced Mo Ting with someone else. However, Tongming simply smiled and explained, luckily, there was a carpet underneath. The host of the awards ceremony also approached and helped Tongming up. Can you still walk? Do you need to go to the hospital? Tongming shook her head. In reality, the pain was only obvious at the moment she was pushed down. But, when she rolled down, she didn't feel much. Okay, get some rest. If you need anything, let us know, the host comforted. Don't force yourself. After speaking, the host returned to the stage to cover up the awkward scene from before. The atmosphere quickly returned to normal and the awards ceremony continued. However, news of Tongming's fall still quickly leaked out. The security guards dragged back the man in the baseball cap. He was a 17 to 18-year-old teenager with pimples on his face and a rebellious appearance. He said he is a loyal fan of yours. He likes you so much that he lost control for a moment. Long Jia relayed what the security guards said to Tongming. He's just a kid. Plus, you're fine, so the security guards didn't want to make things difficult for him. They simply taught him a lesson and let him go. Do you believe him? Hu Jingjing asked as she scanned the crowd. Tongming shook her head, but she still had a sense of balance in her heart. At least, she was able to pinpoint the culprit. Star King definitely has something to do with it. But, we have no evidence. In that case, we'll just have to endure it for now, Tongming replied calmly in a soft voice. Hu Jingjing may not have realized, but Long Jia was well aware that Tongming was patiently enduring. She wasn't going to let this go so easily. Do you want to leave first? No need, you still have an award to attend. I'll get Long Jia to help me back to my seat. Tongming endured the pain as she stood up. Her legs were a little unsteady. Hu Jingjing quickly held on to her and yelled, Are you stupid? How dare you try to be brave? I'm not trying to be brave. This was because she remembered she had slipped in the bathroom and Mo Ting had spent the entire night laying down a non-slip carpet. If she returned home early, Mo Ting would be even more worried. Mo Ting likes to make a big deal out of nothing. Hu Jingjing froze for a moment before reacting. Tongming did this because she didn't want Mo Ting to worry too much. You. I really don't know what to do with you. Not long after, Tongming returned to her seat. Everyone around her expressed their concern, regardless of whether they knew her or not. Qingyu was the only exception. As soon as Tongming returned to her seat, her sharp senses noticed the smile on Qingyu's face. Whether she did it on purpose or not, this smile had taken root in Tongming's heart. Her principle had always been revenge. If Star King really had something to do with this incident, she would definitely make them pay. Hairui Entertainment. Fan Yu was just about to release a press release when he heard from the reporters at the scene that Tang Ning had been in an accident. She had been pushed off the stage and rolled off the stage. Fan Yu immediately headed over to the CEO's office. However, he found Mo Ting sitting gloomily in his office chair. The coldness emanating from his body made one's breathing speed up. "President, do you still want to release the press release? After I get out of here, I'll release it." Mo Ting signed the last document and handed it to Fang Yu before grabbing his jacket and entering the elevator. At this time, Fang Yu noticed Mo Ting's signature had never been so sloppy before. In fact, there were even traces of alterations. From this, it was clear to see how angry he was and how much he had to endure it. The only reason he did not explode on the spot was because he knew Tang Ning was trying her best to hold it in. He was worried. But Tang Ning didn't want him to worry too much. This was obvious from Tang Ning's series of reactions. It was best if he didn't find out who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, otherwise, once this bottom line was crossed, it wouldn't be so easy to get over it. Meanwhile, during a break in the awards ceremony, Hu Jingjing was sitting in the bathroom cubicle when she overheard a few female artists discussing Tang Ning's fall. Of course, the industry had always been one to step on the weak and support the strong. Especially after seeing Tang Ning's current development, they couldn't help but feel jealous. "Who did this? Have you guys received any information? No matter who did it, they did a good job, didn't they? Let me tell you a secret, someone just saw Star King's Qin Yu leave the set. I'm not sure what she was doing sneakily." "You saw her?" "My assistant saw her." "Shoo, keep your voices down. This is a battle between Star King and Hai Rui. It's best we don't get involved." All they heard was a loud bang as Hu Jingjing pushed open the cubicle door and walked out. As soon as the models saw Hu Jingjing, their expressions changed. They quickly lowered their heads and grabbed their handbags before disappearing from the gossip. However, Hu Jingjing chased after them and asked, "Whose assistant saw you?" The women's expressions did not look good as they lowered their heads and pretended they hadn't said anything. But, who was Hu Jingjing? She revealed a cold smile as she said to the women, "How dare you offend Hai Rui? Do you still think you can survive in this industry?" The women froze for a moment. After weighing their options, they finally told Hu Jingjing everything they had heard. They also told her about one of their assistants who saw Qin Yu leave the set to look for her manager. Hu Jingjing closed her eyes and suppressed the pain in her chest. She put on a smile and walked over to Tang Ning's seat. "The culprit has been found." Tang Ning looked at Hu Jingjing in surprise. Hu Jingjing winked at her and pointed her chin towards Qin Yu. Tang Ning reacted and added, "Who is it? I've already reported this matter to President Mo. This matter can be light or heavy. You almost lost your life. So, President Mo said he wants Star King to give him an explanation. If they can't give him an explanation, they will completely blacklist her and make sure she no longer has a foothold in the industry." Hu Jingjing deliberately raised her voice, "Isn't that right, Miss Qin?" Qin Yu was a little flustered as she stuttered, How? Would I know? Someone's assistant saw her." "Are you sure you don't know?" Qin Yu analyzed the situation in front of her and felt Hu Jingjing's words weren't trustworthy. So, she calmed down a little. "What did you see? Do you have any evidence?" Hu Jingjing had been in the industry for over 10 years. She had seen plenty of people like Qin Yu. So, she secretly kicked Qin Yu in the leg with the sharp tip of her shoe. Qin Yu did not expect Hu Jingjing to kick her. She let out a cry of pain as she stood up and called out Hu Jingjing's name. It didn't take long for the host to notice the commotion below the stage. He quickly reminded the director to avoid the cameras and not let it affect the final broadcast. "Hu Jingjing. Are you crazy? Don't go overboard." Qin Yu couldn't control her emotions as she yelled out in a high-pitched voice. It didn't take long before she attracted the attention of everyone. At this time, Hu Jingjing did something even more unbelievable. She stood up and threw a slap across Qin Yu's face. Plenty of people on set saw this. Hu Jingjing had hit Qin Yu. "How dare you hit me?" Qin Yu held her cheek as she stared at Hu Jingjing in disbelief. However, after throwing the slap across her face, Hu Jingjing quietly sat back down without giving an explanation. This made people assume a small character like Qin Yu was asking for a slap in front of a supermodel. With her international status, so what if she gave you a slap across the face? If you didn't ask for a slap, would she even bother with you? Who are you? Above all, Qingyu had just called Hu Jingjing crazy in front of so many people. With her level of EQ and IQ, she deserved to be hit. The host and the staff were afraid the situation would get out of hand, so they quickly stepped forward to stop it. However, Qingyu pushed them away. She had no intention of letting the incident pass. Hu Jingjing, Tongning is just a third-rate model. Is she worth your protection? Try saying Tongning is a third-rate model again, Hu Jingjing scolded. Qingyu was in a difficult position. The situation had already gotten out of hand. If she admitted defeat now, how would the people on set look at her and Star King? So, Qingyu gathered her courage and replied, I said Tongning is a third-rate model, a third-rate model. Do you understand? So what if she joined Hai Rui? It doesn't change the fact that she was previously blacklisted by Star King. Plus, isn't she just a foil? Isn't she trying her best to curry favor with you so she can climb up the ladder? Don't misunderstand. If you still treat her like a treasure, she might turn around and sell you out. The three of them were seated on the right side of the third row. It was a relatively hidden spot. But, there were still plenty of people that heard Qinyu's mockery towards Tongning. Although I don't know how Tongning managed to get into Hai Rui, don't forget, the CEO of Hai Rui hates it when people play tricks. I can't wait to see how Tongning dies. Death? Tongning stared coldly at Qinyu the entire time. Her gaze was cold and contained a hint of ridicule. However, just as Qinyu was about to mock Tongning, Hai Rui had already released a statement. Many of the artists present were bored, so they swiped through their phones and saw the news. They were so shocked that they covered their mouths. Tongning. Don't you agree? Qinyu was still verbally attacking Tongning when an unknown woman on her right leaned on her arm and said, Don't worry about me. Miss Qin, I don't think you should continue. Do you know who Tongning's manager is? Qinyu turned her head and glanced at the woman. The disgust in her eyes was clear as day. The woman looked innocent as she reminded, Do whatever you want. If you don't want to listen, then forget it. I simply think it's quite funny. Qinyu didn't understand what the woman meant. At this time, everyone below the stage was whispering amongst themselves. Because this news was simply too shocking, no one could have imagined it. This is so surprising. Hai Rui just released an announcement. CEO Mo Ting has actually become Tongning's personal manager. Personal. Most importantly, this person is Mo Ting, the mysterious and terrifying king of entertainment. I'm so envious of Tongning. How did she do it? For the CEO to personally make an appearance, Tongning must have something special about her. It's good to think about it, Sue. I also want the CEO to be my manager. No matter how slow Qinyu was, there was no way she wouldn't know what had happened. So, she leaned over and grabbed the phone from one of the guests beside her. As soon as she saw the announcement from Hai Rui, her face turned pale. Hu Jingjing had also seen the news. She held up her phone and asked Qinyu, This is the so-called third-rate model that you were talking about. Yet, she managed to get the king of entertainment to be her manager. And it's his personal. Some people may be done for. Qinyu, you were the one behind the incident on stage, weren't you? As Tongning's manager, how do you think Mo Ting will handle this matter? I can confidently tell you that President Mo's methods kill without spilling blood. Qinyu's breathing quickened as she glanced at Tongning and slumped into her chair. In reality, when Tongning first found out about this news, she was also shocked and surprised. Although Mo Ting had previously given her a boost of confidence, she never expected Mo Ting would use this opportunity to reveal his identity as a manager. Hey, look at that B*TCH's expression, Hu Jingjing reminded. Tongning let out a laugh as she relaxed. So what if he announced it? After all, it was the truth. I never thought President Mo would dote on you so much that he would personally become your manager. Did you know about this beforehand? I knew. I just never expected he would reveal it. Tongning was a little nervous and helpless. She was afraid Hu Jingjing would have a different opinion of her. That's good too. With President Mo's protection, I'm sure those bad people won't dare to get close to you again. Hu Jingjing said generously. Perhaps it was because she was older than Tongning, she subconsciously acted like she was Tongning's older sister. She felt guilty for not being able to help Tongning vent her anger on the stage. But, now that Mo Ting had revealed himself as Tongning's manager, this was equivalent to sending Tongning to new heights. At least, from now on, those that wanted to bully her would have to think twice about whether they could afford to offend Mo Ting. So, the news that Hai Rui announced immediately became a hot topic. Mo Ting had become Tongning's personal manager. Regarding such a heavy bomb, the outside world spread all sorts of rumors, because it was simply too surprising, too shocking. With Tongning's background, who would dare to compete with her in terms of resources? This was Mo Ting they were talking about. Regardless of whether they could compete with him or not, they still needed to have the guts to. Overnight, the way everyone looked at Tongning had changed. Envy, jealousy, and unwillingness filled their eyes. Everyone surrounded Tongning, pointing fingers and whispering amongst themselves. However, no one dared to step forward and challenge Tongning. This was because Tongning had already been branded with Mo Ting's name. If someone didn't want to continue in the industry, they could try challenging Mo Ting's authority. Tongning subconsciously furrowed her brows. Hu Jingjing noticed and asked, "This is something you must endure. You need to endure it." "I need some time to get used to it," Tongning replied. "Plus, when it comes to the future, I still have a lot of uncertainties. I believe the two of you can definitely move forward hand in hand." Tongning nodded her head. At this time, the awards ceremony was nearing its end. Qingyu was afraid that Mo Ting would get back at her, so she left with a guilty conscience. However, Hu Jingjing held her back. "Miss Qin, are you leaving already? Are you afraid that President Mo will get back at you?" Qinyu's face turned red and white. She wanted to leave, but not only did Hu Jingjing not let her go, she even approached her and held her back. "Let's go together." Tongning lowered her head and laughed. As she stood up from her seat, she felt a little dizzy. It seemed she still had some lingering effects from the moment she fell off the stage. Hu Jingjing turned around and glanced at her. After confirming that she was fine, she calmly walked in front. The group left in an orderly manner. However, the focus of the media was on Tongning. As soon as she appeared, the reporters immediately swarmed towards her. "Miss Tang, can you answer a few of our questions? Miss Tang, can you tell us why President Mo wants to sign you as his artist? Miss Tang, President Mo is so busy. Does he really have time to be your manager?" Hearing these questions, Tongning couldn't help but laugh. She knew these weren't the questions the media wanted to ask. What they wanted to know was why the almighty CEO, the big boss of the entertainment industry, would be the manager of a model like her. What was her relationship with Mo Ting? Was there some sort of dirty deal between them? But, because no one dared to spread rumors about Mo Ting, the reporters had a hard time holding back their questions. They didn't dare to ask too harsh of a question, so they could only wait and see if Tongning would keep her mouth shut and reveal anything. As there were too many reporters, the road was completely blocked. So, Long Jia and Hu Jingjing's assistant quickly rushed over to help. Long Jia stood in front of Tongning and said to the media, "Tongning isn't feeling well today, I hope the media can be merciful." With this reminder, the media finally remembered that Tongning had fallen on stage earlier today. However, the media did not let Tongning off the hook. Tongning never liked to be interviewed. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when they would get another one? So, there was no way they were going to interview Mo Ting. "Tongning, please satisfy the media. We are just trying to make a living." "Yeah, you should respond to the doubts of the outside world." Hearing the word doubt, Tongning smiled and asked, "What do the public doubt?" The reporter froze for a moment before replying, "We all want to know why the almighty CEO of Hai Rui would be the manager of a model. We are all shocked." "If that's the question, then you should be asking him, not me," Tongning said as she tried to explain. In reality, her waist was sore and she was wearing high heels, so if she stood for too long, it would hurt. "In that case, are you President Mo's mistress?" The reporters began to ask more daring questions. Tongning let out a laugh and shook her head, "Of course not. She was simply his wife." "In that case, have you known President Mo for a long time?" I don't think there's any point in telling you this. Tongning maintained her smile as she replied in a watertight manner. What are you pretending for? Isn't she just a prostitute who slept with him until the end? Someone in the crowd suddenly mocked. Everyone turned to look at the man. At this time, the man in his early 20s couldn't help but laugh. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm joking? Let me tell you, I actually have evidence in my hands. As Tongning looked at the man, she also noticed his name tag. Huarong Studio. It seemed this studio was like a ghost that refused to leave. It seemed the so-called editor Lin had found a bunch of small fries. Tongning also had no idea that Huarong had previously captured her and Mo Ting being intimate at the manor. It was just that they hadn't revealed their trump card yet. Are you crazy? Are you trying to gain attention? The other reporters began to curse. Tongning is AB*TCH. I'm going to throw it all out there. One day, you will all believe what I say. Hasn't she said enough? You still need to believe her. In the past, she said she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. She's actually dated a few big shots. You just don't know. Hearing this slander, Long Jia was immediately angered. She pointed at the man and said, if you have the guts, why don't you repeat what you just said one more time? Even if you have Mo Ting backing you, I'm not afraid, the man sneered. Just wait until we've sorted out the evidence. It will definitely shock me. Falling on stage? Did you really think they were your hardcore fans? Did they just find you an eyesore and wanted to mess with you? I hate women that appear innocent on the surface, but are actually dirtier than everyone else. Pfft. Qingyu was left to the side to watch the show. She suddenly felt this reporter was quite interesting. Perhaps she could learn a lot of information about Tongning from him? Watch your mouth. Long Jia warned angrily. Watch my mouth. Sure, but you have to make sure you do everything cleanly. You are already suspicious. How come President Mo didn't want to be anyone else's manager and chose to be Tongning's personal manager? Also, the back you saw earlier. In reality, the question that the male reporter asked was exactly what everyone wanted to know. However, they didn't dare to ask Tongning directly. After all, Tongning was no longer the same as before. Tongning stood there for a few minutes. Her back was in so much pain that she took a step back. Long Jia could feel it, so she immediately contacted the organizers and asked for backup. At this time, a black Mercedes van arrived and stopped in front of the entrance. A moment later, Mo Ting stepped out of the van and approached Tongning amidst a series of screams. He didn't travel like he did himself, he didn't use a luxurious van. Instead, he used a van that suited Tongning's status. This proved that he was serious about being Tongning's manager and wasn't treating her like a mistress. The media immediately changed their target. However, they raised their microphones and did not dare to ask any questions. They were afraid of Mo Ting's gaze. The media gathered around Mo Ting, blocking him from Tongning and Mo Ting. Although they had their microphones pointed at Mo Ting, all the questions they could ask seemed to have become one. President Mo, please say a few words. Say a few words? What words? Mo Ting was surrounded by the reporters and was only a few steps away from Tongning. Seeing Tongning subconsciously holding on to her waist, his eyes narrowed as he said two cold and harsh words, move. The reporters closest to Mo Ting, as soon as they heard these two cold words, were so scared they took a few steps back. They didn't dare to surround him, they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Not only that, the reporters also opened up a path for Mo Ting to walk directly in front of Tongning. Tongning was a little nervous. She was afraid Mo Ting would notice she was uncomfortable. But, how could she hide from Mo Ting's eyes? Mo Ting ignored everyone as he directly walked in front of Tongning. He placed his hand on her shoulder and leaned in close to her body before lifting up her black shirt. Tongning was a little uncomfortable, but everyone could clearly see the blood on her waist. It wasn't that she wasn't injured, she was simply holding on. Mo Ting did not look at Tongning as he stood up straight and turned to face the reporters. What do you want to know? Ask me now. The entertainment reporters were given the opportunity to ask questions, but no one dared to approach Mo Ting. Because the words he had just said were more frightening than the words let go. Mo Ting looked around and then glanced at Qinyu. You guys have no questions, but I have a lot of questions. Who is the mastermind behind Tonning's fall? I will give her 1 day to come out and explain herself. Otherwise, I will make her entire family suffer. You only have 1 day, no more. After speaking, Mo Ting continued to say coldly to the media, you have no questions, right? In that case, don't come back and ask me again. Tongming stood behind him, her face pale. Not many people noticed this, but she couldn't hide it from Mo Ting. As for those reporters with evidence waiting to expose Tongming, I, Mo Ting, will be waiting for you. Remember, I am Tongming's manager. After speaking, Mo Ting finally turned around, lifted Tongming in his arms and quickly walked out of the reporter's line of sight. The reporters, including the reporter from Huarong Studio, were all shocked speechless. They didn't have the guts to do this. To challenge Mo Ting. Hu Jingjing had been clinging on to Qinyu the entire time. Now that she looked down, Qinyu's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. This was because Mo Ting had just said that he had 1 day to confess to the truth. Otherwise, his entire family would not be able to live in peace. Seeing that Qinyu was in a daze, Hu Jingjing tried to loosen her grip. Unexpectedly, Qinyu fell to the ground with a lifeless look in her eyes. He was probably scared out of his wits. Hu Jingjing smiled as she boarded her van with Long Jia. Let's wait and see if Qinyu will be self-conscious tomorrow. How interesting. On the other hand, when Tongming was in Mo Ting's arms, whether she was standing or sitting, she did not feel any pain. However, when Mo Ting carried her horizontally, she felt a piercing pain. Tongming held back her tears. Only then did Missouri Ting place her in the van and drive straight to the hospital. On the way, Mo Ting kept urging Lu Che, drive faster. Tongming wanted to say something, but she couldn't muster any strength. After finally arriving at the hospital, Tongming lay down on a stretcher. Not long after, she fell asleep and lost consciousness. By the time she woke up, she was lying in bed. The hospital room was quiet and dark. Tongming wanted to sit up, but she found her waist was temporarily held in place. She had no way of moving. Mo Ting was originally standing by the window. Tilting his head, he noticed Tongming had woken up. He walked over to her and pressed her down on the bed. Don't move. Tongming obediently lay back down and leaned against the headboard as she stared at Mo Ting. Mo Ting lowered his head without a word. After a short pause, he lifted his head. Although he was suppressing his anger, it wasn't hard to hear the anger in his voice. Can you not tolerate something like this? This was the first time since they got married that Mo Ting had spoken to Tongming in such a tone. Anger. This was true anger. Tongming did not say a word. Her lips twitched a little, but in the end, she did not explain. She slowly lay down and turned her back to Mo Ting. Do you know how much my heart aches for you to be like this? Mo Ting said this with his back facing Tongming. His voice was a lot softer and carried a sense of grievance. Tongming still did not move, but Mo Ting sat on the edge of the bed and wrapped his arms around her body. Tongming hugged onto Mo Ting's arm. After quite some time, she finally said in a raspy voice, I'm not trying to calm things down and I'm not trying to let the culprit go. I'm not that generous and I don't care about other people's lives. I am simply worried that you will be worried. Previously, I merely scratched my skin a little and your heart ached for so long. If I were to be sent to the hospital like that, how bad would you feel? I want to hold on. At least, I can explain it to you when we get home. Mo Ting did not say another word as he lay down and hugged Tongming from behind. At first, Tongming did not show any emotions. But, she suddenly burst into tears. You were so fierce just now. I didn't do it on purpose, Mo Ting comforted. I won't be fierce to you from now on. Tongming cried for a while before she struggled to turn around. Finally, she laid her head on Mo Ting's chest and felt a sense of security. You have a back injury. You will need to rest for at least half a month. You can't continue with your filming. Okay, this time, Tongming did not force herself as she nodded her head in agreement. She was afraid that if she continued to force herself, she would become a huge burden to Mo Ting. But, I want to go home and recover. I'll go ask the doctor. After speaking, Mo Ting got up from the bed and told Tongming to get some rest. He then let Long Jie and Hu Jingjing into the room. Poor girl. Long Jie lay down on Tongming's bed. Just thinking about the scene of Tongming rolling off the stage made her feel a little scared. Meanwhile, Hu Jingjing crossed her arms and looked down at Tongming from above. I already told you, there's no way to hide it from him. But. Hu Jingjing sighed, President Mo is really angry this time. If you get hurt, he wants the entire entertainment industry to suffer. Thinking back to the scene where you rolled off the stage, not to mention him, even I have a lingering fear in my heart. I've always been afraid. I'm fine now. Rest well. There's still a good show to watch tomorrow, Hu Jingjing winked at Tongming. Hu Jingjing winked at Tongming. It can't be helped. If someone dares to touch the president's precious baby, then they can only blame themselves for being unlucky. Don't talk nonsense. Go home and get some rest. Take your trophies home with you, Tongming said to Hu Jingjing in disdain. Tongming was seriously injured. As soon as the media received the news, they rushed to the hospital late at night. Mo Ting followed the doctor's advice and allowed Tongming to leave in her wheelchair. Only after the media took photos did they realize that Tongming had been enduring the entire time at the awards ceremony. Apart from taking photos, the media did not dare to get close to Mo Ting, let alone Tongming, who was under his protection. After the two women boarded the van, Lu Che said to the media, "Thank you for your attention, but Tongming needs time to recover." The reporters wanted to dig out more explosive information from their mouths, but Mo Ting wanted them to remember that he was Tongming's manager. So, even though the media wanted to follow them, they were stopped by Mo Ting's warning. Since they couldn't dig out anything from the people involved, there was only one method left, digging up a grave. Starting from the Crown Star fashion show, one incident after another, the media spared no effort in piecing together Tongming and Mo Ting. But, at that time, the information was too fragmented. If Tongming already had Mo Ting as her backing, she would not have gone through so much trouble. So, the existence of the facts didn't provide the media with much information. Of course, just because they couldn't dig up any information earlier, it didn't mean they couldn't dig up any information later on. For example, the media had already compared Mo Ting's back to the male lead of LM's commercial. In the end, everyone was shocked to discover that there was a 90% chance that Mo Ting was the Backview Dream Man. During the Ling Feng incident, he was the man that helped Tongming overcome a difficult time. Afterwards, Tongming went on an interview with Feng Kai. During her answers, she clearly stated that she was married to the most powerful man in the industry. The reporters had no way of verifying whether this information was true or not, but all sorts of information regarding Tongming and Mo Ting had surfaced overnight. However, no one was able to give an accurate answer. Above all, according to an insider, Mo Ting had secretly helped Tongming on numerous occasions. There were also people who denied the rumors that Mo Ting had helped Tongming because of her professionalism. The most shocking piece of information was that Mo Ting and Tongming both lived at Hyatt Regency. All of a sudden, everyone fell into a state of speculation about their relationship. Some people felt that Tongming's situation wasn't as complicated as they thought. She simply overcame all obstacles to gain Mo Ting's favor. There were also people who believed that Mo Ting and Tongming knew each other from the start and that Mo Ting had been helping her from behind the scenes, helping her achieve her current status. There were even people who believed that Tongming had made use of dirty sex to get to where she was today. But, no matter which explanation it was, there was something illogical about it. After all, Tongming had been trying to prove herself along the way. As a result, the originally quiet and aloof person in the eyes of the media suddenly became mysterious. The public were more curious about her than they thought she was. She had too many secrets. This result is exactly the same as the president predicted. The public's curiosity towards Tongming has almost gone crazy. Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the public's response. Lu Che received the information from Feng Yu's hands, glanced at it and nodded his head. However, I am more curious about the culprit that caused the madam to fall on stage yesterday. Do you think she will come out and admit it? She better come out and admit it. Otherwise, no one can predict the consequences, Lu Che replied in seriousness as he leaned against his desk. Feng Yu understood what Lu Che meant, because Mo Ting was indeed swift and decisive towards the public, but he couldn't hide the fact that he doted on his wife like she was his own life. By the way, after seeing the relationship between the president and his wife, don't you want to be in a relationship? Fang Yu asked as he sat in his office chair with his legs crossed. Is there no one that you like? Lu Che turned around and looked straight ahead at the painting on the wall. This reaction, it's obvious that there is someone. I don't know, Lu Che shook his head. I don't know what it means to like someone. Bro, with your EQ, how did you survive until now? Fang Yu couldn't understand. He stood up and walked over to Lu Che's side. Based on what you're saying, it means you have someone in mind, but you're not sure, right? Lu Che lowered his head. Lu Che lowered his head and nodded. Actually, I'm not really interested in women. I find them too troublesome. Even if it's someone as smart as the madam, I still find it tiring. You can tell just by looking at the president. But there's one person, I always unconsciously give the green light to everyone else. Sometimes, I wonder if it's because she treats me very well. Fang Yu carefully observed Lu Che, especially his eyes. Realizing he was truly confused, he let out a laugh. In that case, do you like being with her? Lu Che paused for a moment and nodded his head. I don't dislike it too much. In fact, I find it quite comfortable. That's good then. Let's continue to be like this, Fang Yu encouraged. If he were to ask Lu Che whether he liked her or not, he would probably be scared off. People with low EQ couldn't handle a scare. Since the other party was also nice to him, it meant that the other party also had the same intention. In that case, he would let this wooden fool enjoy the feeling of ambiguity. This kind of heart-awakening beauty was not something that everyone could experience. After a moment of silence, Lu Che nodded his head. In that case, I'll leave first. Hurry up and leave. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Fang Yu pushed him away in disdain. Although Lu Che walked out of Fang Yu's office, his mind was still thinking about the question Fang Yu had just asked. Actually, his parents had been pressuring him to get married, but he had always felt women were too troublesome. Perhaps it was because he had a telepathic connection with Long Jia. He suddenly received a phone call from Long Jia. Lu Che furrowed his brows, but still picked up the phone. What is it? Haha, I heard a lot of news that Qingyu is too scared to leave the house. Right now, she's wondering if she should come out and admit it. Did you call me just to tell me about this? Long Jia froze for a moment. She realized Lu Che's tone wasn't quite right, so she asked, are you busy? Or is it because you're annoyed? Don't we normally do this? Lu Che did not respond. If you think it's inconvenient, then I won't talk to you about it again. The main thing is, I have no one else to talk to. After speaking, Long Jia was about to hang up the phone when Lu Che suddenly spoke. It's not inconvenient. Huh? Long Jia suddenly felt elated. I said it's not inconvenient. If you want to call me, then call me, Lu Che repeated himself. Long Jia's heart was already blooming with joy. As long as she could prove that she was special in his heart, she would be satisfied. As for the relationship between Mo Ting and Tongning, there were plenty of rumors going around, but no one dared to blow it up. Because, with Hai Rui's PR, they had no way of verifying the authenticity of the news. Because of her waist injury, Tongning had slept the entire night. When she woke up in the afternoon, her throat was dry and she couldn't speak. All she could do was use simple hand gestures to express herself. Mo Ting sat on the edge of the bed and hugged her as he examined her wounds. As there were abrasions and soft tissue damage, it would take at least 15 days for her to fully recover. Tongning lay on top of Mo Ting's body and tried her best to absorb his scent. It was like he was her daily nourishment. Mo Ting gently placed her down and placed her head on his lap. His heart ached as he brushed away the hair on her forehead. Hurry, and get well. You didn't rest for the whole night again? Tongning asked as she flipped over with difficulty. Her eyelashes gently trembled. I'm not a god. Of course I rest. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and gently stroked Tongning's skinny cheeks before continuing. There is a competition overseas. I've already helped you sign up. What kind of selection event? Mo Ting's gaze moved down Tongning's body and stopped at her legs. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get a placing, so let's not talk about it for now. Qingyu still hasn't come out to admit her mistake? She probably won't come out until 11:59. Mo Ting was well aware of the mentality of these people. Plus, Qingyu had never been a person that was willing to admit defeat. Until the very last moment, she would never be willing to make a decision. You purposely made her suffer like that, didn't you? Tongming laughed as she grabbed onto Mo Ting's hand and interlocked their fingers. Mo Ting noticed Tongming was in a relaxed mood, so he pulled out a list of posts and showed it to her. Tongming flipped through the various speculations from the outside world and suddenly felt a little nervous and lost. They've all guessed it? Did you think, after I announced myself as your manager, they would still be so stupid? Mo Ting laughed. As long as they don't respond, there will be no answers. These people are trying their best to find out about our relationship, but, let them guess. Mo Ting did not admit nor deny it. He simply did what a manager should do, protect the person he wanted to protect. As for Tongming, her mission was to be a good model and move towards the runway of her dreams. They will eventually find out, are you afraid? Mo Ting asked. Tongming shook her head. Her mood was a lot more relaxed than when she first saw the rumors. No. I like this method. It allows the reporters to slowly accept that we are the ones in charge. Whether we go public or not, we have the final say. Of course, after Mo Ting's identity as a manager was revealed, there were those that tried to dig up secrets, those that ridiculed them, those that tried to defame them, and of course, there were also those that were filled with teenage girls. Sob sob sob, my girlish heart. Tongming is like a little kitten baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. She is being protected by a big tiger. She is so cute. I don't care, it doesn't matter if they admit it or not, I will definitely support this couple. Wow, Tongming's long legs and President Mo's 1.9 height, they are a perfect match. I didn't think LM's commercial was good, but now that I've flipped through it, it's full of love. An almighty CEO actually lowers himself to become a model's manager. If this isn't love, then what is there to be sad about? One fan even posted a picture of Mo Ting rescuing Tongming at the awards ceremony. They even drew it into a comic, making his fans want to vomit blood. I can't wait for them to go public, but I also want them to remain mysterious. What a contradiction. President Mo, you like our Tongming, don't you? With Tongming's cold personality, she needs a domineering CEO to dote on her. I'm perfect. This was something Tongming never expected. She never thought she would be able to gain fans as a couple. As she looked at these comments, Tongming couldn't help but feel a little happy. That night, Lu Che arrived at Hyatt Regency with a box full of letters and gifts. He told Tongming, these are all letters from your fans. Some are for you, some are for the president. It hasn't even been a day. They are all to congratulate you on having the most invincible manager in the universe and the most powerful bodyguard. Tongming smiled as two dimples appeared on her cheeks. But, I can't believe these people had the courage to write to the president. It seems. With you as an excuse, they no longer think he is so high up in the air and is starting to feel a little more human. Tongming received the letters in her hands. She was actually quite touched. Did this mean, with her position, she no longer had to look up to Mo Ting? In reality, she understood deep down that this was all because Mo Ting had shielded her from the wind and rain. But, even so, in the eyes of these people, was she still a good match for Mo Ting? What are the letters for him? Tongming curiously opened one of the letters and let out a smile. President Mo. I don't dare to speak to you directly, but you are too handsome. Madam, whenever you are bored, you can read these letters to pass the time. Lu Che placed the box beside Tongming so she could reach out and touch it. Afterwards, Tongming pulled out a yellow envelope. However, it did not contain a letter, it contained a photo. It was a photo of her kissing a man. Of course, Tongming knew who she was kissing. But, when the people from Huarong Studio took the photo, because it was night time and they were too far away, they could only capture her back. Tongming hid her smile as she looked at the letter at the end of the photo. Tongming, we will definitely see through your flirtatious facade. Don't get too complacent. Tongming placed the photo on the bedside table and waited for Mo Ting to finish his work so they could admire it together. It was already 8 p.m. Tongming flipped through the news and discovered Hai Rui had already pressured the organizers of the awards ceremony twice. In reality, they were warning Qingyu that she didn't have much time left. This time, not only was Qingyu in pain, even her manager was pacing back and forth in the room anxiously. She was also involved in this matter. Did you handle this matter properly? Qingyu asked as she grabbed onto her pillow. Did you know that Hai Rui has already issued a second warning? I'm not sure either. Her manager's forehead was covered in sweat. Even if I'm sure, I wouldn't dare to underestimate Hai Rui. After all, you are well aware of President Mo's methods. Is the agency still not willing to stand up for me? Qinyu's eyes slowly filled with despair. Although the agency has been secretly fighting over the years, they have never dared to openly fight with Hai Rui. This time, Mo Ting is obviously going to make you pay. No matter how you try to escape, you won't be able to escape. Qingyu. Admit your mistake. Tongming's injuries aren't light. It's impossible for Mo Ting to give up on pursuing the matter. After hearing her manager's words, Qingyu felt unsatisfied, angry, and wronged. As a result, the pillow between her hands was no longer in shape, it was twisted just like her face. Tongming sure has a good life. Qingyu laughed in ridicule. After speaking, she turned to her manager and begged, help me do one last thing. No matter what you do, get me Tongming's phone number. Qingyu, why are you doing this? Qingyu smiled bitterly. Hai Rui had already forced her to this extent and no one in the agency cared about her life or death. What else could she do? Contact the media, I will announce my retirement from the modeling industry. No, Qingyu, it wasn't easy for you to get to this point. In that case, tell me, do I have another path? Qingyu asked as she lifted her head. With Mo Ting, there was no way she could get past Tongming. Qingyu's manager shook her head, stood up straight and sighed. However, as she turned around, her manager sneered behind her back. Since Qingyu was willing to take responsibility, it meant Hai Rui would no longer cause trouble for her. With Qingyu as a scapegoat, even if she lost Qingyu, she could still support someone else. Star King had already given up on this chess piece, so why should she waste any more effort? It didn't take long before Qinyu's manager used a little trick to obtain Tongming's contact details from the business partner and handed it to her. Qingyu held on to Tongming's contact details as she watched the clock in the living room swing continuously. Time was running out, so she finally got through to Tongming's phone. Tongming, I was indeed the one that ruined the stage, but I will never regret it. You are just a third-rate model that has never received an international award. What right do you have to take away the opportunity that belongs to me? I hate you, especially when you act so high and mighty. Although I lost today and can no longer be a model. Tongming, remember, I curse you. I curse you to be abandoned by Hai Rui. I curse you to lose your reputation and get into a car accident as soon as you step out of the house. Qingyu spoke agitatedly into the phone, venting the anger in her heart. However, on the other side of the phone, after quite some time, a deep voice came through, I am Mo Ting. I am Mo Ting, I am Mo Ting? Qingyu had no idea Mo Ting was the one who picked up the phone. So, the words she had just said. As she thought about it, a chill ran through her entire body. Qingyu suddenly panicked. Mo. CEO Mo, just now I was talking nonsense. Is that so? You didn't do it on purpose. Mo Ting's voice was deep and dangerous. After asking the question, Mo Ting pulled out his phone and played the recording of Qinyu's rant. Although it was incomplete, but the last two sentences of her curse were clearly recorded on the phone. Qinyu knew she no longer had the right to be arrogant. Unless she really wanted to be done for. So, she sobbed and said, President Mo, I beg you, please have mercy. It's not that I don't give people a chance to do something wrong. But, for someone to say something like that and then beg for mercy, you are not worthy of me raising my hand. After speaking, Mo Ting suddenly raised his tone, I don't have much patience. Let me remind you, it is currently 9 a.m. After speaking, Mo Ting hung up the phone and immediately gave Lu Che a phone call, helped Tongming get a new phone number. Also, for any events from now on, just leave me your contact details. Understood, President. Lu Che could hear the anger in Mo Ting's voice, even though he had no idea what had happened. Afterwards, Lu Che also gave Long Jia a heads up. Long Jia guessed Tongning had received a threatening phone call, which was why Mo Ting reacted so strongly. But, in reality, it was because Qingyu had cursed Tongning to get hit by a car when she left home, such an evil woman with such an evil heart. As the big boss of the entertainment industry, he could, of course, make sure Qingyu died a horrible death. This was a must. In reality, as soon as she put down her phone, Qingyu's fingers were trembling. She didn't know what had happened to her. Why would she make that phone call? Most importantly, it was picked up by Mo Ting. In the end, Qingyu threw away her phone, hugged her knees and started crying. Although she wasn't willing to accept it. Apart from withdrawing, she had no other choice. 10 p.m. Qingyu appeared in her best attire. She walked to the entrance of her villa and stood in front of the reporters. In reality, the reporters could more or less guess the reason why Qingyu did this was because of what Mo Ting said the day before. The mastermind that hurt Tongning had to come out and admit to it within a day, no more waiting after that. However, they couldn't understand why Qingyu and Tongning had such a huge grudge. She had been pushed down from the stage. To put it in a more serious way, there was a possibility she could have lost her life. On this cold winter day, Qingyu was dressed in a black trench coat with delicate makeup on as she faced the reporters. Under this gloomy and rainy weather, her assistant stood behind her holding an umbrella with a blank expression on his face. I, Qingyu, would like to announce today that I will be withdrawing from the modeling industry and will no longer be involved in the entertainment industry. I would like to thank all my friends who have supported me for so long. I have no way to repay you, I simply hope you will remember me. After speaking, Qingyu bowed to everyone. Without giving the reporters any time to ask any questions, she turned around and left. The reporters on set continued to film in the drizzle. Towards Qingyu's sudden action, they all had their own opinions. Dear viewers, this is the Entertainment Evening News. According to the latest news from our entertainment reporters, Star King's model, Qingyu, will announce her departure from the entertainment industry at 10 p.m. tonight at the entrance of her villa. On the screen, Qingyu looked haggard and spoke succinctly. As soon as she announced her departure from the industry, she quickly left the reporter's line of sight. But, why would a model suddenly announce her departure from the industry? At last night's awards ceremony, Hai Rui's model, Tongning, was pushed off the stage by a stranger and suffered a serious injury. Her manager, who is also the CEO of Hai Rui, refused to believe it was an accident and insisted that the mastermind of the incident step out and explain themselves. From what we understand, Qingyu insulted Tongning multiple times at the awards ceremony. As a result, no one can tell why Qingyu announced her departure from the industry. According to the reporters, after Tongning was injured, she did not pursue the matter. Instead, she endured the pain until the awards ceremony ended. However, because her injury was too serious, her manager was furious. From this, we can see that no matter what a person's identity is, they should hold on to their bottom line. Otherwise, they would be harming themselves and others. After watching the news, Mo Ting turned off the TV. However, he was not satisfied with the way Qingyu had handled the situation. She simply announced her retreat from the industry and had no intention of apologizing to Tongning. Tongning could sense her husband's anger. Seeing he was about to make a phone call to Lu Che, she immediately reached out her hand and held him back. That's enough. Qingyu is such a proud and arrogant person. Destroying her career is worse than killing her. Plus, what's the point of forcing her to apologize to me? Don't waste your energy on someone like that. Ting. You need to get some rest. Mo Ting turned his head and looked at Tongning. Seeing her patting the spot beside him, he couldn't reject her, so he lay down and gently wrapped his arms around her. I just feel bad for you. Tongning squeezed Mo Ting's shoulder and noticed his muscles had tensed up. She quickly explained, look, the intensity of your work is too much. Your body is already reminding you to get some rest. Mo Ting did not say a word as he lay down with Tongning in his arms. He then placed his lips on her forehead and closed his eyes. I already have the best manager, so I really don't care about someone like Qingyu. Don't waste your precious time on someone like her. Okay. Mo Ting nodded his head with his eyes closed. While Tongning was resting, Long Jia treated it like a long vacation. Tongning was being taken care of meticulously by Mo Ting, so there was no need for her to worry. Bored to death, Long Jia decided to go to Hai Rui to kill some time with Lu Che. However, just as she arrived at Lu Che's office, she overheard him yelling at his subordinates. Long Jia leaned against the doorframe and did not enter. It wasn't until Lu Che's secretary came out crying that Long Jia shook her head and pushed open the door. She then said to Lu Che, "The way you scold people isn't right. You should be gentler to girls. How can you make them cry?" Lu Che closed the documents. He was obviously still angry. This was the first time Long Jia had seen Lu Che angry. She discovered when he was holding it in, he looked very cute, even his ears were red. "Tell sis, how many people have you made cry? Do you have 10? Lu Che lifted his head and looked at Long Jia with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He looked at Long Jia and felt goosebumps. "You. Why are you looking at me like this? At least, I've never made you cry." After hearing these words, Long Jia froze for a moment. She suddenly realized she had almost misunderstood. Her heart began to race, but when she thought about it, with Lu Che's EQ, he couldn't have expressed any deeper meaning. He simply meant she didn't seem like a woman. Long Jia let out a gentle laugh, feeling a little silly as she mumbled, "I almost believed you." "What?" Long Jia lifted her head and smiled brightly at Lu Che, "Because I have a strong heart." "Alright, tell me the reason why you reprimanded others." "I don't like people casually entering my home, so when I asked my secretary to get some documents, she helped me clean up the room," Lu Che explained with his head lowered. He was extremely engrossed in dealing with the documents with bright eyes and eyebrows. Long Jia heard this. His heart started pounding again. She had been to Lu Che's home before and even spent a night there. But, at that time, Lu Che did not say anything. "Actually, your home can be quite messy at times," Long Jia said awkwardly. Afterwards, she said something that even she didn't expect, "Since I have some free time these few days, why don't I help you clean up?" After speaking, Long Jia felt like biting off her tongue. Meanwhile, Lu Che's head was buried in his documents. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Che suddenly lifted his head and handed the keys on the table to Long Jia. "Okay." Long Jia's face suddenly turned red, because she didn't know if Lu Che was thinking the same thing as her. If he wasn't, and she pointed it out, what would she do if they couldn't even be friends? So, Long Jia, with the confidence that she thought was special in Lu Che's heart, grabbed the keys and headed to Lu Che's home. On the surface, the two were still engaged. Yet, she was currently helping Lu Che clean up his home. What did this mean? Long Jia tidied up Lu Che's room and washed all his dirty clothes, including his socks and underwear. As she stood in front of the washing machine, Long Jia furrowed her brows. She felt, if she didn't get over it soon, she would lose control of her feelings for Lu Che and fall deeper and deeper into his dangerous relationship. Half an hour later, Lu Che drove home. During this period of time, Mo Ting needed to take care of Tongning, so his workload was extremely heavy. When he opened the door, he saw Long Jia doing the laundry. Without hesitation, he walked straight into the bedroom and lay down on the bed. Long Jia looked at Lu Che awkwardly as he lay on the bed. Did he not realize that there was someone else in his home? Long Jia felt it was time for Lu Che to take a shower and get some rest. So, she was about to say goodbye to him before heading home. However, just as Long Jia spoke, Lu Che's muffled voice drifted through the pillow. "I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry." Long Jia temporarily controlled her thoughts and continued to cook for Lu Che. However, by the time she was done, Lu Che had already fallen asleep on the bed. Long Jia gently turned around, retrieved her keys and placed them on the table. However, this slight movement woke Lu Che up. He sat up and turned to look at Long Jia. "You can take the keys with you." Long Jia. "During this period of time, I've been too busy. It's easy for me to turn the house into a doghouse. I don't trust other people." Hearing this, Long Jia smiled. "Hurry and get up to eat. You can sleep after you've eaten." Lu Che reacted for a few seconds before climbing out of bed. He watched as Long Jia left. It wasn't until her silhouette was blocked by a door that Lu Che leaned against it and clutched his heart. "You want her to stay a little longer? What's going on?" It seemed, not only would he need to make more dirty clothes tomorrow, he would also need to break the pipes and burn the fuse. Lu Che secretly planned in his heart. Of course, Lu Che wasn't the only one that thought this way. Although Long Jia was a woman, when she met a man she liked, she would definitely want to stay with him for a little longer. Looking at the sparkling keys in her hand, Long Jia suddenly felt that there was still a lot of beauty in life that was worth holding on to. Lu Che. Lu Che. Why must you torment me like this? Long Jia pulled out her own keys and opened the car door. However, just as she climbed in, she received another phone call from Lu Che. I have a document that I can't find. Where did you put it when you were packing? It's an important document, it's a blue one. I placed it on the bookshelf, in the second cupboard on the third row. No, you came back to look for it. Long Jia looked at her phone in a daze for a few seconds. After backing out of the car, she returned to Lu Che's apartment. This time, she didn't need to open the door for him, Lu Che had already opened it for her. Long Jia pushed the door open and walked in. She discovered Lu Che had messed up his study room. Big bro, are you looking for documents? Are you raiding his house? Long Jia was a little shocked as she knelt on the floor looking for Lu Che's blue folder. I can't help it, it's too important, Lu Che replied as he awkwardly leaned against the desk and tilted his head. Okay, you can leave first. I'll have a look. Long Jia waved her hand helplessly. Do you normally look for documents like this? Who's going to clean it up for you? Lu Che did not respond as he quickly slipped away. What a joke, he had been by Mo Ting's side for a long time. If he used this method of looking for documents, he would have been fired 100 times over. However, he felt this way, he could keep Long Jia around a little longer. After leaving the study room, Lu Che leaned against the cold wall to calm himself down, he didn't know why he did what he did. Long Jia resigned to her fate as she tidied up Lu Che's study room again. But, when she thought about it, Lu Che's working ability wasn't a problem. In fact, he was capable and meticulous. Why would an assistant like him leave such an important document on the table? Plus, amongst Lu Che's pile of documents, it should be easy to find a blue folder. Did he really need to move everything off the bookshelf? Plus, a normal person like her, if she messed up the study room while looking for something, she would have tidied it up herself. She would never think of troubling someone else. Could it be? He wants to keep me around a little longer, Long Jia thought to herself. But, according to Lu Che's EQ, Long Jia was a little confused by Lu Che's actions. As she tidied up, her thoughts ran wild. But, she was on the highest shelf. Although Long Jia wasn't short, it was still a little difficult for her to stand on her feet. However, at this time, Lu Che reached out from behind her and gently pushed a stack of documents away. Long Jia turned around and almost bumped into Lu Che. Long Jia felt a little awkward. Just as she was about to push Lu Che away, he placed one hand on the bookshelf and said, "It's snowing outside again and it's quite heavy. Don't drive home tonight." What do you mean? Long Jia suddenly couldn't hold it in any longer. Mainly, her heart was beating so fast it felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. She couldn't guarantee that if Lu Che was to overstep his boundaries, she wouldn't just pounce on him. It's really snowing. Who asked you about this? Long Jia was on the verge of tears. She really wanted to get straight to the point. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when she would get the chance again. But what if she was just imagining things? Do you know that you are a single man and I am a single woman? I don't know. Aren't you my fiancé? What was an instant kill? Long Jia felt Lu Che had done it. When a person with a negative EQ suddenly said such words, it would really give you goosebumps all over your body. Isn't that just a cover-up? Long Jia started to stutter as a thin layer of sweat formed on her face. It was obviously the middle of winter. Lu Che did not say a word, but he did something shocking. He leaned over and gave Long Jia a gentle peck on the cheek. In that instant, Long Jia felt like her soul was about to leave her body. You. I just don't want you to go. Oh God. At this moment, Long Jia felt like her heart was about to explode. She was overwhelmed with joy. So, she also did something shocking. She hooked her arms around Lu Che's neck. Why don't you want me to go? Because I don't want to. I even thought of a lot of excuses. I even thought of burning a fuse and breaking a water pipe. Lu Che said as he tilted his head and pointed outside the study room. Long Jia let out a laugh. It's not like I know how to fix a fuse. By breaking a water pipe, are you trying to flood the house? Lu Che lowered his head shyly. But, after a few seconds, he suddenly lifted his head and said to Long Jia, I want to hug you. Long Jia's face blushed. Under the illumination of the lights, her face looked particularly alluring. She took a step forward and leaned into Lu Che's embrace. Lu Che was actually quite nervous, but he still reached out and hugged Long Jia. In fact, he did not hold back at all. Although Long Jia felt pain, it was a sweet pain. So, she let Lu Che hug her as they listened to each other's heartbeats. Tonight. We won't be leaving, right? It's snowing quite heavily outside. Long Jia's expression changed as she said anxiously, I refuse to have sex before marriage. A man's if I don't want to go in, I'll just rub against you is not credible. Lu Che. Long Jia realized she was being too direct, so she quickly lowered her head and explained that. I just want to look at you, Lu Che suddenly replied. Lu Che suddenly said, just like the night I had a fever, we slept on the sofa. Long Jia realized she had misinterpreted Lu Che's words as her face turned even redder. The couple tidied up the study room and returned to the guest room's sofa hand in hand. That night, the heater was on. Lu Che watched as Long Jia fell asleep and suddenly let out a gentle laugh. That was it was good. That night, Long Jia had a dream. The dream was so beautiful that she didn't want to wake up. She simply wanted to be with Lu Che forever. The next morning, Lu Che and Long Jia arrived at Hyatt Regency together. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Tongming noticed Long Jia's shyness and immediately understood, if you have good news, why didn't you share it as soon as possible? Long Jia sat beside Tongming with a relaxed smile, I didn't have the time last night. Are you really together this time? Tongming asked with uncertainty. Long Jia nodded. We are all in this industry. It's not easy to meet someone we like. Although I still feel a little inferior, I will try my best to overcome it. It's just a 2-year difference. Who cares about that now? Plus, my figure. What's so difficult about that? After eating with me for a while, I guarantee you will turn back into a graceful lady. Long Jia thought back to Tongming's nutritious meals. She had never seen her eat noodles or rice. Plus, she exercised a lot, so she managed to maintain her current figure. But, it had to be said, Tongming's figure was perfect. When that time comes, you won't have to worry about not being a good match for Lu Che, right? Lu Che stood outside the door and overheard the two talking about him. Of course, he felt a little uncomfortable, so he decided to look for the president first. Mo Ting was still in his office. After the video call ended, he tilted his head and looked at Lu Che. Have you sorted out the list of programs I asked you to yesterday? Lu Che handed over the information. Contact the TV station and tell Tongming to agree to go on super interview in 10 days, Mo Ting said. Is it about the madam's waist injury? Go ahead, I know what I'm doing, Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. This is currently the best talk show in the country. It will help Tongming establish herself as a supermodel. For a celebrity to appear on Super Interview, their popularity, ability, and reputation in the industry were all supported by a large amount of data. And, the current Tongming had reached the standard of being two-faced in every aspect. Most importantly, this was an invitation from Super Interview. Because, Tongming's current popularity far exceeded that of a popular actress or actor. Although Tongming's waist injury would take more than 10 days to recover. The entire interview was an hour long and did not require her to make any intense movements. So, it wasn't too much of a burden for her. 2 days later, Tongming was barely able to get out of bed. As she sat in the living room watching TV, she saw a piece of news. In the wee hours of yesterday, our reporter received news that the once famous model, Xianxia, had booked a hotel room with a famous director in the film and television industry not even 3 days after announcing her retirement from the industry. In the end, an indecent 3P video was posted online and the famous director was found out to be a swindler. A famous model was reduced to a prostitute and in the end, ended up with a tragic ending. Not long after, our reporter confirmed with the hospital that Xianxia had attempted suicide and is currently recovering in hospital. From the photos taken by our reporter, Xianxia's appearance has changed drastically. She looks like a withered corpse. It's a terrible sight to behold. Serves her right. Xianxia scolded as she sat beside Tongning. However, this Xianxia must have taken things too hard. She was obviously digging her own grave. Tongning leaned against the pillow. It was hard to tell what she was thinking about, but her expression was unusually calm. Tongning did not say anything, but it didn't mean the netizens wouldn't guess. I heard from a friend in the industry that Hai Rui was too ruthless and forced Xianxia onto a path of no return. I don't think Hai Rui did anything wrong. By announcing her retirement, Xianxia has already admitted that she was the culprit that hurt Tongning. The stage was so high, if Tongning had rolled off like that, it would be a miracle if she didn't lose her life. According to Hai Rui's style, would they just let it go like that? Has Xianxia ever stepped out to apologize for her actions? Exactly, Hai Rui was ruthless, but they didn't force Xianxia to climb into their bed. If she wanted to retire, she should have done it cleanly. Who would have cared about her? No matter what, Hai Rui's people are not to be messed with. From now on, we need to make sure to avoid them. Especially if we see Tongning, we need to avoid her. Her manager is too powerful, even an industry outsider like me is afraid. From now on, who would dare to have any ideas about Tongning? Xianxia looked at the comments and then glanced at Tongning. She had a rough idea of what had happened with Xianxia. Tongning, boss has only just announced his manager and there are already people causing trouble for you. Boss had to do this to intimidate them. Plus, boss didn't force Xianxia. Do you think I'm a saint? Tongning suddenly laughed. Of course I know why Ting is doing this. I almost forgot, the two of you are both black-bellied. Xianxia realized her worries were unnecessary. She was afraid Tongning would think Mo Ting was ruthless. However, just by looking at the netizens' comments, it was obvious that Xianxia had brought this upon herself. As for Tongning, would she pity someone who had lost her sense of self? He had to bear the consequences of his choices. Even if you managed to avoid it now, retribution would follow you like a shadow for decades to come. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that it wasn't time yet. Don't talk about these unhappy things. Let it all go. Hurry up and prepare for super interview. There's nothing to prepare. Tongning laughed. It's obvious they are concerned about my relationship with Mo Ting and want to dig up some explosive news. News like this is a selling point no matter where you go. Who told you to have such a powerful manager? Xianxia couldn't help but let out a laugh. She then looked down at the time on her watch. I have dinner plans with Lu Che. Is it okay for you to return to the bedroom? I'll wait for Ting to come home. Tongning nodded. Ever since Xianxia started dating, she had been full of energy every day. It was hard to tell that she was nearly 30 years old. However, Tongning was a little curious about the way she interacted with Lu Che. 7 p.m. Mo Ting returned home from Hai Rui. Seeing Tongning lying on the sofa under the yellow lights, he carefully approached her and leaned over to place a kiss on her forehead. Tongning opened her eyes. Seeing Mo Ting's handsome face, she smiled gently and sat up. You're home? Why didn't you sleep in the room? The living room will catch a cold. Lying down is boring. Tongning replied helplessly. Mo Ting nodded his head as he pulled out the documents for super interview from his folder. As Tongning looked through them, her expression changed a little. Super interview included an introduction to Tongning's childhood and family background. Mo Ting noticed the change in Tongning's expression, so he retrieved the documents from her hands and said, if you don't want to talk about it, I'll ask the producers to change the panel. Tongning thought for a moment and held on to Mo Ting's warm hand. She looked into his eyes and said, the program definitely can't be shown. The Tang family don't like the entertainment industry. They think entering this industry is a waste. If you can't show it, then don't show it. But, I want to tell you something. Tongning shook Missouri Ting's left hand. She felt it was time to let Mo Ting know about her family's situation. Mo Ting felt it was going to be a long story, so he wrapped his arm around Tongning and waited for her to slowly tell him. Yes, I am a part of the Tang family. But, I am more like a clown. My mother was my father's second wife. In reality, she was a mistress. My father's first wife had 3 children. From a young age, I was the demon that took everything from them. Yet, grandfather had high hopes for me. I felt guilty and didn't want to enter the family business. So, I chose to become a model and broke grandfather's heart. At first, grandfather hated me. But, ever since I got together with Han Yufan, he kicked me out of the Tang family. He felt I was a disgrace to the family. After hearing Tang Ning's words, Mo Ting suddenly hugged her tightly. The Tang family was a legend in the perfume industry. But, at the same time, they couldn't escape from the struggles of the family. So, I am someone that has been abandoned by my family. How could you be someone that has been abandoned? You have me. Mo Ting's heart ached. When Tang Ning first debuted, she wasn't even 18 years old. All these years, she had been on her own and had even met the jerk, Han Yufan. Just like that, 9 years of her youth had been wasted. We won't be a part of the Tang family. We won't do it. We won't even mention it. I haven't seen my mother in a few years. Tang Ning mumbled. Sometimes, I hate her. In order to cling on to the rich and powerful. Sometimes, she makes me feel ashamed of myself. That's why, after finding out about Han Yufan and Mo Euro, I suddenly became so ruthless. Why? Do you have to ruin someone else's happiness? This was the first time Tang Ning had told Mo Ting about her family's situation since they got married. It also cleared up one of Mo Ting's doubts. Tang Ning had been in trouble so many times, yet the Tang family had never made an appearance. Not only did they not help her, they didn't even say a simple word of support. Don't even think about it. After marrying me, you are now part of the Mo family and have nothing to do with the Tang family. Mo Ting hugged Tang Ning and kissed her from the tip of her nose to her collarbone. He kissed her from the tip of her nose to her collarbone. It was a silent yet effective way of comforting her. From now on, I will take you to see the Mo family and wait for you to prepare yourself. After hearing Tang Ning's words, Mo Ting finally realized how serious Tang Ning's lack of a sense of security was. Because of her complicated family relationship. Okay, Tang Ning nodded her head. As the Tang family was involved, Mo Ting discussed with the television station and decided to skip over Tang Ning's childhood and record her from the moment she debuted. This was also an important turning point in her life. In reality, the television station really wanted to dig into this century-old perfume family. But, after discussing with Mo Ting, they decided it wasn't a good idea to take the risk. Actually, simply using Tang Ning and Mo Ting's relationship as a selling point was already enough to guarantee a high viewership. There was no need to create trouble for himself. After the content was finalized, all that was left was to wait for Tang Ning's recovery. Apart from regular checkups from the doctor, with Mo Ting's help, Tang Ning was soon able to do some simple exercises. However, they couldn't be too intense. Seeing Tang Ning recover better and better, Mo Ting felt more confident about super interview. The night before super interview, Tang Ning finished her exercises and spoke to Hu Jingjing on the phone. You will be going on the show tomorrow. Is your waist better? Don't worry, it's more than enough to handle one show, Tang Ning replied as she helped Mo Ting wipe his sweat. Did you hear about Zhen Mani's return tomorrow? Hu Jingjing was at home painting her nails as she placed her phone on speaker. In the past, my relationship with Zhen Mani wasn't bad. But, over the years, as her international status has increased and she has established her own clothing brand, we have drifted further and further apart. Zhen Mani has now been named a national treasure model because President Mo has spent a lot of effort to train her to suppress Star King. Are you telling me that my husband has something to do with her? Tang Ning asked as she looked at Mo Ting and Hu Jingjing. From the moment I joined Hai Rui, you have been the only woman by President Mo's side. However, Zhen Mani spends most of her time overseas, so we don't know if she is still on the same side as Hai Rui. Most importantly, she is a national treasure, yet President Mo has become your manager. Since I'm already here, I might as well take things as they come. Tang Ning did not avoid the topic as she hung up the phone. At this time, the half-naked Mo Ting wrapped his arm around her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. Is it because I haven't taught you a lesson for so long, that I'm getting a little carried away? Tongning took the opportunity to hook her arm around Mo Ting's sweaty neck and smiled. Have you never thought about being the manager of a national treasure model? Mo Ting held onto Tongning's face with one hand and pinched her chin. If you want me to be your manager, you need to sleep with me first. As long as you're willing, but I only want to sleep with you, Mo Ting interrupted as he wrapped his arms around her body and pulled her closer to him. In reality, both of them were covered in sweat, but, because of this, Tongning was even more dazzled by Mo Ting's masculine scent. Not long after, she heard Mo Ting ask in a deep voice, "Can your waist still be used?" "Madam, you've already made me a monk for half a month." "It hurts." Tongning gasped. Hearing the word hurts, the lust in Mo Ting's eyes lessened a little. He wanted to let go of Tongning, but Tongning wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. "I was just teasing you, as long as you don't get too excited." Mo Ting turned around and carried her out of the gym. After returning to the bedroom, he didn't even have a shower as he placed Tongning on the bed and sat on top of her. A moment later, Tongning heard a tearing sound in her ears. Mo Ting directly tore off her sports bra and leaned over to kiss her on the lips. She had endured for too long, and desired for too long. Tongning suddenly felt she couldn't keep up with Mo Ting's passion. In the end, for the first time, she let down her expectations and fainted from exhaustion. Super interview. This was Tongning's first public appearance since her injury. It was also Mo Ting's first event after announcing that he was her manager. 7 p.m. Mo Ting first appeared in the waiting room of the television station with Tongning for a short interview. However, because of Mo Ting's strict control, the questions that the reporters could ask were limited. It was so narrow that Tongning's heart ached for the reporters. But there was nothing she could do. Who told her manager to be so strict? The reporters couldn't help but cry as they begged Tongning in private, "Can you answer a few more questions? Tongning, I really like you. I don't want to gossip, I just want to know the answers that I want to know." Tongning couldn't help but laugh as she pointed to Mo Ting. "You want to ask him?" As if the reporters would dare to ask. No matter where Mo Ting stood, who wouldn't be afraid of their boss? Afterwards, Mo Ting gestured to Tongning with his eyes that the interview was about to begin. Tongning stood up with a smile. After shaking hands with the reporters, she walked over to Mo Ting's side. The reporter watched as the two walked away one after another. She couldn't help but snap a photo of their backs and post it online. She was a little infatuated. Is there still a manager like them in this world? I beg of you. After so many days of peace and quiet, the reporters and fans had already released their old stories about Tongning and Mo Ting. So, as soon as they saw the photo, they went crazy. "Oh God, Tongning is so cute and helpless. It's been so long since I've seen Tongning on camera. Whoa, please show me some dog food. Come, let's add a photo to the photo." Tongning said, "Tonight, we will definitely be asked about gossip." Big Boss replied, "Leave it all to me." So sweet. Aw, I'm so looking forward to super interview. The host needs to work hard and dig out some useful gossip to satisfy our fans' racing hearts. If we can give Big Boss a few shots during the interview, that would be perfect. His face is so handsome. Tongning. You are my goal in life. I like our advanced mathematics teacher and I want to win him over. You have given me the courage to make him my personal advanced mathematics teacher. I want to give him a demonstration every day. I can't be more amazing. The commenter above is so bold and wild. But. Hee, I also want to win over my personal trainer. Hello everyone, welcome to this week's super interview. I am your host, Lin Ning. As the host's opening words rang out, Tongning, who was preparing backstage, felt a little nervous. Today, she was wearing a simple black A-line dress. Her soft black hair was tied into a loose ponytail and her face was covered in heavy makeup. She looked even prettier and more energetic. Because of her waist injury, Mo Ting didn't allow her to wear high heels, do any difficult movements or stand for too long. Tongning felt a little helpless. Last night, she didn't know who had tortured her to the point of fainting. Let us welcome the supermodel, Tongning. Hearing the host's voice, Tongning prepared to go on stage. However, Mo Ting stretched out his hand and patted her on the head. I'll just look at you like this. I won't be going anywhere, don't be nervous. Tongning nodded her head. In reality, she thought to herself, without Emoting around, she wasn't as nervous. Afterwards, Tongming entered the recording studio and was invited by the host to sit on the soft sofa. After a simple greeting to the audience, the host asked Tongming about her injury. "How's your waist injury?" "Let me ask this question first in case the fans get worried." Tongming turned to face the audience and smiled. "I'm recovering well. Apart from a few intense exercises, I'm fine." The host held her chin in her hand and scanned Tongming from head to toe. "But, you've maintained your figure well. What's your secret to maintaining your figure?" "Working out and dieting, that's the most scientific method," Tongming replied in seriousness. Okay, since Tongming's body has recovered, let us begin today's super interview. We are a very humane program, we definitely won't make things difficult for our guests. The host smiled mischievously at Tongming. But, in every segment, we will be inserting 3 rather spicy questions. Tongming, you better be prepared to take them on. Before we start the interview, let's start with a question. Let's show the question board. After saying that, the host took out a small blackboard from the side of the chair and tore open the first question on the blackboard. As soon as this question was revealed, the fans in the studio began to get excited. The host shrugged his shoulders and explained, "This question was not prepared by me, it was drawn from a list of questions from the fans." In that case, Tongming, what do you think is the perfect manager? Tongming was put in a difficult position. She revealed a helpless expression before replying sincerely, "Emoting is perfect." "Ah!" the fans in the stadium screamed. They originally thought Tongming was going to play Tai Chi, but in the end, she directly displayed her affection, causing the hearts of Sue's fans to explode. The host was satisfied with the atmosphere. In all her years of hosting Super Interview, it was rare that she didn't have to personally control the atmosphere. As long as she made good use of Tongming and Emoting's strengths, her viewership ratings would definitely explode. Okay, I'll give you a candy first. Now, let's get down to business. The production team has prepared a few keywords in advance. Let's start with these keywords to unlock Tongming's inner thoughts. The first keyword is 9 years. How do you feel when you see this? Tongming thought for a moment before replying, "I died once and came back to life." Can you explain in detail? The career of a model is actually similar to that of an actor, it is very short. But, the scariest thing is, most people look at the profession with a biased lens. When they think of a model, they usually associate it with young models, unlicensed models, and dirty words like sex deals. Of course, this is a big picture. From my perspective, a model is one that leads everyone to discover beauty. So, in my 9 years in the industry, there have been ups and downs and I have encountered all sorts of situations. But, I have always believed that I am doing a job that is related to beauty. So, I will persevere. Even after 90 years, as long as I can still stand on the runway, I will still choose to wear beautiful clothes. As for the reason why I died once, it was because I experienced the lowest point in my life. When everything you say and do is wrong, you will realize that the world is big and there is no place for you. But, you still need to live on. So, pick up your dreams and continue living on. The host glanced at Tongming and led the crowd to give her a round of applause. "Tongming, you are a very understanding person." "I am." "So, how did you react when you were slandered? Were you angry or impatient?" "I am relatively calm," Tongming laughed before she explained, "because I know that I live a positive and healthy life. The anti-fans may be tricked by external factors for a while, but they won't be tricked forever. One day, they will discover how I live my life and understand what I want to convey. That's all I need to know. I also think you have a healthy mentality. So, you don't need to worry about the malicious attacks." The host nodded his head before he suddenly pulled out the second question from the blackboard, catching everyone off guard. I love moments like this. It feels so good to torment the guests. Come, answer the second question. Tell us about your relationship with Emoting." This time, the fans not only screamed, they even covered their mouths and screamed in an exaggerated manner. Meanwhile, fans online began to leave comments on Super Interview's official website, praising the crew for being so considerate and knowing exactly what the fans wanted to know. I saw Tongming in a daze. Haha. Let's wait and see how Tongning responds. Io, how many people are watching the live broadcast? I'm about to explode. Tongning, please tell us the truth. Tell us the truth. This time, Tongning also lowered her head and laughed. A helpless expression once again crept onto her face. Why would there be such a sharp question? Let me clarify once again, I didn't ask this question. It was asked by the fans. Tongning couldn't help but laugh. She then returned to her normal expression and replied, my manager said I can't answer this question. What did the manager say? The host asked. Afterwards, Tongning pointed towards the backstage. As expected, Mo Ting crossed his arms in front of him. The host understood and quickly tried to smooth things over. I've seen everything. Her manager is defying the heavens and waiting backstage. It's a bit difficult for me to make a move. So, you guys should ask her yourself. Oh God, she's backstage. Can you cut a shot of Boss Missouri? Manager, please come on stage. Same frame. In the same frame. How was this possible? The host knew how to control his emotions as he quickly turned everyone's attention back to him. Stop. This is a serious talk show, not a bit of gossip. So, let's get back to the topic and talk about the second key point. Announce your comeback. At that time, Tianyi Entertainment accepted you into an event for a no-name product. Because of this, you were scolded quite a bit. How did you feel at that time? I declared war on myself, Tongning replied succinctly. That was when I picked up my dreams. The host looked at Tongning and studied her carefully. He then rubbed his chin and said, Tongning, I've realized, you are actually a person with a strong personality. Really? Tongning asked with a smile. So, can you share with us your life motto? Tongning had been sitting for too long and her back was a little uncomfortable, so she shifted a little before replying, actually, I don't have a motto in life. I am a person that is either black or white. As long as I feel that something is right, I will give it my all regardless of the consequences. You seem to be very calm and rational when things go wrong. Do you cry often? What kind of situation do you cry about? When a lover, friend or family member gets hurt, I cry. But, when it comes to my career, I don't usually cry because things are different from the human heart. Things always have a solution, but the human heart is a very strange thing. The host nodded his head and asked with a smile, are you a person that likes to control others? I'm not. Personality is the easiest way to differentiate between people. Only by interacting with different people can your world become more colorful. Then, are you a person that likes to be controlled? As the host asked this question, it was obvious he was trying to direct the audience. Of course, the fans quickly understood and started another round of screaming. But, Tongning was still as smooth as ever and did not let a single thing slip through her fingers. If someone cares about you, they will use twice as much effort to protect your life. The simpler your life is, the more tired the people around you are. If you don't believe me, take a look around you. That's why I am a person that likes to give and take, equally. Because of Tongning's serious response, some of the couple fans calmed down and listened to the interview in earnest. There were quite a few people in the room that were 26 or older. After hearing Tongning's response, they were all moved. In fact, it was hard to believe that a 26-year-old woman would say something like this. She seemed to have seen through life, but she did not see through it. During this short 50-minute interview, not only did the fans get to eat the dog food they craved, they also gained a deeper understanding of Tongning. So, she had depth. I've asked too many questions today. From the exciting Oriental trend to LM's Lingfeng incident, Tongning has always been able to turn danger into safety and prove herself. So, let me ask you 2 more questions. The first is about the day you fell off the stage. It must have been quite serious. Why didn't you immediately seek medical attention? In reality, compared to the questions from the fans, the host's random questions were the ones that gave Tongning a headache. During this time, because Tongning touched her arm, Mo Ting immediately instructed the staff to bring over a thin blanket. Others may not have seen it, but from the perspective of the host, he saw it. So, she asked in surprise, is it a little cold? Tongning nodded her head, a little embarrassed, a little. Host. If one ate too much of this dog food, it would make them want to fall in love. Tongming unwrapped the blanket and placed it over her leg before replying, "Actually, at the time, I didn't feel much pain. I just wanted to hold on for as long as I could." Last question, it could be a critical hit. Make sure you handle it well. Do you live with President Mo? The fans' expectations were raised higher and higher, because the host had arranged the questions in a very professional manner. The further they went, the bolder and sharper the questions became. As for Tongming's answers, she went from letting go at the beginning to practicing Tai Chi on the surface. It seemed like she was showing off her dog food, but in reality, she was giving regular answers. For example, the last question. President Mo and I both live at Hyatt Regency. She expanded the scope of her interview from one villa to an entire estate. The fans had no way of verifying this because the security at Hyatt Regency was extremely tight. Okay, I'm very happy to have invited Tongming to our super interview today. I'm sure everyone will be able to gain a deeper understanding of the profession of modeling and our outstanding Tongming. That's all for today's show. See you next time. After speaking, the host stood up and took a photo with Tongming. Afterwards, Tongming was escorted backstage by the staff and returned to Mo Ting. The ratings for this episode are going to explode. Mo Ting pulled out a jacket and wrapped it around her body. The questions about our relationship have been asked throughout the entire interview, Tongming replied calmly. You don't like it? Mo Ting escorted her out of the television station. You used to hide your life behind the scenes, but because of me, you are now being mentioned in all sorts of ways and discussed in all sorts of ways. I don't want that. So, she simply cooperated with the host at the beginning. She knew the first questions would be relatively easy to answer, but afterwards, her lips would become tighter. I can be in front of the stage or behind the scenes, as long as you need me. Tongming sat in the van and looked at Mo Ting calmly. Mo Ting understood what she was thinking, so he wrapped his arm around her and said, From now on, we won't be accepting interviews anymore. Interviews will only be related to our profession. I don't want to rest anymore. From tomorrow onwards, help me take on jobs. Manager Mo, I need to work even harder. Okay. Mo Ting couldn't reject any of Tongming's requests, so he placed her on his lap as a pillow. Sleep for a bit, we'll be home soon. 10 p.m. Xianxia's flight landed at Beijing Airport. This rumored national treasure model was 24 years old. She had a full chest, a sexy bottom and a sexy figure. In the past, she had appeared on multiple Victoria's Secret shows and was also a top luxury brand, Haute Couture. Afterwards, she single-handedly created her own clothing brand and was a legendary existence in the modeling industry. Not only that, this model had a flamboyant personality and was crazy about black and rock music. Whenever her fans took photos of her on the streets, she would mostly wear black. However, she didn't make it seem repetitive. This was a very strange phenomenon. After leaving the airport, Xianxia removed her glasses and boarded the Maybach that her assistant had arranged for her. In the end, she saw the announcement that Mo Ting had become Tongming's manager. Manny, what is President Mo thinking? Xianxia's manager asked curiously. Where did this wild phoenix come from? I can't believe she managed to get President Mo to personally become her manager. In the past, President Mo didn't even care about you. How would I know? You've helped Hai Rui suppress Star King for so many years. Don't tell me President Mo hasn't noticed? You're annoying. Stop talking, Xianxia put on her earphones, crossed her arms and closed her eyes. You could have left Hai Rui a long time ago. Manny, what else can Hai Rui give you? You are already at the top. If you don't shut up, then get out of the car right now. Xianxia did not open her eyes. She was frustrated. Apart from Mo Ting, was there another reason why she refused to leave Hai Rui? In the past, she had never heard of any scandals involving Mo Ting. So, she was reassured that it wasn't her or anyone else. But now, Tongming had suddenly appeared. Not only that, Tongming had gained the favor of the entire Hai Rui, especially Mo Ting. If she were to stay overseas for another year or so, would there be no place for her in Hai Rui? I found some information on Tongming. Do you want to see it? Just a moment ago, she went on super interview. But, the entire time, she was spending money on President Mo. Isn't a woman like this a bit dangerous? Xianxia finally opened her eyes and received the laptop from her manager. However, she did not have the patience to look into everything about Tongning. So, she simply glanced at it briefly before returning it to her manager, Charlene. In this flashy industry, no one could afford to waste their youth. So, finding a stable backing was something that everyone in the industry was thinking about. Mo Ting was the person that every woman chased after. This was not wrong. However, some people were far away from him, while others were close. Xianxia was the closest person to Mo Ting in Hai Rui. But, it was only today that she realized, no matter how high she climbed and no matter how much she achieved, she and Mo Ting could never be in the same world. The fear in her heart made her feel helpless. Manny, Hu Jingjing has a phone call. I'm not picking it up. But, rumor has it that Hu Jingjing and Tongning have a good relationship, Charlene explained. Xianxia took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions before she picked up the phone and spoke to Hu Jingjing. Xianxia speaking. Have you returned to China today? Do you want to get together later? Hu Jingjing suggested, I haven't seen you in almost half a year. The last time I saw you was at a fashion show overseas. I don't feel like gathering. I'm a little tired. Xianxia rejected straightforwardly. However, after thinking for a moment, she stood up and asked Hu Jingjing, what's the deal with Tongning? Where did it come from? Why did President Mo become her manager? The reason why Hu Jingjing made this phone call was not to invite Xianxia for dinner. She simply wanted to test Xianxia's attitude. For a person who had left Hai Rui, was his heart still with the big family? As expected. Xianxia was obviously unhappy with Tongning's situation. This is President Mo's business, how would I know? Hu Jingjing pushed all the blame onto Mo Ting, refusing to mention a single word about Tongning in front of Xianxia. Then I'll hang up. I'll go home and rest first. Hu Jingjing put down her phone. She suddenly felt a little worried about Tongning. All these years, Xianxia had been a proud existence in Hai Rui. Now that Tongning had suddenly appeared and threatened her position, of course she wouldn't be satisfied. Even though Hai Rui was united, Xianxia rarely shared her heart with others. Whether or not she would cause trouble for Tongning was out of her control. Manny, if you feel like your position is being threatened by staying in Hai Rui, then we can jump ship to Star King, her manager suggested. Xianxia crossed her arms and glared at her as she asked angrily, are you a spy sent by Star King? Charlene was speechless and did not say another word. Was she being too obvious? Actually, Xianxia wasn't stupid. She was simply too flamboyant because that was her personality. So, after hearing her manager's suggestion, she began to suspect. I feel like you've been trying to convince me to jump ship. Manny, you're overthinking things. I simply feel bad for you. Even if you were to be her personal manager, it should be you, her manager quickly explained. I need to find a way to find out what's going on. Charlene put away her laptop and looked out the window. According to Xianxia's temper, if she wanted to ignite her, it would be a piece of cake. Above all, although Xianxia had a high status, Tongning was currently the one who was harvesting the popularity. If the two of them were to be compared, Tongning might not necessarily lose. If Xianxia were to see this, how would she feel? Midnight. Charlene finally dragged her exhausted body back to her apartment. But, as soon as she stepped through the door, she was immediately embraced by a strong force. The two of them immediately rolled onto the bed. After the intense session, the man hugged Charlene and asked, You've been Xianxia's manager for so long, why haven't you settled her yet? Charlene lay on the bed and scoffed, after all, she has been trained by Hai Rui for so many years. How can she be swayed so easily? But, we can make use of this Tongning that just popped up. Do whatever you want. Let's hurry up. Recently, Star King has been suppressed by Hai Rui and have suffered quite a bit. Hai Rui directly sent Qinyu to the 18th level of hell without leaving them any face. The higher-ups are currently furious. If we can win over Xianxia, then I will definitely become the boss of the publicity department. I'm going to post a poll right now. Tongning versus Xianxia. I refuse to believe that they won't fight. Charlene wrapped herself in a bathrobe and sat down in front of the computer. In reality, she had already been planning to lure Xianxia and Hai Rui into a fight. But, now that Tang Ning had appeared, it was a piece of cake. Charlene wasn't originally a part of Star King. But, after being with this man, she slowly leaned towards Star King. After all, she wanted love. The man hugged Charlene from behind in satisfaction and kissed her on the back. "Darling, you've worked hard." National treasure model Xianxia vs popular model Tang Ning, who suits your taste better? Long legs or a sexy bottom, which is your first choice? On the surface, this poll seemed like a prank by the fans. But, in reality, it contained a lot of information. The fans did not take it seriously, they simply voted for fun. Because of Tang Ning and Mo Ting's relationship and the fact that Xianxia was often away from the country, they were more than willing to support Tang Ning. Only a small number of people in the entertainment industry knew that Tang Ning couldn't compare to a national treasure. When Manny walked into a secret show, Tang Ning was still rolling in bed with a jerk. It's true that Tang Ning is better than everyone else, but compared to Manny, there's still a gap. This time, Tang Ning and Xianxia were evenly matched in terms of professionalism, they each had their own advantages. But, when it came to achievements, they were miles apart. Xianxia was able to beat Tang Ning in terms of statistics, but she also had her own legendary years. From this point alone, Tang Ning's disadvantage was obvious. So, for Tang Ning, Xianxia was her biggest rival on the domestic runway. It was likely she wouldn't be able to catch up to her for a long time to come. No, perhaps, in Xianxia's heart, Tang Ning wasn't even considered a rival. Long Jiao looked at the boring poll online and excitedly walked over to Tang Ning. She said to her, "Have you seen this poll? It's about whether you want a sexy butt or long legs." Tang Ning happened to be reading a book. She glanced at the screen and realized her votes were double that of Xianxia's. She quickly looked away. "Xianxia has beaten me in too many ways. This poll is too fake. If we were to ask an expert to evaluate it, I would definitely get 0 votes." "How can you say that?" Long Jia put away her computer unhappily. Her fans were all protecting Tang Ning, yet she was the one who had lowered her own prestige. There's no need to slander others just because they are competitors. Reality is as it is. For example, if a pretty face won the Best Acting award because of her popularity, do you think she would be able to accept herself? Tang Ning closed the book in her lap and said in seriousness, "Don't underestimate yourself, but you need to look at the truth. Xianxia's future isn't limited to this. As for me, what are you doing? Our intentions are different. Go tell the fans to keep a low profile. I've overpraised Mo Euro to death in the past, do you want me to suffer the same fate?" The entertainment industry was simply a game where the high stepped on the low. Today, you stepped on someone else, tomorrow, they would step on you. This industry had no lack of talent and talents. There was always someone better out there, so no one could be number one forever. Is it necessary for you to make yourself sound like you're worthless? Don't tell me you've never paid attention to Xianxia. Tang Ning flipped through her book again and focused her attention on the topic. Of course, as soon as Long Jia heard this, she hugged her laptop and squatted down beside the sofa, trying her best to understand what kind of person Xianxia was. In the end, she understood what Tang Ning was trying to say. Tang Ning had always maintained a low profile. Maintaining a stable state of mind was the key to defeating her enemies. It was as if she could see her position clearly at any time and quickly make all kinds of judgments about the enemy. Something's not right, Tang Ning. Just a moment ago, there were less than 10,000 votes. How did it suddenly jump to 100,000? Plus, the comments are all on your side. Long Jia quickly showed Tang Ning the poll she had just received. Don't tell me you got it right? I suddenly smell a conspiracy. Tang Ning received the laptop and had a look. As expected, at this moment, Mo Ting was at the office. As soon as he found out about the vote, he closed his laptop and gave Tang Ning a phone call. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I'm not worried about myself. According to Xianxia's current status, she can leave at any time. I simply don't want to put you in a difficult position. You're a dignified CEO, but you ignored the first place and became the agent for the third place. If it were me, I wouldn't understand either. Oh? Mo Ting suddenly let out a gentle laugh. He then asked in a suspicious tone, in that case, what kind of problem do you think she will give me? For example, being her manager. Mrs. Mo, are you jealous? Mo Ting asked in a serious tone. However, the smile in his eyes gradually deepened. Did you think that since Hai Rui can support her, they can't step on her? Hai Rui doesn't care about doing something like that, but it depends on the person. Over the years, whether it's through tricks, underhanded means, bed climbing, or bribery, not a single person has escaped my grasp. If Hai Rui can support her to this day, they can also make sure she doesn't have a tomorrow. As Mo Ting said these words, his tone was firm and unquestionable. If Xianxia thought she was a piece of cake, she was more than welcome to try out the consequences. But, she's your bargaining chip to suppress Star King. Mrs. Mo, if Hai Rui can support one Xianxia, they can also support another. So, are you treating me like Xianxia? Tong Ning's voice suddenly sounded a little strange. I've never been Xianxia's manager. Tong Ning smiled on the phone. Although she didn't receive Mo Ting's comforting hug, she knew she was unique in Mo Ting's heart. That was enough for her. After Mo Ting finished his phone call with Tong Ning, he instructed Lu Che to contact the media and ask them to immediately delete the voting information. He wanted the internet trolls to have nowhere to go. Of course, Lu Che acted quickly and the internet trolls did the same. As a result, Charlene, who was busy refreshing her feed, gritted her teeth in anger. In less than 10 minutes, Mo Ting had completely uprooted the internet trolls. Of course, Charlene didn't dare to randomly post a second post because it would expose a lot of information. Luckily, she had a screenshot with her. So, she directly showed it to Xianxia. What is this? Votes from the netizens. Charlene tried her best to maintain her composure. Just a moment ago, the number of votes reached 100,000. But, it's now been deleted again. Xianxia's fingers trembled as she looked at the netizens' comments. Tong Ning's fans have already publicly stepped on you. Are you still going to tolerate it? Charlene retrieved her phone from Xianxia's hands and sighed. I know you're worried about President Mo. But, President Mo is currently standing on Tong Ning's side. In that case, what do you want me to do? Of course, I want you to prove your status in Hai Rui, Charlene said to Xianxia. Charlene said to Xianxia. In the past, it was fine if President Mo didn't care about his artists' matters. But now, he has actually stepped out and become the manager of one of his artists. Then, based on your conditions, with a manager like him, this would be the strongest combination. For someone of Tong Ning's status, wouldn't it be more suitable if she and Hu Jingjing share the same manager? Are you asking me to lower myself and beg President Mo to be my manager? Xianxia glared at Charlene. She felt Charlene's idea was a little shocking. How could you be so subservient? If you can't bring yourself to do it, then let me test President Mo. That should be fine, right? Charlene's words directly attacked Xianxia's heart. When the time comes, if he becomes your manager, the two of you will be even closer. Xianxia was tempted. Just like Charlene said, Mo Ting never interfered with her artists' matters in the past, so she had no excuse. But, now that Mo Ting had stepped out of retirement to manage someone, she was at least in a better position than Tong Ning, right? So, she silently agreed to let Charlene test Mo Ting. She could tolerate anything, but, having her status shaken was something she couldn't tolerate. Plus, she didn't want to destroy the unity that Hai Rui had built up over the years. But, with Tong Ning's appearance, the balance in Hai Rui had begun to tilt. The vote did not cause a huge commotion because the fans were still caught up in the relationship between Mo Ting and Tong Ning. So, before they received a definite answer, this craze would continue for quite some time. But, Charlene didn't care. As long as Xianxia saw it, her plan would not have gone to waste. As Xianxia agreed to Charlene's suggestion, as soon as the couple returned to Hai Rui, Charlene requested to see Mo Ting. Fang Yu asked for Mo Ting's opinion through an internal line and received Mo Ting's approval. Manny, I will definitely fight for you. Don't worry. Before Charlene went upstairs, she stared at Xianxia with an unusually sincere and passionate gaze. As usual, Xianxia nodded her head impatiently in a casual manner. Only after Charlene's gaze disappeared from her sight did she put away her phone and stand up to look for Fengyu. I want to go upstairs and listen to what she has to say. Fengyu shrugged his shoulders. Together with Xianxia, they reached the top floor a step behind Charlene. From the moment Charlene stepped into the CEO's office, she sat on the sofa with her head down. She didn't have the courage to lift her head and look at Mo Ting. This man held the life and death of an artist in his hands. A simple word from him could destroy her. But she had already gotten to this point, there was no turning back. If Mo Ting was to find out that she was the one that instigated the relationship between Xianxia and Hai Rui, she would not be able to predict or control the outcome. Since she had already taken the first step, she had no choice but to take the next step. So, Charlene controlled her heartbeat and asked Mo Ting with a trembling voice, "President Mo, speak." Mo Ting sat on the sofa. Dressed in a brown suit that accentuated his strong and muscular body. Before he married Tongning, Mo Ting's clothes were mainly dark gray. But, ever since Tongning started matching clothes for him, the way he dressed changed. Whatever Tongning matched, he would wear. The feeling of being covered in the warmth of Tongning's fingertips made his heart feel warm and protected, even in the cold winter, as he faced the darkness of the entertainment industry. When Manny returned to China last night, she was a little upset. Charlene chose to reveal the reason. Although she didn't say anything, I feel like she is a little bothered by the fact that President Mo has become Tongning's manager. Does Tongning need to feel bad when I'm her manager? Mo Ting asked. Charlene had no choice but to look away. Not many people weren't afraid of Mo Ting. Actually, Star King had offered her a few times, but Manny did not waver. She was a grateful person. So, with the agency's hard work, Manny was able to achieve the irreplaceable status she has today. But on her first day back, Manny was immediately ostracized by Tongning's fans. President Mo as Manny's manager, I simply hope you don't lose sight of her. Get to the point. Mo Ting had no interest in her long speech. Since President Mo has become Tongning's manager, it seems he will also consider taking care of Manny. Although Manny is wholeheartedly loyal to Hai Rui, I can tell that she is struggling internally. The conditions at Star King are very generous, and last week, she even went on a trip with the heir of Star King. Actually, I was afraid that Manny would lose confidence in Hai Rui because of this. Plus, as soon as she returned, she was ostracized by a ruthless newcomer. Mo Ting stood up with a bright look in his eyes. He already knew what Charlene's motive was. But, hearing it from his own ears was a completely different matter. It was quite interesting. Ruthless? Was she referring to his wife? Was she referring to a ruthless newcomer? If I'm Xianxia's manager, what about you? Mo Ting asked with interest. No manager is willing to give up their own position and fight for the interests of their artist. I never knew you were so noble. I just want Manny to get what she deserves. So, being Xianxia's manager is what she deserves? Mo Ting remained silent for a few seconds before he stood up and said coldly, "You are indeed not suitable to be Xianxia's manager." After speaking, Mo Ting turned to the door and said, "Xianxia, come in and deal with your manager." Charlene never expected to see Xianxia standing outside the door. Her face turned pale as her hands trembled as she held onto her skirt to hide her panic. Afterwards, Xianxia crossed her arms and walked into the office. After greeting Mo Ting politely, she immediately threw a slap across Charlene's face. "When did I go on an outing with the heir of Star King? When did the people of Imperial Star offer me an olive branch? Charlene, do you think I have a bad temper and low IQ? Do you know what your biggest weakness is? With my current status, there is a long line of people that want to be my manager. Yet, you're willing to give it to me? Are you joking with me?" Charlene's face turned from white to red. It was an interesting sight to behold. But, at this time, Xianxia turned to Mo Ting and said, "Charlene is my manager. I want to take her home and deal with her. You can leave." "Charlene, stay," Mo Ting said coldly. He did this because Charlene had said bad things about Tongning a moment ago. Xianxia originally wanted to ask more questions, but since Mo Ting had already spoken, she had no choice but to follow his orders and leave the office. Charlene covered her face as tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked pitiful and delicate. However, in Mo Ting's eyes, there were only two types of people in this world, Tongning and others. It seems, you still haven't understood who is in charge of this industry. Mo President Mo, do you know what taboo you've committed? Mo Ting lifted his head and glared at Charlene, look at me. I don't know, Charlene was so scared that her body trembled as she spoke. Can you describe Tongning again? In Charlene's mind, her words flashed past her mind. A ruthless newbie, I don't care what trap you have planned or what tricks you have up your sleeves. None of it is as evil as what you just said. Star King bribed you and gave you the courage to negotiate with me, Mo Ting said as he sat down in his office chair. He then continued, although you are not suitable to be Xianxia's manager, I have decided to keep you by her side. After hearing this, Charlene's eyes grew wide. No, President Mo, Manny will torture me to death. You have no choice. If I hear the name Tongning from your mouth again, I'll try. 1. Try. Xianxia thought, according to Mo Ting's temper, after what Charlene had done, there was no way she would stay at Hai Rui. But, in the end, Charlene returned to her side in a daze. Why are you still here? Charlene looked at Xianxia timidly. Her usual domineering attitude of leading Xianxia around had completely disappeared. All that was left was a pitiful expression as tears welled up in her eyes. President Mo won't let me leave, Charlene said as she sobbed. He wants me to learn my lesson and continue to be your manager. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. The reason why she tolerated Charlene stabbing her in the back and asked Charlene to look for Mo Ting was because she wanted Mo Ting to personally see what her manager was like. That way, she would have a chance of becoming Mo Ting's model. But Mo Ting actually let Charlene back. On the surface, it seemed like he was doing her a favor by allowing her to torture Charlene. But, in reality, he was giving her a warning. Evil thoughts shouldn't be messed around. Why did Tongning have everything she wanted, but others had it so difficult? What kind of charm did Tongning have? Although the staff at Hai Rui didn't normally gossip, Tongning still found out about everything that happened that day from Huijingjing. She had already predicted that Xianxia would make things difficult for Mo Ting. Unfortunately, both Xianxia and her manager had overestimated her. At the same time, she also heard that Mo Ting had sent Charlene back to Xianxia's side. But, this obviously didn't fit Mo Ting's style. 7 p.m. Mo Ting pushed open the front door to find Tongning dressed in a white turtleneck, cooking in front of the kitchen counter. His worries lessened a lot. It was winter. After all, wearing thick clothes would prevent her from getting burned. Tongning felt Mo Ting's grip on her, so she laughed and exclaimed, "Don't hug me too tightly, be careful of the oil." "I just want to hug you like this." Mo Ting placed his chin on the back of Tongning's neck and inhaled her unique scent. Tongning turned off the stove and hooked her arms around Mo Ting's neck. "Why did you send Charlene back? You never keep an eyesore like this around. She said something wrong today, so she needs to receive the highest punishment. Xianxia won't let her off. You're too ruthless." Mo Ting held onto Tongning's waist tightly as he looked down at her. "Mrs. Mo, it seems you have a problem with the way I handled things?" Tongning let out a gentle laugh as she tilted her head and planted a kiss on Mo Ting's lips to comfort him. "As long as you're happy." Mo Ting let go of his wife in satisfaction and returned to the study room to deal with some work. However, Tongning let out a laugh. Charlene had asked Fan Yu about the relationship between Tongning and Mo Ting. The only reason she had returned to Xianxia's side was because of how ruthless Tongning was. "I said one bad thing about you, and now I'm being pranked like this. We have to be more careful in the future." These were Fan Yu's exact words. However, Mo Ting did not take it home to express his feelings. In reality, Tongning completely understood how Mo Ting felt. Because, if they were faced with the same problem and someone was gossiping about it, she would be even more agitated than Mo Ting. "But, Tongning, the president doesn't hide how good he is to you. This will definitely bring you trouble, so you need to be careful." "I understand." Tongning let out a gentle laugh. After hanging up the phone, Tongning was still thinking about how much she loved how good Mo Ting was to her. After dinner was ready, Tongning carried the food into the study room. Seeing Mo Ting was still busy working, she directly leaned on his back. "What's wrong?" Mo Ting asked without lifting his head. Although he was thinking about work, his heart was constantly moved by Tongning. "If you're already so good to me now, what will happen in a few years? What will happen in a few decades? Will your love disappear?" Tongning suddenly sighed. "With such a beautiful relationship, if the manager were to betray me, it would probably cost me my life." After hearing her sigh, Mo Ting pulled her into his embrace and held her in his arms as he read through some documents. "I can't give you an answer." "In that case, let's eat." After speaking, Tongning tried to get up, but Mo Ting pressed her down onto the ground. Tongning's eyes grew wide in surprise. She realized this man was getting more and more tricks up his sleeves. "I can't tell you how much I like you. If I have to find a way to express myself, I can dig my heart out. Would you like that?" Tongning lay quietly under Mo Ting's body as tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. Because of this, Tongning had the courage to respond, "I can do anything for you, even if I have to give you my life." Not long after, a passionate kiss landed on her lips without any warning. While others were trying to make do with their lives, the way they interacted was to see who loved the other more. In the study room, after a stormy night, the documents were all crumpled up. Tongning leaned against Mo Ting's body to calm herself down. Seeing the mess on the floor, she couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have a meeting tomorrow? What about the documents?" Mo Ting wrapped one arm around Tongning and held onto a document with the other. "This is the film and television contract with Xianxia. But, to be able to be lovey-dovey with you once in a while, it's worth it to cancel the contract." Tongning's ears turned red as the couple returned to the bedroom to wash up. After dinner, they tidied up the study room. Afterwards, the atmosphere returned to normal. Mo Ting once again looked through his contract while Tongning leaned against his shoulder and flipped through a fashion magazine. It's the end of the year and there are a lot of awards ceremonies. Hai Rui is holding a party next Monday. Although it's to celebrate the winners, it's also Hai Rui's 20th anniversary. You will also need to attend. Will there be a lot of people?" Tongning asked as she leaned against Mo Ting's leg. "Probably, a lot." "In that case, will you be attending as my manager or as the CEO of Hai Rui?" Tongning asked. "You will know when the time comes." After speaking, Mo Ting was silent for a moment. He knew Tongning didn't like events like this, so he added, "If you don't like it, you can leave early." "It's not that I don't like it," Tongning replied with her eyes closed. "Because this is your kingdom, whether she liked it or not was already meaningless. The person I love is you. It has nothing to do with your position. Plus, I like it when you stand in the most eye-catching place." Mo Ting could hear the admiration and reliance in Tongning's voice as she spoke. This was the best proof of the meaning of this man's existence. Of course, although the two of them were the highlight of the event, the competition between Tongning and Zhenmani also attracted a lot of attention. As for this event, they would be sharing the same stage. Actually, when it came to Zhenmani's matter, Tongning had always been evasive. This was her personality, she wanted to avoid the spotlight. So, while Zhenmani was in the country, she tried her best to avoid any form of friction with her. Most of the time, she deliberately tolerated it. But, those that were interested in a good show would never complain about things getting out of hand. Online, discussions about Tongning and Zhenmani's PK were once again trending. This time, it was no longer manipulated by Charlene, it was naturally initiated. One had absolute skills in the modeling industry, while the other was a newcomer supported by the CEO of Hai Rui. Netizens were currently discussing who was more glamorous. Over the next few days, under Mo Ting's arrangements, Tongning accepted a few filming jobs in the country. She wanted to use her busy work to respond to the boring gossip. However, that night, she received a phone call from Hua Jingjing asking her to attend a gathering at the television tower. Tongning could reject anyone, but she couldn't reject Hua Jingjing. So, after giving Mo Ting a simple explanation, she headed to the top floor of the television tower with Long Jia. From the top, Tongning looked down at the night view of Beijing. She couldn't help but fall into a daze. Hua Jingjing held on to a glass of red wine and said from behind her, "I want to get married." Tongning froze for a moment as she turned around in surprise. why are you suddenly saying this? How many decades do I have left to waste? Hua Jingjing laughed at herself before standing up and walking over to Tong Ning's side. I want to get married. I want to have a caring husband and a stable family. So what if I'm an international supermodel? Tong Ning already knew that Hua Jingjing had already accepted everything. So, it wasn't strange for her to make a decision like this. There's a great French man chasing after me. I want to give it a try, so I don't think I'll back out yet. I have to support you. Otherwise, if I leave, I would be giving Jin Mani more leverage to threaten your husband. Tong Ning was glad that she had made a friend like Hua Jingjing at a time like this. So, she smiled and replied, we're not afraid. If you're not afraid, isn't President Mo also not afraid? Isn't he afraid of you getting hurt the most? Hua Jingjing leaned against the edge of the table and laughed. She then said in seriousness, Tong Ning, to be honest, I can't remember how many years it's been, but you are the first person that has been willing to help me when I was in pain. I, Hua Jingjing, don't have many skills. My education and education are all fake. But, when it comes to people, I will never be fake. I don't care if I can still work in the modeling industry in the future. If you are in trouble, call me first. I will be there immediately. After hearing Hua Jingjing's words, Tong Ning lowered her head and laughed at herself. Actually, I don't have many friends. No matter what, from now on, you shouldn't make do. Hua Jingjing nodded her head before putting down her glass and heading to the bathroom. Tong Ning was a little tipsy and Long Jia was taking care of her. Inside the bathroom, Hua Jingjing was standing in front of the sink washing her hands when she overheard people discussing, just a moment ago, I bumped into the broken shoe model Hua Jingjing and Tong Ning. They were on the observation deck. From the looks of it, these two are really as good as the rumors say, they are really on good terms. Do you think Hua Jingjing has no sense of shame after being played by a jerk for so many years? What touching diary? What evidence can Hai Rui not produce? What's so good about that B*TCH Tong Ning? I can't believe she managed to get the CEO of Hai Rui to be her personal manager. Think about her skills in bed, how mesmerizing. Yet, a bunch of brain-dead fans are obsessed with the idea of being a couple. How disgusting. I know, right? Hai Rui's true national treasure, Jin Mani, is back. To be honest, I've been a fan of Mani for many years. Yet, she's still being suppressed by Tong Ning. If I was her, I would have stomped on Tong Ning 1,000 times over. Haha, I really want to see them on the same stage. I want to see Mani crush her. Hua Jingjing listened to the three women gossiping, then turned around and said to them, can you repeat what you just said? The three women were touching up their makeup in the bathroom and had no idea Hua Jingjing was behind the partition. Now that they were caught red-handed, the three women immediately hugged each other. What are you trying to do? What were you talking about just now? Because they knew Hua Jingjing was a public figure, the three women looked at each other and immediately yelled, Hua Jingjing scolded someone. Hua Jingjing hit someone. It didn't take long before everyone's attention was drawn to Hua Jingjing as they furiously snapped photos of her. As soon as Tong Ning heard the news, she rushed over to the bathroom. Just as Long Jia was about to escort the two women out, Hua Jingjing did not budge an inch. Instead, she said in a cold voice, since you said I scolded and hit someone, then I might as well admit it. After speaking, Hua Jingjing took a step forward and slapped the three women across the face. Everyone was dumbfounded. Are you crazy? Tong Ning grabbed onto Hua Jingjing. Have you forgotten who you are? I haven't forgotten who I am. That's why I'm telling these gossipy women to wait until they have the ability to become like me before they judge me. In reality, Hua Jingjing wasn't angry because of herself, she was angry because of Tong Ning. Even in a situation like this, if she was asked to hit someone, she would not hold back. The three women immediately sat on the floor and started crying. Meanwhile, Long Jia anxiously said to the two women, let's leave this place first. Why did they suddenly start fighting? Hua Jingjing did not regret her actions today. Before she left, she pointed at the three women and warned, you better not let me find out who you are. With the protection of her assistant, the two women quickly boarded the van. Tong Ning looked at Hua Jingjing's red palms and couldn't help but ask, you're not an impulsive person. What happened? It's nothing, don't worry about me. The French guy that's chasing me is very rich. I took the opportunity to test his sincerity. Hu Jingjing laughed. Did someone talk bad about me? Tongning wasn't so easy to fool. All Tongning needed to do was look at Hu Jingjing and she would understand. You know I don't care. Why did you do this? I'm about to retire from the industry, why should I care? I, Hu Jingjing, have been in the industry for so many years, but I've never caused such big news. You are creating trouble for Fang Yu. With the mention of Fang Yu, Hu Jingjing laughed. Actually, I've wanted to tease him for a long time. Also, Tongning, don't lose when you're on the same stage as Zhenmani. Tongning sighed. She was so angry that she couldn't help but laugh. Actually, it was clear to see that Hu Jingjing was starting to have her own temper. She no longer needed to endure for anyone. She could decide what kind of life she wanted to lead. I'll avoid it, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid, Tongning replied calmly. Those 3 women are Zhenmani's fans. Hu Jingjing looked into Tongning's eyes and said in seriousness, whether you accept it or not, Zhenmani already views you as an opponent. If you don't want President Mo to be put in a difficult position, you need to work hard. For Hu Jingjing to get to where she was today, she definitely didn't rely on her stupidity to hit someone. She was extremely clear-headed. Rather than letting her stir up trouble in the dark, why don't we take the initiative? Tongning looked down at Hu Jingjing's hand as her heart skipped a beat. This should be between me and Zhenmani. You shouldn't be dragged into it. Your problem is my problem. There's no need to be unreasonable. That night, news of Hu Jingjing hitting someone appeared on the headlines of the entertainment news. It wasn't because of Hu Jingjing's popularity, it was because Hai Rui's artists never made such a low-level mistake in front of the public. But, Hu Jingjing had made a move. In fact, the person she hit was a fan of Zhenmani. For the reporters, this kind of internal conflict was quite attractive. In the wee hours of the morning, Fang Yu was indeed bombarded with phone calls from the media. Hai Rui immediately began their PR, but because one of the 3 women that Hu Jingjing had slapped was the daughter of a high-ranking official, it wasn't easy to get rid of Hu Jingjing's PR. The daughter of a high-ranking official went straight to the hospital to get her injuries checked and filed a complaint against Hu Jingjing. Meanwhile, Hai Rui immediately responded by promising to give the other party a satisfactory answer. So, before the sun had even risen, Fang Yu was already sitting on the sofa in Hu Jingjing's apartment. He sighed helplessly. You sure know how to pick your martial arts targets. What are their conditions? Hu Jingjing asked as she stood in front of the bed in her pajamas. They want you to publicly apologize and compensate them for their losses. Fang Yu put down the documents in his hand and looked at Hu Jingjing in confusion. Are you indulging in your own life? In the past, you've never caused trouble for Hai Rui by hitting someone. Hu Jingjing turned around and placed her face in front of Fang Yu's. Come, let's give you 2 slaps. Aren't you afraid that President Mo will hit you? President Mo knows why I hit you, Hu Jingjing said with a deeper meaning. After speaking, she jumped up on the sofa. Tongning has been getting beaten up and bullied all this time. Did Zhenmani think no one knows? Tongning has been avoiding Zhenmani because she doesn't want to have a direct confrontation with her. But, you and I both know that Zhenmani will only push her luck. Let me light this fire and stop Tongning from avoiding it. Isn't that great? You sure put a lot of thought into Tongning. Fang Yu understood what Hu Jingjing was trying to say. Although Hai Rui was stable and united and didn't have any issues with Mo Ting becoming Tongning's manager, Zhenmani was already considered half a part of Hai Rui. Now that her status had been affected, they couldn't just let it go so easily. That's because I've already decided to retire from the industry. Hu Jingjing explained. How many more times can I help Tongning? As soon as Fang Yu heard Hu Jingjing mention withdrawing from the industry, he was shocked. It was like he had never thought about this before. In fact, when he spoke, he was a little tongue-tied. Withdraw from the industry? Why? I'm tired. I want to get married, Hu Jingjing said as she lay down on the sofa and closed her eyes. Fang Yu was silent for a moment before he suddenly lowered his head. Have you told President Mo that you want to leave the industry? After Hu Jingjing's matter is resolved, I will speak to her, Hu Jingjing replied in a low voice. Where do you plan to go in the future? I'm not sure. I want to find a lover, I want to have a stable family and I want to have a child. But, for the time being, none of these seem easy. Fang Yu did not say a word. To be exact, his heart was in a mess. In the past, he had always felt a woman like Hu Jingjing was hard to understand. She wasn't a cold and aloof person. In reality, she always appeared to have a lot on her mind. There were many times when Fang Yu wanted to ask her if anyone had ever walked into her heart. But, ever since her private life was exposed, Fang Yu realized Hu Jingjing was actually a simple person. She simply loved someone, simply endured hardships and never complained, even when fate was cruel to her. I'll leave it to fate. On this particular day, as Fang Yu stepped out of Hu Jingjing's apartment, he no longer had the frivolous expression that he usually had. In fact, he looked a little lost. In reality, he had been paying attention to Hu Jingjing for a long time. In order to stop Hu Jingjing from being scolded by netizens, Fang Yu drove over to the home of a government official in the middle of the night. Of course, since it was a government official, it was impossible for him to meet someone from the entertainment industry. But, Fang Yu had his own methods. He directly told the security guard at the door to pass on a message: if you don't resolve the matter privately, according to Hai Rui's usual style, your entire family may end up being searched. I'm sure you don't want your efforts to go to waste at this time, right? Although the security guard made him wait until daybreak, he still gave him a simple answer: we will withdraw the lawsuit, but Hu Jingjing must apologize. If she wants to withdraw from the top searches, then she can withdraw it. In the end, Fang Yu managed to stop the smoke from spreading before the incident erupted. Hu Jingjing could help Tongning, but she didn't need to destroy herself like this. Even though she no longer cared about her reputation. Fang Yu is really capable. He even managed to deal with a government official. Long Jia couldn't help but sigh as soon as she heard the news. In comparison, Hai Rui was not the only difference between her and Fang Yu's capabilities. Fang Yu has been standing outside the government official's office for 5 hours, Mo Ting said as he ate breakfast. He's running a high fever. The phone call just now was from him. After hearing this, Tongning was a little surprised. It's that cold? Has he always done things like this, or is this the only time? Tongning asked as she handed a piece of toast to Mo Ting. If I remember correctly, he has always played it safe and always considered his options. This time, it doesn't seem to fit his style. After hearing this, Tongning lowered her head and thought for a long time. In the end, she asked suspiciously, why do I feel like Fang Yu's feelings for Jingjing aren't simple? He has never shown any signs of it. Perhaps I'm being too sensitive. Plus, Fang Yu treats everyone well. Tongning temporarily put aside her speculation and did not pursue the matter any further. Instead, she turned to Long Jia and said, give him a phone call in a moment. How about I ask Lu Che to go have a look? Long Jia suggested. Tongning looked at Long Jia and suddenly laughed. Lu Che is my husband's personal assistant. Why does he have to listen to you? Long Jia lowered her head in embarrassment. Mo Ting did not say a word, but he agreed with Long Jia's suggestion. Long Jia understood what Mo Ting meant, so she immediately stood up and hid to one side to make a phone call. Tongning was the only one that felt the matter wouldn't be over so quickly. It wasn't easy for Zhen Mani to find an excuse to cause trouble. Lu Che couldn't resist his girlfriend's pestering, so he headed to Fang Yu's apartment that he hadn't visited in 800 years. However, the person to open the door was a 3 to 4-year-old girl. According to her strength, it was impossible for her to open the door. So, Lu Che looked at Fang Yu, who was standing behind the little girl. His face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious he was seriously ill. Lu Che couldn't understand the situation in front of him, so he asked, are you okay? Who is this child? My sister's child? Where did you get your sister from? Lu Che exposed him. Why does your sister's child look so much like you? Fang Yu laughed, he didn't expect to be exposed. My daughter, Fang Yu. Because I have to take care of her, I have a fever. Fang Yu carried his daughter onto the sofa and headed to the kitchen to pour Lu Che a glass of water. The auntie that takes care of her has also caught a cold. When did you have a daughter? I've never heard you mention it. Everyone in this industry has their own secrets. Fang Yu distanced himself from his daughter. Perhaps he was afraid of being infected. By the way, why are you here? Lu Che looked around Fan Yu's apartment carefully. Long Jia had instructed him to find out if a man had someone in his heart. By looking at the place he lived, he would definitely be able to find some clues. At this moment, Fan Yu's apartment was a little messy. Mainly because of Fan Yu's existence, the place was filled with things that the child needed. Why did you go and help Hu Jingjing suffer? You didn't need to stand around for 5 hours. Since I've already helped her, I might as well help her to the end. That government official has a lot of pride. If I stand around for 5 hours to help him vent his anger, then things will go a lot smoother. As long as it's worth it, Fan Yu said as he ran his fingers through his messy hair. Actually, when he was sick, his hair was messy and his body was weak. Do you have feelings for Hu Jingjing? Are you kidding me? I already have a daughter. Fan Yu laughed in disbelief. Plus, my feelings for Hu Jingjing are purely a form of admiration. What are you thinking? What about your daughter's mother? Fan Yu choked and did not say another word. His eyes were filled with confusion. Lu Che didn't ask further. He just put his gentle gaze on Fan Yu, who was still playing with the building blocks. Why don't I take your daughter home and you go to the hospital yourself? Do you know how to take care of children? Fan Yu teased, although Pudding is a good girl, it's not easy to take care of her. Oh, by the way, Pudding is her nickname. Hurry up and go to the hospital. She's already in this state. How long can your daughter resist your virus? Alright then. I'll write down some things to note. So, bringing back Fan Yu from Fan Yu's home was Lu Che's biggest reward. As soon as Long Jia saw the little girl, she thought to herself, I'm finished. Since I already have a daughter, it's impossible for Fan Yu and Hu Jingjing to be together. Afterwards, she immersed herself in playing with the little girl. It didn't take long before Tongning found out about Fan Yu's daughter. But, she still explained the reason why Fan Yu was sick. Hu Jingjing hated owing people favors. So, she asked Lu Che for Fan Yu's apartment address and left her manager and assistant behind as she drove over to Fan Yu's apartment. Fan Yu looked at the disguised Hu Jingjing and sighed, you are currently the focus of the media. Madam, please let me rest for a while. If the reporters get a photo of us, we won't be able to explain ourselves even if we have 10 mouths. No need to go to the hospital. I'll leave as soon as your fever subsides. With Hu Jingjing's experience in taking care of an alcoholic, she was more than capable of taking care of a sick person. Afterwards, Hu Jingjing pushed Fan Yu onto the sofa. She then covered him with ice and a cool breeze. Fan Yu's mind cleared up a little. As he watched Hu Jingjing busying herself, he suddenly felt he was missing a woman. So, he couldn't help but blurt out, Siruo. Hu Jingjing knelt beside Fan Yu. Hearing these 2 words, she realized Fan Yu must have mistaken her for someone else. This Siruo must be the child's mother, Hu Jingjing thought. I am Hu Jingjing. Fan Yu was silent for a moment as he covered his eyes with his arms and mumbled, yes, Siruo is dead. Dead, regardless of everything, Fan Yu's fever had finally subsided. Hu Jingjing looked at his sleeping face and helped him tidy up his room before leaving Fan Yu's apartment. However, the entire scene was captured by the paparazzi that had been following Hu Jingjing. So, the news intensified to the point where Hu Jingjing used sex to trade and had an inappropriate relationship with Hai Rui's artist's director. Fan Yu's fever had subsided, but after seeing this piece of news, his head hurt even more. Originally, there was news of Hu Jingjing breaking up with Zhen Mani because of Tongning and news of Hu Jingjing teaching Zhen Mani's fans a lesson. But, in the end, it turned into Hu Jingjing's personal problems and even dragged Fan Yu into it. Zhen Mani originally thought she could use this incident to put Tongning in her place. But, with Hu Jingjing's involvement, the direction of public opinion was completely wrong. Hai Rui released a shocking piece of news to divert the public's attention. As a result, the public's attention was also diverted. But, even if the incident calmed down, their fates would still be closely intertwined with each other and there was no way they could escape. As Hai Rui's celebration dinner was just around the corner, Tongning and Zhen Mani were once again mentioned. As Mo Ting's manager and the CEO of Hai Rui, no one knew which side he would stand on and who he would be more willing to protect. While Long Jia was picking out a dress for Tongning, she was a little worried. Tongning, if you and Jinmani were to get into a fight, who do you think boss will side with? After all, Jinmani's status in Hai Rui is quite important. If he is even slightly biased, it would definitely have a huge impact on everyone else in Hai Rui. Tongning sat in front of her dressing table and looked at herself in the mirror. I'm not sure either. But, I hope Jinmani stays true to her role. I'm guessing boss will still choose you. Is it that important? Tongning asked. No matter how Mo Ting handles this incident, I will support his decision. If boss really chooses Jinmani, won't you feel the slightest bit sad? Who are you trying to fool? Long Jia scoffed. If boss chooses Jinmani, I will no longer be his fan. Who cares about you being his fan? I don't care. Everyone wants to see you and Jinmani on the same stage. This feeling is even more intense than when you went against Mo Euro. Who is Jinmani? She is an A-grade supermodel. Going against her is going to be a lot more interesting. Long Jia placed the dress in front of Tongning. Have you not seen how much trouble Jinmani has caused you recently? Tongning smiled without saying a word. At this time, she received a phone call from Lu Che. Under Long Jia's surprised gaze, Tongning picked up the phone and heard Lu Che's cold voice. Hu Jingjing has been hit again. Hai Rui has blocked the news. Tongning's first reaction was, it was that jerk again. But, Lu Che quickly explained, someone chased after her and made a move on her. At the moment, we don't have any leads. But, our initial suspicions are that Jinmani has something to do with it. After hearing this, Tongning's expression turned cold. This challenge of hers is a bit harsh. But, I will accept this challenge. At Hai Rui, Jinmani wasn't allowed to play any tricks. But, that didn't mean she couldn't do it in private. Mo Ting sent Charlene back to her side so she could get Charlene to make a move on Hu Jingjing. After that, she would deny everything. Apart from teaching Hu Jingjing a lesson for standing on the wrong side, she also wanted to let Hu Jingjing know that she had no place in Hai Rui. Even if Hu Jingjing used dirty tricks to make Mo Ting her manager, she would never be able to surpass her status in Hai Rui. The president already knows about this. Lu Che said to Tongning. Madam, the president will not let this matter pass so easily. Mo Ting had always hated it when people played dirty tricks behind their backs. This time, it happened right under his nose. Not to mention it was Jinmani, even if it was anyone else, he would not let it go. How is Jingjing's injury? The media are currently slandering her and Fang Yu. To prevent them from saying that she was abused by Fang Yu, she is currently hiding at home. Her manager is taking care of her, Lu Che explained. What about the doctor? I'm not sure. After hanging up Lu Che's phone, Tongning gave her husband a phone call. Ting. Mo Ting held on to his phone. He could obviously hear the urgency in Tongning's voice as she tried to suppress her anger. So, he quickly replied, I've already taken care of the matter. Fang Yu has also arranged for a doctor to visit Hu Jingjing. Don't worry. I trust you. But, I want to go see her. Tongning slowly calmed down. Wait for me to take care of something. I'll go with you, Mo Ting said gently. I'll come home later to pick you up. Okay, I'll wait for you. After Tongning hung up the phone, Mo Ting put down his phone. The flames in his eyes were bone-piercingly cold. He placed one hand on his desk and lifted his head to look at Fang Yu. He simply said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. As soon as Fang Yu heard these words, he was shocked. But, he couldn't help but admit, this was Mo Ting. The real Mo Ting was ruthless without any pretense. He was only gentle towards Tongning. But, when it came to Jinmani, there was no way he would go easy on her just because she was a woman. But, we will discuss this matter after Hai Rui's celebration dinner. Fang Yu made a rough plan in his mind before nodding his head and leaving the studio. 7 p.m. Mo Ting arrived home on time. Seeing Tongning sitting lazily on the sofa, not in a good mood, he reached out his hand and tousled her hair. Tongning lifted her head and looked at Mo Ting as she revealed a relaxed smile. She knew with him around, nothing would be a problem. Afterwards, the group arrived at Hu Jingjing's apartment building. However, because of the reporters' encirclement, there was no space for Tongning to walk around. Originally, Long Jia was supposed to step out of the car first to protect Tongning, but Mo Ting, who was sitting beside Tongning, suddenly said, "Let me do it." As soon as Long Jia heard this, she moved to the side to make room for the two. As soon as the paparazzi saw Long Jia, they immediately knew who was in the car. So, they began to furiously take pictures of the car. However, as soon as Mo Ting peeked his head out, his cold and handsome face immediately froze. The excited reporter that was about to press the shutter immediately took a few steps back and grabbed onto his partner's arm, whispering, "Stop taking pictures, stop taking pictures." Afterwards, Mo Ting escorted Tongning out of the car and headed straight into Hu Jingjing's apartment. The reporter wanted to follow them, but he didn't have the guts to do anything else. Unless he wanted the agency to close down, he didn't dare to do anything else. Tongning is breaking the rules to have a manager like this. If we want to take pictures of them, it will depend on President Mo's mood. So, I'm betting that Tongning will win the battle between Jinmani and Tongning. After all, it will be a great show. Let's wait and see. Since President Mo is here, we might as well stop taking pictures. If we anger him, no one will have a good ending. The reporters downstairs began to discuss amongst themselves. Although they wanted to obtain some valuable first-hand information, they were afraid of Mo Ting. Afterwards, Tongning knocked on the door. Hu Jingjing's manager carefully asked who it was. After Tongning revealed her identity, the manager carefully opened the door and invited them in. As soon as the manager saw Mo Ting, although she did not say a word, she couldn't help but secretly wipe away her tears. Tongning knew why she was crying, so she reminded her to hurry into the bathroom and tidy herself up. As Hu Jingjing was in her bedroom, Mo Ting did not enter. Tongning went to the kitchen to fetch Mo Ting a glass of water. After calming her man down, she entered Hu Jingjing's bedroom. To be honest, as soon as she saw Hu Jingjing, Tongning almost burst into tears. The corner of Hu Jingjing's mouth was swollen and her left cheekbone was covered in blood. From her appearance alone, she was almost unrecognizable. But, she was still smiling. She was still smiling. "Why are you here?" Hu Jingjing tried to cover up, but Tongning quickly grabbed onto her arm. "What are you trying to hide in front of me?" Tongning's eyes turned red. "I told you not to get involved in the past, yet you didn't listen. Don't you know I have Mo Ting to protect me? There's no point talking about this now." A moment later, Mo Ting appeared behind the couple. He glanced at Hu Jingjing and said to Tongning, "Leave us for now. I have something to say to Hu Jingjing." Tongning turned around and looked at Mo Ting in surprise. However, Mo Ting looked at her comfortingly. Tongning nodded her head and stood up. Facing Mo Ting on her own, Hu Jingjing was a little nervous. She wanted to stand up, but Mo Ting stopped her. "Lie down. I wonder what President Mo wants to talk to me about." Mo Ting's aura was cold as he twirled the wedding ring between his fingers. "If you truly have Tongning's best interests in mind, then don't cause her any more trouble and make her worry. President Mo should know why I want to aggravate their conflict. Did you think I would hurt Tongning just to balance the relationship between Hai Rui and myself? With me, there is no such thing as trying to cover things up." Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. "So, you don't need to keep using yourself to test my attitude. I simply hope Tongning's marriage is worth it. Whether she's worth it or not is between us. As for what I do, I don't need to tell you. Seeing that you truly care for Tongning, I won't hold it against you. But don't make another sacrifice like this and hurt yourself. That's not worth it." After speaking, Mo Ting stood up, walked out of Hu Jingjing's room and returned to Tongning's side. Tongning stood up from the sofa and smiled at him. In reality, she could roughly guess what he wanted to say. "At the celebration dinner, I will definitely fight for you," Tongning promised in seriousness. "I've always believed in you, and this time will be the same." On the way home, Tongning suddenly thought of Feng Yu's daughter. She asked, "Why does Feng Yu have a daughter? He's already married?" Mo Ting wrapped his arm around her and replied calmly, "According to our information, he is not married. As for his daughter, I'm afraid only he knows." "Are you still trying to get him and Hu Jingjing together?" Tongning shook her head. This time, she was simply worried about Feng Yu. Seeing her confused expression, Mo Ting gently pinched her neck. "It's fine, don't worry so much. Can I be more worried than you? Ever since Mo Ting became her manager, everything about her had been under his control. Even small things like when she showered or when she went to sleep, Tong Ning asked Mo Ting in return. However, Tong Ning never felt annoyed. Mo Ting was such a dazzling person, yet he was willing to be so considerate for her. What else could she ask for? Tomorrow night is Hai Rui's celebration dinner. Tomorrow afternoon, Long Jia will accompany you to get your hair done. I can do it myself. You must go, Mo Ting said meaningfully. Tong Ning couldn't dissuade him, so she nodded her head. I'll listen to you. Who asked you to be my manager? You can't wear the dress that Long Jia chose, it's too casual. I will get Lu Che to deliver it to you tomorrow morning. Mo Ting casually looked at Long Jia with disdain. However, Long Jia did not feel angry at all. This meant that Mo Ting valued Tong Ning more than anything else. Because, whether Tong Ning or Zhenmani won or lost, it all depended on Mo Ting's attitude. Whoever this man declared to be the winner would be the winner. Late that night, two people called Hu Jingjing. The first one was Zhenmani. I heard you were injured. It's not serious, right? Who did you offend? Zhenmani, aren't you tired of acting like this? Hu Jingjing let out a gentle laugh as she sat up from the bed and violently coughed twice. The assistant heard this and hurriedly brought her a cushion. It's just that you weren't ruthless enough. I'm still half dead. Since you've guessed it, I have nothing to say. I'm just teaching you a small lesson. Hu Jingjing, do you believe me? I have the ability to make you spend the rest of your life in violence. Of course I do. Hu Jingjing replied confidently. However, there was not a single trace of fear in her voice, but, you've really gotten carried away. I can do whatever I want. Who can control me? Let me tell you. As long as I spread the news that Star King is interested in inviting me, Mo Ting can only panic. When you say this, do you feel confident? Hu Jingjing laughed. Just you wait and see. This celebration dinner will reveal Tong Ning's status. I can also see through you. After speaking, Hu Jingjing hung up the phone. There was nothing left to say to Zhenmani. From the moment she joined Hai Rui, the artists were like a family. As long as they needed help, they would definitely help each other. But, there were still people who were greedy. Next was Fan Yu. As soon as she saw this phone number, Hu Jingjing fell into a daze. Actually, after the past few days of gossip, she knew that Fan Yu had caused quite a bit of trouble. Since he already had a daughter, she didn't want to drag him down with her. So, Hu Jingjing did not take it. Fan Yu thought she had already gone to bed, so he sent her a message to check on her. Are you okay? As soon as Hu Jingjing saw these words, she let out a deep sigh and deleted the message without hesitation. Everything would pass. Everything would get better. She still wanted to go see the Frenchman beautifully. Not long after, it was 3 p.m. the next day. That night, the Fei Tian Awards ceremony was to be held. After the ceremony, Hai Rui would be celebrating. This was originally a competition for acting skills and was an important award ceremony. After all, the Fei Tian Awards was the highest goal an actor could achieve before they stepped onto the international stage. It was a very valuable award. So, the red carpet tonight was going to be extremely lively. As a model, she originally didn't have much to do with the celebration dinner. But, she didn't want to miss out on Hai Rui's 20th anniversary. So, under Mo Ting's arrangements, she went to a styling store called Luminous. This styling store only catered to celebrities and had served many well-known figures. If it was a minor celebrity, they would have to make a phone call to make an appointment. In some cases, it was impossible to make an appointment. Isn't it better to come earlier? Why did boss insist on us arriving at this time? Long Jia complained as she looked at the crowded Luminous store. These people were all famous artists, but in order to compete with each other, they had no choice but to arrive early and queue up like normal people. Tong Ning, wait here. I'll go look for the best stylist. Tong Ning pulled out a limited edition gold card from her handbag and handed it to Long Jia. Use this. Long Jia received the card from Tong Ning and immediately revealed a love-struck expression. Did boss make this for you? I'm not sure, he gave it to me last night. Tong Ning shook her head as she sat on the sofa. indicating that she had no idea what the card did. The waiter noticed the card in Tongning's hand, so he approached her and said, "Hello, Mississippi. You are holding a limited edition card from stylist Ching. Please take a seat, I will immediately invite him out." It turned out, the limited edition card could be used by different people. Tongning nodded her head and looked at the time. The celebration dinner would only start at 10 p.m., so it was still within the time limit. However, at this time, the people around them began to point at Tongning. "Isn't that Tongning? I've never seen her here before. Furthermore, she's holding a limited edition gold card. Zhenmani is also inside. This is going to be a good show." Tongning is indeed gentle and weak. If she were to fight with Zhenmani, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? That may not be the case. Tongning always catches people off guard. Hearing these discussions, Tongning did not say a word. She simply took note of the fact that Zhenmani was also here. She also understood why Mo Ting had insisted for her to arrive at this time. It was because he already knew Zhenmani would be here. A moment later, the waiter walked out and said apologetically to Tongning, "Sorry miss, Mr. Ching is currently serving someone else. But, if you are in a hurry, Mr. Ching will give you priority." "How long will I have to wait?" "Around 3 hours, the waiter replied. Tongning furrowed her brows and asked, "Who is he serving?" "Miss Zhenmani." "In that case, tell him to come over." "I am in a hurry." As soon as she heard Zhenmani's name, Tongning immediately snatched the waiter away. After the waiter left, Long Jia approached Tongning and let out a laugh. "Tongning, are you really going to fight with Zhenmani for her? Since she can serve me first, why wouldn't I? I'm really in a rush." Tongning replied calmly without a single hint of her black-bellied aura. Long Jia pouted as she suddenly understood what her boss was trying to say. There was a reason why her boss asked Tongning to come at a time like this and why he gave her a limited edition stylist card. As the old saying goes, this husband and wife are truly black-bellied. Wasn't it obvious they were here to humiliate Zhenmani? This wife-doting boss was obviously giving Tongning a chance to vent her anger. Afterwards, the elegant waiter returned to Tongning and politely invited her into the VIP waiting room. At this time, Zhenmani emerged from the waiting room and the two women came face to face. Of course. Although they had never met before, they were no longer strangers. Tongning was obviously taller than Zhenmani, so Zhenmani did not have an aura that could overwhelm her. However, even though the two women had never met before, their gazes were like daggers that slashed at each other like they wanted nothing more than to turn the other into a bloody mess. "So it's you." As soon as the small-time celebrities heard Zhenmani's voice, they immediately gathered around. Was there going to be a good show? Were the two about to have a showdown right now? "Since you're a junior, then let me go first." Zhenmani turned around to return to her seat as if it was the right thing to do. She had always used the stylist and had never heard of a VIP limited edition card. Just now, when the waiter explained the situation to her, she had never been so embarrassed. How dare she wait for someone else? It was all because she didn't follow the rules and always did things her own way. Everyone thought Tongning would definitely give way to Zhenmani. After all, in terms of professionalism, Tongning was slightly inferior and her status in Hai Rui was far from Zhenmani's. But, to everyone's surprise, Tongning directly replied, "Sorry, I'm in a rush." Everyone was in an uproar. How could Tongning remain so calm no matter what situation she was in? This was Zhenmani they were talking about. Zhenmani, even in the modeling industry, not many people dared to act arrogantly in front of her. Yet, Tongning dared to steal her stylist? Zhenmani was also stunned. With her arms crossed, she turned around and glared at Tongning. The dominance and anger in her eyes caused her to do something shocking. She lifted her hand, ready to slap Tongning across the face. Unfortunately, Tongning grabbed onto her hand and threw a beautiful slap across the face. Everyone was dumbfounded by the slap. Zhenmani tilted her head. His eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Tongning flicked her wrist, regretting she had used too much force. Oh God, Tongning hit Zhenmani. Tongning actually dared to hit Zhenmani. Zhenmani refused to admit defeat as she threw another slap at Tongning. However, this time, Tongning grabbed onto Zhenmani's hands, crossed them and pushed them away. Could it be that Senior's hobby is to throw slaps at people for no reason? Tongning. As soon as everyone heard Zhenmani's name, they felt their teeth clench in anger. But Tongming did not show any signs of fear. Instead, her voice turned even colder. This slap is simply to tell you that Jingjing's injury will return to you sooner or later. Just because Mo Ting is your manager, you think you can act arrogantly? Tongming let out a gentle laugh as she raised her card and waved it around. Yes, do you think you have the right to do so? Hearing Tongming's relentless provocation, the surrounding guests were shocked. They all thought, based on Tongming's delicate appearance, she would definitely lose to the arrogant Zhenmani. After all, Zhenmani was a person that enjoyed excitement and was also a fan of extreme sports when she was overseas. But Tongming's performance had completely shattered their expectations. Of course, they had no idea, while the great boss was Tongming's manager, he was also her personal trainer. So, while training Tongming, he made sure to specifically target her strength. Last time, she had slapped someone across the face 4 times in a row. How painful was that? Zhenmani had been slapped, but there was nothing she could do. After being humiliated, all she could do was push the stylist aside and leave the VIP waiting room. Tongming already knew what Zhenmani was thinking. Of course, she wasn't going to let Zhenmani bully her. Since an opportunity had presented itself, she had to grab hold of it. Not to mention, this opportunity came from her own husband. Tongming turned around and noticed the crowd had yet to leave. She smiled and said to the group, I'm sure everyone is aware of Zhenmani's temper. If the embarrassing scene of her being slapped by me was to be uploaded online, I'm sure. How could we be so nosy? Even if we aren't afraid of Zhenmani, we are still afraid of Hai Rui. Above all, President Mo is your manager. The small-time celebrities expressed that they were simply here to watch the show and were impressed by her courage. Tongming smiled at everyone and did not say another word. Afterwards, the stylist closed the door behind her. However, outside, the small-time celebrities were in an uproar. Did you guys notice the way Tongming looked at us at the end? Why did I feel like she was a little cool? Didn't you guys hear what Tongming said? Tongming mentioned Hu Jingjing's injury. I previously heard rumors that Hu Jingjing had been beaten up for no reason. From the looks of it, it was Zhenmani's doing. No wonder Tongming wanted to teach Zhenmani a lesson. I'm actually quite happy to have a friend like Tongming. Behind the door, Long Jia was sitting to one side laughing happily. Thinking about Zhenmani's embarrassed expression a moment ago, she felt her mood lighten up. Tongming looked at Long Jia as she got her makeup done. Are you done laughing? Come over and help me. Tongming, tonight's banquet will definitely be even more exciting. Tongming did not say a word. She lowered her head calmly. Aren't you worried about getting hit? Are you kidding me? I also have a boyfriend. Long Jia lifted up her phone and looked at Lu Chei's photo with a sweet smile. So, because of the nourishment of love, you've gained weight? Long Jia, how have I gained weight? Long Jia's face turned red, unwilling to admit it. In reality, ever since Lu Chei discovered she liked to eat, he had been taking her everywhere to look for delicious food. It seemed, he was completely unaware of her worries. If you're like this, do you still want to eat nutritious meals with me? There aren't many people in this world that have such abnormal self-control, Long Jia retorted. Let's not continue on this topic. A moment ago, Lu Chei gave me a phone call to say that boss has placed tonight's dress here. You will need to try it on in a moment. Okay, Tongming nodded. I really want to see you wear boss's dress and defeat Zhenmani in a second. I'm so looking forward to tonight's banquet. My heart can't take it anymore. Long Jia was the first person to receive Tongming's dress. As soon as she opened the box and saw the finished product, she was so shocked that her mouth could be stuffed with a duck egg. Not only that, she immediately went online to look up the price of the dress. Seeing the estimated price was marked with a row of zeros, she was so shocked that she fell to the ground. Tongming. This is Catherine Walker's premium collection. There is only one in the entire world and it is a brand used by the British royal family. Long Jia carefully put down the box. Even a single thread on the dress was worth years of a normal person's income. Most importantly, there was a card inside the box, for my beloved wife. This. Boss bought it? Long Jia felt like she was about to faint. Boss doted on his wife to the point of squandering. Long Jia was deeply worried for Hai Rui's future. There was a reason why Long Jia was so exaggerated. Don't be fooled by the fact that when celebrities walked the red carpet, they all wore premium custom-made gowns from luxury brands. In reality, most of these gowns were sponsored by the brands they represented. Even a rich celebrity that appeared on the Forbes list every year wouldn't necessarily be able to afford a premium custom-made gown from a luxury brand. There were billions of people in the world, but only a few thousand people could afford to wear premium custom-made clothing. This was why Long Jia was so shocked. Tongming stood up from her makeup table and walked over to Long Jia. She then pulled out the dress from the box. It was a half-sleeved dress made from a semi-transparent material. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was the design on the body of the dress. It was a light blue and purple starry sky. As for the stars on the body of the dress, they were actually white diamonds that emitted a bright glow. Oh God, it's so beautiful. Oh my God. Long Jia covered her mouth in surprise. Tongming, hurry and put it on. Hurry. Go try it on. Wearing such a beautiful dress makes me feel guilty, Tongming said as she rubbed the dress against her body. Afterwards, she discovered there was another set of clothes inside the box. Tongming was a little confused, so she gave Mo Ting a phone call. Why? Are there two sets? Mo Ting had just finished an important meeting. Thinking about the surprised expression on Tongming's face when she saw the gown, he couldn't help but feel happy. However, there was a reason why he had prepared two gowns. So, he explained, why don't you wear the business suit for now? Wifey, I will have to trouble you to be my manager and assistant tonight. Mo Ting's attitude was firm. It was true that he was the CEO of Hai Rui, but it didn't mean that he was on Jin Mani's side. He had asked Tongming to be his manager and the privilege of a manager was. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I'll listen to you. Just like how you listen to me. What about the other dress? When do you want me to wear it? It's a secret for now. Tongming smiled. She had a feeling Mo Ting had other surprises up his sleeves. So, she didn't probe any further. She simply retrieved the professional suit from the box and handed it to Long Jia to iron. How did this happen? Are you going to wear this? Long Jia asked in surprise. What was she trying to do instead of wearing a custom-made gown? The suit in Long Jia's hands was a white shirt and a pink A-line skirt. It was a professional suit. Although it was still Catherine Walker's clothes, it looked a lot more normal. Hurry and go, Tongming was actually looking forward to being Mo Ting's manager. In other words, she wanted to do Lu Che's job. But did Lu Che dare to order Mo Ting around? Did she dare? Mo Ting's words echoed in her mind. He actually rarely called her that. Even in bed, he would never call her by those embarrassing nicknames. But, hearing it today, she felt it was very natural and comfortable. Long Jia had no idea what Tongming was planning. All she knew was, if she was to appear like this, Jin Mani would laugh at her. What was she thinking? Was boss planning to sacrifice Tongming? Just as Long Jia was in a state of confusion, Lu Che gave her a phone call. Are you free tonight? Today is such an important day. What do you think? Huh? Aren't you going to attend Hai Rui's celebration dinner with boss? Plus, I need to keep Tongming company. The president has an assistant tonight, so you don't need to follow the madam. Come out and meet my parents. Long Jia. 2 days ago, I told them about our situation, so they immediately flew over from City A. Long Jia suddenly panicked. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? How am I supposed to meet them in my current state? Don't worry, it's just a meeting. Long Jia suddenly hung up Lu Che's phone. She felt a little angry. Meeting his parents wasn't a small matter. Especially since they had just gotten together. This made her think that Lu Che had been forced to get married by his family. Since he felt she was suitable, he agreed to be with her. What's wrong? Tongming asked as she noticed the strange expression on Long Jia's face. Lu Che wants me to meet his parents. Why doesn't he give me more time? You and boss have been married for so long and he hasn't forced you to meet his parents. He has given you enough respect. I am simply a little anxious. What do you plan to do then? I don't want to meet them yet, Long Jia replied straightforwardly. Tongning, what I fear the most is that after our relationship has passed its passionate phase, we will face all sorts of problems. But, we haven't even passed our passionate phase yet. Isn't the order reversed? In that case, you should clarify things with Lu Che. Long Jia thought for a moment and pulled out her phone to give Lu Che a phone call. However, Lu Che called first. I won't meet them. It's just the two of us. Let's have dinner tonight. What about them? They went to my uncle's house. Long man, they don't have any bad intentions. You don't know how good my parents are. But, let's talk about it after you're ready. Are you so sure that I want to be with you forever? Long Jia finally humped in satisfaction. Is being in a relationship for fun? That's not what I meant. Okay, let's have dinner together, Long Jia lowered her head and giggled. After dinner, let's go to my house. After hearing this, Long Jia's face turned red. I'm not going. Tongning watched Long Jia's face change from dark clouds to clear skies. She felt a little helpless. Long Jia, it's about time. Give me my clothes. Are you sure you want to wear this? Long Jia asked again. Yep, this is it. In a moment, drive me to Hai Rui and you can go on a date with Lu Che. Tongning nodded her head confidently. Mo Ting did not ask her to enter the venue with him. He wanted her to follow her original plan and enter the venue on her own. Thinking about Zhen Mani's mocking gaze, she couldn't wait to see Zhen Mani's defeated expression. Zhen Mani had been slapped by Tongning. From the time she was born until now, she had never endured such humiliation. So, as soon as she returned to the van, she slapped Charlene across the face twice. However, the hatred in her heart couldn't be dispelled. Charlene's face quickly swelled up. As a person with dignity, to be hit and scolded by Zhen Mani at the slightest provocation, the hatred in her heart had already seeped into her blood and quickly spread throughout her body. Immediately give Mo Ting a phone call. Otherwise, I will never be able to take this lying down. Why would President Mo pick up a phone call from someone like me? Charlene asked as she swallowed her anger. Zhen Mani thought about it for a moment and realized Mo Ting wasn't someone that just anyone could talk to. So, she personally made a phone call to the CEO's office. President, Zhen Mani is on the line. Do you want to pick up? Lu Che asked. I think it's because of the slap you received from the madam. After hearing Lu Che's words, Mo Ting replied without lifting his head, pick her up. On the other end of the phone, Zhen Mani was a little overwhelmed. So, she subconsciously became more polite. President Mo, what is it? Mo Ting's voice was extremely cold. Today at Luminous, Tongning hit me. Since you are her manager, I had no choice but to contact you. Over a small matter like this? Mo Ting asked. Be magnanimous and learn from Hu Jingjing. Hearing these serious words, Lu Che couldn't help but let out a laugh. He thought to himself, Zhen Mani, who are you complaining to? At the mention of Hu Jingjing, Zhen Mani's face turned red. At the same time, she felt a little guilty. Mo Ting's words were obviously implying that Tongning had only slapped her once, yet she had left her half dead. Even though Hu Jingjing hadn't gotten even with you, how could you have the nerve to call me and complain about this slap? Zhen Mani was so angry that she lifted her phone and threw it at Charlene. Let's go to the banquet. Charlene held back her tears as she followed behind Zhen Mani in humiliation. She even thought to herself, how great would it be if Tongning could embarrass this woman a few more times. Only then would he feel happy in his heart. The Grand Fei Tian Awards ceremony had already begun in front of everyone. In the live broadcast channel, the award ceremony was unveiling the winners of each award. At this moment, Donnie was at Hu Jingjing's apartment. Just before she left for the banquet, she received a phone call from Mo Ting informing her that he would be attending the Fei Tian Awards ceremony as a guest. He told her to wait for a while, he would pick her up later to attend Hai Rui's celebration dinner. I heard about what happened at Luminous today. It's spreading like wildfire. Zhen Mani has a face that needs to be taught a lesson, Tongning said calmly as she sat by Hu Jingjing's bedside. Plus, she started the fight. What is this? Long Jia smiled mysteriously as she stood behind the two. Lu Che just told me that Zhen Mani even called boss to complain. Guess what the president said? Long Jia cleared her throat, straightened her back and mimicked Mo Ting, just because of a small thing like this? Be magnanimous and learn from Hu Jingjing. Tongning shook her head helplessly, but Hu Jingjing smiled, even though her smile made her wounds hurt. It's quite similar, mainly because the lines are awesome. However, those people outside are really too much. Everyone is trying to predict who will be the winner between you and Jinmani tonight. They've even brought out their sexy hips and long legs to talk about. Moreover, are these people blind? He actually said Jinmani has a high chance of winning because boss is an ambitious businessman. He wouldn't hurt Hai Rui's foundation just for a little bit of money. Bullsh****, that's because boss didn't meet our Tongning before, that's why he was so cold-blooded. That's not right. Boss is also cold-blooded and heartless towards others. He's only normal towards Tongning. After hearing Long Jia's words, Hu Jingjing turned to look at Tongning. I have a feeling President Mo is going to cause quite a commotion tonight. I still haven't recovered from the shock of him announcing that he will be my manager, Tongning sighed helplessly. Don't take it for granted. Hu Jingjing pointed to Mo Ting on stage with her chin, have you noticed? Even when a female celebrity takes a photo with your husband, he won't put his arm around their shoulders or waist. In fact, when he sees someone sticking close to him, he will even take a step to the side. Of course, Tongning noticed. Haze, I must have been thinking too much. Now that I think about it, Tongning, you are the one who hasn't done enough for President Mo. Tongning nodded her head, I really haven't done anything for him. But, you've finally seen how well he treats me. The couple chatted for a while. Not long after, Tongning received a phone call from Mo Ting. Tongning glanced at Hu Jingjing. Hu Jingjing smiled, hurry up and go. Don't let me down. Long Jia will stay behind to keep you company. After speaking, Tongning stood up and left Hu Jingjing's apartment. Downstairs, she spotted Mo Ting's sports car. In the past, whenever Mo Ting went out, he always kept a low profile and never drove an overly eye-catching limited edition sports car. But, ever since he announced that he would be her manager, he no longer hid it. Actually, she was aware that Mo Ting had plenty of sports cars in the garage. Seeing Tongning arrive downstairs, Mo Ting pushed open the car door and walked around the front of the car to open it for her. Today, Mo Ting was dressed in a burgundy lapel handmade suit with a black vest underneath. His entire body exuded an aura of nobility. However, when it came to the color, Tongning noticed that her business suit was also pink. This man, he really was. Are you going to wear a wedding ring today, or should I wear a wedding ring? Mo Ting asked on the way. Huh? Tongning didn't quite understand what he meant. What I mean is, I want to wear a wedding ring today. Tongning looked at the wedding ring between his fingers and smiled. She then removed the ring in her hand, but, everyone knows I have this ring. If you wear it too. If you don't look at the inner ring, you won't be able to tell that we are wearing wedding rings. Then, what's there for me to remove? Tongning removed half of the ring and put it back on. Mo Ting couldn't help but chuckle. At a red light, he hooked his arm around Tongning's neck and kissed her. When the light turned green, he released her, I'm not sure why, but standing on stage today, I suddenly thought, if you were to enter the film and television industry, I wonder what it would be like. My singing isn't bad either. Do you want to release an album for me? Tongning couldn't help but ask. Life is long, there are bound to be things to try. Tongning smiled and did not say another word. Film and television, maybe. The awards ceremony has already ended, yet you specifically came to pick me up. Doesn't that mean the celebration dinner has already started? Tongning suddenly remembered. Yes, but I am the CEO. Do I have to be punctual? Hai Rui's celebration dinner was filled with glamorous lights and superstars. Under the luxurious crystal chandeliers, the celebrities chatted happily as they held their wine glasses to the sound of elegant music. Waiters shuttled back and forth with trays in their hands. Every now and then, they would bump into male and female celebrities exchanging glances with each other and occasionally hear gossip about other agencies. This was all because the CEO of Hai Rui, Mo Ting, had yet to appear at the celebration dinner. Although Hai Rui had always been united, they couldn't help but discuss Jinmani's matter. As long as they didn't bring her out of the agency, everything was fine. Tonight, even the Best Actor and Best Actress awards are not as glorious as Xianxia and Tongning. Hey, whose side are you on? In comparison, I'm on Tongning's side, two female celebrities said. It's obvious that Xianxia's heart no longer belongs to Hai Rui. Since she no longer belongs to Hai Rui, she is no longer our friend. So, no matter what, I will stand on Tongning's side. Plus, haven't you noticed that Hu Jingjing isn't here today? The woman looked around and nodded her head. Yes, I've noticed. What's going on? She was beaten up by Xianxia. I heard she can't even get out of bed. She's gone too far. Meanwhile, the other male celebrities were also discussing. I have a question for you guys. Are you going to choose a sexy bottom or a pair of long legs? One is hot and sexy, the other is quiet and cold. I don't think either one is a bad choice. Do you think you have the right to choose a pair of long legs? From a man's point of view, President Mo will definitely choose Xianxia. After all, he needs to maintain the internal stability of Hai Rui. I don't think so. Is President Mo the type of person to be threatened? Everyone had their own opinions. It seemed, everyone had their own opinions. Of course, their discussions were focused on who Mo Ting would choose. They would never personally attack someone from the agency. Only Xianxia would do something like this. Look, it looks like Xianxia has arrived. A moment later, Xianxia appeared wearing a deep V-neck black dress that tightly wrapped around her beautiful figure. She walked like a supermodel and purposely wore stilettos as she dragged her dress along as she entered Hai Rui's ballroom. From a single glance, Xianxia's figure was indeed the pinnacle. She was good at using her body to her advantage and accentuate the beauty of her chest and bottom. As soon as they saw Xianxia, quite a few male celebrities subconsciously reacted as they grabbed a glass of iced wine to extinguish the flames burning in their bodies. Xianxia was satisfied with the crowd's reaction. In her eyes, she was the king of the runway and everyone had to fall head over heels for her. And from the way these men looked at her, she could tell that she had done it. She was still so confident and charming. And the way the men looked at her, she and Xianxia knew she had already done. And was and Ming. Mo and Zhen and would be. Edition Xianxia's beauty was ostentatious. In fact, because of her strong personality, she carried a sense of aggressiveness and wildness. Although she was beautiful, she made it hard for people to approach her. Hey, Xianxia is already here. I'm so envious of her breasts and butt. Comparisons are always odious. With Xianxia's current appearance, I'm sure no matter what Tongning wears, nothing can compare to her beauty. That's hard to say. After all, the CEO is the manager. You even said that if the CEO attended tonight as the CEO of Hai Rui, Tongning would have nothing to do with it. That means the CEO is still on Xianxia's side. The artists present quickly gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss the hot topic of the day. Especially after Xianxia's appearance, they felt like they wanted Tongning to attend, but were afraid of her at the same time. Their palms were sweating from nervousness. Are you coming or not? How would I know? The banquet was still going on, and the performing guests also went on stage one after another to perform. They were either the most popular songs or popular street dances, and there were even popular young male actors. As long as they stood on the stage, even if they did nothing, they could still let their senior brothers and sisters see a picture of a handsome man in its original form. Tongning must be too scared to show herself. Xianxia stood in the middle of the crowd with a glass of red wine in her hand. Her voice was a little loud, like she wasn't afraid of being heard. The people around her were stunned. No matter how beautiful Xianxia was, they didn't want to take a second look at her. Not long after, a commotion broke out at the entrance of the banquet hall. It didn't take long before Mo Ting appeared in front of everyone's eyes. From the way Mo Ting was dressed, it was obvious he was attending as the CEO of Hai Rui. A portion of the people were a little disappointed. They thought there would be some suspense. Meanwhile, Xianxia's lips curved upwards. She knew she wouldn't lose. Xianxia is going to be pleased with herself this time. Tongning didn't even attend, the others once again began to discuss amongst themselves. I know, right? Look at Xianxia's face. Wait, the CEO even brought a woman with him. Isn't that Tongning? Where? The one following behind the CEO in business attire. Not only these two, everyone else also noticed Tongning wasn't dressed in a glamorous gown, nor did she make a grand entrance. Instead, she was dressed in business attire as she followed beside Mo Ting. Who was considered to have won? Mo Ting was attending as the CEO of Hai Rui. But he also brought Tongning with him. As soon as Xianxia saw this, her smile froze on her face as she felt a little upset. Mo Ting's actions seemed to be telling her that Tongning didn't come to Hai Rui because of him. How could she compete just because he said so? It was all up to Tongning to cooperate. A moment later, the award-winning actor approached Mo Ting with a glass of wine in his hand and thanked him. But, just as he was about to give him a toast, Mo Ting turned to look at the woman behind him questioningly. It was like he was asking if he could have a drink. Tongning froze for a moment before she understood what Mo Ting meant and nodded her head. Seeing this, the actor couldn't help but laugh. President Mo, are you asking for junior sister's opinion? Does she need to control how she drinks? Previously, when I was her manager, she complained that I was controlling her too much. So, today, she suggested she be my manager instead. Mo Ting explained as he raised his glass and clinked glasses with the man. I never thought junior sister had the potential to be a manager. The man couldn't help but laugh. However, this is the first time I've seen President Mo being controlled. It's quite refreshing. After speaking, the actor turned his gaze to Tongning. I really need to thank junior sister for being able to see President Mo like this. Tongning also raised her glass in a toast. This was the youngest best actor in history. He actually called her junior sister. If his fangirls were to find out, wouldn't they go crazy with jealousy? The young best actor wearing a white tuxedo looked at the inseparable couple sitting opposite him and saw the rings on their fingers. Although he was aware of their relationship, he still couldn't help but sigh. President Mo sure is lucky. Tongning understood the deeper meaning behind his words. Her eyes darkened, but the man simply smiled and raised another glass to Tongning. Junior sister, if you need any help in the future, feel free to let me know. Especially if you want to enter the film and television industry. Thank you, senior brother. When such a scene fell into everyone's eyes, they all felt shocked. From the looks of it, Xianxia had won. After all, it was the CEO of Hai Rui. But Mo Ting brought Tongning along with him. Not only did he introduce her to famous artists and help her open up her social circle, he also made an extremely affectionate gesture in front of everyone. Hey, did you guys see the rings on their fingers? The artists started gossiping again. But, based on the design, it doesn't look like a couple's. Plus, I've seen Tongning's interview with Feng Kai. She likes LM's rings, so it's not strange for her to wear one. It's not strange for Tongning to wear one. But, when have you ever seen the president wear one? Could it be that the president bought it because Tongning was wearing it? If that's the case, then it's too sweet. Have you noticed? Tongning doesn't need to wear a gown. As long as she's by the president's side, she's already dazzling enough. Of course. No matter who it is, if they receive the president's constant attention, they would also be dazzling. From the moment that Mo Ting appeared with Tongning, Xianxia had already been overshadowed by him. No matter how powerful she was, no matter how eye-catching she was, she could never be as eye-catching as Mo Ting and Tongning combined. In everyone's eyes, Tongning was a legend. What others took years or even decades to achieve, she did it in 3 to 4 months. She had gone from being an outdated top model to returning to her rightful position. No, she was still one step away. But, not just one step, even if there were many more steps, she wouldn't have to worry. Because, the big boss of the entertainment industry, Mo Ting, had actually announced that he would be her exclusive manager. Exclusive. Yet, no one thought she was relying on luck, because every step she took caused a sensation and attracted everyone's attention. She fought her way to where she was today. So, it wasn't strange that she attracted Mo Ting's attention. But, the reality was, Mo Ting had been a participant from day one. The actress also approached Mo Ting. After a simple greeting, the actress smiled at Tongning. Junior sister, I really want to raise a toast to you. Actually, on the way here with Mo Ting, Tongning had already drunk quite a lot. Her usual alcohol tolerance was only 1 glass, but today, she had exceeded her usual limit. Translator, MO editor, editor, MO editor, MO to MO, boss, I Ning MO, MO, I to say, Xing, junior brother, I. The actress smiled as she clinked glasses with MO Ting. Although she felt it was a shame that a man like Tongning had been abducted, she couldn't bring herself to hate Tongning. After all, Tongning had worked hard. So, in their hearts, they truly treated Tongning as their junior sister. Although she wasn't young, in the entertainment industry, Tongning was still considered young. They had experienced more darkness and seen more filth. The only reason they had gotten to where they were today was because they had broken their teeth countless times. Who said I can't do it? Perhaps it was because she had drunk a little. Tongning naturally hooked her arms around Mo Ting's arm like there was no one else around. Mo Ting did not struggle as he allowed her to hold onto his arm. He then led her to one side to get some rest. Many people saw this scene, and screams rose and fell one after another. This meant the two were already in a semi-public relationship, they simply hadn't admitted it yet. Of course, everyone had reason to believe that Mo Ting was serious. He was different from others. Before Tongning, he had never been involved in any scandals. Tongning was the first that everyone envied. Hey, did you guys see the expression on Xianxia's face? You don't say. When she first arrived, I really thought she was going to win. To be honest, everyone in Hai Rui supports each other. If Xianxia continues to stay, I will feel uncomfortable. I feel like I will be stabbed in the back. Just think about what happened to Jingjing. That's right. In our family, you can be unfriendly, but you can never hurt others. Xianxia heard everyone's discussions, the harsh ridicule and heartless laughter. It seemed, it was all because of her. Over the years, she had done so much for Hai Rui, she had suppressed Star King for so many years. But, in the end, just because of Tongning, everyone had betrayed her. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly gathered her courage as she walked past everyone and arrived in front of Mo Ting and Tongning. President Mo, I, Xianxia, have been with Hai Rui for so many years. I don't think I've done anything wrong, but I feel the Hai Rui of today is no longer the Hai Rui of the past. I don't understand. Hai Rui has always relied on its capabilities. But, Xianxia pointed to Tongning and questioned, what right does she have to join Hai Rui? I'm sure this is a question that bothers all of us in Hai Rui. After hearing this, Mo Ting looked past Xianxia and at the others. He realized everyone was shrugging their shoulders innocently. They all expressed that they were not included in the list of people in Hai Rui. Mo Ting leaned back on the sofa. His eyes were sharp, filled with ridicule and a hint of disdain. I'm glad you came to look for me. This means you feel that Tongning is a threat to your position. Aren't you the one being biased? We are both artists of Hai Rui. Why should you be her personal manager? You've always looked down on other artists. Why are you treating Tongning so differently? If one were to ask how the others felt at this moment, the answer would definitely be Xianxia, you sure have guts. The other feeling was that they were so jealous that their teeth were going to fall off. Do I need to tell you who I'm going to be? Don't you think it's hard to convince the public? Hard to convince the public? Mo Ting directly asked the people behind Xianxia. However, they all shook their heads. President Mo, this is definitely not true, everyone replied. Mo Ting, you are simply a hypocrite. You say you can't stand others playing tricks, but you are actually the one playing the most tricks. Xianxia, someone tried to stop her. Did she have a brain? Let her speak. Mo Ting coldly waved his hand to stop the crowd. I've done so much for Hai Rui and helped you. Suppress Star King for so many years. Even if I haven't done anything meritorious, I should at least be thankful for my hard work. But, I've realized, my status in Hai Rui is worse than a newcomer. Is this how Hai Rui does things? Before Tongning arrived, Hai Rui has always been fair and just. Mo Ting, have you been possessed? Xianxia seemed to have found an outlet to vent as she poured out all the frustrations in her heart. Everyone's expressions turned ugly because they noticed that Mo Ting's seemingly indifferent attitude could no longer conceal the evil aura he was emitting. He was like an emperor from ancient times whose authority had been challenged. Mo Ting did not move an inch. Just as he was about to speak, Tongning reached out her hand and stopped him. She's just a woman, there's no need to be angry. I am your manager today, let me handle this. Mo Ting looked at Tongning with a dark expression. But, within his sharp gaze, there was a sense of trust. Under this situation, Tongning had long since awoken from her stupor. It was likely she had overheard someone insulting Mo Ting. She stood up beside Mo Ting. Even though she wasn't wearing a pair of high heels, her aura completely suppressed Xianxia, forcing her to take a few steps back. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to slap me in the face again? Without Hai Rui, would you be where you are today? Tongning asked coldly. I also helped Hai Rui. You helped Hai Rui? Tongning laughed before she continued, don't you think too highly of yourself? Everyone here has relied on Hai Rui to get to where they are today. Did you think that without Hai Rui as your background, people would care about you? You suppressed Star King, which means you still have value. But, Hai Rui can have a second Xianxia, a third Xianxia and a fourth Xianxia. There are plenty of people lining up to enter Hai Rui. Did you think it's easy to train an international supermodel? Xianxia asked in an imposing manner. It's not easy. But, Hai Rui has a best actor from Fei Tian, a best actress from Berlin, a Hollywood martial artist, a popular dance queen in Asia and a singing duo that breaks world records every year. You even have a film studio and a production company. Did Hai Rui rely on you to achieve success? F***CK? Tongning questioned Xianxia in a domineering manner. Not only did her words belittle Xianxia, they also elevated all the superstars present. Everyone rubbed their chins and nodded. They realized that although Tongning looked weak, when she spoke and acted, she could be considered a heroine. Xianxia was at a loss for words. All she could do was stare with her eyes wide open, speechless. After quite some time, she finally laughed, so you're aware that there are so many superstars out there. Why would he take a liking to you and become your manager? Hai Rui's superstars are all talented and capable. Do they really need us? After hearing Tongning's response, the superstars were even more elated. Most importantly, even though they were a little uncomfortable with Mo Ting becoming Tongning's manager, at this moment, they no longer felt it was a big deal. So you admit that you're not strong enough? Then what are you fighting with me for? Tongning asked straightforwardly. In other words, if she admitted that she wasn't strong enough, then she was strong enough. So, why would she lower herself to argue with someone who wasn't strong enough? Was she also feeling guilty about her own abilities? As soon as the surrounding people heard these words, they immediately felt Tongning's power was too high. Her words made Xianxia speechless. By the way, President Mo is my manager. Even if he wants to criticize me, only I can do so because we have signed a contract. Who do you think you are? In front of you, he is merely the CEO of Hai Rui. As for what the CEO of Hai Rui will do to you, I can't wait to see. After speaking, Tongning returned to her original seat and sat down beside Mo Ting. But, her words were too protective. After hearing them, everyone felt like they had been fed a mouthful of dog food. Most importantly, Tongning's aura was enough to make people feel respect. Afterwards, everyone turned their attention back to Mo Ting. Your brand, CC, seems to have used a contracted designer from Hai Rui, right? Withdraw. From today onwards, don't let me hear you use Hai Rui's name to receive any resources again. I can't wait to see how much you have accomplished for Hai Rui. Withdraw the team. Keep the manager. I will treat it like a game and freeze you for a few years. Let's see if Hai Rui's share prices will plummet because of you, Mo Ting said calmly to Xianxia. But, his attitude was obvious, he was announcing that he would freeze Xianxia in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. Although they knew Mo Ting would cause trouble for Xianxia, they didn't expect him to be so direct. Everyone was shocked. Although they knew Mo Ting would definitely cause trouble for Xianxia, they didn't expect him to be so direct. On such an important day like Hai Rui's celebration dinner, they had frozen an international supermodel in front of everyone. I will return everything to zero. I will return everything back to zero. Xianxia was stunned. His eyes were wide open and his entire body was stiff. It was as if he had never imagined that this would be the outcome. She thought she was important. But, in reality, to Hai Rui and Mo Ting, she was merely a slightly famous model. Seeing this, Mo Ting felt it wasn't enough, so he nudged Tongning. Zhenmani has always been unconvinced by you. At this moment, I don't need a manager anymore. Go back to being Tongning and compete with her. Right here? Tongning was a little surprised. Right here, in front of everyone. Mo Ting said in a low voice, I have faith in you. In that case, what do I need to do? Mo Ting looked at Zhenmani and then back at Tongning before replying, go get changed. That'll be enough. Oh God, this is going to be interesting. President Mo shouldn't have hidden Tongning from the start. He should have let Tongning attend as a model. This is going to be interesting. Zhenmani's strengths are her breasts and butt, while Tongning's strengths are her long legs. I wonder what kind of sparks will fly when these two compete. Why do I feel like President Mo is doing this on purpose? Isn't he afraid that Tongning will lose? To be honest, according to Tongning's professional standards, she is not any worse than Zhenmani. Hearing Mo Ting's suggestion, the artists behind him were extremely excited as they began to discuss excitedly. Of course, Tongning had already promised that she would do her best. So, under everyone's gaze, Tongning stood up with her head held high and said domineeringly to Zhenmani, just you wait. When it came to other things, Zhenmani may not have confidence, but when it came to her figure, she had always been proud of it. She was ranked in the top 3 of the world's top 10 breasts. On the runway, this was where she was most confident, she had never lost before. She didn't believe that Tongning had any chance of beating her, even if she had Mo Ting's support. Zhenmani still hadn't recovered from Mo Ting's words. She didn't seem to understand what it meant to be frozen. All she wanted to do right now was to win against Tongning, she simply wanted to win. The other artists were all waiting for a good show to begin. Hai Rui had never experienced an internal conflict like this before. So, it was rare to see an internal conflict like this. So, surprisingly, they were all looking forward to it. Zhenmani had broken Hai Rui's precedent by provoking Mo Ting in front of everyone. So, her ending was no surprise. She was frozen. But, she remained calm and composed. It seemed, she had no idea what kind of situation she was in. It seemed, even without Hai Rui, she still had Star King. Star King could still give her a path of glory. While waiting for Tongning, Mo Ting stood up and continued to discuss with Hai Rui's producers. He also discussed songs with the musicians and scripts with the actors. He didn't seem worried at all that Tongning would embarrass him and slap his face. Some of the actors were a little worried. After all, after so many years, Zhenmani was the only person that had truly fallen out with Hai Rui. Plus, she had quite a bit of influence. President Mo, will Zhenmani expose Hai Rui to the public? Hearing this, Mo Ting smiled and replied, in that case, she will need to prepare $200 million first. $100 million to compensate Hai Rui and $100 million to compensate the artists that she slandered. After that, we will simply do our PR. It shouldn't affect much. In other words, unless Zhenmani was crazy, she wouldn't do something like giving money to others. $100 million. She would be able to live the rest of her life comfortably even if she stopped being an artist. This was also the reason why Hai Rui had never experienced an internal betrayal. It was because of the high compensation fees. At this moment, Zhenmani stood alone in the crowd. No one was willing to speak to her. Zhenmani sneered. It was indeed human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Just wait and see. When Tongning appears, it will be the same as slapping all of you in the face. At the same time, the public was also paying attention to the two women on the same stage. But, as this was a Hai Rui gathering, they did not invite the media. So, even though the public were interested in the battle between Tongning and Zhenmani, there were even paparazzi that disguised themselves as Hai Rui staff with hidden cameras. However, they were all chased away by the security guards. This was Hai Rui, not some other place. No matter how good your disguise was, it was impossible to escape the eyes of professional bodyguards. It was a massacre on the internet. Tongning had even more fans. After all, she was popular at the moment, but her fighting ability was not high. Although Xianmani didn't have many fans, she had a deep understanding of the modeling industry. So, when it came to arguing, she could easily take on 3 people at once. In the end, there was no suspense. It was just a lose-lose situation. In my opinion, Xianmani's stage presence is very domineering. Tongming is just a little bit lacking. The person above is crazy. If the typhoon is just for looking domineering, then what's the point of acting? No matter what, Tongming will never win. Look at the forums, your Tongming has already been blackened. Yet, she is still trying to argue with me. Hurry up and lick her boots. Whether Tongming wins or not, it doesn't change the fact that the CEO of Hai Rui is her manager. Of course, if Xianmani loses, it will be a little embarrassing. I support Xianmani. I support Tongming. The discussions from the public gradually became more intense. Meanwhile, inside Hai Rui's banquet hall, everyone was waiting with their necks stretched out. Xianmani looked at the empty entrance as the corners of her lips slowly curved upwards. Could it be that Tongming was going to run away this time? However, just as everyone was discussing why Tongming had not appeared yet, suddenly, a scream was heard. Not long after, Tongming stepped onto the red carpet wearing the translucent starry sky gown. Her hair was tied up in a bun and her face was covered with light makeup. Unlike Xianmani's heavy makeup, Tongming simply had a little bit of lipstick on. But, the dress she was wearing, it was truly a heaven-shaking sight. Starry sky, there was no night scene more beautiful than this. As Tongming held on to the hem of her gown, the diamonds on her body sparkled like stars. It was an eye-opener and breathtaking sight. As soon as Tongming stepped onto the stage, Xianmani looked extremely vulgar. In fact, she looked extremely vulgar. She looked like a prostitute standing on the side of the street trying to seduce a man. But, the most important thing wasn't this, it was Tongming's breasts. Under the translucent veil, they appeared full and alluring. Then, they looked at Xianmani and noticed her breasts were slightly sagging. Tongming also had beautiful breasts, it was just that people were more familiar with her legs. Breasts could be enlarged and hips could be trained, but long legs were something that one was born with, there was no way to compare. This was the conclusion that the audience came to after seeing Tongming. Oh God! Tongming's figure is way too good. Then, look at Xianmani. Her face is frozen. In fact, I can guarantee that Tongming will be more successful than Xianmani in the future. Look at this dress, if Xianmani were to wear it, what do you think would happen? I can imagine it. How could she have such long legs? They wouldn't be able to hold up the dress. Then, what about the dress that Tongming is wearing on Xianmani? Wouldn't you feel an indescribable sense of handsomeness? Everyone around nodded their heads in agreement. Even Xianmani lost her confidence when she saw Tongming like this. As a model, she understood the concept of taste all too well. If you looked at one person's eyes, it might be prejudice. But, if you looked at a group of people, it would be the truth. Everyone's gaze was focused on Tongming, they were all in shock. Not long after, Tongming approached Mo Ting and asked, "What do you think?" Oh God! I finally remember the brand of the dress that Tongming is wearing. It's from Catherine Walker's premium collection. It's almost worth 8 figures and it's a brand used by the British royal family. But, when it's on her body, it looks really beautiful. If she was on the runway right now, I think I would be unable to control my emotions when I see this dress. Even though, I don't think I can afford it. Plus, Tongming is really good at making people fall in love with both the dress and the person. Unlike Xianmani, all we see is her walking around the stage naked. She only shows herself and has no idea what it means to show off clothes. Where did she go wrong? Xianmani couldn't help but ask herself. She had walked the runway big and small and experienced countless battles. Why did she feel inferior when it came to Tongming? Xianmani looked at Tongming from head to toe and realized there was no one more perfect than her legs. Those that regularly exercised would know that a person with perfect legs would also have a good butt. So, everything that she was proud of, Tongming actually had. But, everything that Tongming had, she would never be able to obtain in this lifetime. Under the luxurious lights, everyone's eyes were focused on Tongming. Under the light, Xianmani looked like she couldn't take it anymore as she fell to the ground. However, no one reached out to help her up. Why did she do this? She was asking to be humiliated. Zhenmani is a proud and conceited person. She always thought that Tongning would lose to her. So, it's not surprising that she ended up like this. Reality has proven that Tongning is more suited for the runway than Zhenmani. I've never seen a piece of clothing that Tongning can't handle. This is what you call a natural hanger. At this moment, Zhenmani could no longer hear anything. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. On the international runway, she was indeed dazzling. But that was because the clothes were designed by the designer. In reality, there were many styles that she couldn't handle. But Tongning was versatile. It was like she could communicate with the clothes and quickly knew what she wanted to express. Most importantly, Tongning also had everything that Zhenmani was proud of. She simply kept a low profile. Some of the celebrities even pulled out their phones and took photos of the two. One was vulgar, the other was breathtaking. After hearing Tongning's question, Mo Ting replied, "I'm a little regretful that I bought this dress. Right now, all I want to do is take off my jacket and wrap it around you." Tongning's face couldn't help but turn red. Afterwards, Mo Ting let go of Tongning's arm and said to the security guard, "Escort Miss Zhen out." "No need, I can walk on my own." Zhenmani, who was lying on the floor, stood up awkwardly. With one last trace of stubbornness, she stood up and left Hai Rui's ballroom. "I will remember the humiliation I suffered today." Zhenmani is a sore loser. He probably never thought that he would be defeated, so he received a critical hit. After Zhenmani left, everyone felt the atmosphere was no longer stifling. In fact, a few people even approached Tongning to strike up a conversation. But, just as Tongning was about to respond, Mo Ting removed his jacket and placed it over her body, wrapping her up. When everyone saw the scene before them, could it be, the almighty CEO of Hai Rui was probably jealous because he thought Tongning's outfit was too revealing and didn't want others to see it. If he couldn't even endure this level of pain, then, what if Tongning had a lingerie show in the future? "Hey," Tongning turned around and protested, "you can't cheat like that." Mo Ting stood beside Tongning. Faced with Tongning's predicament, he only had one response: "Since you've returned to the role of model Tongning, then I am naturally your manager. You will do whatever your manager tells you to do." The artist beside him couldn't help but laugh. It seemed this was the dress that Mo Ting regretted buying the most. The dinner continued, but Mo Ting put down his wine glass and said to Tongning, "Come to the waiting room." After speaking, he told the people beside him that he needed to make a phone call. Not long after, Tongning used the excuse of going to the bathroom and headed straight to the waiting room. However, just as she pushed open the door, she was pushed against the wall by a strong force. Not long after, Mo Ting began kissing her passionately. It was not until they were both out of breath that Mo Ting finally stopped and looked down at them. "If it wasn't because I wanted Zhenmani to know that you have a better figure, I would never have bought this dress." Tongning couldn't help but let out a gentle laugh. "Are you jealous?" Mo Ting once again pressed Tongning against the wall and whispered in her ear, "I'm not jealous. I'm just afraid something will happen to me because the temptation is too strong." The atmosphere and the ambiguity, Tongning didn't need to ask to know what Mo Ting was referring to. "In that case, should I change to another outfit?" Mo Ting wanted to continue, but Tongning placed her hands on her chest and said, "Ting. There are too many people here." In the end, Mo Ting simply nibbled on Tongning's earlobe. A moment later, he let go, "Hurry and come out." After speaking, Mo Ting let go of Tongning and left the waiting room to return to the ballroom. At this time, the artists at Hai Rui were discussing a set of photos that had been posted online. They were photos of Tongning and Zhenmani. In the same photo, Zhenmani undoubtedly served as a foil to Tongning. How could Zhenmani be so pathetic? The netizens began to express their thoughts. "To think I trusted her so much and trusted her style on stage. She is such a domineering model." Forget it. Domineering. For someone like her who doesn't share the same channel online and offline, it's not surprising that she lost to Tongning. I finally understand why Tongning won. It's because she can wear any type of clothing. She's truly amazing. Most importantly, I realized this set of photos is filled with malicious intent. They specifically took a photo of their chest measurements. I'm sorry, but I think Tongning won completely. It has nothing to do with the outfit. On the way home, Xianxia lay in the back seat and cried. Charlene, who was sitting in the driver's seat, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought that Tongning would be able to torture this woman to such an extent? I want to kill Tongning. I want to kill this woman. Xianxia screamed as she cried. Do you still have the chance? Charlene scoffed. In the past, you always had a group of people around you. But now that Mo Ting had withdrawn from the team, did you still think you were Hai Rui's treasure? Plus, don't worry, this matter isn't over yet. In order not to make Mo Ting jealous, Tongning changed into a new white dress with Feng Yu's help and walked out of the waiting room. As soon as everyone saw her, they couldn't help but laugh. Junior sister, have you been disciplined? Junior sister, President Mo doesn't want you to wear that starry sky dress anymore, does he? What a shame, it was so expensive. Junior sister, when President Mo left, you left too. You guys. Seeing everyone teasing her, Mo Ting grabbed her from the crowd. He had to place her by his side to feel safe. Of course, facing Mo Ting's face, who would dare to tease him? Under the bright lights, Tongning tilted her head and glanced at Mo Ting. The king of the entertainment industry, her man, was looking at her with admiration. Tongning was a little confused. Just as she was about to ask, Mo Ting spoke first. There's another piece of good news. It's about you. Huh? Tongning bit her lip as her eyes filled with confusion. World-class designer Claude N. has sent Hai Rui an invitation for you to attend his product launch, Mo Ting explained to Tongning in a low voice. You should know, up until now, not many people have attracted the attention of a world-class designer. Coincidentally, there is only one in Asia, and that is you. Claude N. Tongning was shocked. How could that be? Previously, I sent your information to the US to participate in the world's most beautiful legs competition and was chosen by Claude N. Mo Ting grabbed 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter's tray and handed one to Tongning. It's a pity you missed out on Victoria's Secret. There's still next year. Tongning comforted, no matter what happens in the future, who can guarantee that I won't be able to appear on the runway of Victoria's Secret next year? Mo Ting stretched out his hand and patted Tongning on the head as he said gently, you've already done well in 4 months. When are you leaving? On the 18th, I'll go with you. I'll go with you. And we'll conquer the world together. Tongning's eyes suddenly turned red as she held onto the champagne glass with one hand and grabbed onto Mo Ting's left hand with the other. Without anyone noticing, her fingers intertwined with his. Hey, junior sister, the song you sang with Hu Jingjing at the awards ceremony the other day, Lost, was very interesting. Why don't you sing it again? Around them, people started to ask Tongning to perform. But she wasn't a singer. With so many people present who knew the industry, Tongning didn't think she could embarrass herself. I was just singing for fun, Tongning rejected. What's wrong with that? Fengge doesn't know how to act, yet he still came to make a guest appearance. Haha. That's right, junior sister, come quickly. Tongning looked at Mo Ting awkwardly as she pinched his palm, trying to get him to help her out of this situation. However, Mo Ting threw her hand away. Go ahead. Tongning lifted her head and looked around. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. So, she grabbed Mo Ting's hand again and dragged him towards the stage. Wow. Is President Mo going to sing? I wonder how President Mo is going to sing. I wonder how President Mo's singing is. He's not tone deaf, right? Believe it or not, as long as President Mo is willing to act, his acting skills are enough to beat all the best actors out there. Tongning held onto Mo Ting's wrist as they walked onto the stage. At this time, the audience immediately gathered around to watch the show. She looked at him seriously, trying to decide whether he wanted to sing or not. If you really don't like it, then forget it. It's just, we've been married for so long, apart from knowing your lifestyle, I don't know your other hobbies. In fact, I don't even know what else you can do. After hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. What do I know and what don't I know? Isn't the information out there very complete? Don't give me that. Don't you know how accurate the information out there is? Do you really want to sing a duet with me? Tongning nodded her head, satisfying his pride as a man. Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply received the microphone from Tongning and placed it to the side. Instead, he placed his gaze on the musician. "Hand me the violin." The musician quickly handed over his violin. Mo Ting took it and said to Tongning, "There are too many people here. I don't want to sing, but I can accompany you." "You don't sing well?" "I don't want to sing in front of just anyone. When we get home, I'll slowly sing for you." Mo Ting chuckled before reminding her, "Let's begin." The violin wasn't even considered one of Mo Ting's skills, so no one present was surprised. But no one had ever heard him perform professionally before. As for what else Mo Ting could do, not many people in this world knew. Everyone watched with rapt attention as Mo Ting placed the violin on his shoulder. Afterwards, the prelude to Lost began to play in everyone's ears. Tongning held onto the microphone and began to sing. Although her technique wasn't top-notch, she had a high degree of completion and her voice was very interesting. Following this, the interlude began. The melodious sound of the violin immediately joined in, stunning most of the singers present. Because Mo Ting was performing the passionate part of Lost, Tongning was also mesmerized by the performance. She was used to seeing Mo Ting dressed in a suit and dominating the business world. So, it was rare to see this side of him. Playing the violin. Tongning couldn't stop getting distracted. In fact, she forgot that she was only halfway through the song. Mo Ting glanced at her as a reminder. But Tongning simply put down the microphone. She wanted to hear him play the entire song. Mo Ting looked at her with a deep gaze and let her be. He focused on playing the entire song before returning the violin to the musician. Everyone was satisfied. In all the years of Hai Rui's existence, this was the first time Mo Ting had let himself go. Not only did he chat and laugh with the artists, he even personally performed on stage. Of course, how could Mo Ting be this good? He simply hoped that by doing this, Tongning would receive a little more care in Hai Rui, make more friends and make things less difficult for her. Unknowingly, the celebration dinner was coming to an end. Mo Ting wanted to carry Tongning out, but, because she had been standing in her stilettos for too long, her legs were starting to feel uncomfortable. Mo Ting glanced at her. As they walked out of the ballroom, he suddenly knelt down and said to Tongning, "Get on, I'll carry you on my back. There are people outside." Tongning reminded him to quickly get up. "Do you want to get on, or do you want me to carry you?" In order not to discuss this issue in front of everyone, Tongning directly climbed onto Mo Ting's back. "Everyone in the agency knows." "The people outside don't know," Mo Ting replied. "As long as I don't allow it to be released, no one will dare to spread it. Only things that I allow to be released will be released. For example, photos of Tongning and Jinmani." At this moment, Tongning had no idea that the photos had already been released. Nor did she know that Jinmani had been beaten up an hour after returning to the apartment. Mo Ting had already said that an eye for an eye would be paid back. Fang Yu's arrangements were perfect. At least, up until the moment Jinmani entered the hospital, she still had no idea who had hit her. Charlene wasn't spared either. It was only a matter of time before someone like her was beaten up. However, deep down, Charlene knew that Hai Rui had dealt a heavy blow. She couldn't tolerate it any longer. She was going to take Hai Rui's secrets and jump ship to Star King so she could be with her boyfriend. End of chapter 265. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.